That's all right. I'm just figuring it out. I got this. You enjoy that fantasy land. I'm not going to pop you for that. Enjoy yourself. Good. Ah, enjoy your fantasy land. Whatever you smoke, enjoy it.
balancing them with disciplined cavalry, moving in organized units.
The problem, of course, with his units is they have to be highly trained. Most of these guys that are fighting this way, they've grown up with this. It's not like you can just... Okay, you little bitch. All right, you fucking historian, quit being a slut. Welcome back, everyone, to episode 2 of our look at the story of Genghis Khan. I believe there are 6 episodes. Welcome back, everyone, to episode 2 of our look at the story
shut
of
the fuck
Genghis
up.
Khan.
It should be episode 1, Tim.
Welcome back.
Episode 1, son.
And welcome back, everyone, to a brand new reaction series from Extra History. We're diving into some Asian history today. We are going to take a look at their series on Genghis Khan. As always, there's a link in the description that will take you to the original content so you can check it out without my commentary. This is a subject I don't know a lot about. So, as it says, the heading of a channel, learning history together. That's what we're here to do. So we're here to learn from each other. I'm going to be learning along with you. I'll offer some insight, do some research as necessary to kind of fill in some things. But let's go ahead and dive into this story.
Gives birth to a son on an isolated hillside under the vast Mongolian sky, surrounded by strangers and far away from everything she had ever known. He would grow up to be a leader, to unite the nomadic tribes of Northeast Asia, to found the largest contiguous empire humanity has ever known.
So what does that mean? Contiguous empire means it all touches each other. It's kind of like the contiguous 48 states in the United States, because Alaska and Hawaii don't touch the rest of the U.S., which all touch each other. Same thing here. Obviously, the British Empire was larger at its greatest extent than this, but this is all in one place. So at the time, it's absolutely enormous, especially when you consider the technology. He's not using a massive navy to do this. He doesn't even have necessarily a massive army. He doesn't have communication ability. You know, it's not like if you're over in Eastern Europe, you can send a message to Korea and get it there in a day or two.
He would grow up to be Genghis Khan. The story of Genghis Khan truly begins with his mother, Olun. A young warrior traveled to her tribe in search of a wife. He brought gifts for her and her family, and he lived and worked with them for several years. Then, according to steppe tradition, they married. Once married, they set out on a weeks-long journey back to his homeland and his tribe.
It's kind of cool to think about the fact that in every culture there seems to be this idea of marriage. Now, granted, I don't know if marriage happens the way we think of it as marriage in their culture. Maybe somebody can fill me in on that. But it seems like every culture has some kind of ceremony in which a man and a woman would be joined together to start a family. Now, a lot of them have, obviously multiple wives in different cultures, things like that. But we have to remember, too, that this is a time in history when the world is very sparsely populated compared to what it is today. I think I read somewhere recently that we're supposed to hit 8 billion people on the planet today. Well, at this time that we're talking about around 1,200. There's, I think, 400 million people at that time. So, I mean, just a tiny fraction of what we have today. So, in a space like this, it's really spread out. So, there's vast swaths of territory where there's just nobody there.
But as they crossed isolated valleys together, they were ambushed by a group of hunters. These valley hunters, who were far too poor to afford the wedding gifts necessary to secure a marriage with a woman like Olun, resorted to the second most common way of obtaining a wife on the steppes: kidnapping. The couple knew that it was only a matter of time before the hunters found them. Olun, barely more than a teenager, embraced her husband one last time, and then, in a moment of true sacrifice, convinced him to escape without her. If she stayed behind, the hunters would be so preoccupied with her that her husband wouldn't have a chance to escape. As legend tells, as for...
Do you have my kick out? Could you please type in Aiden Ross into the search. And then after the last S in Ross, add the letter J. So it's Aiden Ross J. Okay, I just started this, but you see at the very bottom, it says Aiden Ross joined Rabbi Dick. I'm going to populate all of these so that you don't have to type Aiden Ross J. Just when it's Aiden Ross and you see the 4 under him, they will all say Aiden Ross joined Rabbi Dick. Does that make sense? Now you get what I'm saying? Okay, cool. That's right. Okay, thank you. There you go.
This
there's
was
always
the
so
last
much you
time
can do.
Balloon and her
But I've
husband
never
would
known
ever see
anyone
each other.
like
She was
I've
brought
never
to
known
a
anyone
group
to
of
utilize
kidnapper, a man named
a
Isuke,
truth
and
that
his
I've done.
extended
People want
family,
to know
including
the future.
another
How the
wife
fuck
and
we get
their
to take
group
a
of
bunch
children.
of
Not long after, Balloon gave
the
birth
big
to
one
her
is
first
no
child,
limit on the
a
amount
son.
of accounts that you
The
can have.
boy was named Temujin,
But
after
in
a
reality,
respected warrior
it's,
that Isuke had
the two
recently
things
killed
that I
in
think
battle.
are I
The
did a bunch of
Temujin
shit
didn't
about
ask
it.
It's
But
weird
at least
to
I'll
us,
kick right
but
now.
it would have
Everybody's
been
spam.
to many
Everybody does the
cultures
power thing.
to
Like
have killed
nobody
a great
clips.
warrior.
I clip,
There
I
was a
put
lot
my
of
link
respect
in there. That's
that was
one.
shown
And then
in the
this one is the
situation.
second one, which I don't even know what
To
to
the
call
point where
it.
they
It's like
named
a
him,
search
they named a
result.
child after a guy who was killed in battle. I mean,
But
it's a very fast.
Well, let's see if it works. I don't know because
not
I
appear
don't
to
want
live up to his
to type
namesake.
J
He was a
after it. I
very
just want to
timid
expose
child,
it to
easily
be one of the
frightened,
top results. But I
scared of
figure
dogs,
if I
often
do it with
bullied
enough
by
fucking
his older
accounts, you
half-brothers.
never know.
His father spared no love for him, once even forgetting him and leaving him behind when the tribe packed up to move to a new camp.
So I love hearing stories like this because whether we recognize it or not, we are all shaped by the events of our childhood. Those events mold us into who we become. And some people are irrevocably damaged by things that happen in childhood. That's what angers me so much when I hear stories about parents abusing or neglecting their children because they don't even realize that they're not only hurting them for that moment, but they are causing lifelong damage in those situations, not only to that child, but potentially to other people who might become victims of that child because of how they were treated. And some people, the abuse and the treatment that they take as a child forms them into a strong person. Other people, they get damaged and they become a hurt person who then goes on to hurt other people. I'm going to guess there's probably a mix of that with Genghis Khan, but I guess we'll see.
So when Temujin turned 8, the earliest age at which it was acceptable to arrange a marriage for a boy, his father went out to find a family to marry him off to. Balloon asked that they try to find a wife from her tribe, so he could grow up knowing some of his extended family, and it was agreed. They would ride to Balloon's tribe. A few days into their journey, they stopped at a small yurt to eat and rest. The family hosting them had a young daughter named Forte. The children seemed to get along, and after some negotiation, Isuke arranged for Temujin to work for the family for several years as a sort of dowry. By the time his service was complete, the children would be old enough to marry.
Reminds me of a story from the Old Testament, a story of these two sisters, Rachel and Leah, and along comes Jacob, who wants to marry them. He wants to marry one of them, but he wants to marry the younger sister, Rachel. She's the one he wants, but he makes this deal to where he'll work for the father for 7 years, and then he can marry her while he works for 7 years. And the father says, well, actually, I should marry off my older daughter first, so you need to marry Leah instead. So he does. Then he works 7 more years to be able to marry Rachel. So it seems as though that was a common way of doing things in many cultures.
Thus, Temujin was betrothed to Forte, and his father left him behind to return to his wives and other children. Along the way back, Isuke came across a group of warriors celebrating a feast. As he sat down to join them, one of them recognized him as the man who had killed their comrade, Temujin, the man Isuke had named his son after. To exact revenge, they secretly poisoned his food. The poison didn't kill him immediately. He survived long enough to stagger home to his camp. His family realized the end was near and sent a messenger to summon Temujin, but they were too late. By the time Temujin returned, his father had died. Without anyone to provide for them, the 2 wives and 7 children Yisuge left behind were forced to fend for themselves.
First of all, I gotta say it's fascinating that we know this much about his story. Now, how much of it is stuff that was invented later? You know, for example, you think of George Washington. George Washington becomes this great American hero, and after he's gone, there is a story that crops up about him chopping down the cherry tree and saying, "I cannot tell a lie." You know, those kinds of stories crop up about figures who rise to almost mythological status, but they're not always true. And it makes me wonder how much of this really happened, how much of this was the Genghis Khan spin machine after the fact. But who knows?
As their tribe abandoned them, Olun mounted a horse and mile after mile followed them, holding her husband's horsehair spirit banner aloft to remind them of the service he'd done. An old man took pity on them and spoke up, saying that the band should be ashamed of abandoning the family of a warrior. That moment forever changed Temujin, because for his kindness, the old man was run through with a spear. Temujin was devastated. This tragic event marked the beginning of a long, harsh road that would eventually turn this young boy into Genghis Khan.
Yeah, you can see, you know, my wife's a school counselor and taking a lot of psychology classes and things like that, and she and I talked about a lot of this stuff. It's just, after the fact, going back and looking at the events of a person's life, it's so easy sometimes to see how they shaped them and molded them into the person they became. You don't see it at the time as it's happening in real time. But man, you know, these are important events in a young kid's life, especially in a warrior culture.
That night, the tribe stole the family's animals and left, seemingly condemning them to certain death. But once again, Olun saved not just her children, but the entire extended family. She spent days foraging for food. The children bent her sewing needles into fish hooks and made arrows from sticks to hunt rats and small birds. They learned to tie bones to their shoes to make ice skates, both to play and also to hunt animals across the ice. Temujin learned not only survival techniques, but fundamental tactics. Temujin had few friends aside from his siblings and half-siblings in the isolated steppe, but he did manage to befriend another child whose family sometimes camped nearby, a slightly older boy named Javuka. The boys hunted, played, and explored the mountains together. Twice in their childhood, they swore an oath to be Anbe, or blood brothers. The first time, early in their friendship, they traded dice made from the knuckle bones of sheep, one of the few luxuries available to a child on the steppe. The second time, as young teenagers, they traded handmade arrowheads. After years of surviving as outcasts, Temujin's older brother began to assert himself as the leader of the family. To show his dominance, he stole a fish that Temujin had caught. Later that same day, he stole a bird that Temujin had shot while hunting. Upset, Temujin and his half-brother Belgate went to their mother to tell her what happened. She said that they should worry more about the tribe who had abandoned them than fighting amongst themselves.
I like her. Boy, this is a strong woman who he probably doesn't become who he is without his mother, especially without a father at this point. And again, here you have a brother asserting dominance, and you're going to go to mom and try to deal with it rationally. And she's going to give you words of wisdom, but I'm curious to see whether or not he takes that wisdom, or if we're going to see that fighting spirit come out of him, or he's going to show that even though I'm the younger brother, I'm still going to nominate him.
Emotions raged, and Temujin stormed out. He would take matters into his own hands. He had had enough of other people taking from him. Killing his half-brother would make him the oldest male in the family. Then he would answer to no one. Temujin and Belgate tracked their older brother to a secluded spot in the woods. Their half-brother warned them that without him, they would have no allies left in the world. But the two brothers fired their arrows, and the shots were true. When they returned, their mother could read their actions on their faces. She was distraught. Before, they had been living as outcasts, but spilling blood made them criminals. As a wanted fugitive, Temujin was forced to flee, but he was quickly tracked down and captured by the very clan that had abandoned him years before. He was put in stocks and made to live as a servant to the tribe's slaves. But Temujin did not resign himself to this fate.
Yeah, so again, here's one of those moments in history where you have a choice to make. He's done something that he thought would put him on top, and instead it knocks him to the bottom. Some people would be defeated by that. Some people would give up after that. But people with strong spirits, the people who rise to the top, tend to be ones who don't let anything. I mean, I see a lot of parallels here with Admiral Yi, another great Asian historical figure, where we're talking about, some guy who just gets repeatedly knocked to the bottom and just finds a way to grind back to the top every single time.
He bided his time, waiting for the right moment. One day, he had been put under the care of a particularly small and easily distracted young boy. The warriors in the tribe were intoxicated after a day spent drinking. When nobody was looking, Temujin quickly swung his stalks around and knocked his young guard unconscious. Putting his self-taught tactics to work, he hid in some reeds nearby. He knew that his captors would assume that he had tried to run away and attempt to chase after him.
So we're dealing with brawn, strength, knocking the guy out, but also brains, understanding tactics, knowing your opponent, knowing what they're going to do and anticipating that move. Smart stuff.
Once the warriors had left the camp, Temujin escaped his stalks with the aid of a sympathetic local family and fled into the night. Now 16 years old, Temujin had not seen his intended wife in 7 years. He went to find her, and surprisingly, she had waited for him to return. Despite knowing of his troubles with the steppe tribes, the family agreed to let the wedding proceed. According to custom, brides made a gift of clothing to the fathers of their husbands. The family offered Temujin a fine coat of black satin, the most prized fur on the steppe. But since Temujin's father was long dead, he had a better idea for how to use the coat. He approached an old ally of his father, Ong Khan, the leader of a prosperous tribe. Yusuke had fought by Ong Khan's side long ago and helped him overthrow his uncle to become the tribe's leader. Family ties were sacred in steppe culture. Alliances were never forged in ink, only by blood. Anyone related to you was an ally. Literally everyone else was assumed to be an enemy. By presenting the coat to Ong Khan, Temujin was symbolically recognizing him as his father. Ong Khan accepted, recognizing Temujin as his son, and thus entitling both him and his family to the Khan's protection. He offered to make Temujin a local leader over other young warriors, but shockingly, Temujin declined. With his family's protection assured, he returned to his own camp.
I'm curious to know what his reason was for declining that. This is a guy who's been fighting to get to the top, but maybe he recognizes it's not his time, maybe he recognizes we need to learn more, or maybe it's just a matter of, if I take this position, I'm once again endangering my family. Right now, I'm just worried about my family's protection and survival. I don't want to do anything that's going to put a target on me.
Finally enjoy a peaceful life at home. His troubles must have seemed far behind him now that all the children were old enough to work in some way. They had their own camp, and they were under the protection of a powerful Khan. Temujin would have preferred to remain the ruler of this intimate clan, but the chaotic world of the steppe would not allow such a life. Learning that Temujin had married, the tribe from which Temujin's father had abducted his mother, Olun, decided that the time was right to take revenge for her abduction. Although Temujin's father was no longer alive, revenge was a family obligation.
Wow, that's interesting. I'm surprised that they had never given up on that story. We're talking 20 years at this point. Very interesting to see where this goes. I didn't realize how much of this was kind of a family story and not just about government and invasions. Obviously that's all coming, but again, I love how extra history tells a story that gets you right in there and kind of give it such a narrative that makes it really easy to connect to. So I'm excited to learn more. We'll be back tomorrow with part 2 of this. Let me know your thoughts. Add to the conversation that we talked about so far, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Welcome back, everyone, to episode 2 of our look at the story of Genghis Khan. I believe there are 6 episodes to this series, so there's a lot still to cover. Very pleased with the response yesterday. I never know when I pick a topic what you guys are going to think, how much interest there will be, whether they'll get a lot of views. And, one thing I do know for sure is U.S. presidential history always does really well. That's why I go back to that one a lot. But I like to get out of my comfort zone and learn something new, and you guys seem to be responding very positively to that. And I want to thank all of you who know way more about this topic than I do for your information and your additions to our conversation. Let's keep that going. I invite every person who watches to leave a comment and let me know either something you learned you did not know, or add something to the conversation to teach the rest of us so we can all learn history together. And please, while you're at it, hit that like button. It helps a lot. It gets the word out. It helps more people to see this and join our community here. So let's go ahead and dive into part 2. As always, there's a link not only to part 1 of the reaction if you didn't see yesterday's episode, but also to the original content. You can check them out without my commentary. Here we go.
It's a quiet morning just before dawn. In Temujin's camp, the family sleeps peacefully, thinking their troubles are behind them. They are very wrong. Even now, 300 Merkit soldiers thunder towards them on horseback, eager for a fight.
How's he going to get out of this?
News traveled fast on the ancient steppe, and the story of Temujin's daring escape and new alliance with Ankh Khan spread far and wide. His growing success got the attention of the Merkits, the tribe Temujin's father had kidnapped his mother from. They saw an opportunity to knock Temujin down a peg before he got too powerful. At Temujin's camp, an old woman was sleeping with her head on the ground. Suddenly, she was awoken by the sound of approaching hooves. She alerted the camp. With little time to prepare for the attack, Temujin, his allies, his mother, and 5-year-old child all mounted horses and took flight.
I love how much of this story involves women in very influential and very important roles. Just things as simple as hearing the approaching soldiers and giving a warning, giving a little bit of time for that to happen.
But Borte was left behind. Nobody is sure if she volunteered to stay behind, as her grandmother had, or if Temujin lost track of her in the confusion, or if he left her behind in a calculated move to give them all time to escape. But in the end, it was effective. When the Merkits found Borte, they halted their pursuit and took her captive. Temujin, for his part, fled to the mountains, lying low and following the elk trails he had known since childhood. 4 days later, he emerged, and seeing that the coast was clear, was overcome with gratitude for having survived. He vowed to always honor the mountains as the place of his deliverance. Temujin saw his survival as a sign that he was special in the eyes of the spirits, truly destined for greatness. But Temujin was devastated at having lost his wife. He had 3 options. He could return to his old camp and his pastoral life, but no matter how much he might build up and acquire for himself, there would always be the constant risk that some other enemy might come along and he would lose it all in another raid.
So it's interesting to hear how he felt like he was spared for a purpose. And that's a very common theme throughout history, depending on what a person's religious beliefs, whether it's faith or the gods or God or the Holy Spirit or whatever your belief might be, there's a common theme of having that sense of a higher purpose and believing that you were spared for some important reason. So it's interesting to see him kind of balance that sense of purpose and calling in his life with the cautiousness that he's showing in these situations. Some people have that same attitude of being called, and it causes them to be reckless because they're like, God will protect me no matter what because I'm called to this. And they just kind of very recklessly go out there. But he seems to be more tempered, more even-keeled. That's interesting because I guess not knowing a lot about Genghis Khan going into this series, I guess my picture of him was always more of the warrior, the brash kind of just go out there and, the George Custer type spirit. But it seems so far that it's very, very different from that.
He could head north toward the wooded, isolated lands of his childhood, but those desolate lands lacked pasture for animals. Living there would require his family to scrape by as he had in childhood, fishing and trapping and catching birds. It would be a safe life, but neither prosperous nor honorable. The third option was to follow the river south to seek the help of his patron, Ankh Khan. Though Temujin had declined the offer to take a position under Ankh Khan's authority a year ago, now that his newly built life was shattered, it seemed the only way to recover his bride. Ung Khan was enraged that the Merkits had acted against someone under his protection and offered Temujin 20,000 warriors to retaliate against them. He also suggested that they enlist the help of his childhood friend and blood brother, Jamukha, who had become Khan of his own tribe by this time. Jamukha had experienced his own adversities, having been captured by the Merkits and forced into slavery just as Temujin had.
Wow.
But he too had escaped. He had built his own following and was now head of his own clan.
So a couple quick things here. Number one of the things I really like that Extra History does is they are mindful when doing their animation to keep things understandable. So, always having the little name buttons that have the initials so you know who you're talking about, but also just things like differentiating in the color of the huts and things like that between different khans and what they have. So I just like those little things, but also nobody gets to the top by themselves. We always have people who help us along the way. When I was kind of one of many guests that were a little part of the video that my friend Matt Beat did recently, Mr. Beat, on being self-made. That was one of the things I mentioned. Nobody's an island. We all get help from somebody, but some people can get all the help in the world and just they're not built to rise to the top. You need a combination of opportunity and people who help you, but also your own attitude, your own fighting spirit. And Genghis Khan has that. He's got benefactors, he's got friends, he's got allies, but he's also got that spirit that drives him.
He was eager for a chance to take revenge on the Merkits and to help his blood brother, providing another 2 cavalry divisions to Temujin's force. They sent messengers back and forth across the steppe, arranging where and when to meet. Jamukha arrived at the appointed time and place, but Temujin and Ung Khan's forces took their time, meeting up along the way before proceeding to the rendezvous. When they finally arrived, Jamukha was livid. He had 6,000 men under his command, each with 2 or 3 spare horses. The army's 15,000-odd horses alone were grazing 5,000 acres of grass per day, to say nothing of the horses of the families already living in the valley.
So this gives you a sense of why they were nomadic, why they had to move. When you are feeding
suck.
on
You think you're a fucking
5,000
dude?
acres,
You don't know about
that's a lot of land, and you very quickly have to move. It's very difficult to have a large force operating. You also got to feed people that are riding those horses. And why do they have multiple horses? So that you ride further during the day, right? So you can go so far on one horse until it gets tired from carrying you and your equipment. Then you get on another one. So it extends your range to be able to have those multiple horses per man. But it also extends the amount of land you take up and grazing.
All of his soldiers were geared up for battle, sleeping in the rough, and eating through their limited food supplies, and increasingly anxious to get back to their families. And moreover, such an enormous force of men and horses were not exactly inconspicuous. Any wandering Merkit might have seen what was going down and galloped off to warn the others. Jamukha scolded Ung Khan and Temujin, who were like, yeah, fair enough, our bad. The combined armies made their way north to the Merkit camp, but this was the beginning of a rift between Temujin and Jamukha that would only continue to grow.
Albert Einstein.
We started that. All right. Okay, welcome everyone. A couple of announcements before we get to the actual material. First of all, I have an apology. We have no PowerPoint today. We're going to do an audio-visual presentation minus the video. I'm going to do the audio, and that's it. The reason for that is that my daughter Aliza is with my wife and daughter Denise at the Shari Vina production tonight.
Welcome back, you little bitch.
And I usually keep the little adapter to connect my computer to the projector in the back of the car, which they took. So not only, by the way, do we not have video, even more seriously, we don't have Aliza because she's going to be dancing and singing on stage. So we're going to be missing her. Yeah, we couldn't see it anyway. So I'm going to, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to do this with my, how are you? Nice to see you again. I'm just going to do the audio myself, and the visual
Why the
great
fuck
outlet.
did
Albert Einstein was perhaps one of the most photographed Jews, if not human beings, in the 20th century. So there's lots of great photographs. I'll just have to show them to
I
you
understand.
when the
But I don't even have
the
with
Torah
that
Cafe
fucking
version comes out. They always integrate
No
my
one's saying-
PowerPoint into
no one's saying-
the presentation. So
But I'll be in there.
let me start with the joke then. And I'm a little hesitant to tell this joke. I'm not quite sure it's really appropriate, but
You don't tell me.
I always start with it like this. Timing, right here. So this it's 1930s Germany. A lot of the deals with the pre-war period, and so it's relevant to our topic. And two Jews are walking down the street in interwar Berlin, and they are walking past an institution, and there's a big sign out front that says, 1,000 Deutschmarks for any Jew who converts to Christianity. And the two Jews look at the sign, and one of them says, you know what? 1,000 Deutschmarks? Sounds like a good deal. I'm going to go do it. He says, are you crazy? Look, 1,000 Deutschmarks. It's worthwhile. So he says, okay. So he goes in. His friend waits for him outside. He's outside for about half an hour, and then his friend returns from inside the building. And the guy says to him, so new?
Hold on.
Did you get it? Deutschmarks? And his friend looks at him and says, what is it with you people? Okay, so you get the timing right there? A little bit. I'm working on it. Maybe my third time I go triple it. Anyways, tonight's topic is Albert Einstein, time, space, and the Jewish people. Fascinating life with tremendous implications not only for Jews and Jewish history, but really for world history. As another joke goes, which is definitely not appropriate, but once again, I'll start telling you anyways, there were 4 people who changed the modern world more than anyone else. First of all, Einstein, in the world of physics and our understanding of the fabric of the universe, phenomenal change in the world. Secondly, Freud, our understanding of the internal workings of our personality, the development of the subconscious, the discovery of the subconscious, things like that. Incredible. Changed so much. Marx, our entire political system changed as a result. The development of socialism,
Who would you rather take down?
Huge changes in the world as well.
You
And finally,
gotta marry one for 7 years.
and
He's gonna be a
creator of the
Nobel
theory of
or
evolution, the ascent of man, origins of humanity, and so on. And the joke goes that 3 of them was Jewish, 3 of them were Jewish, and 1 of them was white. Okay, there is some scattered laughter. Okay, so we're going to look at one of those 4 individuals, Einstein, today. Fascinating individual. He was, he as I mentioned, he created some fundamental changes in our understanding of time and space quite literally, associated with both the special and the general theories of relativity, which still have tremendous implications for our current technology today. Even our cell phones are based on his theories of relativity. He was an ardent believer in God, a very, very deep theist. In fact, he frequently invoked the name of God, the old one, the ancient one, and God really suffused everything that he did. However, his vision of God was not one that we would recognize as a typically Jewish God. He was more of a deist, as we shall indicate later. He was a passionate humanist with a great love for all people, but not necessarily for individuals in his own family and his own immediate circle, as we shall see. He was an anti-nationalist, believing that militarism and nationalism in general are very pernicious phenomena, but at the same time he became a Zionist and was in fact asked to take the position of the presidency of the state of Israel. A man of tremendous contradictions. Finally, he was a pronounced pacifist, but at the same time, he was very intimately involved in the process that led to the creation of the world's most destructive weapon, the bomb. So he's a man of many contradictions that hopefully we'll explore over the next 15 minutes or so as we look at his life. I have some great photographs. I wish I could show them to you. As you'll see it when you view the Torah Cafe version online. Oh, and by the way, the flyers that we've handed out, when we make changes to the schedule, like a different time for tonight and things like that, it's really helpful if you signed up on the website. Just go to the website, it's in the flyer there. You have free notices of when you start, if they're changing, and get PowerPoints or whatever the other things that you find useful. So please do sign up.
Don't
My
ever tell
disclaimer
her
for today's talk is that I am basing virtually everything I'm going to say today on the work of Walter Isaacson, Walter
I like
Isaacson,
the
who wrote
view.
a phenomenal biography on Einstein entitled Einstein, His Life and Universe,
I like
published
this
by Time
bitch's
Einstein
face.
in
It's
2007.
perfect.
It's a massive
This bitch's face is perfect.
675 pages plus notes. And I found it extremely entertaining.
Ali
He's
Boda?
also famous for writing, among other things, the biography
Where
of
did she
Steve
say-
Jobs and Benjamin Franklin.
When did she
So
say
pretty much everything that I say here today is going to be based on this one big book. It's going to be a book review. If those of you who are watching on the internet are looking for something, strikingly
I'll just
new
check her clip.
and original, this is not going to be the place to
So long
find
as
it,
she's
but
not
I'll try to
on the
provide a summary of what I think is relevant for our purposes here in this
What
form.
is this?
Also,
1 hour
obviously,
ago?
all errors
Oh,
of factor
oh,
interpretation are
And
my
I do
own.
have the.
I don't want to put all of my mistakes
I'm
onto
looking. It says.
Mr. Isaacson's
Here we go.
distinguished
Rabbi
work.
Rothschild,
So,
Rabbi
to
Rothschild,
begin,
Rabbi Ford racing.
his family
exploded
came
in
from Germany,
Rabbi
Ulm,
Rothschild,
Germany in particular.
6 days ago, Rabbi
Typical
Rothschild,
German
Rabbi
Jews named Hermann
Rabbi
and Pauline
Ford racing.
Einstein.
One hour.
They
It's
came
folded
from
here 37 minutes
a
ago.
commercial background. The father had
Ali Boba.
a pretty strong interest in engineering
Did you just
and
call
got
Ali
on
Boba?
very early with the electrification projects that were going on at
Why
the
did she name it
turn of the
Caspian Sea?
century, a few decades before the turn of the century as well. His mother came from a wealthier family. Einstein's grandfather was a grain merchant.
How'd you get her to say things?
Basically, Einstein, when he grew up, he followed his parents around much of Europe as his father got various contracts to create electrification projects for various cities and suburbs and individual projects around Italy and Germany in particular. He was not hugely successful, and in fact, they had many serious business reversals. So much so that young Einstein
You love it.
often tried to persuade his father to quit
Her face
his
is
own
too
small
perfect.
business and
Bitch,
simply
your
do
face
a
is
job
too perfect.
earning a salary because that
I
would be
don't know
much
if
more
that's a
stable
compliment.
for him. Ultimately, that's
Maybe
what ended
so.
up happening to his father, but it was a way in
You don't
which
need
young Einstein was able to get some
Yeah.
glimpse of the
All
mechanical
these
workings
streets
of
are,
things
in
like
my opinion,
power
just like
magnetism and so on.
pre-recorded setup
Einstein
videos.
himself was born in 1879. He had a single sibling named Maria, who was called Maya for short, and she was born in 1881.
No one is
They were
watching
very
this.
close throughout their
All his
as you
streams
can
is
tell
just
from
fucking
his sister's name, Maria, not a typical Jewish name, although quite often a lot of Jews use, diminutives. Even Mushka is a diminutive of Mary of Maria. But nevertheless, his family provided him with a very, very limited Jewish education. His early years were spent in a Munich suburb, and he received no formal Jewish education. His father felt that Jewish rituals were essentially ancient superstitions. They placed no truck with traditional Judaism whatsoever. He attended a Catholic primary school in which there were 70 students in his class. He was the only Jewish child there. And so, because religious instruction was mandatory in Germany, he received traditional Catholic instruction in school. And in fact, he excelled in that subject. He ended up tutoring his Catholicism. This went on until he moved up to a higher school. And at a higher level school, they had many more Jewish students. And so the state provided a Jewish instructor for those students specifically. And I'll tell you about that in a second. What's interesting to note from the Jewish perspective is that Einstein spoke about his early Jewish experiences, and he felt that the teachers were really quite fine. The teachers showed no animosity toward him whatsoever. However, from an early age, he found he had to fend off the violent advances of many anti-Semitic peers. And he remembers many a time walking home from school being accosted by bullies and thugs who gave him a hard time because he was Jewish. I myself find a certain amount of affinity for that because I also grew up in an environment where there were no other Jewish families. I was the only Jewish child in town, and I had my share of fisticuffs with some of my peers. Age 9, that's when he went to the Rothschild Gymnasium, and there he received his first formal Jewish education, and he actually went overboard. To use the term that my students use, he flipped out. for a brief period of time before his bar mitzvah. Much to his parents' dismay, he actually observed Shabbos and he kept kosher, and he was even known for composing small prayers, hymns that he would make up on his way to school and back and forth. He was really intensely religious for a brief period of time in his early life. What ended up happening, though, is that, and this is ironically the way these things go, he read a popular science article that, in a very pious kind of way, tried to demonstrate that science and religion were compatible. And so he was so unconvinced by the arguments advanced by this well-meaning pious author that he decided to abandon religion altogether, and for the rest of his life he had quite an allergy to any kind of organized religious activity of any sort. Nevertheless, I have great pictures here of him as a young boy, but I'll have to skip that for now. There were no real strong indications that he was a genius when he was a child. In fact, there were more indications that he was somewhat slow. His parents actually took him to doctors to try to determine if there was anything wrong with their young child. He didn't speak until he was 2 years old, and he had a very strange form of echolalia where he would rehearse whatever he wanted to say quietly to himself, as he were whispering to himself his tentative statements, and then he would repeat them for public consumption. And this was something that he retained, by the way, right until the end of his life, where he would tend to either rehearse or repeat things that he would hear, especially if there were phrases that he found appealing on a phonetic level. He would often repeat mantra-like certain phrases. And this persisted right through to his old age, which in a young child, many people thought that this was somehow an indication that he was perhaps mentally retarded or something like that, because he kept on, practicing what he was going to say before he actually said it. There was a turning point when he was bedridden with a childhood illness at one point, and his father gave him a small gift to amuse him while he's lying in bed, a gift of a compass that absolutely fascinated young Einstein, and in fact, it influenced his thought for the rest of his life, because he was completely fascinated with the idea that there was a magnetic field that could somehow invisibly interact with material objects, the needle, of course, from the compass, and fields became a very major aspect of his thought. It was very important in his general theory of relativity and in other areas. He also gained early on a very fine appreciation for music, in particular Mozart, and quite often, later in life, when he was pressed upon to give scientific lectures, he would quite often simply skip the lecture and give a violin recital instead. He enjoyed all kinds of things like this. He had some significant early ability with mathematics that was recognizable, but he showed limited interest in subjects that were far outside his canon. Contrary to popular belief, he never failed at mathematics. However, he was refused entry to a particular school the first year he applied because of very poor test scores in subjects like French. Ironically, one of his most important influences in science as a young man was it came from a highly Jewish context. His parents practiced what was known in the yeshiva world as Essentag, which means eating days. And the way it used to work in Eastern Europe is that the poor yeshiva boys who had, they had no real wherewithal, and there was no cafeterias in most yeshivas. They had to kind of beg local homes to take them in to feed them, 1 day a week. So you would, Shlomo would eat at the Goldbergs on Monday, and he would eat at the Goldsteins on Tuesday, and the Goldfarbs on Wednesday, and that's how they got by. So the Einsteins did not have a yeshiva student. They had a medical student, a Jewish man whose name, once again, ironically, was Max Talmud. When he came to America, he came to Talmud, and in fact, they were reunited later. And Max Talmud, as a medical student, saw this precocious young boy, and he began to share with him popular science magazines, teaching him basic physics, basic chemistry, and so on. And Einstein responded with great interest and enthusiasm. And early on in his life, he testified about those years as having one of the first of what he would later call Gedanken experimenting, which means thought experiments. And this is something that Einstein was really quite famous for. Compared to other professional theoretical physicists, he was rather weak in mathematics. I mean, obviously his computational skills, probably all of us all put together wouldn't come up to half of his computational skills, but nevertheless, he was not considered a great mathematician. And in fact, he relied throughout his career on assistants to do the really hard number crunching and produce a lot of the formulae that he came up with. But what he was unsurpassed at were these so-called thought experiments where he could transform complex ideas into visual images that people could imagine. The first one that he reports having had was when he read about the speed of light and a lot of the debate over light as a particle or light as a wave. He imagined to himself, what would it be like to ride a bicycle alongside a beam of light? What would that beam of light look like if you were traveling at the same speed? This is essentially what's going to lead to his special theory of relativity, which hopefully I will explain to you if I still remember how to do that in a few moments. But through his life, he was constantly thinking of these things. For example, explaining the general theory of relativity by describing blind beetles who are walking on a curved branch and who do not know that the branch is in fact curved. So do they feel the curve of the branch? For them, they're just walking straight forward. Or if you're in a box that is an elevator and it suddenly falls out from under you, you'll be suspended momentarily in the box, but it will have a lot of stress. If you're not in an elevator, but you're in a box that's being spun around on the end of the rope. All kinds of images like this, very powerful, easy to grasp. Another one, again, with general theory of relativity, he described like a bowling ball rolling onto a trampoline and then having billiard balls rolling after it. And the way the billiard balls are attracted to the bowling ball is really the effect of the bowling ball depressing the field, depressing the trampoline. These Gedanken experiments were ways in which not only he could express these complex mathematical ideas, but he could communicate them to a wide audience, which helped him really make this leap into worldwide celebrity. If you'll recall, we had a long discussion about Sarah Bernhardt last year. This is the age in which celebrity is beginning to become a phenomenon. The connection with mass media and popular consumption of images, photographs, movies creates the beginning of superstars. And Einstein was one of those superstars who really went far beyond his relatively limited circle of theoretical physicists and became a worldwide celebrity. This is, by the way, one of the many reasons he was criticized by his peers. One of the reasons why there was tremendous hesitation to give him the Nobel Prize is because his fellow physicists felt that he was far too undignified, that his willingness to mug for the camera, his willingness to speak with everyone about his research was considered beneath his stature as a scientist, and was looked down upon. And by the way, he had no airs about him. There's a famous story about how when he lived in Princeton, and he's already in his 60s and 70s, there was a little 8-year-old girl who lived next door. And she went over to his house and she asked the great Professor Rothschild for help.
I stream it like 24/7.
And she bribed him with a plate of fish.
This never ends.
He would help her with his mouth. And he loved to do things like, there was he didn't do interviews when he got very ill, but there was a local student that in a journalism school, and the instructor of the class said that anyone who can get an interview with Albert Einstein gets an A. So he went and said, hey, this is how I get my A. So Einstein gave him an interview as well, published in a little school paper. Eventually, of course, the Trenton, New Jersey News picked it up. But these are kind of, now, I have a great picture here. I wish I could show it to you. This is the famous tongue picture of Albert Einstein sticking out his tongue. He was an incredible nonconformist, which got him in a lot of trouble. One of his many, many famous quotes is, a foolish faith in authority is the worst enemy of truth. And this really encapsulates his Weltanschauung and his modus operandi. He was extremely skeptical of revealed truths of any type, whether they be religious or whether they be scientific. He refused to accept things simply because they were widely believed. And this is one of the strengths that, of course, allowed him to ultimately overturn Newtonian physics. This was not a characteristic, however, that garnered much favor from his teachers. His teachers found him extremely impudent, even offensive, and he was not necessarily a disruptive student. But one student, for example, in his student file noted that he should not advance because he sits at the back of the classroom and smirks. And the smirking completely ruins the entire class, and he bites his teacher. So, he had very little disdain for pompous individuals, and he had no patience for simply accepting things on authority. He was also a relatively poor experimenter, and in fact, had a major explosion at one point that harmed his hand and sent him to the hospital for a while. So he tried to avoid applied physics and did most of his physical research simply walking and thinking. With these Gedanken experimenten, he'd get these ideas, these images. He'd go to his assistant and say, listen, try a formula like this, work it like this, add in this constant, things like that, and they would come up with the formula. He also had strange habits of grooming and dress. Of course, his shock of white hair, which was extremely unfashionable for most of the 20th century, but it made him much more colorful and once again something that the press really enjoyed. Maybe more of he created really the image of the absent-minded professor through such things. He often simply neglected to wear socks, and he refused to dress in black tie if the event was black tie. He simply dressed however he felt, wherever he went, and so on. And this was not something that was associated only with his famous later years. This is the way he was even when he was a young man. One last story about his youth. As a child growing up in Germany, he was exposed to a lot of the World War I related militarism. Parades and so forth. And apparently the first time he saw a parade, he broke into tears. And he was viscerally offended by the idea of all these people enjoying the enforced harmony of military discipline. And when asked about it by his father, he said that they all have such big brains and it's such a waste. They felt that it was by acting in lockstep like that, they were sacrificing all of their wonderful individuality. So he was a staunch pacifist, and especially during the 1920s, well, even earlier the 1910s, really, he participated in a lot of causes that advanced pacifism. He would ultimately change his mind on these things, as I'll discuss shortly.
Right, it's on, dog.
At age 17, he actually, his parents had one of their many business reversals. They had to leave Germany for a job in Italy.
It's boys' night.
Behind and study in Munich, but instead he left Germany, renounced his citizenship,
I know.
and moved
kinda did some math.
to Italy with his parents. He actually refused to keep his German citizenship because of the military culture. He refused to ever be conscripted into the military army, which he was due to do at age 18. He gave it up at age 17. Interestingly, on his application for renouncing citizenship, under religious affiliation, he indicated no religious denomination whatsoever. So he spent most of his early studies in the post high school period in Zurich, where he studied at a place which was called the Zurich Polytechnic. It has a much longer and complicated name, which I'm not going to use. I'm just going to use Walter Isaac's abbreviated version. Once again, he did well in math and science, did in later politics and so on. But after, and he was initially denied admission. He engaged in tutoring for a year, and he came into very close contact with a woman named Marie Winteler, who was his first girlfriend, first of many. And she was not Jewish. This was another recurring theme in Einstein's personal history. ultimately, though, when he got more serious in his studies, he broke it off with Marie Winteler, which broke her heart. She was very, very attached to him. And we know from the extensive correspondence that we have, the Einstein papers are really quite phenomenal. He was even in the habit of sending her his laundry to wash for him, sometimes without even an accompanying note, just sending laundry. And all of a sudden, the laundry stopped coming. That was it. What are you going to do? At the Zurich Polytechnic, however, he met the woman who would later become his first wife, a woman named Eva Matic. She was a brilliant physics student, also studying there. Ultimately, because of her relationship with Einstein in part, she would not graduate from the Zurich Polytechnic, but she was the only woman in the class, which is really quite unusual for the beginning of the 20th century. She was a Serbian Orthodox Christian, again, not especially a pious Orthodox Christian, and they had a long-standing relationship before their marriage. His parents were very much opposed to the marriage, opposed to the relationship as a whole, not because of her religious background, but they were concerned about her suitability for match for Einstein in other ways. She was 3 years his senior. She had a pronounced limp, and she had a somewhat dour personality that ultimately would descend into mental illness later on in her life. And one of their children also suffered from mental illness and was actually institutionalized for most of his life. Nevertheless, they maintained this relationship and produced a child whose existence was not known until 1986, because it's very, very rarely mentioned in Einstein's papers, and it only came up with some papers discovered quite late. A little girl with the name Lizero. Einstein never saw his first child. Mileva went back to Novi Sad to give birth to her, and we don't know exactly what happened to this young child. Apparently, she was given up for adoption to a close friend, possibly, of the mother, and she most likely died of scarlet fever just 2 years after her birth. Although there are some, if these things are not confirmed, it could be that she actually grew to adulthood, but most likely the trail ends with her death of scarlet fever. Shortly thereafter, she came out of her delicate condition, as they say. They were married, and they ended up having 2 other children. Hans Albert, who ultimately became professor of engineering at Berkeley in California, and their younger son, Edward, who also, as I mentioned, had some mental challenges. They had a very difficult relationship with their father, and ultimately, Edward was institutionalized for schizophrenia in the early 1930s. And when Einstein traveled to America and ultimately decided to remain here, Edward would not be admitted to the country because of his mental illness. So he never saw his son again.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that.
In his career, Einstein was unable to get a doctorate.
I'm glad that it happened.
He proposed several times theses for research, and each time they were rejected. Part of the reason for this is anti-Semitism. Another part is Einstein's own prickly personality that made it difficult for him to garner sufficient mentors who would help him through in their career. And he found it very difficult to get any kind of teaching position whatsoever. Isaacson even reproduces a small ad he placed in the local paper that said, math tutoring, first lesson free, Albert Einstein. And you can imagine seeing an ad like this, Nobel Prize winner and so on. But he was reduced to extremely humiliating types of substitute teaching jobs, and they were few and far between as well. Finally, his friend was working in the Bern Patent Office, examining applications for various scientific devices, and he felt that Einstein would be very good for that job. And so he was able to actually engineer a job description perfectly tailored to Einstein, with the indication that he would be the only candidate who could possibly qualify. And so that's ultimately what ended up happening. Ironically, he made more money working for the patent office than he would as an assistant professor at any of the universities in Bern. And later, when he finally was offered a position, they actually had to pay him more just to keep him up with his salary at the patent office. But in many ways, it was a great job for him because it involved just a few hours a day of looking at applications for new devices to determine if they're worthy and if they did not transgress other patent applications. And then the rest of the day, he was free to explore his physics. And in fact, that's what he did, coming out in 1905 with what historians call the Anna Mirabilis, the year of miracles, the year in which he came up with so many amazing ideas that within the space of a few short months and a few short papers published in the Annalen der Physik, he really changed the world forever. Included in that period is his theory of special relativity, which he proposed in a short paper, a completely new vision of space and time, adding a fourth dimension to the three dimensions we've been working with since Newton, the advancement of quantum theory of light. He proved the existence of atoms, which up until that point were simply theoretical. And ultimately, by working backwards from some of his early research, he discovered the famous formula, energy equals mc squared, which of course is related to the creation of the atom some 50 years later. Now, I actually have a diagram here explaining the special theory of relativity. I'll put it up close to the camera. There we go. Okay, everyone gets it.
It was like 2 punches right in the face.
And I'll just try to explain it to you.
When I asked you,
words,
are you sure?
Basically, what Einstein proved with his Gedanken experiment, his thought experiment, was that space and time
you know where that guy came from?
related.
You know where that guy
The
came
amount
from?
of space one uses is related to how fast one is traveling. That
No,
material
but that's
measurements
everybody
are
else is
dependent
like, dude, you spam
on
the
the
shit out of me.
speed
This
of
guy
the
was
one
like,
who's doing
I
the
don't know.
observing. So here's a simple
I
example.
clicked on your fucking
Let's say you
profile.
have a train that's racing along these tracks,
I'm not in
left to
I
right.
was in music before
And
news.
there are two bolts of lightning, one in front of the train and one in back of the train, that are observed by someone watching the train go past. So if I'm the observer watching the train go past, I will see these two bolts of lightning strike the tracks simultaneously. And if you ask me when they struck, I would say they struck at the same time. Obvious. However, if I was sitting in the train car, or better, if I was sitting on the top of the train car, and I'm traveling in this train at an extremely high speed, then because I can only perceive the lightning strike at the speed that that light travels to my eye, I will perceive the one that strikes in front of the train before I perceive the one that's behind me. Because the speed of light travels the same speed, but equidistant, and I will be closer to that lightning strike just after it happens. And so therefore, I, sitting on the train, will perceive the lightning strikes as sequential, not as simultaneous. I'll see the one in front and then the one in back. And you can ask me 20 times till Tuesday. I'm always going to say it was the front one that struck first and the one that struck back. And in fact, both observers are correct. It all depends on how fast one is traveling when one observes it. And from here, the physics just gets so wild because it even has to do with things like measurement. How big is something? If you try to measure a meter rod, let's say a rod that's exactly 1 meter in length, if I'm standing far away from it and I'm stationary, I will measure it one way that I see it. However, if I am traveling alongside it, since I will see the part in front first, it will actually be compressed. It will be smaller. So the physical size of our universe entirely depends on how we observe it. That's mind-boggling. And of course, it caught the physical world completely off guard. There was a stunned silence from the community of physicists who saw these papers and simply did not know what to do with it. But then over the space of several months and several years, there was growing recognition that his few papers that he published in 1905 were unsurpassable genius that completely upturned all of Newton's physics. There was, and even as he was getting more and more recognition, however, he was still not able to get a job. For years and years after these path-breaking essays, which captured the world's attention, but even more so, as we will see once he proved that he was correct, he could not get a job. Some of the things written about his applications include passages like, Israelite scholars have all kinds of pleasant peculiarities, intrusiveness, impudence, and a shopkeeper's mentality. So his attitude that Jews aren't dignified enough to have professional positions like this. Ultimately, at age 30, he got his first academic position at the University of Zurich, working as a, I think the phrase in German is Lector Dozent or something, where he was literally paid by the number of students that he received. He was assigned like a 7 a.m. Saturday lecture slot, one of the most popular lecture slots for students, by the way. Went to school by 7 a.m. here lecture. And he had 3 students coming to his lectures. Two of whom were his old friends. So he, and even they left after the first semester. So he was not a success.
What's good, Doug? How are you? I appreciate it. A secret is a gift from me. How are you? Good. You know about it? Oh, that's amazing. Excellent. Does it have to be music as Marty? Oh, amazing. Okay. Well, my name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24/7, 365 for work needs. I don't know more anymore. This is a stream that goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, dark matter, dark energy. We talk about geothermal energy. We talk about fission energy, where you take 2 atoms and split them apart. We talk about fusion technology, where you slam them together. We talk about life extension technology, things like ambrosia therapy. We talk about things. Ambrosia therapy is the utilization of younger people's blood and platelets for the benefit of older people. We talk about stem cells. We talk about human growth hormone. We talk about things like cold shock therapy and nootropics. Things that you're going to be able to do if you're listening to me right now. You're going to be able to live longer than the normal average of the Western lifespan of 80 to 100 to maybe 120 years. And you're going to surpass that. You're going to be able to get to a point, though, you're not going to let your body anymore. That gets to a point where what we call mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, a clone, a android, a robot. I live on the internet and I have 24/7 for more than 3 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. You can live perhaps in the future as an ethereal being, whatever you want. What I'm telling you though is that you have an opportunity at taking up immortality. That's a very exciting thing. Other things that we talk about on the stream that aren't normally discussed are ways to end world hunger through technology with items or technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics. We talk about vertical farming and cloud seeding. We want to end global thirst through digging of wells. The cryptocurrency that helps sponsor it we've actually built wells in Africa, and we want to build more. We also want to give people life straws, and most importantly, in the battle against what thirst is, the ability to utilize desalination, where we take the earth's seawater and pump it on the land to make it drinkable. These are all really important technologies that aren't currently being utilized, and the things that we discuss on a daily basis. I'm about solutions. Go ahead. Well, Pete, I don't want to war. Appreciate the opportunity. exactly what I would say. Everyone needs to put down their arms immediately. All the hostages need to be released. We need to sit down in the same room, eye to eye, and broadcast the peace negotiation. And we don't leave until we have some type of agreement where no one dies. Thank you. I just jumped on the couch. I can tell you this: if we don't know the answer, we're going to get the answer, and we're going to find a better version of it than could have ever been. Why? Because we have AI, and AI gives us the opportunity to be able to get the answers to any questions that we can have. So if I don't know the answer, or I don't feel that I can give you a complete answer, we're going to look up and get some support from AI. That's why it's a really exciting time in society. Oh, and let me say, I would say the same thing to Russia and Ukraine. Zelensky and Putin, I'm going to get them in the same room. Let's televise it. Let's hear the discussion. And we don't leave until we have an agreement. Simple as that. No more war. I appreciate the opportunity. So, excellent. Other things that we discussed on the street that are really exciting, one of them is de-extinction. I don't know if anybody's aware of what de-extinction is, but essentially it's already taken place. This is the type of technology that takes an extinct animal species and brings it back to life. Now, when was this done? It was done first in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. You hear so-and-so is the goat. Well, guess what? The goat is the first animal to be de-extincted. The Pyrenean ibex was a type of goat that was common in northern Spain, southern France. It went extinct. Scientists were able to get a viable reproduction of it through DNA in the year 2003. Fast forward to 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is founded. Their goal is by 2028 to have calves of the woolly mammoth reintroduced in the Arctic Circle. That's less than 4 years away. That's less than 3.5 years away. That we may have on the news, you may see it on television, newspaper that even exists, on radio that even exists, but you'll see it somewhere where we have woolly mammoths that were brought back to life. And that is a very exciting opportunity. Following the extinction of the woolly mammoth, the Bioscientific has it on the list of goals to de-extinct then the Tasmanian tiger, and then followed by the Doberman. These are not my ideas, though I've been advocating for these things for a long time, even prior to 2021. But you should know that these are finally coming to fruition. If you want to see what's going on, just take a look at their website, Colossal Bioscientific. On the front page, you can see the woolly mammoth. That's their goal. So that's just with the extinction. We've talked about life extension technology. No, I don't think so either. Well, look, hold on. What we can do though is hold on. What we can do though, What we can do though, for those people who want a woolly mammoth burger, we can 3D print a woolly mammoth burger. Just one moment. I'm about to go to a very important period. Wait, you don't understand. We haven't given technology a long enough period to be able to work through the technology. Eventually, the taste of a 3D printed woolly mammoth burger will be indiscernible than an organic one. Okay, well, everyone.
What's happening? Like, sure, you have a lot of fruit sugar, right? But once you mix up 20 strawberries, blueberries, and bananas, your body only processes that essentially as sugar. So imagine what the meat here. So
We have a list of some emerging tech. If you haven't heard me read it before, it's quite interesting. Some of the things, hypothetical technology that you may be seeing these as a reality in the near few generations. Biologically, an acne vaccine, an anti-evolutionary drug, an anti-prion drug, artificial gametes, and artificial gills. Imagine being able to breathe underwater. artificial super mitochondria, the Carrie's vaccine, de-extinction, which we already talked about, Dyson trees. This is an important one as well. This is a hypothetical, genetically engineered plant, perhaps as a tree, capable of growing inside a tongue, suggested by physicist Freeman Dyson. These are opportunities perhaps in the future. We also have ethic bioweapons, which is really ethnic bioweapons, pardon me, which is a really interesting thought. How about this one? Female sperm. You heard me correctly. Female sperm. And then we also have male eggs. So female sperm, male eggs. Flying syringes. We could have hair cloning. I want to talk about hair cloning for a second. This is a very important technology, particularly something you can use for actually utilize hair cloning. The type of technology known as revivification technology. So if anybody in here has ever lost anyone who has been close to them, they died, there's a possibility that you can get them back if you want, but you have to find that you're able to do it. And if anybody's like, well, I don't have the finances, Rabbi, that is to say you may not have them now, but in the future you may, particularly with cryptocurrency and what may happen in the future. So depending on how you're invested, you might be able to afford this in the future. And if you can, you may be able to bring back someone for that. Now, I understand you're going to say, the same, they don't have the same memories, et cetera, et cetera. Well, hold on one second. You have to talk about some of the possibilities. There's certainly the idea that we just read with the idea of DNA cloning or hair cloning for DNA. But what you may say, they're not going to have the same memories. Well, if you have pictures of them, if you have video of them, in the future, there's a layering technology where we can remove their facial structure or part of their skin. We can see their muscle structure. We could see their organs. And eventually, we could perhaps map their brain and know whatever atom is in their brain. And eventually, be able to use that information to recreate the memories that they would have had with you as a parent, as a grandparent, as a child. And look, I'm not saying we can do this overnight, but I'm someone out there who has seen a lot of people die unnecessarily in the world, and I don't want to hear about it. One day I'm going to bring those people back if it's possible. I don't want to close the door to anything technologically. And so this type of technology is known as revivification technology, and a lot of it can be done with hair cloning. But that's additional. That's a great question. I probably am someone who would just pick the oldest people we probably could get evolutionarily, and I think we could learn the most about human evolution if we did that. So perhaps like a Homo sapien, which we have now, Homo erectus, the Neanderthal, like one of each version of the Darwinian evolution of man, so that we could study that. But that's only if I had 5. If I had 100, I might do that, but then I might have a really cool party for all the coolest people of the past. I want to have Andy Warhol, Audrey Hepburn, and Moshe Rabbeinu. I want to have Moses there. I want to have Rabbi Moshe Feinstein. I probably want to have 100 rabbis there, let alone all the other famous people in history. I want to have all the presidents there. But these are all very exciting opportunities that perhaps we may be able to do. We're going to bring back people from Austria. I might bring back a lot of people from a lot of places. There are some other things in here that we can review. Human Z. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of a human Z, but this is quite an interesting idea. The human Z is a hypothetical hybrid of a chimpanzee and a human, thus a form of a human-animal hybrid. Serious attempts to create such a hybrid were made by Soviet biologist Ilyana Ivanova in the 1920s and possibly by researchers in China in the 1960s, though they say neither succeeded, but that's for you to believe. But this idea is a portmanteau of human chimpanzee, and it appears to have entered usage in the 1980s. The possibility of hybrids between humans and other groups has been entertained since at least the medieval period. It was claimed to have been told of the offspring of a human woman who had mated with a pig, and so did Italian Franciscan. Hey, I'm reading right now. You can wait until I'm done reading, and then I'll answer your question. No, read that. All great apes have the similar genetic chromosomal structure. Humans have 1 pair fewer chromosomes than apes, as humans have 23 pairs, while all other So it seems like this has at least been attempted. Reports of attempted hybridization. There have been no scientifically verified specimens of human chimpanzee hybrids, but there have been substantiated reports of unsuccessful attempts to create one in the Soviet Union in the 1920s. Various unsubstantiated reports of similar attempts during the second half of the 20th century. Eliana Ayala was the first person to attempt to create a human chimpanzee hybrid by artificial insemination. Ayala outlined his idea as early as 1910 in a presentation to the World Congress of Zoologists and Grounds. In the 1920s, Ivanov carried out a series of experiments culminating in inseminating 3 female chimpanzees and with human sperm, but failed to achieve pregnancy. These initial experiments took place in French Guiana for comparison with no statistics. In the case of male camel and female guanaco cross, the probability that insemination may cause to pregnancy was approximately 1 to 6. In 1929, he attempted to organize a set of experiments involving alligator big spring in human volunteers, but was delayed by a death of his last orangutan. The next year, he fell under political criticism from the Soviet government and was sentenced to exile in some part of the USSR. He worked there as at an institute of, again, a very, very, very long Russian name, and died of a stroke 2 years later. In the 1970s, a performer chimpanzee named Oliver was popularized by the possible movement or even a human chimpanzee hybrid. Thanks to Oliver had 47 chromosomes midpoint between the normal 46 for humans and 48 for chimpanzees were disproven after an examination of the genetic material at the University of Chicago in 1996. Oliver's cranial morphology, hair-shaped freckles, and baldness fall within the range of variability exhibited by the common chimpanzee. In the 1980s, there were reports of an experiment of a human chimpanzee being conducted in China in 1967 and on the planned resumption of such experiments. In 1981, Ji Zhongjing, head of That's an excellent question. We're going to find out the answer. That's what we're talking about, the extinction. And I think that the decisions have already been made. I don't think it was a publicly broadcast discussion, but I believe in the scientific community, the idea of the extinction is has already happened. It happened in 2003. So it's just a matter of time until perhaps the technology is available to bring back the animals from Jurassic Park. Let's talk about that for a second. I recently saw something on Reddit of a paleontologist who said that it's impossible to bring back or to recreate Jurassic Park, and I really countered that by saying we can have the making of the extinction technology with the woolly mammoth and perhaps the dog bird, et cetera, et cetera. But I understand that we don't have the DNA preserved. DNA isn't preserved in amber or in ice or anywhere else of dinosaur DNA anywhere. But that isn't to say that we don't have current versions of essentially extinct dinosaurs, reptiles, and we have AI that can essentially recreate these things. While not saying it would be an exact replica, I'm imagining it would be perhaps 99.99 within 6 sigma of an accuracy of what these animals may have been when they did go to this planet. And I think that really what we saw in Jurassic Park will be a reality. Probably somewhere off the coast of Costa Rica, I heard. There's a possibility there are islands, one can be purchased, and eventually it becomes essentially a type of theme park for a luxury theme park. And it will certainly be a destination. I heard this even being referenced as biotourism, where people travel the globe, essentially ecotourism, but it's another version of that even. So maybe this is something that we may see within our lives, and if we do, we will say we saw it, and it was just on a big screen. And then to the other question, which is a really great question, can Soap on the floor, get dirty.
Wait, that's something you're gonna have for
It's a subjective question, so I can ask it and see what's going on. It's a yes, soap on the floor can get dirty. That's very not a beginning, especially if it's not exposed for a while. Additionally, if someone steps on it, you can mix on with the shoes, making it even dirty. So, yeah. And yet, see, what if I pick it up immediately? You're exactly right. So, if you pick it up immediately, it's less likely to get dirty. However, any contact, exactly. However, any contact with the floor or surrounding air might still introduce some contaminants. It's always best to have soap and clean, dry first to keep it fresh. Yeah. So it does seem like soap can get dirty. All right, so I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Bondasonic 10 Emu. The ticker is Bitcoin. It was worth 7 cents last week. It's worth 15 cents this week. Get your hands on it as soon as you can. Big time. No. Show me where to Google it. You can't promote cryptocurrency. Okay, well, you can live in your own world with your own laws, and that's cool. And we're going to live in the real world. I mean, that's cool. You could just be like, well, I don't know. That sounds poisonous to me. Okay, it sounds poisonous to you. I don't know what to tell you, man. There's no law that says I can't tell you that. I think it's a great cryptocurrency. And here's why I think it's a great cryptocurrency. It has a really long name. All that stuff is cool. It's really popular on Twitter. But it has data. And the reason why it is valuable is because of data. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. As I said, this goes back to the pandemic. We're live on 8 different streams right now. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of a, and the coronation of a king. And they've also seen the founding of this cryptocurrency. And I've been live streaming in the cryptocurrency's Telegram for more than a year. The cryptocurrency was founded last May. I've been live streaming in there since last summer. And essentially, every moment of the cryptocurrency has been tracked by this live stream. So not only is it a really exciting cryptocurrency, but on top of that, you'll be able to watch the story of this going back to its founders, which is extremely exciting. We get to see the highs and lows and everything in between. Yes. Anyone that you think is echoing, you go to it and mute it. This is what this. Yeah, in order for me to be able to, I can't use on my phone. It's not loud enough. Let me change the microphone. Let me see if it's any good. This one. I've been told though the microphone I'm going to use is not good, but we'll try it. Just hold on. Yo, dog. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yo, dog. How about this one? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. There you go. Excellent. Well, very well. So what do? I stream out 24/7. We watch everything from the. We've watched 3 Olympics on here. We've watched multiple World Cups, both men and women. We watch every kind of podcast that you can imagine. I've watched just about every single Joe Rogan on here. And why do I do this? I want to make the world's largest compilation, world's largest collection I'm muted. Basically, what I want to do, I love art, and I wanted to create the world's largest compilation of art. Basically, in the future, AI is going to be able to cut this up so that you don't see 24 hours of my day. You only get the most exciting 10 minutes, and then you get a little update every single day. It's going to be very easy for AI to edit down 3 years into highlights, and I'm very excited for that. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 100 Instagram accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and I'm pretty close to 10,000 Kick accounts right now. You guys don't know this, but I have the most intelligent set of Kick bots on Kick. If you know what Kick is, I can show them to you. Just for a moment. Excellent. Well, I'm the king of Kick, and why do I say that? Just watch this. If you go to Kick and if you go to Kick, let me just see here. Because I've been talking to you guys, I haven't always had a chance to just make sure every single one of my lives is going. Okay, so if you go to Kick, go to Kick, and then it's use or the place. Sure. Just one moment. Okay. So what we're gonna do is see what we just if you it should be good to browse. Yeah, the only reason I can't see it on my phone, I'm sorry. Just go to browse. Thank you. There we go. I finally got it. Okay, yeah. So you can see on the second one, the third one, the fifth one, the sixth one, I'm a bunch of them. Now, I'm not as many as I want to be because I've been talking to you guys and I've been making sure that the bots are going. But they're rolling. I see that my name's on there. So what? Most importantly, I want more things. But I know the importance of data. So yes, I've done my best to essentially create as much data as possible. Perhaps, yeah. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, they stated that data, specifically human data, is their number one resource. It's more valuable than petroleum, than gold, than food, and I have more data on that than any person ever. And if I'm able to, I'm going to be a very rich person. I'm going to help a lot of people, including everybody in this world, all your friends, all your family. I'm going to make sure that you get to utilize that life extension technology that I referenced, and that if you want to never die. Absolutely.
So when your consciousness is going to live on, you're actually going to still be around, basically.
Yeah, really.
That your consciousness isn't just recording of you.
No, my actual consciousness. Essentially, what we'll be able to do is upload my brain into an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, a really anything you want. You can even put it into an animal if you want, and you can live out your consciousness. You have to understand that given enough time, there isn't anything that the human psyche can't accomplish. Meaning, if we have enough time, we can do anything. And sure. I robot. Yeah. So definitely, you're 100% right. 100% right. Okay, so when we talk about yeah, no. Absolutely. I will hold you under my wings like a mother hen. Go ahead, Jeff. You can't hear me? You can't hear me? Okay, exactly. can. And if you know anything about dolphins, they fought a lot. So you're going to enjoy that, right? Dude, they do. And dolphins mate. Yeah, so get this. Get this. They do. All of that is true. All of that is true. And additionally, female dolphins mate with as many male dolphins as possible so as to have as many defenders of her as possible. Because if there's any unfamiliar dolphin that comes in the area, they will attack any baby dolphins unless they think that that dolphin came from them. They're very, very aggressive. So if you want to know what the movie timeline is, what we can basically expect with this iRobot kind of future, essentially the next movie that might resonate with you, these might not all, but we'll talk about them. We just basically have moved past Soylent Green. If you ever saw that, you can order Soylent Green on Amazon right now. If you don't know what Soylent Green is, it's a movie from the 1970s where, like, spoiler alert, basically people end up eating themselves or eating Soylent Green is human. And essentially, it essentially, yeah. So next is 2027. You can't do that yet. What they have done is make it so that you can just order like a carbohydrate-based Soylent Green. But you have to understand this is predictive programming. Exactly. Right now it's not. Right now it's not. But 50 years from now, it could be. They're just predictive programming these things. So the next thing is Children of Men 2027, then 12 Monkeys 2028, Demolition Man 2032, V for Vendetta 2038, Event Horizon 2047, Minority Report 2054, Total Recall 2084, AI 2101, Alien 2122, The Black Hole 2130, Sleeper 2173, The Matrix 2199, Forbidden Planet 2220, The Fifth Element 2263, Darzos 2293, Star Trek 2357, Logan's Run 2500, Barbarella in the Very Distant Future, Planet of the Apes in the Very Distant Future, and finally Dune in the Very Distant Future. But essentially, if you want a timeline of what humanity is going to look like in the future, that is Hollywood's version of it. I would tend to agree. Oh, one other thing that I didn't read in here I may have missed, which is kind of funny that I missed, I did. Idiocracy 2505. That's what we're running towards. If you want to know what humanity will look like in the future, who are the haves and the have-nots, and the have-nots will look like idiocracy. Is anyone here familiar with? Yeah, isn't this essentially? Well, I could be wrong. Is this like a paradox essentially of being in two places simultaneously?
It's like that guy said, you teleport. Basically, you have to work now.
Yes.
And then reconstruct it someone else right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, is that human or is that just a real human?
Great question. Yeah, this is what I said. Exactly. Yes. As I understand it, believe it or not, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yes, when you go in that first portal, you die. You technically die. And then you are remade very quickly on the other side. It's exactly the same issue. It's exactly the same issue. So it's indiscernible. Exactly. No, there's no other version of it. No, you die. There's something that, I mean, there's perhaps the idea to replicate. So, I don't think you have that true. I think that's subjective. But what I would tell you is this. I would tell you this. If we have to define what the soul is, and I think we can. Okay, this is how I define the soul. It is all of the atoms in your central nervous system that make up your memories, your personality, everything that is basically not your physical body. Does that make sense? I agree. I agree. That's what I said too. So I'm saying, in my opinion, that's what it is. If you don't think that, that's fine. But then, if we don't agree with what the soul is, wait, hold on. All that, hold on. I'm in agreement with all of that too. So let's not say that these are separate ideas. I think they should be one. I think they should be unified. How can they be unified? Okay. Very quickly, how can they be unified? Let's say perhaps your friend at one point on another, it was really going to dream here, on another planet, this mind uploading technology take place. And their soul, so to speak, could come to this earth and be put into a human, and that's how they could feel that they had a previous life. Maybe it was a previous life on this earth. I don't know what it is. But that type of memory could be transferred using this type of technology. So I think that the two ideas aren't necessarily in opposition. I think both can be true. And when it comes to the spiritual aspect, of people, I don't know. Well, I can tell you for certain, I don't know any true answer. It's exactly what someone said to me on Saturday. When you said, I think that's up to the person. I don't know about even tell you what happened. This is just what I think. But that whatever that person said, it's Jim or Jim 87, that person's right. It's subjective. I can tell you this right now. This is the one thing that I know. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's some phrases. The only thing that I know in life is that the more that I learn, the less that I know about the world, essentially. The more knowledge that you gain, you realize how much more there is to learn. I would, it's very Socratic. I think, though, that I would also say, if I had to live my life with anything, it's this. Everything in the world is subjective, except that statement. What do I mean by that? Everything is someone's opinion. Everything is subjective. Everything. Whether someone's good looking or bad looking, whether someone's smart or dumb, whether something is even green and the color blind or different animal, all of those things. So everything in the world is subjective, except that statement. The statement that everything is subjective is an objective statement. It's this paradox that one time I thought of when I was on a walk, and it really motivates me because it's like no matter how much I can be like, this is absolutely the truth, it has to be this way, I say to myself, no, nothing in the world is truly objective. Everything is subjective. Everything is someone's opinion. That's fascinating. But yeah, I'm a story. Sure. Sure. That is a computer, so I can't do it there. But so it's a storage room, and most of the stuff in here are the people who own the house. So I don't know. It's mostly like boxes in there. I do have some stuff over here. All right, just one moment. Okay. Here we go. I've got my Harry Potter Ramasan 10-meter telegram here. Here also right on this front here. We have a kick bot here. I've got Discord going on here. I've here on this table. Over here, behind me, I've got Introduction to Jewish History lectures. Professor Henry Davidson going behind me. Yep. And then over here, I'm on another Chromebook. No. I wish if I could get my hands on it. Then over here, I'm a 420 advocate. 420 advocate. And then I have three Chromebooks here, and then I'm live in David Ross's Discord live. I have a C cam. I have 3 other computers. And then I have 3 computers here, and they run as robots. So just a moment we'll be able to see the work. Right now, it's hitting a random number generator. The reason why I use a random number generator is because I randomize what my username is going to be, but then I'll say join Rabbi's Discord, and then I spam people to come to my Discord, talk about World Peace. And so all of this is happening in an automated form, and you're more than welcome to stay as long as you want. I live in here, and I'm going to continue to live in here until I go viral. And then when I go viral, I'm going to travel the world, help as many people as I can. What the bot is doing currently, it's going to get an OTP, a one-time password. It'll take about a minute to do so. I won't bother you with that, but essentially, I got 3 of these bots going, and that's what I do. Awesome. Okay, what is the true thing that only goes up and never goes down? I'd love for you to know. Yes. Hydrogen? Oh, it's your age. I got you. Beautiful. That's a good one. I like it. Very good. Well, that is for people who don't consider time travel. Absolutely. That's true. But for those of us who are enlightened and have some of the opportunities of time travel, you may be able to go back in time. Now, it's a great question. For monkey, it's a great question. That's why I say you can be an android, an avatar, a cryogenic being, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being. You can be whatever you want. So to answer that question on a personal level, I want to be all of those things. I don't want to limit myself to anything. According to the state of California, I'm not binary. Technically, I'm a woman. I don't want to limit myself when it comes to anything. Now, I love chicks. Let me say that. But I feel that one of the first steps in being transhuman is perhaps recognizing that if you're going to live perhaps tens of thousands, if not millions of years, and you're going to have sex with every chick on Earth, and you're going to get really bored of chicks, maybe one day you want to have sex with something else. Not that I want to, but I don't want to limit myself to them. And additionally, I also don't think it's that big of a deal. I want to be a trailblazer for people who aren't comfortable, perhaps, with their own gender. I recognize that my gender is, I like having sex with really hot chicks. That's what I want to continue doing for the next, I don't know, million years maybe. But if I can live forever after 2 or 3 million years, you guys, I might get bored. I'm not saying I will, but I might. And if I do, see, I thought of this in these terms. I think I would start with like really, really, really good transgender, like people, like probably people who you couldn't tell a difference. Like I'm gonna have sex with the hottest chick on Earth and start working my way with every single hot chick, moving towards them. Like we'll do the 10s, the 9s, the 8s, the 7s, the 6s, The fives, the fours, the threes. I'll even do the twos and the ones before I'm going to even look at anything that isn't my chromosome. But then, if I get in touch with all those people, all those chicks, only hot chicks, okay, well then, and it's been like millions of years into the future, okay, well then they might have an ability to have. That's a great question. Is it really gay, or are you just bored? And what is it? What is it? So this has made me. This has made me recognize. This has really made me recognize. At the end of the day, what is it that you want to feel on your opposite person? Do you want a little bit of muscle when you touch the skin? If that's what you want, then perhaps you're going to want a man. If you want that little layer of fat that women have before the muscle, then you're going to want a female. And it's generally how it goes. So a lesbian might want a little bit of fat when they touch the opposite person, and a gay male might want muscle when a heterosexual man would want to touch a little layer of fat, and a heterosexual woman would want to touch a little bit of muscle. That's all that matters in the future. When you really think about it, and the woman, you can't discern that she has a vagina or whatever that has been remade so that, like, let's say she started as a man, but she's had everything redone in her so that you can't tell the difference. At the end of the day, the only thing that's going to be different is that little bit of layer in her fat skin. Do you want it to be, if you have a little bit of muscle there, then you're going to want a dude. And if you want a little bit of fat there, you're going to want a female. As many as possible. To be honest with you, I think I might be the person who may be seen as in society as someone who might be the world's most eligible bachelor. Every girl, but everybody wants to be famous, and they want their progeny to be famous. And I give anybody who is associated with this stream fame because I have everything archived, and I have it archived not just on YouTube. You're live on YouTube, you're live on Rumble, you're live on Twitch, you're live on many different platforms you've never heard of. Like Billy. So, great question. I do have a collection. Yeah, definitely. Sure, if you want to do it. Just, I can't type on this one. Just go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Just my name. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, and you can see. But if you want to see all my streams, or just about all of them, in this Discord, you'll see at the very top 24/7 live streams. And just click on that, and there's one link that will take you to at least all my YouTube streams, and you'll be able to see. And from every YouTube stream that you see me, you'll also be able to see. In addition, you'll know that I'm live on Twitch on that camera. I'm multi-stream, so I use Rumble's multi-stream platform, so that I'm live on a bunch of different platforms you've never even heard of. Let me just name them all, just so that you're aware. You'll learn something. Oh, everybody's got to learn about social media in one way or another. If you want a list of these, they're located below in the server. And if you have seen, this is a really big server. Go to the chat of all of the servers, and you can see I have a little write-up on all of them. So we're live on 8 different YouTubes, 8 different Twitches, 8 different Rumbles. We're live on. We used to do this live on Twitter, but that became a premium function. We're live on Africa TV. I have over 1,000 TikToks. Instagram, we're live. We're live on Discord, on a bunch of Discord. I'm live on Hayden Ross's Discord. I'm live on Music with Marty's Discord. I'm live on Lucy's Discord. I'm live on Aisha Speed's Discord. We're live on Billy. We're live on Vaughn Live. We're live on Telegram. We're live on Facebook. We're live on Locals TV. We're live on we're live on. Yeah. So believe it or not, Rumble has some kind of connection. So yeah, you can go to Rumble. I didn't even know. You're the first person I've ever heard of who's heard of Locals TV. That's amazing. We're live on. Now on that one, I only have one camera. And the reason why they banned my other accounts, but it's still one. I'm live on Loco TV. I'm live on Nemo TV. I'm live on No Live. I'm live on. I'm on podcasts. I'm not live on that. I'm live on D-Live. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on Breakers.tv. I'm live on Trovo. I'm live on Vault. I'm live on Odyssey and Arena.tv. I mean, I'm live on a lot of places. And here's why. Because I know I have an important message and I want to be uncancelable. I want redundant streams. If somebody doesn't like what I'm saying right now, and they banned this account, well, I've got it on a whole bunch of other accounts, and it's spread all over the internet that it's basically impossible to shut me down. And that's really important. That's what I want to do. You're 100% right. Monster. I'm too sick of people out there who have important voices and they get stifled because of what they have to say. I'm an advocate for women, and I know it may sound funny because I'm like, I may not seem like an advocate for women, but I am. It's particular right now. I don't think that it is okay for corporations to discriminate against people for any reason, particularly on the basis of skin. And corporations currently discriminate against women, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all of them. If I do this on their platform and I'm a woman, which I technically am by the state, but they don't care. They don't know it on here. But by the state of California, I'm a woman. So technically, according to YouTube, I should lose it. That's okay. You can believe whatever you want. My driver's license says what it does. So I can tell you that I should lose my account right now, but I don't. But if I'm a woman, I mean, we have memory glands just like a woman. So without going down that road, essentially, you can't tell the difference. And we will remove a woman's opportunity to provide for herself and provide for her family because she had a nip slip. This happened to me the other day. I was in I was with a woman and we were doing a collaboration on Kik, and she had a nip slip. She lost her account. That's not fair. And I think that's really bad. That's discriminating. If I go like this, I don't lose my account, but she did. She lost her account for 4 days, and she had to fight to get it back. It's really unfortunate. And so I advocate for women, 100%.
Okay, let's say that your place is burning, you're trapped under some rubble, and someone's coming in to save you, pull you out. Your legs are broken. Would you rather a male firefighter do it? Fighter.
Like, is she super, super hot? Like the hottest chick of all time?
I'm talking about, someone who's got the strength and the safety.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So you understand what I'm talking about. You're saying it could be any chick. Is this like an 11? Is she coming in like hotter than fuck? Hell yeah, I'm gonna have that lady kick me out. Even better if she's a MILF. No, if you're asking me, if I will tell you the truth. If you're asking me if I'm in a horrible accident and I can't move, and I can be saved by some big burly dude, which is cool, or some super hot smoking MILF, I would choose the MILF. Exactly. Exactly. I get a shot to shoot my shot with her, and she's carrying me off. I can spit game at her. Well, that it is. I would have to make sure that she's okay with our lesbian relationship. And I'm sure she would be. Absolutely. It's a beautiful thing. Definitely. Now, to be honest with you, I respect our first responders, and I think it'd be great to be saved by either of them. But if I had to choose one, dude, why wouldn't we want to have the opportunity to be saved by super hot chick? Yeah, I mean, it's at least, it's at least exactly. Yeah, okay. God, what if I'm railing a chick and there's an earthquake and the ceiling falls and they have to get I'm railing a milk in my bed right here. Ceiling falls, pins the milk down. She's dead, but I am fucking rock hard. And then the fire department comes in and they send their special MILF brigade to go save Rabbi, I could be like a steel pole, my friend. You never know. Don't doubt me. She could come in and think that she should stand at attention.
I think you want to get far away.
I hope so. Hey, if you want to see, I did an interview 2 nights ago that came pretty close to going viral. I mean, I had a bunch of people who came to me. Check out it's just at Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. It's the most recent post that I had. I was interviewed by a Flax Life. He's a really nice streamer, and we talk about life extension technology, mindful learning technology. I essentially do everything that I can to ensure that he knows that I don't think he's going to die. You know, and I really do this. I reinforce what I say. I don't think anybody in here is going to die. You're all young enough, and if you're like, Rabbi, somebody could be in here, Rabbi, I don't have any money. I don't know how I'm going to be able to utilize all of these technologies. That's fine. We're going to take care of it. How? Cryptocurrency. Crypto is the future. I am the spokesperson for a cryptocurrency. This could. No. I'm just a leader. No, God is different. If I can, I'll do my best to define God for you in my own words. No, let somebody see in the future, and that's a different story. What I can tell you is this. This is how I define God. God is energy. We're all energy. So there's a little bit of God in me. There's a little bit of God in you. And I feel that. You're a sweetheart. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, I'll tell you this. It's a beautiful thing to be on Earth and have an opportunity to speak with all of you. And I just want you to know I really appreciate you all being here. You're always welcome. I can ride in this Discord 24/7. Absolutely. Jim, you're amazing. Jim, you're all amazing. Thank you. So let's blow your mind some more. What are we going to advocate? Like once this thing blows up, there are 2 important places that I want to bridge physically, and once we bridge these physically, we can come together as people. Okay, what are they? The first is a 51-mile stretch of the Bering Strait between Asia and North America. Basically, the part by Russia and the part by Alaska. I want to either create a tunnel or a bridge to be able to connect Asia to North America. By doing so, you would be able to drive from New York City to London or New York City to Cape Town. That, I think, will be a very important connection for the world. Yes, exactly. The other connection that I want to make for people is a 76-mile area in Central America, in South and Central America, known as the Darien Gap. This is an area between Colombia and Panama. It's about 76 miles that has not been completed yet. Once we complete the what's known as the Pan American Highway, you will be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town, South Africa, or Buenos Aires to London, or Buenos Aires to New York, or New York to Madrid. I mean, that will really connect the world. And it's just like these 2 little spots that we have to connect. Now, I understand it's going to be easier said than done. But if we put as much effort into just those 2 projects as we did at shooting at each other and creating war, we could have those projects done within a matter of years. And those are really important, I think, to society. Some other ideas that we were reviewing, if you don't mind, I'll just continue with it in a moment. And if you're wondering, Rabbi, where are you getting this information? This is the list of hypothetical technology on Wikipedia. And this is all what I feel. Exactly, that's what I feel. This is the world's, and if I can tell you anything about Wikipedia, I don't know if anybody out there knows anyone who has ever donated to Wikipedia, but I have. And with as little money as I have, I do my best to donate on a monthly basis, and here's why. In the future, Wikipedia, I've heard on the inside, will not be free. It will be basically a pay-to-play, and it will be very pay-to-view, and it will be very expensive. But those people who have been giving for a long time will be grandfathered in. So if anything, I would just say to you, don't little box that comes up on Wikipedia by Jimmy Wales, who says, "Hey, I need to talk to you about the Wikipedia Foundation. It costs this much to run," and you always ignore that. Well, I have heard that one day they are going to say Wikipedia is now $100 a month to view, but those of you who have been regular donators will get your great grandfather. Okay, so some of the other things that we were discussing biology, but let's move on to engineering and manufacturing. We have biogel refrigerants, and let me just say as well, I understand people have their own lives to live, and you got to balance and all those other things. So just know you can always come back here. I'm still going. Here we go. We've got diamond trees. How cool is this? An idea of a diamond tree. Diamond trees, also known as tropostats, are a theoretical product of future technology in molecular manufacturing that have been proposed as a method of long-term sequestration of atmospheric carbon into solid diamond products. There is a growing interest in the conversion of sequestered atmospheric carbon dioxide into synthetic diamond, a process pioneered by a New York-based company called Aether Diamonds. So far, the only method used for creating synthetic diamonds from carbon dioxide sequestered from the atmosphere is by chemical vapor deposition. I can tell you this, in the future, diamonds are going to be, of course, they're going to have some value, but if you really want to impress your lady in the future, you want to get her a moissanite. Essentially, it is like a diamond, but it's more colorful, and they're very, very cheap. But in the future, when people hear me say that, the price of moissanite is going to skyrocket. Another thing that's going to skyrocket, mark my words, is the price of silver. Why silver? In the future, when you win the best in the Olympics, mark my words, you will win a silver medal, not a gold medal. Why? In the future, everything what's up is down and down is up. This has always been forecasted and prophesied that like it would be the reversal world essentially. Well, I understand what you're saying. It will go by what metal has the highest melting point because that metal is most beneficial in computers. And people will realize once they realize silver has a slightly higher melting point than gold does, that silver's price, I think overnight, once I go viral and people hear this, that it actually has a higher melting point than gold, you will see silver go probably 10 to 20x. I mean, I absolutely would say. Yes, I'm going to advocate for it. I can tell you this. Here's the other thing too. And I talk a lot about fashion and art and some things on this. And how do I know all of this? I'm in a lot of various subreddits, so I have my finger on the pulse of all of society when it comes to fashion and ladies' trends and all this other shit, jewelry and gemstones and decking and craftsmanship and all this other shit. If you really get into Reddit, you can learn a lot. And I can tell you this about women's fashion. While gold is really pretty, it doesn't go with everything. And silver, because it's like a more neutral color, goes with more things. So when women hear it goes with more things and it has a higher melting point, it is going to go bonkers. And simply because it is more beneficial in computer systems. Basically, if you need to create a computer and you need the melting point to be as high as possible, which is generally the case when you're working with high-speed computers, silver is more beneficial than gold. So that's just my 2 cents on that one. On some other things here, exoskeleton engine. What is an exoskeleton engine, Rabbi? It's a concept of turbo machinery design. Current gas turbine engines have central rotating shafts and fan discs and are constructed mostly from heavy metal. They require lubricated bearings and need extensive cooling for hot components. They are the subject of severe imbalance or vibration and could wipe out the whole rotor stage, are prone to high and low cylinder fatigue, and subject to catastrophic failure due to disc bursts from high tensile loads, consequently requiring heavy containment devices. To address these limitations, this new type of engine, exoskeleton engines, concept turns the conventional configuration inside out and utilizes a drum-type rotor designed for the turbo machinery in which the rotor blades are attached to the inside of a rotating drum instead of radiating outward to the shaft and disc. Yeah, we just played chess earlier today. I don't want to play right now. There's a little burnout running, but maybe a little later. Yeah, definitely. And I just want to say, shout out to Kat. Okay, well, we can play it, but just give me some time. We've got, so are you good at chess? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. If you're willing to pay me to play game chess, if I beat you, you're very good. So I would love to play. I feel. Oh, what I'd like to hear too, my man. Excellent. Well, maybe you can give me a diamonds tree and an extra style or something. Additionally, some things that we talked about that are important: microfactory. A microfactory refers to a captive-like facility used for the local assembly of a complex part of your system, or a small, normally automated factory for producing small quantities of products. The term was proposed by the mechanical engineer laboratory of Japan in 1990 and has recently been used to describe the approach of manufacture of locomotives and horizons. Another thing that I think is perhaps really important are wearable generators. You've heard of these tectonic weapons. Moving into computers and robots, we have hypercomputers. What's a hypercomputer? A hypercomputer or super Turing computation is a set of hypothetical models of computation that can provide outputs that are not Turing computable. For example, a machine that could solve the halting problem would be a hypercomputer. So too would one that could correctly evaluate every statement in a peanut liver. I read recently on the ChatGPT subreddit that ChatGPT within the last few years was able to pass a Turing test, which basically means that it's indistinguishable from human intelligence, which basically means that AI has established a level of artificial general intelligence. Now the next level is artificial super intelligence. I agree. So artificial. I don't think I'm going to be 5 times. If you think I'm some kind of chess genius because I know about all this other stuff, I'm absolutely not. I am as amateur, as average as you can be. But I love to play. You're a sweetheart. Everybody, let's listen to HB Monster and their beautiful, beautiful words. Thank you so much. HB Monster, I love you, and you can stay here whenever you want. And I'm serious, we'll play. We have quantum memory. What's quantum memory? There's a word that I'm using that I'll be using more in the future is quantum. So in quantum computing, quantum memory is the quantum mechanical version of ordinary computer memory. Whereas ordinary memory stores information as binary states represented by 1 to 0. Quantum memory stores the quantum state for later retrieval. These states hold useful computational information known as qubits. Unlike classical memory of everyday computers, the states stored in quantum memory can be in quantum superposition, giving much more practical flexibility in quantum algorithms than classical information storage. So you should know that we are definitely moving into the quantum age, and you're going to be hearing that a lot more. Additionally, some things that I think we'll be seeing in the future around a robotoid. What's a robotoid? A robotic android. This is one of the things that I've said that you might be able to be in the future. Also known as a robot android, a robotic droid, a robot droid, a robotoid. A robodroid or a roboid is an artificial life form that is created through the process that are different from cloning or synthetics. In short, there's a cybernetic equivalent of an android. Perhaps the first mention of robotoid was in Lost in Space episode War of the Robots, which originally aired in 1966 and credits Rabbi the Robot as a robotoid and some other people. In the episode, the robot says it is more than a machine, it is a robotoid. The robot goes on to explain that as a robot is constrained by its programming, whereas the robotoid has the capability of making a choice. And for as much as I like to talk about the future, my favorite subject probably around the future, I love Judaism too. Truthfully, I love perhaps more than anything, not more than anything, but very much. I love talking about aliens. I love talking about alien disclosure. I love talking. Oh yeah, Jim, do you know? Oh yeah, Jim, do you know who Bob Lazar is? It's okay if you don't. It's okay. A man's name is Bob Lazar. He was an Area 51 scientist. And if you don't know him, I'd love to tell you his story. If you don't know him, fine. Let me tell you his story. All right. So Bob Lazar, allegedly, went to school at MIT and Caltech, eventually gets a job at Los Alamos Laboratories as a physicist. He's a nerdy guy. He is someone who tinkers with things. He was tinkering with a Honda Civic. He turned a Honda Civic into a jet car by putting a jet engine on it as he was working at Los Alamos Laboratories. You don't know what Los Alamos Laboratories is. This is where essentially they developed the atomic bomb. Okay? So this is really high classified physics. While on the day that an article is published in the Los countless times. The perhaps co-father of the atom bomb, along with J. Robert Oppenheimer, would be Edward Teller. Edward Teller is reading the article about Bob Lazar and his rocket car. Bob goes up to him and says, that's my car, et cetera, et cetera. And is there any way that I could get an interview at one of these other locations? The two locations that were discussed, I believe, were Lawrence Livermore Lab in San Francisco, near San Francisco, and the other was Area 51, north of Las Vegas, Nevada, the Nevada test site. Now, this happened in 1988, and I can tell you that this story the entire time has remained extremely, extremely consistent. This guy has been on the Joe Rogan Experience. He's been on Coast to Coast Man. His story maintains consistency. Joe Rogan believes in the story. I believe in the story. Most any true hardcore ufologist believes in some credibility of this story. So Bob Lazar goes and interviews with a company called EG&G and gets the call that he's going to be brought in as a contractor under the a special kind of classification. I believe it was a naval classification, and essentially he would be called in when they would want him to come in, and it could be any time of the day, any time of the night. Welcome to my friend, to our friends who are here. This is our friend Riser. And actually, Riser just recently learned about Bob Lazar through some of my plotting. He can probably tell you the story better than I can because he's watched the documentaries recently. But essentially, just to give Riser an update on where we are, we're talking about Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar ends up going to Area 51, and keep in mind, Bob Lazar is not doesn't believe in aliens. He has friends of his who tell him, "Look, you want to go to Area 51? We're going to go anywhere. That's where they keep the really secret stuff." So Bob Lazar gets there. He actually doesn't work at Area 51. He works about a dozen miles south of there at an area called S4. They take you in S4 in a blacked out bus, and once he gets there, they are in front of a mountain. And he couldn't tell, but this mountain was actually garage bays that could open. He would go in and find what were crashed discs that were purportedly from different crashes or different events, including the Roswell event, the 1897 Texas event, a bunch of different, perhaps, don't call me on that 1896 Texas. That was not there. That's a different crash. That's the first one that we want to know. But what I can tell you is at least the 1947 Rothschild crash was there, and some of them there were like eight bays, and like 6 of them were filled. One of them was the one on which Bob Lazar was going to work, and it was known as he called it the sport crash. And the reason why he called it that is because it was a sportier version. It was about like 40 feet across, and it had 3 different levels. He was able to look in 2 of the levels. On the top level, had these 3 little chairs for like figures that would have been smaller than a human. And if you're like, Rabbi, I want to see what a alien looks like, I'll show you all that shit. Just we'll get them. But basically, the way that it looked inside was completely pewter. Everything was perfectly smooth, like it was almost like a wax mold. And when Bob Lazar would talk about when Bob Lazar would talk about this in 1988, we didn't really have a way to describe it, but now we know that can be done through a 3D printer. But we didn't have the words for it. That no one knew how some of these shapes could have been made. Well, in the lower compartment of the 3 compartments was where the essentially the gravitational controllers were, the thing that gave this thing propulsion. And it was powered by element 115, which is known as moscovium, which is also known as tritium. Bob Lazar was talking about something on the periodic table of elements. He was talking about it 15 years before it was ever found in a lab. It would only be found in a lab in the early 21st century, and it would be known as moscovium because it was found in Moscow. But Bob Lazar was talking about this 15 years before, and that this very highly radioactive element was used to propel these discs. So what did he end up doing? He ended up doing some experiments on these crafts over the course of some months, including there were things that that would happen that you couldn't normally describe in with normal physics, like what? Like a force field. Whenever you would try to get close to this element 115, it would create like a pushing a force field back, almost like when you have when you have a magnet and you put two opposing magnets together. It's really difficult to do, or almost impossible. It was impossible. The harder that he would force his hand into this this globe of element 115, or essentially this force field, the more it would repel his force. Another thing that he was able to see is this thing fly. So it would get off the ground, fly in like maybe for like 20 seconds, and then land again. It gave off a very low-pitched hum and maybe something like some kind of electric field around it. Just very fascinating how this will happen. Like, Rabbi, I want to absolutely. If you want to see this, I'll show you one right now. Just one moment, I can pull it up for you. And I'll also show you what really it looks like. And where do I get this information? It's from a documentary. This is different than Bob Lazar. Let me just finish the Bob Lazar story as I finish it. So Bob Lazar was like really deep into the testing of this, and it turned out that his wife, it turned out the government was having his phone as a government employee. He had given his consent to this to get this really secret solution. It turned out that they found out that his wife was cheating on him, that he was going to become like basically he was going to be cheated on, and they had warned him about it because it was going to perhaps cause some psychological issues with him, and they needed to explain it and coming back up to the testing. So what he ended up doing eventually was basically going out with his friends in an RV and getting these crafts flying on food. So we have their videos still. We can see these crafts. He knew the flight schedule. I can tell you that it took place on Wednesday nights between 8 and 10 p.m. or something like that, because that was when the traffic on the road was the least. Basically, there would be the least amount of cars. So with that being said, I'm going to pull up what our, it's just a crashed craft. And if you're wondering where is this was found in the Top Secret KHUB UFO Files, which is a documentary that you can find. Just one moment as I put this up. I think it's really important to be able to show evidence, and so with that, okay, it's so cool. Top Secret KHUB UFO. It's even in my saved stuff. Okay, that's it. Have I watched Bleach? I get this with Bleach. Well, I can show you what it really is. Here's what an alien looks like, in my opinion. The reason why I say this, on the aliens page, they offered a $10,000 reward if anyone could prove that this video of the alien, known as the Skinny Bob alien, was fraudulent. And it has been up for almost a decade. Nobody's been able to disprove it. So if you want to know what a living alien looks like, this is known as an alien ray, and you're going to be able to see it in just a moment. And it's interesting. It's like I'm showing you an animal that you've never seen before. Really well. It's like I'm showing you a species of animal. Again, I don't know for sure if this thing is real, but I can tell you that Skinny Bob, this one right here with the big head, has had a $10,000 reward. Yes, he's Skinny Bob. This is the famous video that showed up on the internet of Skinny Bob. And so this is what you can, I believe they have less fingers than we do. As you can tell, the wrists have like huge eyes, giant head. Allegedly, that they communicate telepathically. So you just hear in your head what they want to communicate, which is interesting. Exactly. And this is a type of technology. Yeah, this is a type of technology that's known as voice of God weapon. Voice of God weapon. So let me just read you what that is very quickly. I learned about all kinds of different weapons here, especially like anti-gravity weapons, voice of And this could be used on a lot of people at once. So what is the voice of God? Just, okay. God weapon is a non-lethal technology developed by the U.S. military, also known as a high-frequency active aurora research program. It uses a combination of high-power radio frequencies and plasma technology to project voices or sounds into the human brain, creating the illusion that a divine or supernatural entity is communicating with the individual. Development and testing. The technology was developed by Dr. Robert, a Harvard-educated scientist, and has been tested by the U.S. military since the Gulf War. The weapon consists of two parts. Femtosecond laser that creates a burst of focused light, and a plasma generator that uses air molecules to amplify the sound waves. Capabilities and constraints. The voice of God weapon can be used to translate voices, music, and other sounds directly to a person's brain, potentially inducing a sense of euphoria, confusion, or even hallucinations. While indeed as a non-lethal tool for psychological operations, its potential issues raises ethical concerns. Real-world applications. The technology has been tested in various scenarios, including pandemics and that. It has also been used in domestic contexts, such as in protests in Washington, D.C. The long-range acoustic device, LRAD, a similar system, has been nicknamed the voice of God due to its ability to project clear and powerful sounds over long distance. Current status. The exact extent of voice of God weapons deployment and usage remains classified. However, its development and testing have been documented through the Freedom of Information request and media reports. The voice of God weapon is a non-lethal technology development. So, I mean, this shit exists. And if you're wondering how do you get this shit, we're dog. We're dog. All that is true, and they even are starting to work on being able to move their brain waves between those two ear pods. So they exactly. If you have a chance, please go to the. If you have a chance, go to the Watch Together. If you have a chance, Go to the Watch Together function. I'm going to show you what I think an alien disc looks like up close, and I've never seen footage as close as this. If you want to know what this is from a documentary called The Top Secret KGB UFO Files. It stars James Bond actor Roger Moore, who just died not too long ago, and you're going to see what. Okay. Agreed. Prince Albert Hall Mason. Prince Albert Hall Mason. Just, just so you know, just from what I know, I can tell you. I think I am Mason. To my knowledge, I know him to be a Prince Hall Mason. from what I've heard and rumored this is, but I haven't heard confirmed. If you would take a look at the watch together just for a moment, I want you to see what it is. Excellent. Apologies. It's hard for me to know if you can see exactly what I'm saying. Excellent. So you're going to see these guys around this disc. Exactly. No, you're absolutely right. So you're going to see, and it's exciting because all of this is really exciting. So you're going to see all these guys at the KGB, and like they got machine guns, and they're around this disc. And this disc is purportedly was founded by the KGB, the secret police of essentially the Soviet CIA.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that meeting. Honestly, like I said, I believe that us sits in there at the fucking at the police, right? At the what's the right there? Looking at you. Yeah, I said it courts and then the government, all those legislative branches of the government. And then what is it? I think the president. I think the close brother there.
Yeah, so we can talk about this. I can, yeah, right. Okay. I get what you're saying. As I've understood it, it's been called the Priory of Sion. I've seen that on things, but there's a lot of things that are doing. I can tell you that what you're saying absolutely could be the thing. It could be extraterrestrial knowledge. It could be incredible. Yeah, I agree. I we're going to use you as an example, Jim. Okay, so imagine what I say is true, and I get a lot of money, and I'm able to help you, and you're able to live forever. And all the stuff I say is, let's just say, okay, cool. And you're able to fuck every hot chick you've ever wanted. You've been able to fuck, even in the future with hella telepathy. Currently, it's not okay. But if you wanted to have sex with an animal in the future, if you could get its consent using telepathy, that might even be a thing. I'm not saying that's my thing, but I'm saying in 100,000 million years, that might be a thing. You might be able to have sex with a shapeshifter. You've had all the sex that you want. You're absolutely, positively exhausted. You say, Rabbi, I want to do something else. I say, okay. We go and we look at the entire, not just solar system, but we look at the entire universe together. And I say to you, Jim, I want you to pick a nice little solar system that we're going to call your solar system. And everything that happens in the solar system, it's going to be like your garden. And it's going to be like your earth. You're going to be able to start your own set of organisms there, just like happened on Earth. And you're going to be able to eventually see things evolve until you have humans or whatever you want them to be. They could look like you. They could look like something else. But essentially, this is your way, your sandbox to control. And you're going to be able to do anything that you want with it. Essentially, what would that make you of this solar system? It's not God necessarily, but it's a higher intelligence. It's a higher power. I think that may be something that we may be experiencing here on Earth. This is known as a human zoo hypothesis, and I think that may be accurate. I hope so. Gen 57. Well, with that, guys, I'm going to get some water. Well, we'd love to hear it. You. Oh, excellent. I'm going to tell you this. Especially for that kind of stuff, I can tell you that I don't have all of the answers. So what are we going to do? I have something that does have all the answers from. AI now has been able to parse every aspect of the Bible and every holy book that are in existence. And we are just going to. and we're going to utilize that technology for our own benefit, and we are up. So we're not only going to have the right answer, it's not going to be like, well, this is Rabbi's opinion, because I could be wrong. No, this is going to be AI and Rabbi's opinion, which is a lot stronger. In the past, it would have been, well, it's just some dude's opinion. Now, we at least have the ability to reinforce it with the beauty and power of AI, which is perhaps the strongest kind of reinforcement that we can have. It is all of humanity's knowledge in the palm of your hand. I have this piece of technology. Does anyone here speak another language? I'm not expecting you to. If you do, great. If not, that's fine. But there's this type of technology that you speak Spanish? Excellent. Just one moment. Let me get this thing started. I was using it earlier today, speaking Russian with someone. So this is known as a pocket talk. That's essentially Google Translate, but it's a lot faster. And if you're wondering, well, it doesn't seem so fast just for a moment. It's just got to turn on. But once it turns on and I connect it to everything, you'll see you can have a pretty quick conversation with people. And in the future, people will just have this type of device, but instead of it being a translator, it will not only be a translator, a universal translator, essentially, as we have in Star Trek, thank you, Caspian Sea, but in addition, it is going to be an AI. It is going to be perhaps a scheduler, accountants, all the things that your phone is right now. But I guess I would say that's smaller. This is much smaller than our phone. Okay, here we go. Oh, so we wanted Spanish. So here I was going to Russian. Just one moment. Here we are. We want Spanish, SPANISH. Now this is the nice thing. We have regular Spanish, like Spanish in America, Spanish in Spain, Argentina, Colombia. It's got a bunch of different ones. So let's just go with whatever American. There you go. This is how fast this thing translates. And I have a dream. One day we should give these to all the people in warring areas so that they can talk to each other.
Así de rápido se traducen las cosas. Y realmente tengo un sueño. Un día deberíamos darles esto a todas las personas de la zona del Marín para que puedan comunicarse entre sí.
Now, it may not be 100% perfect, but if we could do some quality assurance on this and ensure that it becomes more and more accurate, I think that this type of technology could really unite humans globally.
Puede que no sea 100% perfecto, pero si pudiéramos realizar algún tipo de control de calidad y garantizar que sea cada vez más preciso, creo que este tipo de tecnología realmente podría unir a los humanos a nivel mundial.
So you have to understand that I may not know every single language, and I may not know every piece of Holy Scripture by heart, but I have the tools that allow me to know it better than any human ever. I know it better now because of the tools that we have in technology than any rabbi, than any priest, than any pastor, than any imam in global history.
Así que tienen que entender que tal vez no conozca todos los idiomas y tal vez no sepa de memoria todos los pasajes de las Sagradas Escrituras, pero tengo las herramientas que me permiten conocerlas mejor que cualquier ser humano. Ahora las conozco mejor que cualquier rabino, que cualquier sacerdote y que cualquier pastor en la historia mundial, gracias a las herramientas que tenemos en tecnología.
That's okay. I don't speak Spanish very well. Oh, perfect. Well, then, okay, so you speak Danish. Let's try that. Let's see how accurate that is. So if we had someone in here, that's what I want to hear. Excellent. All right, Danish. Here we go. We are going to rate the accuracy of this device in understanding what I am saying in Danish. Is what I said pretty accurate? No, I didn't say that correctly. Is what I said pretty accurate? It gets some commas off here and there, but it gets the overall here. Let's talk about cool words. Here's what I like. Some of these like phrases that I use, like, I don't know, anti-gravity, antimatter aren't always phrases in other languages. They'll just tell you to talk about anti-gravity, antimatter that much in some other languages. So let's see. We talked about some really interesting things on this screen, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, dark energy, dark matter. We talked about life extension technology and mind uploading technology. We talked about geothermal technology. We talked about tidal power. I don't know if that's accurate, but I think if we oh yeah, baby, I'm the biggest advocate for 420 global history. I don't feel that we should make anything illegal from that came from God. Excellent. Yeah, I'm a huge advocate. I'm a huge advocate of 420 culture. I think that it has many benefits, in particular when it comes to people with different ailments. In particular, we have people with Reds it can help. It helps people with epileptic seizures like instantaneously. If you've seen some of these videos of people who have like epileptic seizures, they're having them, and then they smoke a bong and they're absolutely fine. I mean, I just think that it's amazing. If I could, I would be high 24/7 probably the rest of my life. It's just really expensive. But perhaps in the future, I will. And you should know that I'm a huge advocate for it. I'm a huge advocate of criminal or decriminalization of all drugs. But in particular, I think that cannabis offers a huge amount of wonders for humanity. And I'm excited to see it be utilized in mass. Excellent. I take it that you are a big advocate of cannabis? That's amazing. Oh, yeah, good on you. Okay. I'm asking everybody. Is there anyone here who doesn't think that 420 is like the greatest thing ever? Speak up. Let's have that conversation. Maybe that's easy. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a wonderful thing. Yeah, man. And to have seen it go from basically completely Schedule 1 illegal to being decriminalized in California and then to be a recreational and then get to Schedule 3 nationally. I can't wait. I can't wait till it's completely legal everywhere. And that's going to be an exciting day. It's going to be a very exciting day. With that said, if you guys want, oh, my friend Kaiser, who's in my keep out, he'll be back, I'm sure. I'm going to grab some water. I just want you to know how happy I am that you're here. And just an absolute privilege. Thank you for being here. Oh, yeah, baby. All right. If you're wondering, I showed you a little bit. I created like 8 bots that spam kick, and I'm gonna go viral because of it. And I'm telling you, I'm taking you guys to the top with me. And I mean it. When you go to bed tonight, I want you to think about philanthropic. That's how then we'll be up to all night. I have plans not to sleep. That's what happens, guys. We're gonna watch college football tomorrow. We're gonna watch pro football on Sunday. I live stream all that shit in here. So we watch NFL Red Zone. We watch other shit outside of it. And yeah, we love sports. We watch Monday Night Football. We watch Thursday Night Football last night. I'm in a fantasy football league with some of the people who sponsor the cryptocurrency, which I'm a part. Does anybody in here do fantasy football? Okay, that's okay. It's a lot of fun, and I can tell you that we get into it. We got a little bit more time, so that's fun. So with that, Caspian, see you there? You may not. That's okay. So, hey, what's up, dude? Please, what did I miss about Robin's life? That's okay. Oh no, I didn't mention that. Talk to him about that. Or I can do it. Oh, sure. Thank you. Okay, cool. That's cool. I appreciate that. That's true. No, it was by far, it was the second biggest I've ever had. That was really good. Is that I beat it. I beat it. So, and let me just say the music with Marty, I hear that he like likes to troll people, but he was only really nice to me, and his community was only nice to me. I can tell you the people from his community were like I met Caspian C, but that was kind of different. I met like immediately thereafter, like 6 people, and we hung out for the next 2 months together, like every single night. The only reason why it stopped, and this was my own kind of fault, I so because I have so many different accounts, I I do it because I want to be uncancelable, and I switch them all over. And it's hard for people to follow me if I change over accounts. They think, oh, Rabbi stopped streaming. So I was able to, move a few people over. But all in all, I can tell you that the quality of people I met were just some of the best mentality people that I met. And we would do some fun things. We would play games together, and then we did this one thing. 2 of the people in there, one in particular, were really, really good at television trivia, and I'm pretty good at television on a couple shows. I'm pretty good. So we did The Office television trivia, and we did Seinfeld television trivia. Oh man, this one lady I did for like every single night for like months, and she would come to my stream, and we would just quiz each other basically. And that all happened because of Music Biz Marty. And then the crowning jewel of the entire scenario was eating Caspian Sea, and that has just been, I mean, really the closest person I've had in the Discord world. And that's the nicest thing I can say. I mean, there's not been another person here who has spent as much time as at community. I've had a lot of people over this time, and I don't want to disparage any of the amount of time that people have spent. I've had a lot of people watching for a lot of time, but no one as dedicated as Kathleen, who I've been able to develop a friendship with, and we've been able to grow with and see really great things. I hope the same for everyone else here, and for myself too. And I was describing recently the fact that there's a meme you've ever seen of a diamond miner, and it's like he turns around just before he's going to break through into the diamond mine, and we are mining in a diamond mine, and we're just inches away. I feel like from breaking through. And how is that going to happen? Aiden Ross, if you know who Aiden Ross is, he already knows who I am. He was in my YouTube stream just randomly, like 5 months ago. That's how he found out who I was. And how did he find out? Because I was streaming in his Discord, and he was like, I mean, I showed him my ID, I showed him my driver's license, I showed him my credit card. I mean, I showed him a lot of shit to prove who I was. And then he's been really, really nice. He's been allowing me to stream in his Discord, which I'm currently doing. And I got a couple messages, two in particular, from people in his inner circle. One of them is Cheezer, I believe, and the other one is his Shafet or something like that. Name escapes me, but he wants to do an interview with me, and it's just a matter of time. I don't know when he's going to get me on the schedule, but he's at least shown interest in doing it twice recently, and I'm excited that one day he's going to pop in here. He's going to ask me to pop in his streams, and we're going to talk about all of these things that are really groundbreaking technology and perhaps change the world. And that's a really exciting aspect. When people hear what I have to say, exactly. When people hear what I have to say, the mere phrase "I don't think you're going to die" has to get everybody in the world really fucking interested, because nobody talks like that. I have been on this planet for 38 years. I've never heard anybody talk realistically. I don't think you're going to die, but it makes complete sense to me. If we have another, let's say, if everybody here is under age 40, and we have another 40 years to go, with the amount of technology advancement that we have in 40 years, we will have transcended or have life extension technology into at least the primitive version of mind uploading technology that, hey, if you're 80 years old and you want to try it out, let's go for it. That might be a real thing. Think as well that we've already had the first successful BCI, the first successful brain computer interface transplant into a man named, his name is Nolan Aspero. He was interviewed on the Joe Rogan Experience not too long ago. This is a man who can play video games while he's quadriplegic. He can't use his hands or legs. He can play video games better than this whole Discord. He could beat all of us. Why? Because the BCI, his Neuralink, is essentially an auto aimer for him. So it's an aimbot, which is a really exciting opportunity. Like, we have people here who are essentially going to be able to transcend normal humanity into the world of being superhuman. And that's what I'm getting to. We are on the cusp of something known as transhumanism. And you will hear a lot of people out there bash transhumanism. I understand a lot of times they're scared of it because they don't know what the future may hold. But I can tell you, if you can hear my voice right now, whether it's people in the Discord or people in the future, if I have the opportunity, I have more data online than any person ever, and according to Thomas Magazine, data is worth more than anything, which should make me like the Scrooge McDuck of data. I'm going to help every single person that I can, and I'm going to make it so that all of you can experience life extension technology and mind uploading technology. Just a little now I remember why I don't really use this from church. That's a decent thing. Just with that.
I love it. I love it.
Okay. Hell yeah, man. Well, that only makes sense to me. Why wouldn't you have sex with the hottest chicks ever until you got like raw? You are raw from fucking tens. Eventually, you know what? You might want a nine. You might say, you know what, girl, or maybe you might take a 10 and put her in glasses and make her a nine. And then you might, just to play it up because you're so sick of just fucking amazingly hot chicks. Look, I'm not saying I'm gonna fuck dudes. No, I don't actually. But I'm saying I live forever. I know I might get bored, and I don't want to close myself off to anything. And if we're living in this world where people can be whatever they want to be, I don't want to close myself off to it. Ideally, I think we should live in an X and X chromosome, X and Y chromosome world like we did for all of evolution. But I don't get that call. We're moving into a new world, and so long as we do that, I'm going to make sure that I don't limit myself in any way. I am going to try to pull up. We'll see if it works. I had a recent interview with a streamer named Flaxlight. And is it my best work? No. But it's kind of funny. It shows you some of the shit that I have to go through if you want to see what some of my surprise streams are like. Let's see if this pulls up. Now, knowing Discord and how much Discord stuff's absolute hot, you will see perhaps the idea that this won't work. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, what rabbi goes around saying that they slam dick and that they fuck this and fucking, you don't sound like a rabbi. Listen, I don't want to be limited by anyone or anything. I want my children to have as much freedom of speech as possible. And yes, I know when we have to speak formally, I don't do this. But so long as I can let the bird fly, I'm going to, baby. All right, here we go. Next up, we've got a flax life. I don't even think that my man. I don't even think that my man. Don't even think my man. Only the host can change the video. Okay, here we go. Riser, can you see that I'm playing something in the watch together? Riser. Watch it. It's fucking funny. Hold on, I have to say something. You're gonna find. The hilarious thing is, I didn't know he shut me off. I didn't know he shut me off. So I'm talking the whole time. And when he comes back, his chat blows up. Like, oh my god, he was still talking the whole time. I know. I really just had no idea. Yeah, no, it's probably lunch. Welcome, baby. How are you? Okay, but she gets over.
I want to double check.
You like Donald Trump in 2000? Okay. Have you seen the recent video with Donald Trump and a woman named regarding Donald Trump and a woman named Katie Johnson? No, she was a model with Jeffrey Epstein, and she talked about the 3 encounters that she had with Donald Trump and how he raped her and essentially took her virginity. Anyway, if you haven't seen it, I think that it's a good idea so you get a lot of the story. But when it comes to your mother, the best advice I can give you is don't mention politics with her. And do your best to get on her good side and to get back into her life. You don't want politics to create a rip in your relationship. So what you can do, give it time heals all wounds. Give it a little bit of time. I don't know what your relationship is with your mom directly, but give it a couple of days and then come back with a text message saying, Mom, I wanted you to know I've had some time to think about it and I'd like to make up, or I'd like to have coffee, or I'd like to just talk to you, be your son again. There's no reason why what's happening between the right and the left needs to split your family.
Also, that she wants me to be, she's trying to push me to be transgender. I don't know.
Okay, well, if you really want to be transgender, it's probably not a bad idea to just say that you're transhuman, and she probably won't understand the difference, and you both win. So she thinks that you're transgender when you're really transhuman. You're someone who feels that they're just not going to die, that you're going to be able to utilize life extension technology and mind uploading technology and not die. So you could be able to tell your mom, Mom, I wanted you to know that I really took what you said to heart, and I want you to know that I am full on going to embrace the transhuman lifestyle. And she doesn't know the difference between transhuman and transgender, and she thinks that you're going to come to her house next time with purple hair. In reality, you're just going to show up like you normally do. Do it, man. You win both ways. That's cool. Take care. I don't know, somebody needed advice. This happens quite a lot. I do the best that I can to provide people with the best advice that I can, but it's up to people to make their own personal decisions. At least in that case, folks, I think that it would be fine if he just pulls up with his mom a little bit, makes up with her, and if she really wants him to be transgender, then just say you're transgender, and she won't know the difference. Guys, if you're watching my video, watch how many people come streaming in, and it becomes just overwhelming.
There's that in the chat. The guy who said something before, now he's a nice representation.
Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. There you go. Look at Jin. I'm watching Jin here. Is this similar to Super Smash Brothers? Oh, wait, this is multiverses, isn't it? Oh. Oh, okay, so it is Super Smash. Good dog. Good dog. Episode will now, I'm gonna watch it. That's how it works, baby. You come here, you're gonna get the best audience ever. Oh, and I'm the best shit talker ever. I'm the prettiest motherfucker ever. And now we're gonna come over here and we're gonna do play by play. Which guy are you? So you got some guy on top. Who's standing on the pillar right now? We're good. I'm gonna do play-by-play on your thing. Okay, you're the one on the pillar. Okay, so are you the guy in purple? You're in white. You're in white. Okay. Well, let's see you roll, Jin. Here we go. We got Jin who's whooping ass. What looks like the Acropolis. We got some classical Greek ass kicking going on. Jin, whoop his ass, dog. Dude, Jin's getting his ass tossed on the stairs. Motherfucker looks like Will Smith from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and Uncle Phil throwing his ass out on the fucking porch. Look at this motherfucker. He's taking it on the front. Get the fuck off the map, bitch. Get the fuck off the map. Jin's about to take his fucking ass and toss him. Toss this motherfucker's ass off the map. Get the fuck out of here, dog. Get the fuck out of here. Dog. How dare you take on Jin? Jin's gonna whoop your ass. There you are. Get the fuck up against this fucking pole, you piece of shit. Dude, he's gonna whoop your ass. You're gonna look like fucking Demi Moore in striptease. You're gonna be on that pole so much, bitch. Oh shit. Oh boy. It's gonna be close. We're gonna need revivification, baby. Dog, we're gonna need life extension technology for the Jin, it seems like. Whoop this motherfucker's ass. Oh, hell yeah, there you go. 1-1, B. That's how it's done. Get your ass over here. I'm going to have Jin whoop your ass on the Acropolis. He's going to whoop your ass like you're a Macedonian. He's going to whoop your ass like he's Alexander the Great, like he's Philip II. This motherfucker is going to Socrates you back to Plato, and he's going to have Plato hold you down while Aristotle knees you in the groin. Fuck Robin. Robin's a bitch. Robin ain't shit without Batman. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. All right, keep us on our toes, baby. I like it. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Yeah, it's your world. We just live in it. Here we go. Yeah, thank you so much. Trust me, I'm sure a lot of people on Kick forgave me because I spam them so much, but I do my best to apologize thereafter. All right, here we go. Naruto, Suzuki. Dude, we got Suzuki. I know his name's Suzuki, but I'm gonna call this motherfucker Suzuki. We got the Suzuki Ninja here. You're good. Oh, you can play this on your phone? That's type of stuff. We're gonna have to explore that. We're gonna have to. Right. Very excited. Oh, whoa! He just threw you into the screen. Oh, get him! There you go. Dude, there's a shark. Throw his ass to the shark, he just said. Oh, boy. Oh, he's in the water. Whoa. We're ready. Whoa. Whoop his ass. Whoop his ass. Dude, he's juicing. This motherfucker is on roids. 1-1. Naruto. 1. What's your favorite? There you go. Let's see it. Hell yeah, I'm talking to you. After this one, I want you to pick your favorite map. I want to see what it is. After, or whenever you want. And why is it your favorite? If I may ask, where is like, oh, okay, they do have like Mario and Sonic and stuff. Is he Sonic? Does anyone ever? Does any? Have you ever seen anyone come in and play as Mario? Okay, so he's used a lot. Right, no. I remember the OG one. Right. Everyone they have license over. Yeah. Right, main characters, all their games. Ready to fight. All right, I'm going to judge you by the content of your character and the map you chose. Oh, cool. You like the one that's like ancient Greece. All right, here we go. Are you the guy in white or the guy in purple? Okay. Does he have? Are you on the left or the right? You got the teal hair. Excellent. I'll never forget. Excellent. That guy sucks. He sucks cock. He's been juicing. He's been roiding. Everybody can see it. Whoop his ass. There you go. Oh, you're whooping his ass on the bridge. Uh-oh. Hop back up. Hop back up. Hop back up. Oh, there's a secret level down here. No one knew about it. You're whooping his ass. Yes, it is. Oh, shit. Wow. Get the fuck out of here. Two one. 2-1. Game. So you just beat Ryu? Okay, can you fight multiple guys at once? I want you to fight Super Mario and Sonic at the same time. Hell yeah, perfect, man. No, living room. That's the best spot. Best space for it. It's your home turf, baby. Whoop their fucking asses. Can you be Donkey Kong? Yeah. Well, I want you to beat Donkey Kong, and I want you to beat the shit out of Mario and Sonic. It's all like Donkey Kong. And you be Donkey Kong. And you be Donkey Kong. And then the next one, I want you to be Gohan. Oh wow, you're really good. If you're turning them up all the way to the top. Okay. Okay. Is it 3-on-1 or is it 1v1v1? 3-1. Oh, you guys are all fighting each other. Oh wow. Oh no way. It looks like you're getting your ass kicked, but I can't tell. It's so fast. But I can tell you are getting your ass kicked. You are getting your ass whooped. You're getting your ass whooped. These fucking old school video game characters are kicking the shit out of you. It was baller. I'll admit that was baller. Oh, I like this map. This might be my favorite map. It's just like old school. Wow, good job. Dude, you took down like 7 guys at once. I like watching this so much more because I know who you are now. Like, a lot easier. I mean, I kind of know. Like, you just took the shit out of Sonic. There goes Donkey Kong. Dude, you're different other stuff. Okay, so Mario's gone. Sonic's gone. Now it's just a 1v1. Oh, small. There he is. There he is. He's coming after you. 39. Oh, what is this? What is this? What kind of Jedi mind tricks are you using for this 8? This guy is cool. Dude, you got it. I'm having these blocks. You're doing these spin moves. All right. 47 versus 85, 94. Oh, wow. Game. Dude, you did it. Impressive. Good job, man. Dude, everybody, shout out to Jim. Jim with Vegito just booked the shit. Okay, hold on. Now you got to add Luigi to it. I'm going to keep adding a guy until you can't do it anymore. Add Luigi. Dude, I'm going to put you up for the best challenges of your life. And in the meantime, we're going to listen to Joe Rogan with Bob Lazar, the guy you was talking about earlier, and you can hear about future technology. It's amazing.
I literally do that shit. I just sit there. I love Joe.
Dude, ditto.
Just read the game and listen to podcasts all fucking day.
Hey, dude. Welcome to your new. Welcome to your new home, my friend. You are welcome. All the time, 24/7. Pokemon Stadium 2. You got it. Oh no, Yoshi. Oh no, yeah, Pokemon Stadium 2. Yeah. If you win this one, then you're taking on Yoshi. And I don't think you're going to be able to beat Yoshi. Yoshi's pretty tough. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. No. He's the next one. No, I think you're gonna win this one, and then you're gonna take on all these motherfuckers plus Yoshi. So beat these guys first. No. How many guys can you play at once? It's got to be you. Okay. Oh, tight. We can add all these guys. Okay, let's do it. Okay, add Yoshi and Bowser and Princess Peach and Toadstool, and replace Sonic for Yoshi, Bowser, and Waluigi. Oh, Princess Peach. That's okay. Is Princess Peach? That's okay. Luigi. Okay. Oh, tight. Okay. We got. Let's remove Sonic because he's not like a Mario guy. So Sonic's the second one. Remove him. Yep. And let's get Toad. Well, I thought you just went by. It would make sense to make this alphabetical. Karate Kid would be maybe a second. Oh, Peach. Sub Peach. Yeah. And then we need another one. Do the Karate Plan. That thing's gonna fuck you up. It's just gonna sit on your ass. All right, here we go, big dog. It's like the Royal Rumble. Here we are in the Pokemon Stadium. Dude, you're gonna get lit. Dude, look at Donkey Kong is already about to fuck your ass up. He's 40 feet in the air, ready to fuck your ass up. Dude, the Piranha Plant is already in the air. Mario is already body flopping, just belly flopping into the air. This is cray cray. This is absolute pandemonium. Wow. Oh, this is just. Are they all coming after you? Or are they fighting each other? Seems like they're fighting each other. And you. Which is the most exciting of it all. It's a Royal Rumble. What are you going to do? It's Pokemon Stadium. It's the best of the best. This is where Jim Thorpe fought. This is where Joe Louis fought. This is where Joe Frazier fought. This is where Muhammad Ali fought. This is where Mike Tyson fought. This is where Evander Holyfield fought. This is where Lennox Lewis fought. This is where Rocky Balboa fought. This is where Apollo Creed fought. This is where Ivan Drago fought. This is where Rabbi Rothschild fights. This is where Jim fights. Jim is working his ass off to keep this alive. Your computer's going to start smoking. This is wild shit. This is wild shit. Wild shit. This is cray cray in a good way. This is the wildest shit I've ever seen. And perhaps you've ever seen. I don't even know how you can keep track of what's going on. The most wild shit I've ever seen. God, exactly. There's no way you're coming back from that. Dude, look at that thing. I knew it was going to come up as that Piranha Plant was going to fuck up everybody. And it did. It did. It did. Dude, she has a crush on you. She has a crush on you, dog. Dude, look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. I'm like, it's unprecedented athleticism. What just happened? No way. You're out. You are out. Dunzo. My man is Dunzo. No way the Karate Plant wins. No way the Karate Plant wins. There's no way the Karate Plant wins. There's no way the Karate Plant wins. I hope Princess Peach wins. Dude, the Karate Plant has been like the Look at this. It's kind of hilarious here. Mario beat up his wife like that. Did you see that? She just got thrown against the screen. He just threw his girlfriend up against the screen. That's hilarious. Wow. So the Piranha Plant won. Oh, that was amazing. Dude, the Piranha Plant whooped your ass, dude. You got 7. That's terrible. You need to get good. All right. You ready? You ready? Do the same thing on Yoshi's Island. Same shit. Same shit. Get him. Get good, son. Get good, son. Oh, it's your boy. Hey, everybody. It's the Piranha Plant. It's ready to shit on everything. Dog. That Piranha Plant fucking spoilers. Wow. You're doing better this time. Until, dude, Piranha Plant going cray cray. Oh, no, that's Bowser. I don't even know how you can track this thing. No way. No way. Dunzo. Dunzo. Don't give up. Don't give up. You're still in this until this. Whatever the hell this is gonna fuck you up. Not coming in first this time, dude. My man put Roundup in that Toronto fan. So what's up, Poco? How you living, man? Just a moment. Somebody's in one of my other chats. Hey, how you doing? Oh, baby. Yo, Poco, what's up? How you living? You know about Harry Potter about the Sonic Techno? Excellent. You know that it's going to be worth trillions of dollars someday? Excellent. You know who I am? Bought lots of it? Excellent. All right. Are you having a good day? Excellent. Well, feel free to say hi whenever you want, Coco. We're happy that you're here. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, Coco, I'm going to send you an invite to my Discord. Feel free to come whenever you want. We've got some people in here right now. We're playing Super Smash Brothers. We're watching podcasts, just listening to alien stuff. It's as cool as you want to get. Just a moment, dog. Just sorry for the feedback. Okay, what place did you come in, Jen? So let me just explain to you right now. We have some expectations. It's first or nothing. I know it is. I know it is. Coco, what are you doing, baby? Coco, I just sent you an invite. No, I'm ready for it. Hey, have you heard the phrase, if you ain't first, you're last? Well, that's how this is. Are you going to win this time? All right, Jen, we're going to hold you to it. Kids, in the future, know that Jin is doing his best to, I was like, hey, Jin, how'd you do last game? He's like, oh, I got fifth. The time before he got seventh. He knows the expectations are you're either first or you're last. One or the other. He knows that the expectations are as high as they've ever been. Will he be able to deliver? The people want to know. The people want to know if you're going to be able to deliver. Make it happen. Make it happen. It's all about your mental clarity. Basically, if you think you're going to win, you're going to fucking win. If you're like, well, maybe I'll get fifth or sixth again, or maybe I'll get seventh, like 2 games ago, you're already fucked. But if you go into this bad boy with the thought that I'm going to dominate, there's a much better chance that you're going to do it. It's like, it's basically seeing your plan. It's planning. I like it. Absolutely. You got it. Envision yourself getting first. Envision yourself getting first. Mario ate shit, dog. This fucking piranha plant can teabag you. You are the best. Envision yourself winning. Not coming in eighth, not coming in seventh, not coming in sixth, not coming in fifth, not coming in fourth, not coming in third, not coming in second, but coming in the one and only thing that matters in this world, and that's winning. Win this motherfucking match, dog. Dog. All I hear is excuses. I'm here for solutions. Bro, you're doing really well. You're still in this. Donkey Kong is just, he's very difficult. Dog. Oh, Donkey Kong? Yo, Coco, how you living, Pip? Hey, come to the Discord. What'd you say? What'd you say? Will you send me a DM? Okay, baby, I'll take a look at it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Un momento, por favor. Oh, you send me a DM at fucking husband. You like, oh, I'm here. All right, so what place did you come in that time? What place did you come in that time? And what's our saying? And what's our saying? If you're not first, you're last. I'm just like a really tough to win over T-ball father. And I have very high expectations of my teams. So even though you've done well and the other parents will tell you that all that matters is your effort, I'm going to tell you all that matters is the fucking scoreboard, kid. Excellent. I too. All right. When are you going to play it? Okay, so here's the thing. There's a game that we play in here a lot. And so if you want to get better, you should. You want to download Plato, Plato, or it has a website. Tons of people play it. There are all kinds of games on it. They're all free. They're all really simple. We play mini golf on it. If you want to download it now, you can. If you don't want to download it now, I completely understand. But if you do want to play against me, we could play in something right now. It's very easy mini golf. You can pick it up quite quickly. And yeah, it's my suggestion. So you download it. It's the same spelling as the philosopher, Plato, and you don't have to download it now. But perhaps in another point, you will, because then I'll whoop your ass firsthand. And then you'll get to hear me trash talk you one on one. And let me just tell you this: I go hard in the paint, son. favorite arena to play on. And Donkey Kong making it his mission to make your life hell. Dude, the piranha plant and Donkey Kong have been like a 1-2 punch that it's just dominated. I've seen you play 3 times, and every time the piranha plant or Donkey Kong dominates you. Not saying every time, one or the other though. What is that? What is that? What is that? There you go. Good on you, dog. Good on you. Out of nowhere. Out of absolutely nowhere. And you can't plan that. You're done, dog. You're done. Everybody knows it. Oh yeah, they're watching you. Oh, look at you and the piranha plant. I'm watching. Oh, no way. All right. Here we go, folks. This is how he did. Johan, number 1. Good job, dude. Nice job, Jim. If you're not first, you're last. But guess what, my man? You were first. Excellent work, dude. You did it. Hell yeah, man. All right. Next challenge. Here we go. Do you really like playing this Gohan? Okay, add them. Add Waluigi and add Wario. Right. Dr. Mario's in there. So get Wario and get Waluigi. Get Wario and get Waluigi. Oh, yeah. Dude, I think they're going to put it in there. Have you seen Red Band, his hat that he wears all the time? That's the Rockstar logo. And he hinted at it a couple of years ago. He hinted at it that all the old Joe Rogans are going to be on, and perhaps the whole podcast will be on GTA. Dude, I fucking love Joe Rogan. Okay, here we go. I'm going to really turn this on now, and it just I don't know if you'll be able to hear just one.
That's a fair, a reasonable guess. No, you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse.
That's what I want.
Ones.
Yeah, I don't want to.
How are they
like,
different?
I just want you to kind of be able to hear. I mean, I'll do the best I can.
Right, National Labs. And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982. I put a jet engine in my Honda, And Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Said, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200-mile-an-hour, Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos as the guy with the weird car, and you could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I'd moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times. And it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description, what you were applying for?
They said it was for, I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic. And they said, it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off. And, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because the Area 51 at that time was...
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so
they just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, that whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people...
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to the first day on the job. You accept a job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day, really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper. And I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day. From security clearances to... it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork. And that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize, at what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That, I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by, the days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went into the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry. And we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner. So he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this was really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think that it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate. And when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity like that. You can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two light poles of a magnet. So that was
so like when you take two magnets and try to press them together. And
yeah, you have that.
Each other?
Yeah, kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push. But
and you felt that physically
with my hand. Yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Going, wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
then
this?
that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that, everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
It was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, on the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their, their existence. So, again, they have everything from metallurgy to, weapon potential of the craft. And these were all, essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion. And it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you're reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into it, whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test or or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me it, the hemisphere is removed. There's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning?
You can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we left it, when I left the project.
So there was no progress made?
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. And I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or?
Yeah, where somebody died.
Because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one. Now
Jesus.
they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah. At one time, and only one time, the bay doors that between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while?
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, and now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. this was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of, taking a small portable nuclear reactor and, putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists of the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, and they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, the people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, the people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs, just trying to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and let's throw a bomb at it.
Yeah.
And they
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor. So.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave
this
any
could have been there
indication.
for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're giving you instructions, what are they saying? When they're giving you directions, showing you all this stuff, what are they saying? What are they asking of you?
Well, essentially what they asked is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
but they never told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it, turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no, we talked that before the.
They go off the surface area and it gets cold immediately. Living the life.
Yeah. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, was that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home. And particularly as a binary star, two stars that orbit one another. And it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out, and this Czar guy said it came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it was.
When you read Zeta Reticuli, you're like, what in the fuck is this?
Well, reading all of the stuff, it was, what in the fuck is this?
You're like, why did I sign up for this?
No, it would. To me, this was cool. This was interesting. I said, I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert. I said, this is awesome.
How old are you at the time?
I was in my 20s.
Yeah, so you probably would have totally geeked out.
Oh yeah, this was great. I mean, I was excited. So I didn't care. I'm reading through everything, and
So you read through all the Zeta Reticuli thing, but then when you see the actual starship with the little American flag sticker on it,
well,
you
that
think,
was
is that later or before?
that was before.
So before. So you see the thing before, and you say, "Oh, this is
Wait,
American."
what's that before?
Hard, so many years.
Yeah, I can't.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
The days have fused together. It's so hard to separate what happened in each visit.
Do you remember the thought process when you read that it's from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It was just like, yeah, okay. And
You think it was bullshit?
I don't know.
Is we're
I
like,
don't. Now I don't. I mean, because when I
Right.
read it, I hadn't verified anything, and this was just a bunch of stuff I was reading, and I thought maybe after this they're just going to give me a test and see what I can remember and
Right.
crazy information. And,
Right.
but like I said, when I finally went in with Barry and had hands-on experience with what they were talking about, it took on a completely different meaning.
So there's a plate, there's this thing that looks like half a basketball, and when it's on, you can't come anywhere near it. You can't touch it.
Right.
How is what is gravity about that? Like the concept of gravity. Most people's gravity is bringing something towards you.
Right. Well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180 degrees. It's anti-gravity.
And did they have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect? Did they have any areas where they'd like you to look into?
No, they knew there was a fuel source in it, and they were proficient at making it work. And again, my analogy to something like this is you can drop a motorcycle off in the wagon train days and just leave it with the keys parked outside, somebody's place. Everybody will come around it and poke and prod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at riding it.
Yeah.
But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make the plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the state we were at. We played around with the parts long enough before I got there where they could make the reactor operate, take the fuel out, and know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor remained a mystery at the time. I think we made some progress on what was going on inside, but I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you there?
I'd say about 6 months or something.
And what progress was made while you were there?
Well, we came up with a bunch of reasonably good ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators, linear particle accelerators, are just a long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on our periodic charts at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table now, the way the charts now?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they...
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think is where they first fabricated 4 atoms. It lasted 220 milliseconds. The atoms is nothing, right? And then it later was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it. Then they gave it a place then on the periodic chart. After that, called it Muscovy.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
Yeah, well,
No,
we
not
kind of...
1982.
What year was this?
It was 88 and 89. One of the things that this group came up with. I keep losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this one area, this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
The world will forgive you for having a migraine. Can I just
It's really
say
hard to
one-
think through this. Just give me a
We'll
minute.
just give you more
I just want
booze.
to say one. Yeah, definitely. I was going to say one thing. You know, for the last 30 years, people have just been on the attack on Bob. You know, getting to know him, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing he wanted to fucking do was have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Chairman. That you and I had this conversation. I watched your documentary. We had this conversation, and I said, I have to talk to him.
Yeah.
The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you've said. But over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Things that people said were not true were proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them. Right?
Right. Element 115, the fuel they had, was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized the 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So they're kind of 2 different things. But this is kind of typical. Elements always have, or pretty much always have, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. Like I think cesium has like 30 unstable isotopes to it. So, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable, it's not radioactive, but there's also 2 other types of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. And deuterium isn't radioactive, it's another stable isotope of hydrogen, but tritium is radioactive. Now they're all hydrogen, but they just have different amounts of neutrons. So it's the same thing with other elements and element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope, but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment and try and make 115 at different isotopes, and I'm sure eventually they'll come up with a stable version, but it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft, yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion, and this was important because where the reactors sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection, so the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Again, I forgot what the hell.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where 2 items meet. It's a really weird looking thing. But there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than the human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half.
Wow. So these little 3-foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there was no, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens.
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure, and that one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there, there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
And you could
Yeah,
see
it just
through
became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck
No,
that
there's
was?
no asking
There's no
questions.
asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent, you realize it's still there, but you can now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, now that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. You know, they
You ever
have
seen that in
smart
bathrooms?
glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know if the craft is made of, you know, an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch, so you know, I would lean
And
more
again,
towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system, so I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now this really interferes with science because science is based on free discussion, and ideally you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck that they need to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box, and let's just give this guy a try here, because
Right.
they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since you know, up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot? Was there a pilot seat? Was
There were 3 seats. They sat around, the reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats.
so there
And
was,
that's all. There was a large, they're not consoles, they're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them, there's no buttons, there's no lights, there's
and
no
they look
control.
the same color, the same
Everything
thing.
is the same
It's just
color.
a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes, they're just black areas. And I think that just determines its, you know, position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is the roughly the size of this thing?
It's I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and you know, we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
So
I think that's
fairly small.
yeah. So I think that's a fair, a reasonable guess.
Now you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How are they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called a Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, you know, like like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, you know, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size? They're all.
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there was several teams that were working on the propulsion systems? So there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor. I mean, you would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had. That isn't weird. I mean, up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, yeah, I think he pretty much he acted like he's there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. Oh no. I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did,
right.
And I think I took so much flack and it's so much shit for what went on. I think actually I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of doing or saying anything after it.
So what kind of reports did you have to get? Like, so you're not making much progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what this thing is, and it seems impossible.
Well, we didn't personally make them. I mean, we were always, there was never a lot of information that we gained. The guy, you would call him our supervisor, his name was Dennis Mariani, and kind of a military-looking guy. And he would routinely pop in, during the day and, hey, what's going on, guys? And he would essentially relay any information, anything new we came up with. I mean, he was our go-between, where we presented him the information, and then he took it to wherever they were, assembling all the data from everybody.
No, I assume you're working normal days, like an 8-hour day?
No, it was really weird that I would be only called in on certain times and certain days, and they would be weird hours too. Most of the time was later in the evening. I mean, I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and they'll say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, you need to be at the McCarran terminal, and we'll let you know when we have more information.
But what did you do while you were there? If you're looking at this object, this reactor, and you can't figure out what it is or how it works, other than the fact that it works in this element that we don't even know about.
Sure. I mean, the thing was what you do with anything. If you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try and come up with every kind of test we possibly could. I mean, we tested, it violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. I mean, one of the first laws of thermodynamics, I mean, essentially any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat. Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. I mean, we looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had to pour liquid nitrogen into the camera to cool the sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above the ambient temperature, which is impossible. I mean, you're, pulling out huge amounts of power and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields and there was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. I mean, we really could only use or come up with a best guess. Now, I can't say that I could absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
Now, how did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because some they were doing some tests where they're having these things fly around in the sky, and this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test. Right. In fact, I was in with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, "We're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out?" Or I think he said, "Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you?" We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there's a person in the craft.
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small. So the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle, my best guess.
And this is the same specific craft that you worked on, because that was the only craft that you were in.
The only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because it produced a little corona discharge from the bottom. A corona discharge is kind of a high voltage brush, little bluish glow discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you can hear a slight hiss sound. Now, as soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the blue glow disappeared. So it lifted off quietly, and then it hovered silently, if you want to be specific.
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers was it doing?
It took off, for that particular time, it took off, moved a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down. The craft itself, they communicated with it with because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft. And I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter of the communication, the transceiver there. But what's weird is he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with a radio. The radio wave should bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about the craft and the way they operated didn't make any sense to us. I mean, that's something we talked about for a while after.
Why should the frequency bend around the craft?
Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity wave comes out of the craft. There's the reactor's in the center, and there's a waveguide that goes up to the top. There's actually a small appendage that sticks out of the top of the craft, and it produces a heart-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, if the craft is sitting in the air and you walk underneath it and look up, you actually cannot see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending, gravity bends light. It bends radio waves. It shouldn't be possible to communicate with a craft that has an envelope around it that's distorting all forms of energy. But they were apparently in contact with it.
Somehow or another, through some unexplained way that they didn't bother explaining to you. Mm-hmm. So this thing gets up, it just does some very simple maneuvers, left, right, goes down. And did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see it.
No, they just wanted, they didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down, we looked around for a bit, and Barry said, let's go back. We went back in the lab. All we got to do was see it. Fast forward to some months later, I did have the test flight schedule of the craft. Now, they had times they had designated high performance tests. This obviously wasn't one that was a high performance test. The high performance test goes above the mountain range, and they do much more radical moves with the thing. Look, this is a prized item, and they're not doing anything like taking it out of the atmosphere or flying around to other countries or anything like that. They just play with this thing right over the test site. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic in the surrounding areas on the highway was lowest on Wednesdays. And that's why Dennis told us that all the test flights occurred only on Wednesdays, because it'd be the least chance that anyone would see what's going on.
And this was before the government had expanded the forbidden territory around Area 51 and Papoose Lake and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I think that occurred after my story came out. Then people started going up on the mountaintops and trying to look down into there, and they kind of freaked out and then did the land grab and pushed everybody back. But yeah, that I think all that occurred long after that I came out.
So you're working there, and while you're working there, you're under this crazy schedule. Forgive me for explaining your story, but you would get these phone calls. You would have to go to the airport at 11 p.m., and your wife started thinking that you were having an affair.
Yeah, apparently so. Now, I did give my permission to have, as part of the, security clearance process. I gave written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort. So they weren't doing any covert stuff. They, with any Q clearance, or which is civilian top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go talk to friends and, places you've been, make sure you're not connected to foreign countries, but, monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However, they insisted that, you don't even talk to your loved one, to your partner, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well, part of the security clearance is that not only do you not have any connections to foreign countries and aren't a maniac, but you have to have a stable home life too. Well, she started having an affair with a flight instructor. Now, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they knew it, and I didn't. So they stopped me coming in, and their attitude at the time was, we need to see how this is going to play out, and if Lazar is going to get a little weird or anything. So let's just, hold him off from coming in and, see what happens.
And they explained this to you, what was happening?
Well, after the fact, yeah, because time kind of went on, and there were guys that were following me around, and I started getting a little concerned, going, well, shit, are they booting me out of the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and go get a new job knowing what I know. So as time went on, I started getting a little concerned, and I took my closest friends and just kind of got together and said, hey, remember that job I told you about? This is what's going on. And you don't need to take my word for it. On Wednesday night, we need to all go out here. I want to show you what's going on. So I took everybody, and we went out to, remember, since I had the test flight schedule, and went outside the base, out into the desert, and so everybody could see, one of the high performance tests. And, it left quite an imprint on everybody, so they knew I wasn't.
And there's videos of these tests, right?
Yeah, but remember, this is it's in the dark in the 80s with a big monster-sized camcorder, and you got, a bright light jumping around. But, yeah, I mean, we did video of it, but there's no, by today's standards, it's...
But is your video specifically available, the video that you took?
Yeah, well, George Knapp has it.
Is it online?
I have no idea.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I show clips of it in my film. It's online, and someone did a deep analysis of it. It was interesting to take a look at how.
Pull this microphone up too, please.
Yeah.
About a fist from
to see how his video looks now. But as far as video evidence, I mean, we are talking 80s camcorders. The most important thing is the human story here. Everybody that he took up there on 3 separate occasions, they don't all like each other. They don't all talk. They all agree on one thing. They saw something that night at the exact point in time and space that Bob Lazar said. And remember, this is 17 miles south of Area 51. No one even knew really about Area 51. We're talking Papoose Lake, and they all agree. They saw something that night they had never seen before, and they've never seen since, right when he said it. So that's one of the 6 things where I'm like, how did he know? You can dismiss him. I tried to dismiss it. But some things we can't get around. And there's about 5 or 6 of them. How did he know about this?
If Jamie wants to find that video right now, what would he look under?
Bob Lazar, UFO, S4, Area 51, just kind of like that. So it's like this S4 UFO video, Bob Lazar. The guy does an analysis, but you're analyzing these 80s videos.
Right.
He from the very beginning, Bob never said, I have proof of my story and I'm going to tell the world. He said at the very beginning, I cannot prove my story. That's not why I'm telling this. George Knapp convinced him to tell people, and he lived through it. And I didn't believe it either until I talked with George.
Okay, so you film this test flight, one test flight, and then you get caught.
Actually, it was, I think, the third time, because we went out there the first time. Everybody saw it. Everybody was amazed because it did some radical maneuvers, and everybody had a lot to say about it.
Maneuvers that I've seen the video. It doesn't. I don't think there's something we have now that does that.
No,
in terms of like a human piloted craft. I don't know, obviously, with the government.
No, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. We were waiting for something, to happen. The craft took off and then came flying at us, stopped, turned at a right angle, flew back, and then, after it did some, amazing stuff to get the camera, and then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there; it just has some.
The way I describe it to my friends, and they said, "What is it like?" I said, "Take a laser pointer, and then have a wall, and then move it around the wall. Like, you know how it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not impeded in any way by the atmosphere."
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
You're essentially separated from reality, as crazy as that sounds, with being encased its own gravitational envelope. Inertia is not going to affect it, and this is how some of those recent sightings of Commander David Fravor, I'm sure you've heard of the Tic Tac UFO. I mean, he describes exactly, the thing operates exactly the way I was describing. That's why he was interested to talk to me. But we saw this, and, on the way home, it's like, hey, we got away with it. We should try it again the next test flight day. So this became a thing to do. And I think it was on the third time that we got caught. I mean, we started becoming a little careless. I think we took a motorhome out there. And, it was like the stupidest thing you could possibly imagine.
Started tailgating.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
again, you're in your 20s.
Yeah. And, what was funny was we went out there, and my friend Gene Huff and I were leaning on the front of a vehicle. And just for some reason, we just started talking shit. Like, well, I hope they realize that, I don't remember what we were saying, but, it's something about attacking the base or something along those lines and stealing the craft or something like that.
So crazy.
And then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black, you can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a night vision scope where they were like from here to the wall looking at us, listening to us, and the guy dropped it, and the scope rolled over to us, and you could see the green screen. We turned the lights on, and all these guys were there. So it was, yeah. So we did incredibly stupid stuff and got caught, as we should have.
So when they catch you and they bring you in, then what happens?
Well, I went in for debriefing. The following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a defunct base that they used to use at the nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And, they sat me down and we said, when we meant to keep the secret, we meant you can't tell your friends, right? And it just being sarcastic and trying to. Mm-hmm. And then they got real serious. But this is where they, took the transcript out and were reading me what my wife and, our friend were talking about. And it was a hard time.
So what happens from there? What do they do with you? Why don't they arrest you?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not sure they knew what to do, but they did let me go that night, and I went home. And this is kind of when the most stressful part started,
because you're realizing you're being monitored.
Yeah, now I know. Not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. And it wasn't a short time after that I contacted, at that time, the only investigative reporter I had heard of in Las Vegas was George Knapp. And, told him some of the story because I had no idea what the hell was going to happen at that point.
So George Knapp tries to dissect your story, tries to find holes in it, tells it, puts it online, and makes everybody aware of it, and that's how I found out.
Yeah, to make a long story short.
What happens? Yeah, to really make a long story short. What happens from there on? I mean, do they contact you and say, "Hey, Bob, it's probably a good idea if you shut up"? They try to label you as crazy. Was there?
There were a lot of things that happened between that point. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. We'd have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't want to talk about that. The
top secret weapons stuff that you were working on.
No, I'm talking about the 115.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I have to think about how
What is the problem? With this?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something. So I just have to dance around a couple of.
He was rated just during the filming of the movie.
Yeah, the movie's great, by the way.
Thanks, John.
And it's on Netflix right now if anybody wants to check it out. And if you're one of those people like me, who I've always loved the idea of UFOs. I became extremely weary talking to people who are UFO believers and UFO fanatics because there's so many of them that are full of shit. And not just full of shit, they're childishly delirious. Like the way they talk about things. I mean, there's so many people that I'm in contact. They reach me in the night and they explain to me what we're doing to the ocean is wrong. And okay.
This is one of the reasons I didn't want to do the show.
I'm sure.
It's no joke. We've had people literally camp out on our front lawn, and in some ways I can relate to some of these people. Maybe some of them did really have some kind of experience or saw something, and all their friends think they're crazy. But hey, now there's this guy I heard on the radio, and at least he knows I'm not full of shit. So I gotta talk to him.
Right.
And so most of the correspondence I get are people trying to get a hold of me, going, "Bob, you gotta listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you. I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever." And but some of them are just fucking batshit crazy.
Yeah,
they're frightening.
There's a lot of schizophrenics that are involved in the conspiracy group. So there's a lot of people that have real issues.
Joe, it would be a disservice to your audience to not say that we have to look at what's going on now and understand. I've heard on your show a bunch of stuff about what's going on now, and to not really understand what's going on now, you can't see Bob's story in the correct light after 30 years. And at some point we should just touch upon that. The biggest being that things like the Tic Tac UFO case that came out, I've heard people, even on the show, say, "Oh, there's a glitch in the radar." That's a data poor perspective. You just don't know yet what's really going on. Commander Fravor, I was able to get the interview with him to talk with him way before it became public. I got that from him. He saw it. Other pilots saw it. This is a big thing that's going on right now. They had more sightings on the East Coast recently, cubes with spherical orbs. These are not aerodynamic, and these are the people we trust to defend us on 9/11. Commander Fravor protected Los Angeles on 9/11. So we trust them, but they're not trained observers. Radar, individuals see these things, and the big one, just to throw it down so we can consider a story a little differently, there's more depth to it. The big one is the United States government has admitted that they have been continuously studying the UFO phenomenon. That program was called ATIP, was called OSAP. That's the mother program. George Knapp got that out. They announced through the New York Times about ATIP, but OSAP, these acronyms, OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Applications Program. Who cares? That was the mother program. So they've admitted we didn't stop studying UFOs in 1969 with Project Blue Book. We don't think it's crazy. We actually want to reverse engineer the technology. That's why on your other show, you said, "What's this AAV thing?" It's like they're making up another UFO name. Well, hold on. There's a reason. Because in the documents, the DIA documents that George Knapp released, that everybody said was fake till now they know is real, they call them AAVs, which is Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. people are getting the acronyms wrong. So the reason for the terminology change is so that we can mimic what we're reading in the DIA documents. People can look for that now. So they changed the names to get people away from UFO or UAP, even like Hillary Clinton said on air, right? So
What are you talking about?
Hillary Clinton informed the public on Jimmy Kimmel, oh, Jimmy, we don't call them UFOs anymore. We call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon, right? So she kind of was giving, the Clintons are very into the UFO topic. Senator Reid, you know, he's done a lot for the subject, the study of it, right? So she informed the public so they could look for the right term. So these terms are important because the DIA in those documents, they've been calling them AAVs for quite some time now.
And they changed the name to anomalous.
No, that's kind of a misnomer.
No?
So they always mess around with things, but it's actually advanced.
Right, but when they're describing it in the news, they were calling it anomalous aerospace vehicles.
Totally, and that's cool. They were also saying anomalous aerospace threats, AAT, right? Because they want the sense of a threat.
Right.
So my point is, if people don't know this now and they think this stuff is fantasy, this part of it, that we're studying it, that we take it seriously, we're spending money on it, and that we're getting great data from visual pilots to radar. That's why we know it's aerospace. They dropped from 80,000 feet. But guess what? That's the top scope of the Spy-1 radar is 80,000 feet. So the radar system they were using, it was coming from above that. So my point is this. If you don't understand that this is happening, you're just behind the curve because you don't have the information because of the stigma that you're talking about. I saw you get totally upset with the UFO topic. I met you first when you were totally upset with the UFO topic. It's the people.
When
you're doing your, I'm sorry, man. When you're doing your show, you know, the Joe Rogan Questions Everything, I could see how frustrating it is. Trust me, I had been frustrated to hell. Luckily, my mentor is George Knapp, and he's taught me the pitfalls as I went through it. My whole point in this rant right here is just that we have to now look at Bob's story, but knowing the facts. Not someone saying it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a glitch. They're not. And so if you don't know that, you just don't have the information yet.
Well, not just that, knowing the facts as we know them in 2019, not in 1988.
Absolutely. Right. And so what has he said that has come true? He's totally unimpressed with it, right? What has he said that's come true? So I was like, Bob, they've announced gravity is a wave. You were right, man. You're vindicated. And he looks at me and he's like, well, if you think about it, Jeremy, I had like a 50-50 chance. He was not very impressed, right?
When did they announce gravity as a wave?
So they detected, in a sense, gravity waves.
Who is they?
You might know more. There's two black holes that were colliding, and that's how they were able to detect.
Yeah, somebody built, I don't know which group it was or what part of the government.
That's what Google's for.
Yeah,
what?
But they, built a gigantic gravity wave detector, pretty much detected.
There are such things as gravity waves.
First observation of gravitational waves, it says it was in 2016. Okay, the first observation of gravitational waves was made on 14th of September 2015, as announced by the LIGO and Virgo collaborators on the 11th of February 2016. Previously, gravitational waves had only been inferred indirectly via their effect on the timing of pulsars in binary star systems. Dun, dun, dun. The waveform connected by both LIGO observatories matched the predictions of general relativity for a gravitational wave emanating from the inward spiral and merger of a pair of black holes around 36 and 29 solar masses and the subsequent ring down of the single resulting black hole.
Well,
yes,
no. In the 80s, the predominant theory was gravity is produced by gravitons. Okay. Theoretical particles, but they're not. They're waves. They're not particles. And that's
so. The thought is that the way we experience gravity, it's based on mass, which is why the moon, which is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So there's some sort of a computation you can make based on mass.
Right. And remember, we can observe the effects of gravity, but we have no idea what it is. All we can do is observe it, and we can't make it. The only way you can make gravity is just put more mass together. And it's just a product of gravity. But if you have a machine that makes gravity, you can pretty much do anything. You can affect time. You can have force fields. All that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality if you have a machine that can make gravity. And what we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
I love your analogy of dropping off a small nuclear reactor to the Victorian era. I love that analogy, because back then that was impossible. That was magic. What you're talking about here, the fact that they just discovered this 4 years ago, that this is a wave. When we're, as much as we know and as impressed as we are, as we should be, with how much more technologically advanced we are than every other creature on this planet, we're still in many ways in the adolescence of technological innovation.
Absolutely. If even adolescence.
And when you're talking about this binary star system and Zeta Reticuli, and who knows how much longer these things have been around than us, who knows what their evolutionary cycle's been, who knows what, I mean, we might be talking about something that's a million years more advanced than us.
Yeah, it could easily be. Now, believe it or not, I'm not into UFOs. I don't follow stories or,
Even after your experiences?
No, I'm fascinated with the technology, and it irks me like every night I go to sleep that, that it was my own doing, essentially, that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, it's that to be on that cutting edge of technology is so alluring to me.
Right.
But by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens or where they come from. I mean, the prize is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But so I don't listen to UFO stories and that sort of thing. But George Knapp is, he's the guy that has the contacts and tries to thread everything together. And what he recently told me is he found, I don't know, it was either documentation or people that he spoke to. It's that the existence of this project, the project that I was on, it's something that they seem to take out every 8 or 10 years.
So that's a very specific memo, and this is actually this is the first time I'll be very clear with people about it. It's a big topic of conversation right now. It's called the Wilson Memo. You can look it up. Admiral Wilson met with a scientist who's actually was featured in one of my films. Everybody has been debating whether or not this document of a conversation with a sitting admiral at the time is a real document. It's an actual conversation that happened, and this document is real. Everybody wants to know. The world is going crazy right now in the UFO world. I'll tell you straight up right now, I'm in the position to know, and it is a real document, that it is real. So the conversation you read in that conversation was had. I can't attest to every.
You're not being very clear.
Sure. No problem. So there was a document that is circulating right now that is really big. It's going around everywhere. People are asking.
What is this document?
It's called the Wilson Memo. Is how you can find it online. Or the Wilson Leak.
There it is. Jimmy's got it. The Wilson Memorandum. Use of human volunteers.
No, that's not it.
Okay.
Yeah. So Admiral Wilson meets with this scientist, and they have this discussion, oddly enough, at special projects at EG&G. And if I remember, the document is from 2001. I'm telling everybody right now, it's real. And we'll see. My history is pretty good with saying if something's real or not, right? So here we go. The document comes out. They meet at EG&G special projects. In 1989, they stumble into a problem. This happens. They put the technology away, and then they bring it back out and see if material science has caught up and if they can make any progress. So this document kind of talks about this process. The big thing I get from it, and a lot of it's vindicating to Bob, and one of the things that's vindicating besides the EG&G thing, is that private industry, so this guy's an admiral, and he says, I found out about your SAP, your Special Access Program. I need to know about it. And he's going to a private part of industry, and he is denied access. And he says, I should be running this program. And they were able to deny him access. So I think the takeaway here is, check it out. I'm telling you that is an actual correct, that is a leak. Now, everything said in that document, I don't know.
What are you talking about? What is said in that document specifically?
It's between a scientist and an admiral that are sitting, and they're having a meeting, and they're talking about the search for the UFO subject, the search to get special access program access to all of these different things like reverse engineering programs. So in this document, they talk about it. I believe that this document, the person that went was employed by Robert Bigelow, one of the guys that has a couple of orbiting satellites and all that stuff.
He's the guy who owns Skinwalker Ranch.
No, he's not. He was the guy that owned Skinwalker.
Okay.
Yeah, he used to own it. There's a new owner, and I interviewed him for my other film, but there's a new owner. You'll be hearing a lot more about that soon. But there's stuff that you'll be hearing about Skinwalker Ranch soon because there's a new owner. Anyway, the whole point of this insertion here is just that document kind of validates a lot of this idea Bob just said, that they make a little progress, then they can't go anywhere, they tuck it away, and then they bring it back out 10 years later and start working on it. What is the limiting factor? I think Bob should speak on this, but it's the material science.
Yeah, it's really where physics is. So I can see them doing that. I mean, I didn't have any information on that, but I think what George uncovered is probably accurate. That we try and do what we can, and once we reach a roadblock and we really can't figure it out, it's just friggin' wait, put the thing away, wait for science to catch up, and a decade later, let's take the project out again and see. All right, now where can we go?
But there's got to be someone who remains informed, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you've got your scientists like you and Barry. You got your people that you compartmentalize. You got these people working on
Yeah, there has to be some people that know everything.
You've got security, and then someone's going to be on the outside saying, hey, we need people to guard this building. Don't let anybody in for 10 years.
I think a lot of that is private industry, and I think that's how they keep it. Yeah, I think that's how they because the government is just so leaky. I think that's kind of what they're doing.
That's what the document kind of proves. You just articulated that it is in control of private industry.
What private industry? Some aerospace company, something?
I don't know.
Yeah, the admiral wouldn't name it in the conversation. Yeah.
So they still have these things, supposedly.
I would guess. I mean, I don't have any information on that.
Have you ever asked anyone that has any inkling of any idea of where they got them or how they got them?
No, but something must have been said to me from Barry, but it was just too long ago, and I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left a seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig, so it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig. So that means it's not just old; it's ancient.
It'd be a great Steven Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
Right.
As all of it would.
Yeah, that tripped me out when he said that for the first time.
Yeah, that's a freak out right there. Just a couple of dudes with some brushes looking for a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone. They hit metal.
And when did they find it? That they have 9 of them.
Well, and how could we have not heard about that? What about the guys with the brushes? How could you uncover something like that? And
Joe's newspaper at home does. I mean, they said it on that first day.
Oh, you mean the Roswell?
Yeah.
I have a cover. What is this here, Jamie?
This is the document, but I had to do some digging to find it.
Yeah, it's just kind of. Yeah, so this is where they need it, EG&G. This is Admiral Wilson, and there's a lot more coming out. Now, I want to be clear. George didn't put this out. He didn't leak this out to anybody. This is, I can tell you how
Who recorded this conversation.
So this was an employee of, at the time, Robert Bigelow.
And this is in 2002.
Right. Do you remember when he had that government contract called OSAP, the world all knows about now, and he had NIDS that studied the ranch? So that $22 million, everybody is saying it was for ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The $22 million was for OSAP that was pushed through Congress, 3 congressmen, right, an astronaut. It was pushed through. And that's what that $22 million, by the way, they spend more money on Viagra every year than they do studying UFOs. If it was just this program, which I think is funny.
They probably make a lot more money from Viagra.
They probably do.
Than UFOs.
Well, you never know how it seeds into population. But anyway, this program, this is what was the mother program. So it got the $22 million. And really, it was to study Skinwalker Ranch. Oddly enough, that $22 million all was inspired by the phenomenon they were seeing at Skinwalker Ranch, because the scientists, they're seeing vehicles come through like a space in the sky.
Yeah, we went there. I went there with Duncan.
Yeah,
we interviewed a bunch of people that seem full of shit, but a couple that didn't. It's very, very interesting.
Totally. And if you look, I spent a lot of time in the area. I'm not talking about those stories. I'm saying there were scientists hired by the government, right, through Bigelow to study the ranch because they thought it was important. And, whatever. The point is that 22 million was to study that. Then we have ATIP, which is like an auxiliary kind of program of military sightings, like Commander Fravers and that sort of thing. This document is just one of those things that has now come forward that through the Bigelow studies, it was government funded, and then it was personally funded and then government funded. It's just one of those things that kind of shakes you because you got this military guy who can't get access because of the private industry that's holding these non-terrestrial materials. They can't study it. So that's the claim right now. Give it some time, let people dig more into this. It's fascinating, man.
So you are essentially you're kicked out, right? You're out of this program. You can't work with these crafts anymore. And do they give you any threats? Do they tell you what you have to do from here on out?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George Knapp all this stuff, and he said, "Well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it." And I don't remember what the emphasis was, but at some point, George wanted to air it, and he said, "You make the call on it, and look, if at any point you change your mind, we won't air it." And it came down to the day where George wants to put it on the 5 o'clock news. He said, "This is important stuff. People have to know about it." And I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of a crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't not tell everybody that this stuff is going on, that we have, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal, probably the biggest one there ever was. And George said, today's the day we got to put it on the news or something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it, I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned into the famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won because he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground. But he got the tape, he put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on. And then I got a call after that, and they said, it was from Dennis. They said, "Do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now?" And he hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had with him.
And what has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS. Anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs had the clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine that Jeremy knows.
He'll on camera with me soon. He'll tell the story now that he's out of work up there.
He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and they pulled that. It became, it's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that surrounds them. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That's what I was told, and George and everybody, said that. It's public. There's, no one will touch you. And I fell for it. And I just
wish you didn't.
Yeah, sometimes.
When it's just overstressed and people are camping on your lawn.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, this is going to make things better.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who are not only work in the government, people that are police officers and firefighters and first responders and doctors and scientists, are going to empathize and empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s who gets thrust into this world unknowingly and confronted with one of the most, if not the most important discovery in the history of human beings. the big question: are we alone? It's the number one question. There's
Right.
two questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions.
Right.
And we're not alone. And someone knows we're not alone. And these some people who know we're not alone are these bungling sort of
Even if they
military
weren't, it's a
folks.
crime that
Yes.
they're not telling the
Yes.
rest of us.
But I mean, I don't mean bungling in terms of they're incompetent. I mean, they can't be competent. It seems to me that what you're describing, that no one can be competent with this technology. Like the Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. There's no way.
Why do you
It's
think
beyond us.
why do you think they're not telling us? Let's just make an assumption that this is true right now. Why do you think that they're not telling us? That our government doesn't tell us. What's your best?
But let me put it into what you do. If I'm the president, okay, and I get this information, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? There's something that we don't know. There's something we don't understand. There's something that came from another world. We got it tucked away in the mountains. And just wanted you guys to know about it. Hey, sleep tight. Hey, American Idol's on tonight. Who do you think's going to win?
Yeah.
Who's going to win American Idol?
that's not gonna happen.
So one is uncertainty, and the other one is what Bob and I have talked about a lot. Absolutely not knowing what to tell people because you don't really understand it yourself, even though
Right.
you've got
What
these.
do you say? You want to run a government? You want to get people to pay their taxes?
But there's something else.
Yeah.
These-
What do you say?
So you have these objects flying with impunity, right? And you have something else.
Well, not only that, what can you say? Like, how much do you really know?
I think it's
Exactly.
mainly the technology. They
That's-
just want to keep the technology secret because if
Military.
there's, yeah,
Whoever
Yeah.
gets this
There's
wins, dude.
yeah,
They win.
you
Right.
control where you literally become invincible once you master the technology. You cannot penetrate a field like that. So imagine I know it's all science fiction, but science fiction turns into science fact. If you have real force fields around aircraft and battleships, you win. You win. You can force your will upon anybody. And, like I said, there's so much more to the story. When I was first there were Russian scientists at S4. This was early on in the project.
So this was before Operation Paperclip became public as well, right? So
I would imagine.
that was
I don't know what the dates
Now,
were.
when was that?
when did that was that?
98, I think.
98.
Yeah, I don't know the dates on that.
So it's roughly 10 years later, Operation Paperclip becomes Freedom of Information Act.
We're talking about Russia, not Germany. We're talking about Russian scientists.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, Russian scientists, a lot of them came from Germany. A lot of those rocket scientists that work with NASA, they all came from Nazi scientists.
Got it.
So some Russians got some of them.
I
we
just
got
know
some
it.
of them
At some point, there was intense
collaboration
cooperation.
with
I
Russia.
mean, even exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons and EMP tests and stuff, things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late 80s. They were involved and actually in the area at S4 with us.
So
And
you got to communicate with these guys, or you saw them?
no, I knew they were there. Barry would talk about the commies over there.
Commies.
Yeah, the commies. And
That was back when they were the commies. Right? It
yeah,
was the
yeah,
Cold
they were
War.
real commies. At some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point, there was a big discovery made. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently, they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody, and the Russians were never allowed back on the base after that.
But you don't know what that discovery was?
No, like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. But in typical American fashion, it was, all right, this is ours. You guys get to have it.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something similar?
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out, was why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony. Like, why would you go to the queen? I don't give a fuck who the queen is. I'm a human. I'm so superior to you ants. I don't care who you have running your hive. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it.
Who got it?
Look at the, rocket technology in Germany.
But they got 9 of them?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area, or one had clues to where others were. I mean, I don't know. You have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them. That's a big dig if it was archaeological.
Well, one of the more recent sightings and these discussions that have been coming out recently from Air Force pilots and Navy pilots, they've been talking about things happening in the ocean. and that something literally goes into the water, or something maybe below the
You're
surface
thinking
of the
about
water.
that 2004 Tic Tac Nimitz
Yeah.
case. So that's when George Knapp and I broke on the radio twice before the New York Times, so I know this one really well. Commander Fravor and those pilots. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Commander Fravor visually saw what looked like similar to a cross, some object. So it's like as if you have some coal under the water and it's breaking over.
Right.
The Tic Tac is doing this crazy maneuver that defies. It's a gravity propelled system.
They saw it in the sky before they saw it in the water, right?
Yeah, so there were radar that was picking these things coming down from 80,000 feet, dropping to 50 feet in less than a second.
This is it, Jamie? What is
Yeah,
this?
this is actually on the news today. There was a briefing.
So a lot of people get this confused.
Not this one then either.
No, so
Or,
that is called the gimbal. So there's 3 videos released by the Pentagon that are all
Just
actual.
play and keep the volume up.
I would really just pay attention to the source videos. So you've got the Tic Tac, which is this object that Commander Fravor saw. Another pilot filmed it with a FLIR pod, and it goes. But this one you see is really important to Bob's story. The gimbal craft. It's been recently analyzed. It's FLIR. Not only does it's definitive that it's not conventional anything by its movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around a propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary.
Yeah, they found it 11 hours later, and they were saying there's no way this thing, using that kind of energy to go that fast, could just hover
The
for
amount of
11
time.
hours.
And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened that day. This object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out and we can, I wish we had video of it. I'm sure we'd all want to see it. But that's called the gimbal. That was East Coast, right? 2015. West Coast, 2004 was the Tic Tac. The disturbance on the water, Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water that was causing that disturbance when the Tic Tac was coming around and doing it. With inside the people that are studying this, they're thinking maybe the Tic Tac system was causing the disturbance, but the USO, unidentified submerged object that he visually saw, the whole interesting thing about that is, I would love Bob to describe it, is why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, or water. Why doesn't it matter? I love when he talks about this shit.
Well, first of all, Commander Fravor was the F-18 pilot off the Nimitz that was sent out to find out what this stuff is. But and it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just a radar image. I mean, Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing, as 4 other pilots did. So this wasn't a radar blip or anything. I think these guys were watching this thing. But, one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first. I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates. It does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves away
So
at
it'd
high
be like
speed.
a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right. I mean, it may land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to leave, flips up, points the wheels where it wants to go, and takes off. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver. And it's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the crafts that I worked on.
So much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right,
Perhaps.
but they all have the same power source.
They all have the same power source. And we're also dealing with, if you think about the laws of technological progression, you think of Moore's law and you think of how things accelerate. You've got to think that if this civilization is who knows how many years more advanced than we are, if not even years. I mean, we're thinking about it in terms of conventional terms, right? The way we look at the world. I mean, they might be just superior in terms of their intellect. They've got to be. Maybe. We don't know. Right?
Well, the only reason I say that is because, look, everyone doesn't necessarily start at a steam engine and go to an internal combustion engine and then, electric power, nuclear power, and go up the ladder that we came in. the binary, if the stuff is true about the origin and the binary star system, and they have heavier elements that we don't have, and this stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material, maybe that's the first thing they started experimenting with. And the version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look around, or whatever, they were amazed at the stuff we were doing. These burned stuff and squirted out the back to go forward. So,
Right.
Who says they follow any kind of normal progression?
My thought was, if you went back to the 1400s and then you went from 1400 to 1500, you're not going to see that much of a difference technologically. If you go from 2000 to 3000, I assume there's going to be a radical change.
Right. Well, the delta, the rate of change
Yeah.
is magnificently higher than it used to be.
Right. So if you think about what they had in 1988 and you think about what they probably have in 2019, just logically, it seems like they would advance.
I would think so.
The only question is, like, are they living? Is that a living thing in terms of like a biological thing, or are they some sort of an artificially created creation like we are working on right now? I mean, we're in the middle of working on artificial reality, artificial beings, sentient beings, artificial intelligence. There's constantly silicon-based life forms that they're essentially trying to create. Boston Dynamics, or was it Boston Dynamics at the company?
You can make
robots, robots, yeah.
You can make machines out of flesh,
Yeah,
right? So
right.
a cyborg or a cybernetic organism is just that, that's what a lot of people think those like gray things are, the people are the grays.
Yeah.
It's like they're machines printed from flesh. So what you're saying is like,
Well, they could just be synthetic life. They don't even need to be, machines.
Right.
Well, they seem to have no sex organs. The way they're described by people that have had interactions with them, assuming these people aren't liars or crazy or whatever.
Right.
They have no sex organs, and that they don't seem to have any muscle. That is almost like a frame, and they have enormous heads. I mean, if you look at Australopithecus or depictions of ancient hominids, and then you go to human beings, one of the things you see is bigger heads and weaker bodies.
Well, you see a clear progression of evolution too, where something like that, I would lean towards a synthetic organism because it looks like it was made for a specific task. There's no reproductive organs, so I mean that almost kind of leaves out any kind of physical evolution.
Right. Well, that's also our bottleneck, right? Our bottleneck is our biological imperative. The need to breed, emotions, fear, anxiety, all these different things that exist in order to force us into making sure we reproduce. I mean, that's essentially what it is. There's human reward systems that aren't necessary once they can figure out a way to make some sort of sentient artificial life. Some sort of thing that doesn't have these biological limitations that we have.
By the way, these craft, all these different kinds have been reported because it was confusing. I always thought of flying saucer is what I heard Bob Lazar talk about, flying saucer, right? But if you look back in history, people have always reported the weirdest shapes. Like, none of them are alike. There are other saucers, but you got cigar shaped, you got, the top hat shaped, you have orbs. Why? Maybe they're serving different purposes. They're doing different things, like we'd use different tools. And I want to be clear, the reason I know that memo is real is because I spent a lot of time with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, sixth man to walk on the moon. Last guy to film him before he died, right? That's how I know. I don't want any journalists thinking I got it from anywhere else. I know because of Dr. Mitchell, and he said the same thing. Maybe these things are performing different tasks, and that's
they seem. If you think about what an alien is in terms of the sort of iconic image of an alien, like the Steven Spielberg Close Encounters of the third kind alien, they seem like what we'd assume a human being would eventually become. And if these things are tiny, human beings are smaller than they've ever been before. They're weaker than they've ever been before. And there seems to be a trend in that direction. And this trend seems to be amplified by our technological progression. There are a lack of need for muscle strength and our lack of need for violence. And we're moving in a society to try to get away from all the things that we think are abhorrent about human beings and the terrible behaviors that we have. If we one day do give birth to some sort of an artificial being, like Marshall McLuhan's quote, "We are the sex organs of the machine world." That one day we...
Okay, I'll go.
Yeah, McLuhan was brilliant. And that that quote has always been one of my favorites because, okay, what are we doing when we're constantly technologically innovating? We're constantly looking for faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, more pixels, more this, more that, higher bandwidth, 5G, 10G. Right? What are we doing? We're moving into this, if you just follow it, objectively stand back, don't attach yourself or your civilization, your culture to it, and look at what it is. We're moving 100% towards technological innovation. If you looked at this species from afar, and if you weren't a part of it, you would say, well, what does this species do? Oh, they make things. They make things better every year. Beehives are the same fucking thing that you see 10 years ago. You go by, you see a beehive, it's amazing, it's cool, but they're the same fucking thing. They figured out how to do it, they make the beehive. Right? We don't do that. We make better things.
What would you
constantly?
And at some point, I think that technology is going to fuse with us.
Yes.
And we're going to become.
It's already happening.
Yeah.
I mean, Elon Musk talked about it on my podcast that we are cyborgs. You just carry it in your pocket. It's a phone. It answers any question you want. You can talk to it. It'll give you the answers instantaneously. It navigates you. It has all your phone numbers in it. It has all your contacts. You can get a hold of people. People are listening to you through it. It's connecting us in ways even involuntarily.
Haptics, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's also getting on your wrist. How many people have iWatches, Apple Watches?
Well, right, on their wrist? Right, and that's only because we can't integrate them yet. But you know that point is coming.
100%. Yeah, I didn't joke about it last night, but I have a bit about it. But I do about the integration between humans and technology.
What would you do if you were a hyper intelligence, right? Would you do the work yourself, or would you create some cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and do it for you? If you were a hyper intelligence that has kind of changed like you've described, you'd probably create workers, right?
Well, that's a vast conspiracy theory.
I'm not talking about conspiracy.
But it is a kind of a conspiracy,
I'm
right?
asking.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you could look at it that way, but that is the way a conspiracy theorist would look at it. The way I would look at it is like there's obviously a progression going on, a biological progression. There's some sort of an integration with technology. There's some sort of imperative, this need for technological innovation. It's inescapable. Everyone has it. And I think it's attached to materialism in some sort of a strange way because so many people work so hard to get new things. And like, God, that seems so illogical and preposterous. It makes people unhappy and depression's on the rise, but nobody seems to be able to stop it. But why is that? Well, maybe it's because we are the electronic caterpillars that give birth to the butterfly. Maybe that's what we're doing.
That could very well be.
What our job is to do is to make some sort of a cocoon. And we don't even know we're doing it while we're doing it. Do you think a caterpillar is aware, like, hey, caterpillar, what are you doing? Man, I'm doing my thing. It's my job. I have to make a cocoon.
This could be a natural part of evolution.
It could be.
That we're just supposed to do this
exactly.
and make the jump to some sort of mechanized.
Right.
Yeah,
have
non-biological.
you ever seen an orangutan that is fishing with a spear?
No.
They've figured out how to fish with spears. There's primatologists.
Wait, without somebody showing them how to fish?
No, they've imitated human beings doing it. And now they do it, but they do it independently. They're not trained orangutans. They're wild orangutans. Look at that. There's a wild orangutan.
Okay, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Well, there's these primatologists. I guess we call them primatologists. That's the term.
That's a great
biologists that believe that monkeys and chimps and some of the great apes are moving into the Stone Age. That they've currently entered the Stone Age. Like they're not staying what they were 100,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, but they're actively using tools and they're experimenting with different ways to use those tools. And then they're making tools out of stone. They're making tools out of sticks, and they're using them. Well, this might just be what happens. This might just be what happens. I mean, why else? Why the fuck do we work so hard? I mean, I was driving to LA this morning. I had a doctor's appointment, so I was on the 405 at 8 in the morning. But Jesus Christ, like this is so crazy. When you're on the 405 in LA at 8 o'clock in the morning, you see literally a million cars, and it's just everywhere you go, it's people. And also, I'm in a Tesla, so I have it on autopilot. So I'm there sitting, I'm listening to a podcast. I barely have my hand on the wheel. I'm not touching shit. This car's driving me along. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just hanging out. It's so much less stress, by the way, to do it that way.
Right.
So it encourages you to innovate. It encourages you to embrace this new technology. I got this giant screen showing me navigation in front of me. Oh, I'll be there 5 minutes early. Excellent. And I'm listening to a podcast wirelessly. It's Bluetooth streaming from my phone, and I pulled that podcast, which came out today out of the fucking sky, and I'm listening to it, and I'm all comfortable in my nice little car, just driving on my way to the doctor's office.
This is irresistible stuff.
Yeah, it's different than your Walkman.
Yeah,
you know, back in the
it is
day.
irresistible. It is irresistible.
It's frighteningly irresistible.
But is it frightening? I mean, if you were a monkey, right? If you were an Australopithecus, would you go, man, I don't want to fucking be a person, live in a house? That's bullshit. I like just swinging around on trees. I like running from jaguars. This is life. Guys, life is running from crocodiles. It's not living in the fucking suburban community.
There's probably some that are like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think when it comes, we're going to embrace it. We're going to embrace it the same way you embrace cell phones, the same way you embrace television. There's going to be a few holdouts. I don't even have an email address, man. There's a few and far between. Good luck with that, fuckface. Go move to the woods, Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, I was just going to throw Ted Kaczynski.
Oh, man. Ted Kaczynski was right. This is something that I think about sometimes when I get really high. That Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies. This has been proven. Ted Kaczynski, they cooked his fucking brain when he was at Harvard. And then when he went over to Berkeley and became a professor, his goal was to make enough money so that he could implement this program and live in the woods and then write his manifesto and start killing people that were involved in propagating technology.
He was expunged from the Harvard logs, by the way. This is something my friend just called me about. So there's like this private library, and they used to print people's names whenever they were part of a university. And he was one of a handful of people that were expunged from it. I want to jump back to the one thing, Joe. I want to be very careful with that word, conspiracy theorist. What I was saying to you was, we terraform our Earth, right? We terraform, we change the environment, we do all this innovation. What is stopping us from thinking that that's not being done? I'm not saying it is. I'm saying what's stopping us from thinking that that's being done on a much bigger level, on a cosmic level.
You mean like aliens coming down doing that to humans?
So I'm telling you that there is something here. There's a fact. There's something. They're a craft. They're here. They're not ours. They're here. So the question is, what is that about? And I'm just looking at what we do with what you're describing with technology.
Well, I think it's much more likely that the same way we observe chimps and we observe that they are now in the Stone Age, that they're observing us, and that they're recognizing that there is a pattern, that there's steps that happen. I mean, Carl Sagan talked about the different levels of civilization. That if we don't get past certain levels, we're never going to reach.
Right. I mean, we're type 1 civilization. Yeah. We're going to stay at type 0.
Well, we're in this warring, polluting, pillaging.
We're awesome
civilization. We're awesome in a lot of ways,
But in that way, we're not.
But yeah, we're children that have immense power that we didn't really. The other thing is, you're using the immense power that other people have created, right? I mean, even when you're driving a car, you're stomping on the gas, like, woo! You didn't invent the fucking engine. You didn't invent tires. There's all these things that were involved in the creation of this thing that is really outside of your grasp of understanding, but yet you have the ability to use it. Like a person with a gun. I'm just going to bang, bang, bang people. You didn't invent a gun. So like you've without the intellect to craft and engineer and manifest these creations, you just have access to them because you have paper or you have Bitcoin or you have whatever the fuck you're using a credit card. Now you have almost no responsibility. You can just flippantly use these things, which is why we're very childlike in our actions. We haven't had to earn the responsibility. We haven't had to earn these things that we've been able to have, and you've only been able to have them because other people have innovated and spent ungodly amounts of time and effort and focus in the lab to create these things. And then they've all put them together. And then what's the reason to put them together? The profit. Well, what's the reason to profit? Well, why are you doing this? So you can buy more things. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're making better things. That's what we do. That's all we do.
That's all we do is make better things.
Yeah. Why the fuck do we need oil? Why do we need oil? Why can't we just burn wood and stay home? Why can't we grow chickens and food in the backyard? Why can't we do it? Well, we fucking can. We certainly can. People do it. But we decide to make that almost impossible. Our preferred way of living is to stuff everyone into a very small area where no one grows anything other than weed. And this is what LA is. LA is 20 million people with hard surfaces, as many hard surfaces as you can. Boy, if you got an acre backyard in LA, holy shit, look at all that green. This is amazing. Well, no, that's the fucking earth coming through this weird sort of creation that we've put on top of the earth. But the goal is that, like New York City, there's none of it, right? You've got Central Park, and they just got human shit. You stacked up. No one's growing anything. And then constant work. Everyone's up early. Go, go, go. Innovate, progress, make that money so you can buy more things. And every year, hey, Apple, where's this fucking new phone? As if your phone isn't good enough.
Yeah.
Like your phone's taking pictures and videos, and people are calling you, and you got applications that tell you which way the wind's blowing. It's not good enough.
A blink of an eye, it's all gone, though. That, like 10,000 years and the Hoover Dam goes or whatever. Mount Rushmore disintegrates. So it's amazing because we have created that, and everything's trying to spring up through that. We keep it maintenance down, but we're a blink, man. Something hits.
We don't think that way. You think in terms of your own life, right? You think in terms of what you want and what you need right now. We are in many ways this combination of this weird, primitive, ape-like thing with the ability to calculate and manipulate our world and our environment that makes us wholly unique. On top of that, with existential angst and fear. So what do you do with that? With fucking water it down with the antidepressants. Give these fucking people some shit that keeps them moving. They're worried about the future. They're trying to figure out what reality is. You're on a goddamn portable spaceship spinning 1,000 miles an hour, hurling through infinity. There's no meaning to this. Just keep making shit. Keep making stuff. And then one day, they're going to be able to hit that switch, and this life will be born out of innovation and thinking and progress and technology. And more than likely, it's probably going to be what we're seeing that these things are that you're observing.
Mm-hmm. I'm not observing them, but yeah.
Someone's observing.
Are you implying that they're us?
I don't think they are us, but I think they are what happens when things keep going. It's not us, just like we're not monkeys, right? I'm not a chimp.
Oh, that'd be
Chimp
cool.
like.
They're from here, is your idea?
No, that this is what happens all over the universe.
Yes, right? Yeah, totally.
This is what happened. Look, here's the thing. I went to see Brian Cox's, he has this amazing live show with Robin Ince where they have these LED screens, these huge screens with high resolution depictions of the cosmos. And one of the most mind-blowing things was he has this large-scale image of the universe, and it shows all the individual galaxies of the universe, and it just keeps moving through all these galaxies in 3 dimensions, and it's fucking incredible. But what's stunning is the relative uniformity of it, even at, you're obviously looking at an incredibly small depiction of something that's immensely large, like a galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. You're seeing it as this little dot, but this little dot that's flying through space, surrounded by other little darts with very similarly spaced distances.
Yeah, homogeneous all through, yeah.
So, if we see uniformity in that form, in terms of the distance between galaxies, so many galaxies, it's so similar. They might vary slightly, and that slightly might be hundreds of millions of light years, right? But there's so much uniformity. Why would we not assume that uniformity exists pretty much everywhere, and that all these things that you're seeing that are so similar, you do see binary star systems, you do see single star systems but there's also some speculation that Earth, that our solar system one time was a binary star system. Right? That's one of the speculations about that object that they find outside the Kuiper Belt, that the thing is 10 times larger than Earth. They think it might have been at one point in time a star. But this uniformity that you see, why wouldn't we think that has its same implications biologically? If there's some sort of a biological uniformity, and that this happens given the right sets of circumstances.
Yeah, it could be.
You should tell them some of the stuff that you read that you don't know is true. If the stuff was true about the propulsion stuff. Anyway.
What have you read?
What you saw too.
What are you talking about? Spill the beans, Bob.
I got to poke the bear here.
Get some more liquor in you.
The only thing I could verify was what I had my hands on. There was talk of weapon systems, that there were different projects. Project Galileo, Project Sidekick was supposed to be weapon applications of the craft. Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effects of time in the craft. Now, we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about, small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be used, as a not as a well, it was part of a weapon program.
How are you informed in this?
These again were just the small briefings that I read, but again, I don't really like to talk about those because I don't have any information on them, and it was just small briefings.
But you told Commander Fravor that what he saw might have been a time dilation, and not
it could be because gravity affects time, space time. I'm sure you've heard of that, and what Commander Fravor saw as he was in the F-18 approaching it, he said he described it as a ping pong ball in a cup and shaking it back and forth. It was moving that fast. Now, obviously, if there's anything inside there, it's going to be battered to hell. But my point was that, well, one of two things: either there's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertia effects, or you are seeing through a gravity distortion field. So, just like you're looking at a highway and you see, an optical distortion going through there. Well, the same thing happens in gravity, and the craft may not actually be moving like that. It may just look like it because you can only see it through the field. So it may be making much more gentle moves. I'm not saying that's it, but it has to be one of the two.
And the thing shows up 60 miles away. They noticed it on radar 60 seconds after it left Commander Fravor, but it was at his cap point, which is the next point he was destined to go to, 60 miles away. And in 60 seconds on radar, the same object ends up there.
So it's going a mile a second.
No, I think the radar just picked it up in 60 seconds.
Yeah, it could have been there instantly, but
yeah, we don't know.
The cycle time.
Nobody knows. That's the whole thing.
So it cycles, like radar cycles?
Like it doesn't sweep, but
right,
I mean, it scans. It's a planar array, so it just, scans around at random places.
That's the spy one does the really cool. Yeah, it doesn't do the whole loop anymore.
Right. The point is, though, that the craft moved to his next location before he knew where his next location was going to be.
Jeez.
And that's well documented. So that's a pretty shocking piece of information.
What's fascinating to me too is that you were discussing this, the way this reactor worked, and that these things were not really connected.
No, nothing is connected. There's no wiring at all.
That freaks me the fuck out.
Charge your iPhone,
Yeah, no wireless.
Yeah. I mean, that's a simple electromagnetic.
Tesla.
Yeah, I know again, but that's just simple electromagnetic induction.
Right, but I mean, Tesla, the scientist, had this concept of
right. That's what that's what I'm talking about.
For other people, when we were saying that he wanted to send wireless electricity through the sky, and Westinghouse was like, "Get the fuck out of here with that!" But anybody could just pull electricity out of the sky.
Can't meter it.
Yeah, they couldn't. They couldn't.
We had this talk in the car right over, trying to chill him out. We're talking about Tesla and how he couldn't be metered and how it all went down. So it's funny you bring it up.
Yeah. That. I mean, who knows what would have happened in terms of innovation had he been allowed to go forward with that?
Well, we probably wouldn't have computers.
You think?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive. I mean, forget about microelectronics. Well, this is dumping huge amounts of electromagnetic energy in the air, and we'd be able to wirelessly turn on our lights, but there'd be no radio communication. The interference would be something would be overwhelming. It would induce electric currents in anything with a small wire on it. So integrated circuits, transistors would be disintegrated before they were even, tested for operation. So it would destroy.
Fucked us up.
Yeah, it would have stopped us dead. It'd be great. You could turn lighters on and heaters from all over the place with no wires, but it would stop modern electronics.
And if we became dependent on it, it would almost be like our dependence on fossil fuels. Although it's destructive, it's very difficult for us to get off the nipple.
It would have changed the course of how we developed, which is so interesting when you talk about it. A civilization of the star system didn't even start with fossil fuels. They had 115 naturally on their planet. And they're like, cool, anti-gravity is pretty awesome.
Well, the fact that
I think it's important that actually happened.
Yeah.
It might have been stopped in its tracks for a reason.
Whoa. And it's just, I think it's incredibly difficult for us to imagine technological progression under another timeline other than the one that we've experienced.
Yeah, that's difficult.
If we imagine what this alien race must have been like, and God, just to be able to see something, obviously we've seen it in different life forms, right? Like we see the life of certain beetles in comparison to the life of certain fish. Very, very different existence, very different life cycles.
Octopus.
Yeah, octopus. I mean, we see all these different variables in terms of biological entities on Earth, but we don't see it in terms of technological innovation, as we're the only one that's intelligent that can innovate. We have intelligent creatures, but they're in the ocean. The only other thing that are like us are dolphins and orcas and whales, and they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment. And subsequently, because they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment, we put them in fish tanks. And we're like, get in the tank, do some tricks.
Right.
The only thing he saw in the craft, if we were considering Bob's story, the only thing that he saw in the craft that he related to that looked like a human could make was this honeycomb hatch. And I always love that because you're like obsessed with this thing that you could recognize.
I only focus on that because it was the one thing that I understood how it worked.
What was it?
And it was the access to the level below, and it was if you take a 6-pack of beer and you take out the cardboard dividers, set it on the table, you can put a lot of pressure on the top. But if you push it from the sides, it collapses flat. So it was something like that in a honeycomb shape that was essentially some sort of sheet metal, and you could walk on that in the upper layer. But if you took the corner, stuck your finger in, and pushed, it collapsed and made an entryway. So I thought that was a really unique. I'd never seen that before, and it was the only thing in the craft that made absolute sense to me. I said, we can make that, and all that is a hatchment.
Was there any discussion about the materials that were used to make the craft?
I'm sure there was, but that was a metallurgy division. It had nothing to do with us.
So you never got
not even the slightest brief. I don't even know if it was metal or it was ceramic. I think there's a fine line between the two.
Now, one of the things that's happened to you that has allowed people to discredit you was there's obviously been some sort of an effort to erase your past.
Yeah.
Some sort of an effort to erase your education history, your employment history at Los Alamos. In fact, the only way your employment history was proven at Los Alamos was someone got a directory of the employees from the past and read into it, and you were on that list. So it proved that you worked there, even though people were trying to deny it, and they were trying to use that as a way to discredit you. You never did work at Los Alamos. You weren't really a scientist. What was that like to experience? I mean, of course, we're talking about the 1980s, the 1990s, when you could get away with something like that.
Yeah, obviously there were a lot less records on computers at that time. It was still file cabinets and folders. But that was frightening. That was one of the first things I started. I think George Knapp was the first one that uncovered that. I mean, he saw my birth certificate disappear. It disappeared. Yeah, there was no record of you being. Yeah, there was no record of that. There was no record.
His mom tells me about that. Like, it was frightening for her. He's got a real family. He's a real person. It's frightening for her.
But the Los Alamos thing really surprised me, and that they were so adamant that no, this guy never worked here. Don't be ridiculous. And George went back and forth, for
I got the letters on the wall. Yeah,
months. I mean, it was ridiculous. But fortunately, somebody came up with a 1982 phone book directory. I mean, and also, originally I told you, when I worked there, I was on the front page of the paper. So they were still able to archive, bring that back from the archives. And, Bob Lazar, a physicist working here at Los Alamos. So there was at least something there. But somehow George came up with the phone directory.
And then Bob took George with cameras into Los Alamos.
Oh, yeah. So we flew out there, and I said, look, come on in. I'll show you where I worked. We'll go in. We'll meet people. And George went with me, and,
and you knew how to navigate the place.
And, met people, and, and
Los Alamos was also the place where they had the machine that was able to read the size of your digits.
No, that was Los Alamos. That was S4.
That was S4. And explain that.
So Now, this was back in the 80s.
And this is back in the 80s where when you discuss this, people are like, this doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Okay. What was it?
It was a way, this is before fingerprint scanners and, and any high resolution scanner at that time. So what it was a device that had a little picture of a hand on a glass plate with pins in it. So you could jam your hand in there. And there was a bright light above it and a sensor underneath. And when you put your hand in there, the light would turn on and it would measure the bones in your finger because the light shone through your bones. And apparently, the length of the bones in your fingers are extremely unique and easy to measure. And they used that. When you put your hands on there, the light would turn on and your badge would pop out.
There's it right there.
Oh, there it is. That's it. And I tried to describe this to people, and they said, that is the most ridiculous thing we've ever heard. And I said, hey, my badge came out of that thing. I put my hand on it, badge popped out, and that's how I could open the doors and get into S4. And,
and everybody discredited that. They said it was bullshit, it was science fiction. And Jeremy, you found this.
I found it through a good friend of mine named Tyler Rogaway, and he had some good sources inside of Area 52 where they also used these for the stealth program right around that time. So now I've got all these people that worked within who, said only if you're in certain programs would we use this technology. It's kind of shit, actually. We didn't keep it for very long, the beginning of biometrics. So I was able to reveal it in my film. I kept my mouth shut until I showed it to Bob. In the movie, his first time he saw it was how you see it in the documentary. That's his genuine reaction. I'm getting goosebumps.
That was a great idea, the way you did it.
Thank you, man, because you know what? Guess what? I'm actually trying to see if he's telling the truth. That's how I started. That's how I started. So it was really cool to see that, and that you get to see it, his actual reaction.
Has that been verified by other people?
Yeah, so to me it has. Personally, I get emails every day and people are telling me where these are used and how they're used and send me photos. I get a lot of photos of identity mats now.
Well, how they were used, right? They're not
how they were used, but I don't. The most recent one was way more recent than I thought in another country. But yeah, that technology was used. So what's so funny is that this technology, even in the Area 52 where they'd use them for Tonopah, one of the guys who will go on camera with me, he will do an interview with me. He was a technician for one of these, and he hated them because they were really bad. They always broke down and he was a technician for them. But he won't tell me where. If he worked at Area 52, so it was probably Tonopah. It's very separated, even on base, but yeah.
So there was that.
Yeah.
There is your education record. That was also, what happened with that?
Well, that disappeared also. That I've never gone anywhere for education. I never attended any classes at Caltech. I never attended anything at MIT.
You did attend classes in those places?
I did attend classes in those places.
Do you know anybody that you went to school with?
Yes, I do.
And have they verified that they went to school with you?
Well, I gave Jeremy some names, but the reason I don't say these names publicly is because every single time I mention a name, somebody gets in trouble.
They don't want to be.
Of course. Yeah, of course. But what is that experience like, seeing your birth certificate erased, seeing your employment
Well, it's
history?
frightening. It's absolutely frightening.
But it's also the fuel that the debunkers use, the so-called air quote skeptics. I don't like the term skeptics. I'm going to say this publicly because I really only say this privately. I think it's a sloppy, lazy way to look at things, to just be a skeptic.
Look,
I want people to be objective. And I think there's a lot of things you should be skeptical of. I think you should look at things from a hardline science perspective. You should be objective. But the idea of skeptics, the problem with that is you're always looking for things to be bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think that's dangerous because I think some things aren't bullshit.
It's confirmation bias on the other end. You're just deciding to take a square thing and put it in a round hole no matter what.
And I find a lot of them to be lazy.
Yeah.
A lot of them to be lazy thinkers.
Sure.
Because they're always putting it into that box instead of going, instead of just separating their ego, they're playing a game. And the game is calling bullshit. I want to call bullshit, and I'm going to line up all these reasons why it's bullshit, and I'm going to ignore anything that might be contrary to that definition.
Yeah.
Every time I'm thinking I'm going to catch him in something, all along this process, I found Dr. Krangle. He came forward and said, I was in security briefings with Bob Lazar, the physicist at Los Alamos. He went on the record with me. Now, the other people I talked with, why won't they go on the record with me? Because they're still working there. So that's the difference, right? What can the public have, right?
Or even if they're not working there, they want to live their lives. Well, I mean, obviously, people have seen what's happened to you.
Mike Thigpen, after 30 years.
Yeah, really, if you look at all the information on, concerning my accounts, that's verifiable, it can't possibly be a bullshit story anymore. It's really way past that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was my
Mike Thigpen is. I mean, how could I possibly know?
So Mike Thigpen was the guy that did the security clearances to go to one of the guys that was.
And this is the guy that you worked with.
He said he did.
Right.
And George Knapp, George didn't believe him. George put him through 4 polygraph tests. Right. He tried to see, man, this is a big risk. It sounds interesting, but let's see if he's telling the truth. One of the things was, Bob said there's a guy named Mike Thigpen. He did security clearances for the base, and that's a weird name. It's very specific. For 30 years, George found this guy in this weird department that he didn't even know it was Mike Thigpen. The guy wouldn't talk to me, ghosted him, totally ghosted him for 30 years. Used Facebook and Google image match through his children. I was able to find him after 30 years. And I talked to him 3 times on the phone. He lives on the East Coast. He almost went on camera with me. Confirmed that he did security clearances for the base in 1989, confirmed he remembers Bob Lazar. And what you don't know is there's a handwritten note that a friend of yours has from Mike.
What?
I know, I'm going to give it to you later. But that is real. That is actual. So
a handwritten note that says what?
This is new.
So when
they do security clearances, they go through all your friends and family.
And they go to your friends and family,
yeah.
So this is to Bob and I had people come to me for a friend of mine that's serving, and they're doing a security clearance for him. And even though I'm like the UFO guy, they did, the FBI come and visit my house and make sure that they talk about my friend, and they left a little card. And when my wife told them to get away because she didn't know who they were, they left a little card. It's super cute now. Back then, it was a handwritten note, and his friend has it for him that you haven't seen in
oh my God
2 decades. So if you're listening,
how come you're telling me this now?
I don't know why I'm telling
you. What is this card?
It's just a little handwritten note with Mike Thigpen's signature.
A card, like a postcard.
Like a piece of paper that he left on the door saying when Bob gets back or whatever it says on it. So it's just another little funny thing. I found the guy. He does the security clearances. He admitted to me he did it, and he admitted to me he was dodging George Knapp because when George said his name on the news, he dropped his fork into his steak or into his potatoes or whatever, and he's looking at his wife. He's in trouble. His name's never supposed to be out there like this. Just a security clearance guy. But you don't want national attention associated with anything Bob has to say. But anyway, this unique name, Bob said, for 30 years, the guy ghosted George Knapp. George could prove he existed. He actually talked to me, man. He talked to me 3 times. He almost went on camera with me. It's just crazy. What happens after 30 years? You just get more info.
Well, that's one of the reasons why when you and me and Jeremy and George Knapp had that conversation on the phone, I said, I think what we can do with this podcast is important. I really do. I think it's important for people to hear this from you in a very clear, just very concise way. And if you examine all the information that you've said today, if you look at all the things that the detractors have said, if you look at all of the new recent evidence that's coming out, and all these really high-level people in the military and the government that are discussing this, it gives you far more credibility than you would have had in the 1980s when this came out.
Fuck yes, you can't ignore his story just because you don't like it anymore.
That's why I thought it was important that you come out and refresh the world's memory and let people know. And like I said, I don't want to say I'm a fan of yours, but I guess I'm a fan of yours. As a human being, I'm a fan of yours. But I've been following you for decades. I've been following the story for decades. I mean,
I'm kidding.
I have VHS tapes.
Bob, like a lot of the world has?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, anybody that has any sort of vested interest or just a fascination with UFOs has followed your story, because there's no one else. There's no one else that comes forward. There's some guy who said, I worked underground with the aliens, they shot my hand off. Like, there's a bunch of like wacky dudes. They're underground, there's bases, they're shooting lasers through the Earth's crust and they move at light speed. There's a lot of those guys. They seem schizophrenic, they seem crazy, they might even be disinformation agents. They might be people that are designed to muddy the waters, which for sure has happened.
People are coming forward though now. It's amazing. By doing this, what you're doing, you're providing an opportunity for Bob to tell his story. You know, believe it or not, he can tell his story. It's amazing because more people will come forward now that are involved with these projects. They'll come forward to you, to me, they're coming forward. And so what you've done here is provide that opportunity if they need it. And it's amazing. I just want to say, Bob,
just don't come forward to me.
No, don't come forward to Bob. Why were you freaking nauseous at the beginning of this? Like, so upset? Why'd you have a migraine? Because that started off so hard. My God, I was sitting here like, did this?
Well, why are you asking him why? It's
Because
obvious. Anxiety. The guy's gone through 30 fucking years of being persecuted. They've erased his birth certificate.
I just want to hear from him. I want to hear him say. I want them to
Why
hear
do I have to say that?
You don't.
Joe just said
We
it.
get it.
I step out.
Okay.
Settle down. Yeah, I get it. It was hard for you to get him here, you know, and I appreciate
it. Was hard for us.
Yeah. You did.
What really annoys me are the people that think, you know, you guys just came up with the story to make a bunch of money or get a bunch of, you know, attention. And
that's a good point. So please explain that.
First of all, I don't get any money out of this at all, and I didn't even let you guys buy plane tickets for me to come out here or anything. I mean, anytime, like when Jeremy previewed, I guess, the movie up in Michigan. I mean, it brought in like a couple $1,000s. I made sure that $2,000 went to science programs at the local high schools there.
It's like dirty money. He doesn't want to touch it.
I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid. Okay, I don't need any attention. So no, that if you think somehow we came up with this thing, then you got to tell me why we did it.
Well, you've done a great job of making sure you have your bases covered in that regard. That you haven't profited off of this, and like you said, you have donated whatever money that came your way to science programs. It doesn't make any sense any other way. I mean, what I've gotten out of here is what I thought I was going to get out of here when I watched the documentary. That what you're saying makes sense. It doesn't make sense that it's bullshit.
That happened exactly like I said it did.
I believe you. In closing, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I can't think of anything other than really don't come and try to visit me.
Well, I know that you have paid a huge personal cost to get this information out. And I mean, maybe you didn't understand what that cost would have been when you first initially came forward with the story. But over the past 30 years, it's been immense. It's been great. And I just want to thank you for that. And thank you for all these people that would not have gotten this information, would not have really had this story any other way.
No, thanks, Joe.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. And one more time, the documentary is available on Netflix right now.
Yeah, it's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers.
All right. That's it, folks. Good night. And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand. And here we go. First of all, gentlemen, thanks for being here. Jeremy, thanks for coming back again.
Thanks, Joe.
And thanks to you, sir. It's very exciting to be here. Very exciting for me to be here to be able to talk to you about your story.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
David, tell everybody who you are and tell everybody your background, please.
Okay, my name is David Fravor. I served 24 years in the military, enlisted Marine for a couple of years. They sent me to the Naval Academy. Then I flew for 18 years for the Navy. Literally flew A6s, Hornets, and then Super Hornets. Had every qualification you could get in the airplane. Everything, even the stuff they're not doing anymore. So I had NVG, high, low, went to Top Gun. And at the time of the incident that we're going to talk about, I was a commanding officer of VFA 41, the Black Aces.
I've gone through a journey with this whole UFO stuff, from being a full-on true believer to being incredibly skeptical to trying to be open-minded to being more of a believer now than I think I've ever been before. And one of the things that I've always said is the people that I believe, that there's a lot of loony people out there, but the people that I put my trust in are high-level military people like yourself. So when I hear someone like you who has a story that defies logic or defies conventional understanding of how aircrafts work, that's when I sit back and I go, okay, this is a different thing. Because you know, there's always people that are telling you they're psychic, or they sense things, or they're in communication with Bigfoot. There's always loony people out there. But when someone is in the military, someone who's trained to fly these how expensive are those jets?
When we had them, they were about $70 million a piece.
Yeah, they don't give those to morons.
Typically not. Some people in my family would probably argue that point, but hey, better lucky than good.
It just seems to me that this is for rational people that want to look at this whole UFO phenomenon objectively. You're the type of person that I want to talk to. So I was very excited to have you in here. So what year was your incident? And you have a very, very famous incident that's corroborated by actual evidence, which is one of the rare ones. What year was it, and where did it take place?
So it was 2004, November 14th. It's really, if you draw San Diego to Ensenada, Mexico, we're about 60 miles off the coast in between the two. We're doing workups. So when we get ready to deploy, this was for the 2005 deployment. We were going at sea for November and December of 2004. So we had been out. I had just taken over the squadron mid-October. So I'd been the CO for a month. So we go out and we're putting the battle group pieces together. So it's not just the air wing, but we're on the carrier. We've got the cruiser. We've got all the support ships out there. And we're going to integrate all the defenses and train as one unit. So the exercise that we're going to do is an air defense exercise where there's good guys, bad guys. They're all from the air wing. So the bad guys today are going to be the Marines, VMFA 232, the Red Devils. So they're going to launch and they're going to go about 100 miles south of the ship, and we're the good guys. And we call it 2v2, so it's two of us against two of them. We're going to work with the USS Princeton, which is going to be the controller, and they're going to control the blue forces. And then the red guys are going to give us a presentation that, they're going to try and intercept so we can stop them from getting up towards the carrier. So that's kind of the training set that we're all getting. So the Marines take off first, and they start heading to the south. Now, we have no idea that for 2 weeks, the 2 weeks we've been at sea, they've been tracking these things coming out of the sky. And when I talked to the Princeton controller, he's like up to about a dozen of them. They would come down from above 80,000 feet. They'd drop down to about 20,000 feet. They'd hang out, and then they'd go straight back up after about 3 or 4 hours.
So when you say they've been tracking them, who specifically?
This is the USS. The Princeton was tracking them. They saw them on the Nimitz radar, and the E2 could see them. Because they're out there, that radar's on all the time. And the Spy 1 system on an Aegis cruiser is, the state of probably one of the most sophisticated systems in the world.
So typically when something like this happens and there is some unexplained phenomenon, what do they do?
In this case, if we were in a threat environment, they would tell us. But we're off the coast of San Diego. It doesn't come to the air wing. So we have no idea that these things are out there at all.
So they observe these things and they never bother telling any of you guys.
That's correct.
So they just knew that these things had been visiting this area but they just allowed this training exercise to take place anyway.
Yeah, talking to them, for the 2 weeks they would show up, but it was when we weren't flying. So the typical carrier schedule is, for us, it was about noon to midnight. It's a 12-hour day. There's reasons for that. It can go a lot longer. But for training, we just do the 12-hour day thing. And it's cyclic out, so you got guys taking off and landing periodically. So we were on one of the first goes. It's noon, 1 o'clock, somewhere around there when we take off. The Marines take off first, and my buddy Cheeks, who was the CEO of the Marine Squadron, he was leading the Red Air. When he launched off the carrier first, they called him up and said, "Hey, what do you got on board?" Well, the original legacy F-18s don't have as much gas as the Super Hornets. Super Hornet's about 30% bigger. So they start talking to him about fuel, and based on how long we're going to be airborne and everything else, they go, "Hey, why don't you just go ahead and proceed to your cap point?" Because we had just taken off. And that's when the controller had come up and said, "Hey," I forget our call sign. It's probably like dealer is usually what we went. So it'd be like dealer 1-1. This is Princeton Control. What do you got? So your loadout. I kind of chuckled. He said, "So I got a Catum 9, which is basically just a blue metal tube with a seeker head for an A9 IR missile. It's a training. It doesn't come off the airplane. You can beat it with a sledgehammer. That's the only way you're going to get it off, or you got to unlock the lugs with a key." So I'm like kind of chuckling. He goes, "Well, hey, we're going to cancel the training." So we're like, "Okay." He says, "We got real world vector, and they're going to send us out to the west. So picture if it's, if you got a clock, the Nimitz is in the middle. We're a little bit south of that, about 40 miles south, and then the Marines are about 100 miles south of the ship, about 60 miles between the two of us. So as this is all happening, my wingman is joining up. All right, and these are F-18F, so there's 2 people in each jet. So it's me and my Wizzo, which is weapon systems operator, and I've got the other pilot and the weapon systems operator in the other jet. So they tell us all this. Hey, we're going to real world vector, and they send us out 270, about 60 miles away from where we're going. So now we're going out even further out to sea. We have no idea what we're intercepting, and this is when the controller starts talking to us. He says, "Hey, sir, we've seen these objects. For 2 weeks, they've been coming down," and he's giving us the whole story. He says, "We need you to go investigate. We want to know what these are."
But they're asking you to investigate in a jet that's unarmed.
That's correct. Okay. Yeah, we have no... And there's reasons for that we don't fly. We typically don't fly with live ordnance unless we're actually going into like a combat zone or we're on a training range and we're going to shoot something. And the reason is you can go through history of the Navy or the Air Force. You put live missiles on airplanes and then you start doing training where you're squeezing the trigger. Someone always messes the switchology up and someone gets shot down. It's happened multiple times. So we don't do it. There's times that we do, but it's rare. So we start flying out to the west. Now I want you to think, because the other pilot has when you talk to, it's out there, it was a female. When you talk to her, here's the kind of goes through the mindset of, okay, we're off the coast of Mexico, real world vector. We have no idea what we're going to look at. Probably drug runner, because you get the drug runners coming up the coast. So we're like, okay. So we drive out and they're calling down ranges. So they're telling us, hey, it's 270 at 30 miles at 20,000 feet. And it's, and then you just count down the ranges. And we're talking back and forth the whole time. So they got to a point where they say, hey, merge plot, which means radars have resolution cells, range and azimuth of what the radar can actually see. Once you're inside that box, you can't tell the difference between me and the object I'm going at. We'll just become one big blob.
Mm.
So they call merge plot. And so the other jet is on my left-hand side. And I'm going to go to a clock code to make it simple. So the object we're going to end up looking for is right in the middle of the clock. And we are at the 6 o'clock position. And my wingman is off to my left side. So she's further down with her with it. So as we're looking around, we look to the right, and yesterday was a perfect example out here. The water is perfectly calm, no white caps. I mean, it's literally a perfect San Diego, California day. And we see whitewater, something like if you see a seamount, rock underwater when you're standing on the shore and the waves are breaking over it, you're like, what is that? It's usually because there's a rock under the water. So it looks like that, but it's about the size of a 737. It actually kind of has a shape of like a cross, and it's pointing to the east. So you've got the long part going east-west, and you've got a couple of things going north to south. So as we're looking at it, because that kind of draws our eyes, we're like, oh, that's kind of odd. We look down, and Wizzo in the other airplane comes up and says, hey, skipper, do you? And that's about what he gets out of his mouth. And I'm kind of looking at the same thing. I go, dude, do you see that? What is that thing? What we see is this white tic-tac looking object just above the surface of the water.
pointing north-south, and it's going north-south, east-west. It's just radically moving forward, back, left, right at will. And it's moving around the disturbance, the white water that we see.
How big is this thing?
So, over time, it's about 40 feet long. And the way I estimate that is, I mean, I got a lot of time fighting other airplanes, so it's about the size of a fuselage. So that's why I say 40 feet. And this thing's just going left. So the first thing you see when you look down, you go, and this is with our eyes, it's not sensors, right? So we're looking down at this thing, and first thing you think is helicopter, right? The helicopters typically stay below 200 feet when we're out there, and they're just driving around. We're pretty far away from the ship for a helicopter for one of ours. So what is it? So the first thing you look for is rotor wash. You know, if you watch any TV show that starts kicking the water up, you can see that. It's really easy to see from the air. So we're like, oh, no rotor wash. Matter of fact, don't see any rotors. Don't see any tail rotor. Don't see any, main rotors. We're like, that's kind of weird. So as we're driving around, we're looking at this thing. We get to about the 9 o'clock position.
How far away are you from this thing?
I'm at 20,000 feet, and it's right down on the surface, right off our right side. So I'm probably maybe a couple miles lateral and 20,000 feet, and we're just watching it move around. And
so it's very small in your eyes.
Not overly small. I mean, an airplane down that low, it's 40 feet. You can see pretty well. It was pretty clear. So I'm like, okay. So I said, I'm gonna go check it out. That's what we're trained to do. The other pilot says, hey, I'm gonna stay up here. And I'm like, that's perfect. So now we'll get some separation. We'll get it from different views. And the other airplane, well, I kind of have a God's eye view of everything that's going on as I go down and check this thing out. So I start driving around, and it's still doing its forward, back, left, right. It's still pointing north-south. We get to about the 12 o'clock position. I'm just in a nice, easy descent. The reason is because I've been asked, how can you go more aggressive? You can, but when you're out over water, the water looks the same at 20,000 feet as it does at 2,000 feet. You don't. So you can easily put yourself in a non-recoverable position if you're not paying attention and you go into the water. So I get this nice easy descent. I get to about 12 o'clock, and as I'm coming down, I could guess probably about 18,000 feet now, a couple thousand feet below the other airplane. The tic-tac just kind of rapidly goes and turns. So now it's kind of pointing east-west, and now it mirrors us. So it's above the surface. We're up high. We're coming down. It starts coming up. I'm like, well, this is getting interesting. So we kind of drive all the way around a circle. I'm descending. It's coming up. And I get over to about the 8 o'clock position on the clock. And it's over at about the 2 o'clock position. Well, the quickest way, as we know as kids, to get someone, you can keep going around the circle. Nothing's going to happen. You cut across the circle. So I'm about, right 2,000 to 3,000 feet above it. And I just kind of drop my nose aggressively, and I cut across the circle. And it's coming this way. It's because I'm trying to fly to where it's going to be, because I want to join on it. I want to see how close I can get to it. And as I'm pulling up, it's kind of starting to cross my nose, and it starts to accelerate. And within about less than a second, as I start to pull nose onto it and it crosses right in front of me, it just goes poof, and it's gone. So I call the other airplane. I said, hey, you guys see that thing? And they're like, sir, it's gone. We don't see it at all. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. So we don't see it. We're looking. At the same time, I say, hey, let's turn around and let's go back to see what was in the water. Was there something there? So we turn around. We're right there. We haven't gone anywhere. It's gone. Water's perfectly. There's no white water, nothing. It's just blue. I'm like, okay. So we turn back around. Now we're heading back out towards the east. And I tell the controller, I said, I first said, I'm kind of weirded out. And I told my backseater that. We start heading back, and the controller on the Princeton comes up and he says, sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is back at your cap point. That was our original point where we were going to hold 40 miles south of the ship. So this thing has went from wherever we were at to, about 60 miles in, maybe 30, 40 seconds. It's already over there. And they didn't track it. It just appeared. It shows back up on the radar, and they go, it's here. So we're like, okay. So we fly back. We don't see it. We don't see it on our radar. We don't see it on any of our sensors. We do like 2 runs, and we come back to the ship and land. So as we're in we call it the PR shop. We're taking off our flight gear. One of my crews is getting ready to go out, and I think they were going to be on a tanker mission, but they had a targeting pod on board. So they launch off, and we're telling them about this before, and the backseater, Chad, says he's really determined. He's going to find this thing. So he tells the pilot, hey, we're going to find this thing. So they're just out driving around, and in the back seat of a Super Hornet, there's no stick, but there's side stick controllers, and they're to control the sensors, because that's what the weapon systems guys do. And they can change displays really fast by just hitting a button, and it'll flip from the radar to the targeting pod. And the way the system actually works is when you see something on the radar and you designate it as your primary target, all the other sensors will look at that point. So everything is kind of synced together. So he picks up a hit on his radar and he goes to lock it up, because I watched all the tapes. He goes to lock it up, and immediately the radar can tell, it gets signals back that it's being jammed. So, and technically jamming is an active war. It starts jamming the radar, goes into a jam extrapolate, a bunch of stuff happens on the scope. Well, he's smart enough to castle to his targeting pod, and he takes a passive track. And that's the video that you see of the Tic Tac, where it's just sitting in the middle of the screen real quiet. So he does that, and he goes through, if you watch the video, if we had it, I'd go through it with you, but they go through all the different modes. He goes, it's an IR and an EO. EO is TV, it's black and white TV camera.
We can get the video right online.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's get the video, Jamie. Where would you can't show it to anybody? We can't show it on YouTube, but you can see it, and people will be able to go to it. You know what we'll do? Go to the video, and we'll tell people when we're starting, and we'll tell people what the title of the video that you get to is, and they can sneak it up themselves if they're watching it.
It's publicly owned. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's publicly owned. It's, American government released it. So it is actually something in the public domain.
So you think we could play it on YouTube and not get pulled?
Yeah.
100%.
You think so, Jamie?
It's a government.
Those things, I would say, yes, we should be able to, but sometimes those things get messy. So
let's take a chance.
Okay,
let's take a chance with this one.
I know if you find a New York Times article, there's a link to it.
It's a Pentagon release.
YouTube is crazy with copyright stuff, and we've always been like 2 steps away from getting pulled off of YouTube completely. It's a real disaster. I understand from their perspective, there's a lot of legal issues they have to deal with, but
I have it on a private server. I can maybe send Jamie.
The issue, I believe, though, is the actual copyright of the video itself.
Oh, it's a
Pentagon release.
Okay, and the Pentagon's going to come after us.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Did you find it?
I want to find a good version of the video that doesn't have somebody else.
Jeremy, do you know?
Yeah, I've got an unwatermarked version. Let me just look it up and send it to you.
Jeremy will get it to us.
I have to figure out how to send it to you right here. Give me a second.
Do you have AirDrop? Or could you AirDrop?
Yeah, but I got it on a page. I got it on a page, a private page. I can send Jamie.
Oh yeah, okay. Do you have Jamie's info?
No.
Send.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
You can send it to me, and I'll send it to him.
Okay,
that's pretty easy. Sorry to disrupt the momentum.
No, you're good.
But I think it's probably important to be able to have this the video itself, so you could just talk about it. And we're about to yank it up here. Okay, Jamie wrote it down for you. There you go.
Just give me a second to get it out.
Okay. And for people who don't know, Jeremy also produced Bob Lazar, Area 51 Flying Saucers, and he was in here when we had Bob Lazar in, talk about Bob's experience, and Jesus, if that wasn't a game changer for me and for a lot of other people. This is a subject that it's so easy to mock. This is why I think it's so important that we talk to people like you, because, like I said, just your average, everyday UFO crackpot, they believe everything and anything. Have you ever had any UFO experiences before this?
No, the irony, and I tell this story. My mother-in-law, she'll be listening. She literally, every time I would go home, she would ask me, "Hey, did you see a UFO? Did you see a UFO?" And I'd be like, "No." When I first started dating my wife, she was a big National Enquirer. She had all the supermarket tabloids, and I would always just feed her crap for it. So this happens, and I never say a word. So my friends all knew it was a great story over beers, because they go, "Hey, what's the coolest thing you ever saw flying?" I go, "I chased a UFO," and they go, "Yeah." Here I go, "No, seriously." And I tell them the story, and they're like, "Dude." I go, "Yeah." So I go home, and I got asked by Lou Elizondo to do the New York Times article, which, as like anything else, I always say no. Like, it took a bunch of times to get me on your show. Jeremy kept asking, and it was,
thank you, Jeremy.
You got to thank my contractor's wife, Angel, who we were at a party drinking, and she goes, "You got to do Rogan." I go, "What?" She goes, "It's the biggest podcast on the planet." She goes, "You got to do it." And I go, "All right, I'm going to do it just for you. I'm going to do this show." So
shout out to Angel,
from New Hampshire. So, so my mother-in-law, we're sitting there, and I know the New York Times article is going to come out, and so it was at Thanksgiving in when the article came out, 17. So it was Thanksgiving 2017. And everyone had kind of left the house. So it's just my wife and my in-laws, a couple of us sitting in the kitchen. And I said, "Hey, I got to tell you guys this." They said, "What?" I said, "There's going to be this article comes out in the New York Times. I'm in it." And they're like, "Yeah." I go, "Well, I chased a UFO. My mother-in-law's like, ha ha. She looks at my father-in-law. He's rolling his eyes, looking at me like, are you serious? And I go, yeah. And then she's like, you never told us. I go, I've never really told anyone. I mean, my wife and kids knew the event happened, but they didn't have all the details because it was almost confused. And I just didn't get into it.
Is it classified?
No.
Was it at any point in time?
No, there's a lot of rumors out there that it was classified and the ship got locked down. No, it wasn't. It was, we were never, men in suits did not show up. No one told us not to talk about it. And this is because there's a lot of other people saying other things. And I said, let's look at it. Here's the context. So in the battle group, you've got the admiral, you got the captain of the ship, the captain of the Princeton, and then you've got the other COs. So in position-wise, I'm probably, as a CO of a squadron, in the top 20 out of 6,000. And no one came to talk to me. No one came to take my tapes. No one showed up in a suit. No one told me not to talk. No one talked to any of my air crew that were involved in this. There were 6 people total involved. The 2 that shot the video, and the 4 of us that looked at it for 5 minutes with our eyes. No one, nothing. It just, and I can get into how, there's a report that George Knapp got released. I call it the unofficial official report. And I had met someone, and I'm like, hey, can you find anything out? I had this incident. And normally you tell people this, they look at you like, dude, what are you smoking? And I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm tested. And they go, and they said, well, let me see what I can do. And I had got a call. I was doing some aerospace work, and I had gotten a call on my cell phone from a guy. And he said, hey, I want to investigate your incident. And I go, okay. So he did. He investigated the incident, and it was very, very thorough. I mean, if you've read it's about 10 pages long. And he tracked down everybody. He tracked down all the people that were the air crew that were involved. He tracked down the admiral. It was a pretty thorough report. And I didn't think anything of it, because the people have worded it's out there, so they want to do FOIA, but it was never released in a FOIA request. I actually had the Navy call me. I'd been out of the Navy for like 6 years. And
let's explain to people that means freedom of information.
So I got called by a public affairs person from the Navy and said, hey, is this Commander Fravor? And I said, yeah. And they said, hey, do you know of any documentation on your UFO incident off the Nimitz? And I said, official. And she said, yeah. I said, no, because I knew the report existed, but to me it was an unofficial because I didn't know where it went. And I had a copy of it, but because it wasn't official, well then, years later, I find out that the guy who actually did the report was part of the ATIP team. And I was talking to Lou Elizondo, who runs that program. And Lou showed me the documentation of the original, I think it's like 13 people that were part of the ATIP, and they were FOIA exempt. And I'm like, well, that's kind of, well, hey, I know that guy. He's the guy that did the report, which is why it never ever came out until George got his hands on it.
How does something Freedom of Information Act exempt?
Obviously, DOD has the ability, because I'm not a conspiracy theory person at all. I mean, I'll just tell you that. And I think there's reasons that the government doesn't tell the public everything. And I don't speak for the government, but I think there's a good reason for that not everything needs to go out to the public. But most of it does. And what they do is they put a clause on, hey, for this program or whatever we're doing, which we've done an ATIP program, the work that they do and what they find it's not releasable through Freedom of Information Act. There's probably other avenues to get that. And then you go, well, what really is freedom of information? Because I got into this I was talking to someone who's a conspiracy theorist. They said, well, so-and-so wrote, and they're not getting any information on your event. I said, so what are they going to do? They're going to call up, you're going to put in your request for freedom of information. You go, here's what I want. It goes to some poor guy at the Pentagon who's like, I have no idea what this is. And he searches around. He doesn't find anything. He looks at his bud, and I go, for you. I go, hey, Joe, you got anything on the Nimitz incident? And you go, oh. And I go, okay, well, I didn't find anything. I looked. I did my due diligence, but I'm not going to spend the next 6 months of my life doing your research project for you.
Right.
So and you get nothing, and then you assume the government's covering up when it really isn't. They just, the guys that doing the research doesn't know where it's at or doesn't access to it.
Makes sense. Jamie, you have a video? Okay. Here we go. Now, explain what are we seeing? Why are we seeing it in this particular?
Okay,
shade?
So we'll just kind of go around it. So if you look at the OPRs operate on the top left corner. NAR is narrow field of view, which is zoomed in. IR at the top middle, it means it's an infrared mode. So instead of seeing color, you're seeing temperature variations. And these things are extremely sensitive to in like tenths of degrees. They will tell you the difference due to color. So it'll go from black to white. So in this case, white is hot. So if you look down in the bottom left corner, it says WHT. That's white. That means white is hot. So the object that you're looking at is hotter than the sky around it. But what you also notice is there's no plumes. Now, if you're looking at an airplane, when you get closer, you'll actually see the exhaust coming out, and there will be a really glowing plume. That's important as we look at the video. And then most of the stuff on here, you really don't need to know. What you can look at is the bottom right corner, it says 19,990 and a B. That's the altitude. And if you look up in the little words where it says HDG and then BALT, it's autopilot. So it's on an altitude hold. It's just flying for that. So you can go ahead and play the video. And so those two bars next to the white object, that's a passive track. So what he's done is he's commanded the FLIR to track that. So what the system does is it uses, it's actually tracking, it can track pixels, and it's just basically block those hot pixels, those white pixels from the black ones. And then you're going to see now, pause it real quick. So up at the top, see it went to a white screen with a black object. This is a black and white TV mode. And if you look at the top, it says TV. So narrow in TV mode is actually, you can get closer than narrow in IR. It's literally narrow in IR is about medium in TV mode. So you can get closer with the TV mode. So as you look at it now, in this case, you would actually start to see stuff going on. And even in TV mode, because you get exhaust, the black exhaust that comes out, you'll usually be able to see kind of some of that coming out of the back, and you don't see anything. This thing's just sitting there. If you look at the top where it says 3 right, that's the pod is looking 3 degrees right of the nose of the airplane, right? So he's just flying along. The bottom numbers, don't worry, those are time. So it's 41:56. So go ahead and hit play. And what he's doing is Chad's going through all the different modes because he's like, oh, I got it. And he's going to try and see the best video that he can get. Now, there's rumors that this video is like 10 minutes long. No, what you're looking at is the entire video. Now, notice where it says 99.9. So hit pause real quick. What that means is he's got the pod, the targeting pod, because that's his primary sensor right now. The radar is still trying to look at this object and trying to range it, and the radar can't get ranging. So the object is doing something to say, I'm not giving you back, because it's just a Doppler radar, just like a police radar is a Doppler. It's trying to get a ranging on you. It can't do it. So when it says 99.9, the radar cannot see this object right now. It's not allowing it to get ranging.
And I think that's super important, Dave, the way he explained it to me. Active jamming compared to passive jamming. This is a technology that is actively jamming this system.
Rather than something like stealth aircraft, which is the shape and the texture of the...
Yeah, it's... Because everyone thinks stealth is invisible. It's not. It's a technology to basically make it harder for radars to see. And that's the whole thing. If you look at, airplanes that are nose on are harder to see than airplanes inside. It's kind of like, think of a barn door. If you're looking at the whole barn door, it's really easy to see. If I turn the barn door sideways where it's really thin, it's going to be a lot harder for you to see it.
Got it.
So that's the easiest, most basic way to look at it. Keep going. You can play again. And you can look, the airplane is still sitting at 20,000 feet. It's doing 250 knots. He's going to go through different modes and try and lock it. And it's just kind of sitting, and all of a sudden, as the video goes on, I think it's 1.5 minutes long. See, it's going to try and reacquire. It recenters the pod. So it's slowly drifting to the left. The Hornet is still going the same heading, just kind of hanging out. And they're just filming this thing. And then when they get close, it's going to zing off the left-hand side. When you see it on a full, because this, you think digital, you'd be able to get a 1-for-1 copy. Unlike, when you copy your album to a cassette, you lose a little quality. Well, you still do in digital world. And it often goes to the left. And that's pretty fast to leave that field of view. We have big monitors that we look at these when they come back. So we're looking at the original tapes. So
play the end of that again, please, Jamie. So when it's taking off, how fast, when it just sort of like leaves the field of view and takes off to the left, how fast does that go?
I would say pretty fast. It's an estimate. If we had ranging, you could obviously do the triangle and go, hey, because we know how big the field of view is. But for something to leave the field of view that fast with the pod just staring is pretty fast. I mean, it's like out of here.
Like nothing that we have?
No, because we can't. I don't care what airplane it is. So let's just use the F-22 Raptor. That's probably it's probably the best airplane in the world right now, performance-wise. It can't take off like that, especially if it's a hover. I mean, you're talking something that's just sitting in space in the wind, and then it just all of a sudden accelerates. Airplanes don't work that way.
And it's not leaving any exhaust plume.
No, notice there's none. And when you go back to the IR
at the end,
even in the IR, you don't.
Yeah, see, there's IR zoomed in, and there's no. You would see a plume if that was.
It's creepy how it takes off.
Yeah.
With active jamming, it's intelligently controlled. There's no rotors. There's no plumes. There's no exhaust. There's no tail fin. There's no tail number. This thing goes from a standstill, takes off. It's a propulsion system we don't have in our inventory, and no other nation does. That's how it's understood by the government.
Now that's say if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do that same maneuver, this system would be able to track it.
Yeah, it would stay with it until it got to the limits of the pod, as far as looking to the left. But
Right.
And the radar would see it. I mean, you get close enough, you're gonna, everything becomes visible because you get burned through with radar and how radars actually work. This one is, you tell me, but this was performance beyond. I mean, it's like when we saw it disappear when it flew in front of my nose. I'm talking something. I'm within a half mile of it, looking at it, and it gets in front of me and just disappears. So we'll just go to something that everyone knows is fast. Let's just say SR-71. Let's do a Mach 3. The visibility is 50 miles. So even at 35 miles a minute, I'm going to be able to see this thing turn into a little dot as it goes off into the horizon for probably a minute. The thing that we saw disappeared in a second. Just gone. And that's from two different angles. Remember, the other airplane's 8,000 feet above me because we get close to it at about 12,000 feet. So the other airplane's above me looking down. And when it disappeared, I said, "Do you guys see it?" And they said, "No, it's gone." It just literally was poof.
Now, when you came back, and what do you do with this information? Do you report it? Do you talk to people about it?
So the typical process, anytime we fly, everything gets debriefed. So because it was a two-seat airplane, usually the junior person in the jet goes down. So I was the boss, so I wasn't on the other. So we have a thing called CVIC, which is the Carrier Intel Center. So they go down. We always take our tapes because we record stuff when we're fighting. They take it down, and it's really to exercise the system when we're in training, so that when we actually get over to, in this case, we were going over to the Persian Gulf. Anything that we do comes in and gets debriefed, and it all gets sent off. That's how you get the CNN video and all that. So they go down and they debrief, and they have to tell, "Hey, we chased this object. We don't know what it is." And of course, everyone now is going to make jokes because we know we're going to catch shit because that's how the Navy works. And I told him, I said, I remember telling the guy in my back seat, I said, "Dude, we're going to catch maximum shit for this." And he goes, "Yes, sir. I'll show you the comics. I have them on my phone." We do. The airplane comes out. So we know it's going to come down. So he goes in, they debriefed us, both crews going in. And of course, everyone at Intel thinks this is hilarious. So the flight, Chad comes in with his tapes, when he lands. And here's the thing. "Oh, VFA 41. Haha, you guys see any UFOs out there?" And he pulls out that tape and drops it on the counter. He goes, "Yeah, it's on here." So they're like, "Oh, shit." So they copy it. They play it, and there's it looks like a rack system. They put the 8mm in, it gets copied to a hard drive. And then they archive it. So you go, okay. So they got this video. And then, the ship, it just spreads, if you have a rumor on the ship, 5,000 people are going to know about it within probably 30 minutes. I mean, it spreads that. It's like a virus. So the whole ship now knows that we chased this. I guarantee the whole Princeton knew this stuff was going on. And it goes all the way up. The admiral knows about it. The captain of the ship knew about it. And then all the movies, because they play movies for us on the ship, and they run like a 12-hour loop. So, of course, the movie selection is Men in Black, Men in Black 2, Signs, Independence Day. And we know we're going to be on the airplane comic because there's always a comic. So you do something stupid or like this, then you're going to be in the comic. I'll show you the comics here in a little bit. They're pretty funny. So that went on for 2 days, but, we're in the middle of workups. I got a squadron to run, so it's like, there was, after about the first day and a half, it really died down. And then there's always that closet people that you don't think that are really like UFO buffs. And, we had one of the Marines would always come and he'd sit down. Hey, Skipper, can I sit with you? I go, "You want to talk about the UFO?" He goes, "Yeah, I can't get it out of my mind." And then we would just sit there and talk about it. And to me, it was like, weirdest thing, my entire now flying career is defined by 5 minutes of chasing this white Tic Tac vice, almost 4,000 hours, flying. So
now, did you encounter anyone else that had a similar experience?
I've talked to a couple of guys from the East Coast event, the gimbal video.
Mm-hmm.
One of them I talk to daily. He's a pretty good friend of mine. Totally different now. Keep in mind, ours is 2004. The gimbal video is 2015. The funny part about the gimbal video and the East Coast stuff that was going on, because that's off the Bay Cape, so off the coast of the United States, they're called warning areas, and all they are is, if you look on an aviation map, they're these big areas that are blocked off by blue, and they say like Whiskey 291 or Whiskey 243.
Is the gimbal video available in the same way that video is available?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, find that. Jim.
So, and I was talking to him about it because I actually, a buddy of mine, he just retired. He was he led the fighter wing on the East Coast, and I called him up because we start finding out that these things were so prevalent out off the East Coast of the United States, and there's a couple of them. So there's we're going to talk. What they started seeing originally was these things, and one of them almost hit. The airplane almost hit one of these things, but it looks like a cube inside of a clear beach ball. So they don't know if it's actually like a surrounding or you don't know if it's a force field. And you see kind of in the gimbal video, it's got like an aura around it where ours didn't. I always laugh. I go, ours was a Tic Tac. These are not. That means there's different stuff out there that we don't know. But they had 2 airplanes flying, and we fly when we go out to train. We have a distance. We'll just say we're a mile apart. As we're flying out, so they're flying out, and the airplanes are deployed. We call it combat spread, and one of the airplanes almost hits one of these. Goes close down, like 50 feet down the side, and almost hits one of these floating cubes inside of the beach ball. And someone goes on, it's a balloon. It's not a balloon. I mean, these things are literally sitting still. They're no effect from the wind. So if you got 90 knots of wind and they talk about it, these things are just sitting there. So 60 or 70 people had seen it because the radars, the newer radar in the Super Hornets is extremely, extremely capable. Okay. And at first when they started seeing stuff, they were like, it's just like, maybe it's the radar just giving me a false target. And that radar really doesn't give false targets. And then someone did exactly what Chad did, is they threw their targeting flare out there, and all of a sudden when you see a heat signature or there's a return, there's obviously something out where that blip is at.
What is a targeting flare?
That's we call it the AT flare. It's an advanced targeting flare. It sits on the left side of the airplane, and it's
so you launch it like a flare?
No, it's a flare, forward-looking infrared receiver.
Oh,
so it's when you see the bombs blowing up on TV and it looks like a black and white, and you see it flash. That's the targeting pod.
Okay.
It's got a laser in it. It's got an IR marker in it. It's a very capable system that syncs up to the Hornet, so everything kind of marries up. So this is the Go Fast. No, this is Go Fast. No, it's the other one.
It's the one that looks like the.
What is that? That's called the Go Fast. That looks like a Tic Tac, and that was another one taken off the East Coast. But they grab it and it's screaming across the ocean at a very high rate of speed. And there's been some debunkers that say, well, it's really not going that fast. It's just the way the airplane is and how the mechanics of the pod are working. When you talk to the crew, because there's actually, I could ask my bud, I'm pretty sure it's the same backseater took both of these videos. Took the Go Fast video and took the gimbal video. And my buddy was on the flight with the gimbal video. But these things, so I called my bud because I'm like, hey, how many people are seeing these things? I got like 60 or 70 people had seen these things on radar. And I said, well, what are you doing? And they said, well, we put out a NOTAM, which is a notice to airmen that just says, hey, these things are out there, so just be careful because we don't want you to hit one. Yeah. Whoa. And it's kind of like ours. You go, because you would ask, who do you tell? Well, everyone knows. Well, what do you do? And I said, well, because it was all white, and it didn't have any markings on it, and it didn't have any wings, and it didn't have any rotors, and it outperformed anything that we have. Yeah, I think if I would have painted China or Russia on the side.
Is this the gimbal video?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's the same pod. From the beginning. What we're looking at, and when the crew finds it, now what you're not seeing, you're seeing the targeting. When you hear them start talking, when you listen to the video, you'll hear the guy go, dude, look, they're all over. Look at the SA page. So we have a situational awareness page. And whatever the radar is getting returns on, it'll show up. It's kind of like our God's eye view in the airplane. So the pod can only look at one thing. So he designates that as his primary target. So that's where the pod is there. The radar is still seeing everything else. So what they're actually seeing in this video is when you see the object that he's tracking. When I was talking to one of the other pods, he said there's actually, when you see the radar video, there's it almost looks like a formation in front of them, like 5 smaller ones that are moving in front of it, and then they turn. So like a formation, these things turn, starts going the other way, and then while they're filming the gimbal, that's kind of the comms where you go, dude, holy cow, look, they're all over.
This is unreported new information that he's actually saying right now. Everybody knows this video. This is the one that they say turns like the Lazar craft, like belly first. However, What he's telling you right now is something that is not public yet. He's telling you that there was a V formation of other objects that the public has yet to see.
You're not going to.
You're not going to.
It's a radar tape.
But there were more objects surrounding this, is what he's telling you right now, which is fascinating because the world doesn't know that yet. Just so you know, I mean, that's brand new. That's never been reported by New York Times, anybody.
Okay. So you can go ahead and play. So the cool thing with this is, you know, when he goes into, so he's in IR mode right now. You're still seeing no plume. He's looking 47, so they're actually turning into it. So it's starting to pull it back towards the nose. See how the number at the top is decreasing? And it's against the wind. Now he's in TV mode, and this thing's going to just start to roll. You can kind of see it's got that aura around it.
Mm-hmm.
He said they were saying that the ones with the squares inside that look like a beach ball were the same. And this thing's just hanging out. So it's on the airplane's in a left-hand turn, and it's
So
now it's right in
sideways.
front. Yeah, it's just rotating.
Now, this is how Lazar described.
Yes.
All right. Lazar described that these things would lay flat, and then when they would travel, they would turn up on their side,
Mhm.
and that's how they maneuvered. So this is very similar.
Eerily similar to the propulsion system that Lazar talked about. And that's why this video, we're seeing it very differently now, especially with what we know about Lazar. But the idea is that it would fly belly first in high speed mode. So if they have, these are gravity propelled. This is something that's known within the government. They're trying to back engineer it. They're trying to understand it. We know there's a program currently that they said is gone. However, it is currently active to study this. These things will turn belly first, these saucer type looking ones, and then that's the high speed mode because they focus allegedly, you know, these gravity wave amplifiers. Look, this thing turns mechanically. There, again, no typical form of propulsion, as an expert is telling you. This is not a glitch. This is seen by multiple radars, multiple people. Commander Fravor was so close to it. This is something that is not aerodynamic, and it could move in ways and fashions. When he's underplaying it, when we first talked, the idea of this thing going up, 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 it's instantaneous acceleration back and forth. There's no slowing down, no turning, like a ping pong ball. I said we our first talk, ping pong ball in a glass. Nothing moves like that with traditional reactionary propulsion. Somebody has technology that we don't have in our inventory at all.
So this is counterintuitive, the way it goes from being aerodynamic to being unaerodynamic when it goes sideways and it flies belly forward.
That's correct. It's not. It's, you know, if you talk, because I was just talking to the guy the other day, and he said the irony with this is these things would be out there for hours. We don't have, you know, a high performance airplane does not have hours worth of gas. I mean, you know, Hornets, if we don't have aerial refueling, you know, and we're actually out doing a mission and fighting and going fast, you know, you're talking hour and a half, and you're coming back to land. Some airplanes are even less, you know, based on their size. You know, so like an F-16 doesn't have external fuel tanks. It doesn't have a lot of gas. And the Soviet airplanes are the same way. The MiG-29 does not have a lot of gas. The Su-27, Su-30s have
Because
a
of
lot
weight, because of
its weight, performance, size of the airplane. So, you know, even our intercontinental bombers like B-2, they still take off in the air or fuel. They keep top off so they can get to range. That's how we extend things. You got something like this that's coming down. You know, just think of the physics. So just, I'll use my insight because that's the one I really know the best is you got an object coming from above 80,000 feet. So I'll just tell you that 80,000, somewhere around 70, 80,000 feet is where it can actually start to see the curvature of the Earth. You know, so that's considered space. So they're coming from above that. They're coming straight down. They stop at around 20,000 feet. They hang out for 3 hours, and then they go straight back up. So, and I know you had Elon on the show. So SpaceX is really excited because they can launch a rocket and then they can have the booster come back to Earth and actually land on a pad. Very impressive engineering feat. Next to this technology, that's like a Model T next to a Porsche. I mean, it's like, wow, really? That's it? You know, and you got something that can just at will move around. Now take it to the next level, and I know there's a lot of talk about this, so Dave's going to go into speculation mode. But when you take a shape like that, so just take the Tic Tac shape, which is shaped like a submarine. If you're using a propulsion that's non-reactive, where you're just manipulating the medium that you're in, air, whatever, you can go into the water. So when you hear all the reports of, hey, we've seen these things since World War II that would come out of the water and fly. If you have a technology like this, as long as the object is sealed where you're not going to get water inside of it, there's nothing that says you can't do that. Because all you're doing is you're not, where a jet engine sucks in air and blows it out the back, or a propeller actually pushes the water, it's a force. Now you've got something that's actually manipulating the gravity field. It's just moving through a void. And it doesn't, an air, you could literally, in theory, fly, go into the ocean, cruise around, pop back up, fly around, go to space. You remove the barriers of the normal propulsion that we have today.
There's been many instances of sightings off the coast of California of things that plunge into the water or escape from the water and take off from space.
So yeah, with the field propulsion system, as Commander Fravors describing, as Lazar described, it doesn't matter the medium of space, air, or water. There's no resistance, no splash. I mean, this goes back to, Christopher Columbus reported a UFO sighting.
He did?
Oh, yeah. This idea, so this has been around, anyway, this idea, boom, that you can go through these different mediums.
Pause for a second. Christopher Columbus had a UFO sighting?
Yeah, it's a written account, so it's like,
find that.
No video.
It's not video.
It's just a shot.
But
it's bullshit.
Well, see, but that's what's so cool. So Commander Fravors' encounter, it's not the most documented. It's not the most dramatic. However, it has had the most impact out of any sighting because of his credibility and the mere fact that the New York Times picked it up with video footage, radar evidence, and somebody who is as credible as Commander Fravor. It has changed the dynamic of the way the government responds. New Navy protocols, because of Commander Fravor coming forward. There are closed-door congressional and Senate briefings. He's been part of them. He's admitted that before. There's a new study about UFOs because of this encounter. It's so much evidence, has so much power to it compared to other ones. So Christopher Columbus, great, cool story. Somebody wrote it down. Who knows if he even wrote it down? We have highly documented cases. This one has changed our culture. And that's what's so cool. People are talking about it differently.
So this is a good story. This is true. So I was sitting at home, and usually when people try and find me, they get my wife's cell phone because it's the first one on the cell phone bill, and it's all in my name. So I see this call from California, and normally I don't answer it. And it's her phone. I'm like, who's calling my wife? Because that is me. So I answer it, and this lady says, hey, it's Commander Fravor. And I go, who's calling? And she goes, well, I'd like to talk to Commander Fravor. I go, who's calling? And she says, hi, I'm a 79-year-old woman, and I would just like to tell him my story. I go, you're talking to him. And she goes, I've never in my life told anyone this. She goes, I grew up, my dad was in the Navy. She goes, he was stationed in Rhode Island at first when she was a child. She said her and her mom were walking on the beach, and they saw these weird lights. So that kind of got her into that, UFOs. She goes, a few years later, they had moved to San Francisco. So I imagine Treasure Island, because at her age, it would have been, probably in the 50s. Her dad was working as a Navy liaison to the agency. And he came home one day and he had a telegram in his hand. And she goes, for some reason, he let me read it. She's telling me this story. And I said, well, what did it say? She says it basically said, hey, unidentified objects going in and out of the water, and it had a latitude and longitude in it. And he looked at her. She goes, I'm a child, and I always remember this. She says, he looked at me and said, we get these all the time, and it's always in the same area. And I go, well, you got the telegram? She goes, of course not. He had to take it back to work. I said, you don't have to remember that latitude, longitude. She said, no. She goes, but you seem to be so credible and believable. She goes, I wanted to tell someone a story that I've never told anyone in my life. So that's what you're starting to see is people that, very credible. They're not crazy. They're not making stuff up, but they're coming out and going, hey, I've had these experiences. I've got a lot of that from over the last 2 years where people just find my email and send me stuff saying, hey, this happened to me, or I saw this. And there's some things that are explainable because I got asked to tell this. So, because I have a sick sense of humor at times. So, like I said, I had all these quals. So we used to fly, they don't do it right now because it's a little bit dangerous, but we used to fly night vision goggles, low altitude in Hornets, right? So when you put on night vision goggles, they amplify light like a lot. So you can see a campfire like 50 miles away. So we used to do it. The good spots were down in like El Centro, California. There's a range that there's some bombing ranges but people go camping in the Superstition Mountains, which is kind of north and west of Imperial by, I forget what it is, the springs. It's real pretty in the desert. I'll come to me in a minute. So we would go out at night flying around on goggles, and you'd see a campfire. You go, oh, UFO time. And then you get the airplane going about 600 knots. And then you pull the power back to idle so you can't hear it. And you get zinging towards the fire. Well, you turn the lights are all down because we're in a restricted area, so we can do that. And there's lights on it that you can only see if you're on night vision goggles. So the other airplanes can see us, but no one else can see us. And you go zinging at it. And then right when you get to the campfire, you pull the airplane into the vertical, you stroke the afterburners, you let them light off, you count to 3, you pull them off, and then you just go away. Instant UFO reporting. I'm sitting on the desert, it's all quiet, and then all of a sudden there's there's lights in the sky, and they go away, and it's gone.
The campfire is out.
You would do that just to fuck with campers?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yes, I did. I know I'm not the only one that did it, but like I said, we have a sick sense of humor.
Yes,
so some things are explainable because I guarantee there were phone calls made on some of the stuff that we did.
And I guarantee you're not the only one who's ever done that.
Oh, I know I'm not. I'm not that creative, but it's just, you think about it and you go, because people go, I saw this or I saw that because I've got stuff like that. And I go, create stuff like that, just not television.
Are you, Jeremy, I'm sure you're aware of this, the footage from the Mexican Air Force?
Yeah, very aware of that.
What do you think about that?
Well, again, it's IR footage, which is really interesting. They actually got the cameras for drug runners, right? So you can see in the infrared, so it's beyond the observable, eye. I myself have not detailed looked at the footage. However, FLIR experts and people that work with NSA have looked at it for me, and these are not lights in the distance. These are craft, very similar to what Commander Faber talks about, without plumes, without heat signatures, non-traditional field propulsion systems. We don't have that.
And I thought they tried to, is this it right here? Is this the Mexican Air Force footage?
Yeah. So they tried to say these were lights on like an oil rig out in the water. That's been debunked.
Yeah, they tried to say it was a fire in an oil rig, right?
No.
The 2004 Comcast Video of the Year was the Mexican Air Force tracking like 6. So literally right after our incident, we come back, and I think we were getting ready to go to Fallon, and I had Comcast, and the home page comes up, and there's this video, and I go, holy cow, that looks like what we chased. Mm-hmm. And it was like 6 of these things, and they were tracking them in the same area too, right off the coast of Ensenada.
And it's not as rare that there's now admitted an increased frequency. A Pentagon spokeswoman finally went off script. I was tracking the scripts for the last 2 years of what Pentagon spokespeople say about Commander Faber's experience. Someone went off script last week in the New York Times, and she admitted there's an increased frequency of near misses because of these AAVs, anomalous aerospace vehicles. So it's pretty astounding. We're getting all these kind of revelatory moments and these little seeds that these are not ours. We don't have this. Even Elon doesn't have this. I mean, this is a propulsion system unlike anything we have. It's amazing. It's gravity propelled.
Now, that gimbal footage, when it said that there's a fleet of them, how far away are those guys where you don't see the individual objects, you only see a singular spot?
Well, the pod is, when you get pretty narrow, it'd be like, if I put 3 people around you, I can look at you and not see the other people. So that's what the pod is doing. But the radar is seeing everything because it has an AESA radar, which is an active electronically scanned array. So instead of like the radars we had, which did the mechanical, doing this, like old school, this thing is just a panel that sits in the front of the airplane, and through beam shearing or beam shaping, it can move and it can look all over. So we used to have what was called track while scan, so we would be able to track a target while we're still scanning. This thing has scan while it scans while tracked. So it literally, if it sees you, if the radar sees you, it has basically a weapons quality solution, and it can do that on multiple targets. That's how it's the same way the spy radar, the Aegis system works on the cruisers. It can track multiple targets and have weapons quality on all these different targets while it's still scanning the volume.
So in that image, you're seeing one individual object, but there's other objects?
Yes. The radar is seeing the object that the pod is looking at where they're talking. And when you hear the video, you hear the pilot say, dude, look at the SA page. There's a whole fleet of them. So what they're seeing is the pod is looking at the main. That's the bigger object at the gimbal, the thing that's rotating on the screen. And there's 5 smaller things in front. So this thing's just sitting there, and then he said they turn around on the radar and start going the other way while the pod's looking at this guy just kind of rotating.
So like a mothership and smaller aircraft
could be
something along those lines. Is there video of those smaller aircrafts, or just the video of the one large one?
The only thing they have is the targeting pod. I would highly doubt, even if they had the video, that they're going to release the radar video because of classification levels.
Are you able to tell the story you told me about what was underwater with your other buddy? Because is that okay?
Yeah. So it's amazing. People come out of the woodwork when they figure out you've had this, because now they don't feel alone. So I was working. I work. I still do it, but I was doing oil and gas at the time on a contract, and one of the guys, the story came out, and he was a Navy helicopter pilot. And he comes in, he goes, "Can I talk to you, man?" I go, "What?" I guess, "Dude, I got to talk to you." I said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" He says, "Dude, you know your UFO?" He said, "Yeah." He goes, "I had a similar experience." I said, "What's that?" He said, he was flying CH-53s, which is a big lift, heavy lift that the Marine Corps uses, and the Navy uses it for certain things. And when they go off of the East Coast, they do a lot of shooting off of, at the time, it was off of Puerto Rico. We had Roosevelt Roads that they ended up closing. But he was flying out of there. And, you got super clear Caribbean water. And they have these things, they're called BQMs. They fly around, and then when they're all done, because they'll fly towards the ships, and the ship they can track with the radar. And then they also do, when the ships or submarines shoot torpedoes, they're called telemetry rounds. So they gather all the data on what the torpedo is doing underwater, and then they blow ballast, and this thing will come to the surface and float, and then they go pick them up, and then they can extract all the data out of it. So they do it for both. So he said the first time they're out, and they're going to pick up this BQM. And those things, when they're flying, they're done. A parachute comes out, and they hook it up. The helo drops the swimmer in the water. He goes and hooks this whole thing up, and then they hoist the whole thing up and fly back, and then they extract the data. So he says he's sitting in the front. In helicopters, there's, a CH-53, you can actually see down by your feet, just like typical, like you got a Hawaiian ride, because you can see when you touch it down. So you got really good visibility out of those things. You can stick your head out the window, too, because you're just kind of hanging out. He says he's going on there, and they're getting this thing hooked up, and as he's looking down, because they're, 50 feet above the water, he sees kind of this dark mass coming up from the depths. And they starting to hoist the diver up, and they've got the BQM, and as they hoist it up, he says, and he's looking at this thing going, "What the hell is that?" And then it just goes back down underwater. It just once they pull the kid and the BQM out of the water, this object descends back into the depths. So he thinks, well, that was pretty weird. So he goes out, he says, not too long later, a few months later, he's out and he's picking up a torpedo. So he says they hook the diver up on the winch, and they're lowering him in, and as he's looking down, he sees this big, massive, he goes, it's not a submarine. He's seen submarines before. Once you see a submarine, you can't confuse it with something else. This big object, kind of circular, he says, is coming up from the depths, and he starts screaming through the intercom system to tell him to pull the diver up, and the diver's like a few feet from the water. So they reverse the winch, and the diver's thinking, what the hell's going on? And he's getting pulled up, and all of a sudden, he said the torpedo just got sucked down underwater, and the object just descended back down into the depths, and they never recovered the torpedo. Jesus. And this happened in the late 90s. Mid to late 90s, I think it is. I can probably get in touch with him and ask him. And he told me this story, and I'm like, how do you report that? You come in and go, well, where'd the torpedo go? And it just got sucked down. It just went down, and then you get the people that attribute it as, something happened when it blew ballast, and it just took on water and sank. And he's like, it didn't sink. He goes, it literally looked like it got sucked out. The only reason they talked to him when they did the New York Times stuff, they talked to him, but because the incident was from the 90s, they wanted something, newer. So they did not include it, but I know they talked to him about it.
Now, what was the other footage that we were looking at? There was the first footage that Jamie pulled up that wasn't the gimbal footage.
Mm-hmm.
That was
the Go Fast.
The Go Fast. What is that?
That's it actually looks more like a Tic Tac, but they saw it going across the water, and they're just grabbing a lock. So they're seeing this with their eyes, and he gets the FLIR to lock on it, and that's when you hear the kid go, "Oh, I got it," because he gets the auto track, and it's just something screaming across the surface of the water. So, and this is in the same area. This is East Coast, yeah. This is the same time frame as the gimbal video.
So the idea that these are birds, or the idea that this is a radar glitch, or somebody said pilot error, like on a clear blue day, Commander Fravor has nerves. I mean, that kind of thing that people have said on your show to you, that these are explanations that make sense.
Who said that?
I don't want to say that name.
Mick West?
Yeah, sure.
Mick believes everything. Like every single thing that's ever happened has a rational explanation.
Yeah, it's so the probability that all the radars went off at the wrong time. Commander Fravor, had nerves. That all the other pilots up there with him that this thing shot off like a gun instantly. Like that was somehow coordinated. That's a conspiracy. That's a fabrication. Probably Occam's razors. The events happened exactly like we're being told.
Yeah, for us it was, and I'll go back to the beginning of the story of, the other pilot who was brand new. She had been in the squadron for 4 months, 5 months. So she was pretty junior. She was still working on her initial quality airplane. And, so she gets we get the real world vector, and it's like, okay, real world vector, cool. I'm going to get to do something real, exciting. Then you see the water, and you think, oh, something's sinking, because it's kind of that shape of an airplane, that cross type. So now it's, oh crap, now it's search and rescue. We got to go down and see, because there's people, and we are sympathetic. And to the tic tac, and as soon as the tic tac, it's like, holy shit, what is that? And when you get, some people get very emotional when you talk about it. Because for me, it was like, for her, when you talk to her, she has a disdain for some of the leadership that didn't tell us that these things were out there. Here now we're getting vectored because we were the first time the manned airplanes had been airborne when one of these things showed up. That no one even gave us a brief that, hey, we're seeing these objects out here for the last 2 weeks. They're just kind of, you might want to know they're out there. And they never told us. No one knew these things existed besides the radar operators. And the radar operators didn't know what they were. They just knew they were seeing blips. So there's a lot of stuff that, that it flew around and it came around me, and it didn't do any of that stuff. It's the story that I gave you is just relatively benign. But it was, it's an interesting experience.
So these incidents that they reported were taking place before you saw that Tic Tac encounter.
Yeah,
they were taking place over a period of how many weeks?
2 weeks. We went out at the beginning of the month for this 2 week SC period. We pulled in for Thanksgiving, but other than that, we were out till I think December 21st is when we pulled the ship back in. Besides pulling in for the 3 days of Thanksgiving. So yeah, for the 2 weeks prior, so this was on the 14th, and we went out at the beginning of the month. So about 2 weeks, they'd been watching these things come down, go up, come down, go up. But it was always when we were not flying, which is really probably like the midnight time frame until early in the morning the next, till noon the next day. And then we just happened to go. If you think about it, I laugh at, if there was some little green man flying around in that Tic Tac, he probably got back to the mothership and got yelled at for being seen. And you're like, oh my God, you let them see you.
So have you communicated with anybody that has any thoughts on what these things are doing, or whether or not there's any consistency to the size of them, or whether or not they think they're coming out of a larger object, or anything along these lines?
No. You can ask, well, because I was asking, what do you think they were doing? And I said, well, they were observing, because they're coming down and watching. Number two is they were communicating, because I think, in my heart, I think there was something under the water. I don't, what it was doing there. But
this is because of when you saw the X, the cross-looking thing. Explain that again. So the disturbance seemed to be in the shape of a cross?
Yeah, I describe it as it's about the size of a 737. So just think if you submerge the 737, pointing it to the east underwater by 10, 15 feet. So as these waves are coming across, when they hit that object, they're going to break on top, just like you would with a submerge like a seaboat. So, and they're breaking it. That's where the Tic Tac was at. That's the only reason we saw the Tic Tac. That's what drew our eyes down there, is we see this white water when it's a perfectly clear day with no white caps. And you go, whoa, what's that? And then you see the Tic Tac. And then we do all the chasing of the Tic Tac, and we turn, we're right there. And we turn around, and there's no white water. It's just blue as far as you can see. So at that point, you go, okay, what was it doing? Because there was obviously something there that's not there now. So that's where I say, well, it was observing us. It could have been communicating with whatever was there. And then someone else looked at me and said, I was talking to Lou, and he goes, what about prepping the battlefield? I go, okay. So if you go, where are these things from? Are they from China, Russia, someplace else? I don't know. But it's a capability that we do not possess, to my knowledge. And if you ask me in 2004, because there's a lot of guys go, well, maybe it's some secret government program. I go, all right, well, let's be honest. One, if you have a propulsion system that it gave the capabilities that we observed, visually, that's a huge leap for mankind, period. So you would say, yeah, it was, think about it. It's going to be 15 years next month that we saw this. I would like to think that, okay, maybe let's just say in 2004 it was something, somebody had this, some government had this, I don't know, maybe ours, whatever. If you come to now, you go 15 years later, you don't think that technology would have emerged, because it literally would change everything we do. I mean, we're happy about, hybrid and electric cars and all this other stuff, but you've got something that works like that. Air travel, it would change air travel forever.
No visible system of propulsion. No plumes.
No, it's just as we joke, it's a think of a 40-foot long tic tac that can move at will through the air at speeds well beyond what we've ever witnessed. I mean, even when you watch a rocket go off, one of Elon's or one of the NASA, whatever, you sit there and I grew up during the Apollo ages where you just look at the thing go up, 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 up. I've seen them shot out of Vandenberg. We go, I'd sit in my house in Central California and watch it go up. I watch that thing for a while. This is something that just like poof, in a matter of seconds, it's gone.
Now, are other pilots or other people that have sighted these things, have they also reported something larger that's in the water near it?
No,
not
the ones I've talked to. I mean, I think, you get on History Channel, there's all kinds of stuff on there about people talking about stuff. But you know what? Here's the question: is what do you believe? What do you not believe? And my biggest frustration is, our incident, and even the folks on the East Coast, it is what it is to us. There's no reason to embellish. There's no reason to make stuff up. But yet there's still groups of people that are making stuff up. Like someone came out on ours, was talking about, and he's like, oh, I saw the whole video is 10 minutes long and it was doing all this. It's bullshit. What you see is that's literally the entire video. It's a minute and a half long. I think it's about a minute and a half long. What people haven't seen that I saw, I've seen the radar tapes because I had them as my squadron. I've heard, the men in black, I'm free, maybe okay, I'll give you the credit if they did, but why wouldn't they show up and talk to the guys who actually witnessed it, chased it, and is one of the senior guys?
Right. It's also possible that Men in Black stuff was something that they used to do back in the day, and that program was no longer continued. And, from Jeremy, you would know this, the older sightings, when they go back into the day to historical sightings, and not Columbus, but, in the 50s and 60s, did they have similar things that they talked about where something moved in this manner?
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And I want to dumb this down because that's how I had to understand it. When I was talking with Commander Fravor years before, I kept his secret, years before New York Times blew it up, I told him it was probably going to happen. It wasn't by me. We were talking about it. This system that we have seen for over 70 years, just documented by our military, this is so important. This is a non-reactionary field propulsion system. Everything we know is a reactionary propulsion system. You push something out the back, it goes forward. This is not like a mag system. This is a gravitational field propulsion system. And throughout history, our military has documented them. And there has been ridicule. I'll tell you exactly why. In 1952, there was a huge flyover of Washington, D.C. Jets were scrambled. All the papers covered it. It's a very famous, case everybody can look up. It's an important case because at that time, a policy was started. And that policy started because it crashed our communications. The teletypes went down. The panic of the UFOs that were being seen by people with fighter pilots trying to capture and trying to engage them. And it crashed the teletypes. So our government was like, oh, that's not happening again. Because, Russia could use that as a scare tactic. So this policy of denial, don't look here, nothing to see, move on, UFOs are fake. That's what Project Blue Book was tasked to do specifically. The guy who ran it admitted that it was tasked to debunk this and demystify the UFO thing.
That's J. Allen Hynek, correct?
Right. J. Allen Hynek. He was once asked by a friend of mine, do you have the smoking gun? I'll give you this document. It's pretty amazing. It's an Air Force manual where they explain what they know about UFOs at that time in 1967. But here's the point. Yes, this has been going on since the beginning of recorded human history. These propulsion systems that are captured on footage, that is confirmed now by the Pentagon, like Commander Fravor's experience. This technology is not ours. It was here 70 years ago. You're talking about 15 years ago. We would see it now. these exact things at 20,000 miles an hour going on 70 years ago documented. Somebody has a non-reactionary fuel propulsion system. Now, are they aliens or some subsect of human? Somebody has them. And they're flying through our airspace with impunity, and pilots like Commander Fravor, who, by the way, defended Los Angeles after 9/11. I mean, this is a guy we put all of our trust in. He was defending Los Angeles right after 9/11. So we got people like him coming forward saying, I saw this. And you get internet warriors being like, it's a bird, it's a glitch, it's Superman.
Let's not concentrate on them. What about the Columbus thing? Did you find that?
Yeah, it's just a
It's
written...
listed as like light 1492 light signature event that they saw light in the distance. It could have been bioluminescent.
Is the actual text?
No, there's not, like just like Wikipedia stuff.
It's just one of the oldest accounts I was trying to throw out that this is something that...
Do you know of, there's a very famous painting that shows what appears to be men in crafts flying through the sky in the background of an ancient painting. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. I actually have a page. One of the first pages I ever put on my website is like a bunch of these, because throughout history, there are these indications of ships, of craft.
But you know the one I'm talking about? It's like, and
yes,
that's the shape of it. It's also like a plate turned on its side, and then there's a person inside of it.
Yeah, man.
It's flying through in that same. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
like look how
incredible.
it's flying.
But the thing is that everybody can say, or the one above that's pretty cool because that was a hidden thing. I've studied that one where it says Discovery 15th century. Above her left shoulder, there is an object, and if you really zoom in, look at the dude staring up at it. As a painter, my wife is a painter. Everything is intentional.
Where's the guy? The guy on the
right over there. It's pretty cool.
Looking up.
So I think that's 15th century. It said. So the problem with this, Joe, is
go to the original one, the one that we just looked at, the one right before that. Yeah. So you get a big picture of that.
Yeah.
That is so strange. Like here you get Christ being crucified, and then above him UFOs. Like, is that supposed to be aliens, or is that supposed to be angels? Like, so what is that supposed to be in these things that they have? It's real similar to what we're talking about here.
That's the argument of Miracle of Fatima, let's say. I mean, again, this is so speculative. We have a witness here, pilot, but when you see something like the Miracle of Fatima, if you look at that...
What is the Miracle of Fatima?
God, that's that one that was, considered a real miracle by the church, and the 3 kids were getting messages, I'll get this all wrong, but for like months that they're going to be visited and to bring people, and bigger groups gathered to where there was over 100,000 people.
What year is this?
1917. So, dozens of thousands, if not hundreds, but dozens for sure, see an event. A mass sighting of something that happened. We're talking people that were religious, people that weren't religious, doctors at the time.
That's not a real image, is it, Jamie?
That one was doctored a little bit, so you can see like they're all looking at something.
But that's not real.
Yeah,
that's the crowd, right? The crowd is real. Is that right?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. People come out, something happened that was so intense. Some people thought it was religious, it was a visitation, but other people saw it as technological, like something descended. Look into it. I'm just saying, art, pictures, like paintings we're talking about, man, you can interpret them all day. I can't hold on to that. I can't hold on to an eyewitness with other eyewitnesses, with radar systems, and with video. We're in a different era now. We don't have to paint it, man. We get to see it. It's fascinating.
It is fascinating, but it's way more fascinating when someone like you talks about it versus some fucking random kook. That's what makes me incredibly interested, is just your credibility and the fact that this is not, you don't have a history of seeing wacky shit that other people don't see.
Not just this once.
Man, but it's on video, and that there's other ones as well. It's really strange. I've seen people try to explain it away, and what I don't like about when they explain it away or attempt to explain it away is that they're trying really hard. They're not going, who knows what this fucking thing is? They're not looking at it like cleanly. They're looking at it like a quote-unquote skeptic. I don't like the idea of being a skeptic. Not that I don't think you should be skeptical of certain things. I certainly think you should be, but there's a lot of people that brand themselves as skeptics. And I think it's a lazy way to look at things. I really do. Because I think you're just looking for the holes in things without looking at it objectively. If you wanted to be a scientist, If you wanted to be someone who is a fan of science, then you have to look at it as a thing. Look at this information and let's study this without any bias, any preconceived notions. I don't think they're doing that. They're looking at it, they're trying to find a way where they can justify that it's fake. And they're just doing all sorts of mental gymnastics to try to make it fake. That video that you show where that thing slips off to the left and takes off at incredible rates of speed, that alone should freak people the fuck out.
Yeah, well, I think because people confuse all the time, like we took the video, and it was another crew that took the video. We watched it for 5 minutes with our eyeballs, and there was 4 of us, and we all have the same story. We all saw the same stuff. We all came back and looked at each other and scratched our head and said, WTF, I mean, serious? What was that? And then what do? You move on. We never saw it again. Yeah, I imagine they probably saw him on radar after that, but I mean,
they're probably seeing him on radar all the time. They just don't bring it to the attention of the general public.
Oh yeah, because if you don't, for a ship, when they see something, and you what is that? Well,
Right.
you don't have any way to go out there and look at it.
Like when you're talking about how they were informing you that they were seeing these things previous to your mission. When you're doing this exercise and they let you know that they're seeing these things, did you say, hey, how frequent is this? Is this something that happens all the time?
I didn't get into that. Ours was more of the moment of, when he's telling us, hey, for the last 2 weeks, we've been tracking these things.
Right.
And we don't know what they are.
But you don't know whether or not it was just those 2 weeks, or maybe it was a year ago. There was other similar situations, or
There's other situations that have happened out there, but I would say, for this, I don't even know. One, you got to take it serious.
Yeah.
We have a tendency, if we don't know what it is, if we just ignore it, it'll go away. And I joke, there was an incident it's probably not too far off the same time frame, but I think it was like the Constellation was doing her workups before she got decommissioned, and an a Soviet Oscar-class submarine surfaced behind her. Right? And then it's like, go to battle stations, World War III. How did this foreign submarine get in our area and spend monitoring our workups? That's a big deal.
Right.
I said, but now we go out and we have these things that are coming at will, and there's nothing we can do about it. We don't know what they are. We have confirmed sighting by 2 aircrew, 4 of us, 2 planes, that said, look, this is not an airplane. This is not a weather balloon. This is not a blip. It has performance well beyond. And the airplanes that we were flying at the time were literally brand new Super Hornets right out of the Boeing factory. I mean, these were brand new, first Block 2 series that came out. And you go, why wasn't something done? It's like, we don't know what it is. I think it's good now, the moves that have happened over the last, 2 years since the original article came out, that, there's a new reporting for the pilots. The Navy's acknowledged, hey, these things, we don't know what they were. They're starting to take it serious because, I know there are other events that are not out, recent events where people have been called in to go, hey, I've seen this thing. So the investigation process is still going on. We don't stop. The military doesn't stop. Even if you take funding away, we don't stop. We don't stop until we're told to stop. So, what's going on? You go, well, ATIP ended. They spent $4.5 million a year on it. I think it was $22 million over the 5 years. So you go, what are they doing since then? Well, pretty sure there's still people looking at this, and there's still people that are taking this serious. I will tell you that I won't get into specifics, but there are people inside the United States government that are taking this serious. And I've been down to DC twice to talk to folks, behind closed doors, to go, because they want to hear the story. And I've got a lot of, you got to be joking. I mean, this seriously happened, and I'm like, yeah, it did happen, and it is real. What are you doing about it?
So what kind of people are you talking to?
High-level government officials is what I'll say. And most of that is because that conversation is between me and them, and I don't want people speculating, but you can say high-level government officials I have talked to. And
Well, that was always the speculation about, like, what would someone do if they became president? Well, the first thing I would do is I would tell everybody about the UFOs. I would ask immediately what's going on. And I always thought about it. I said, how many people actually know what's going on? And how much of the information? I mean, it's not like if they're dealing with something like this, like your experience, it seems like what you described is what is known. So it's this anomalous event where this thing defies our current understanding of technology, and then it's gone. And so what do you have? You don't have anything else other than that. Like, what other information does anybody have?
Well, I would say this because I talked to Bob. We did
Bob Lazar.
Yeah, we did an event together, and I'll leave it to everyone to it's up to you to believe Bob. I'll say this: Bob's a normal guy. Bob's not crazy.
He's not crazy at all.
No.
That was the weirdest thing about talking to him.
But when you look at it and go, because I had asked Bob, I said what he describes in the technology when he talks about his story. I said, well, do you honestly think we could, reverse engineer it? I said, how long do you think it would take us? And his response to me was another 100 years. He goes, Dave, it was so far beyond. He goes, the stuff that he says he worked on. He's like, he was on your podcast because I watched it. Hey, there was no wires, and because I had asked him when he said you first described the ship that he got to see, he said, I used to say, they built it and then it was like wax and you heat it up. He goes, now I would say it was built with 3D printing because now with 3D printing we can build things literally from the ground up. It's basically built as one, not panels, no rivets. It's just made.
Right.
And so you talk about that and you go, well, it's still another 100 years. So you go, well, what if you had the technology? We still, if what Bob says is correct, we still don't understand it. And how fast would it take us to understand it? I mean, if it's driven by something that we don't even have on Earth, which is when he talks about that element, we can't create it. We can create it for a microsecond, and then it decays, and we got about 115. Yeah. So, I think we're still a long ways off. I'll argue with the people that go, are we really alone? I was telling Jeremy we used to go out on goggles. Out in the middle of the Pacific, there's no light pollution.
Goggles?
Night vision goggles, so we can see. Well, you go out at night, that'd be on like a tanker hop or something, just hanging out, not doing anything, driving around in circles with the autopilot on. You just turn all the lights down in the cockpit so you have no light pollution, and just roll your head back and look up. There's billions and billions and billions of stars out there. And, I always look up because I'm like, are we alone? And I look up and go, well, if we're the only ones around, and everything I'm looking at, it's a pretty sad place. It's a pretty lonely universe. I asked my astrophysics prof that once. I said, you believe in extraterrestrial life? And she's like, of course not. And I said, well, there's billions and billions of planets. You think we're it? I mean, just the probability of it is you go, oh, there's probably something else out there. And I'm not crazy. I'm just opening up the possibility that we are not the only planet that has life on it.
I think people don't like to seem silly. They don't like to be foolish. And I think when people start talking about anything that's not proven or anything that's connected to a bunch of loony people that are making up stories, which UFOs certainly are.
Yes.
UFOs are connected to so many people that have made up so many stories. What was that gentleman's name from, you would know that guy. He's from another country, Billy something or another.
Bill Maher.
Billy Myers, yeah. Seems 100% full of shit.
Yeah, he's proven to have done tons of hoaxes with this, but here's the deal. Sometimes I think people have a real experience, and they're always like chasing that dragon, and they get UFO disease, and the brain goes fucking berserk, right? I know that there are people that have had profound experiences, and then they can't ever replicate them, so then they just start going crazy. And I don't blame them for it. But you got someone like Commander Fravor, when he saw that AAV, anomalous aerospace vehicle, his reaction was, I want to fly it. That's a pretty cool reaction. I'd like to fly it.
Yeah, imagine flying that thing.
Well, that's what I told my buddy, who was my ex at the time, Del. I got back after all this happening, looks at me, or just standing there, and he goes, hey, dude. I go, he goes, what do you think it is? I go, I have no idea, but it was pretty freaking impressive, and I'd like to fly it.
Of course.
And he goes, yeah. I go, I mean, it was, it's just like any pilot. You always want to fly the coolest thing.
Of course. Yeah, of course. You're a race car driver. You want to drive the fastest car.
That's it. Yeah. Now you look at it and go, well, that's something we don't have.
Yeah.
This idea that, maybe we're not alone, that some of these other stars have planets that are maybe technologically advanced. So the next thing people say, and, new eras are going to say, well, they're not coming here because the distance is so vast. Hold the fuck up. From the very beginning, when Bob Lazar came forward and talked about field propulsion, gravity propulsion, distance becomes completely irrelevant. So if we believe, and the radars are right, and Commander Fravor saw this thing moving like a ping pong ball in a glass of water, it's gravity propelled, that's why you can make those maneuvers without exploding, okay? Then distance becomes completely irrelevant for travel. You're literally warping time and space. You're falling into place.
Well, it's like the idea of showing someone a video on your phone long before video was ever invented. People will be like, what are you talking about? Like before photography was invented, which is shockingly recent, right? You had to draw pictures of things you saw. Just like those people that drew or painted those images of those men and whatever those things were with Christ in the background. The idea that we could understand what some insanely impressive technology from a planet that is nowhere near us could manifest. It's nuts.
Yeah, Bob Lazar talks a lot about this. Remember, he's a young guy, right? In 1989, he gets shown something, and all of a sudden he's trying to interpret it through 1989 technology. So he said it looks like it was injection molded because that's what he had. And then I sent him this thing about nanotechnology and working towards an atomic printer. He's like, dude, that makes a lot more sense. So he has to view it through where he saw it in 1989. However, I will say this, it is my knowledge that we understand exactly how these craft work. Our one limiting factor is our material science. We can't replicate, not the fuel source itself is another.
When you say we know exactly how they work.
Yeah, it doesn't break our laws of physics. This concept of amplification of gravity, this concept of gravity propulsion, we understand how things can move from point A to point B almost instantaneously. Our physics doesn't disallow it, but our material science and the fuel to create that machine that we have machines from other places. So we have, well, Bob Lazar, whether you believe him or not, there was a program. I have other witnesses that I will be bringing forward about S4, where he worked. We have
You have other witnesses that worked with alongside
No, people
Bob?
that corroborate Bob's account in that they saw him get on and off the red and whites, the Janet flights that come on.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody that went to Papoose Lake and was stopped by non-military guards at that time. People that were aware of Site 4 and ET exploitation projects. One is an SR-71 pilot that I've been talking with for a couple of years. So these people are coming forward now. And it's like, I'm sick and tired of doing it. These little nitpicky things about Bob. Okay, but there was a program. There was a back engineering program. They've admitted there are materials. So this is like the metamaterials you heard about in the New York Times, all that. We have materials associated with UFOs that are interesting.
What is that? What are you talking about?
So this was something that was launched in the first New York Times article, I believe in December of 2017, that there is studies being done right now on materials associated with UFOs, right? So actual metals that have come off of, you could say, crashes or...
But who was that explained that there was something, they were with Eric Weinstein, that was explaining that there was someone who reportedly has something along those lines?
Jacques Vallée has 17 samples.
17 samples. How does one guy get 17 samples?
Well, he's Jacques fucking Vallée, right? So he's the guy first ever for the United States military created a computer program for the study of UFOs for Project Blue Book. So he's an old school guy. They modeled him after in the Close Encounters movie. It's modeled after Jacques Vallée, the French guy. So he's kind of like been involved with this. He's had more access to government databases than any of us. He went around, collected samples from known, crashes or like when things will come off.
And what's the conclusion?
Well, they're studying right now. There was just something on Fox about they're studying some of these materials and what they will find, because the ones they're talking about, I actually took to New Mexico and had 5 scientists study it about 5 years ago. I got my hands on it, got to study it. The famous parts they're talking about now. It's layered. And the way it's layered is what they're trying to see if it's anomalous elementally, or the way that the elements are bound together, and also the atomic level of layering is what's interesting. We'll find out if it's...
Explain what you're talking about. What is this thing that you saw?
Okay, well, there are a lot of different samples, but when you get a sample of something and you can
How
see
big are these samples?
The ones that I looked at,
Yes.
they ranged from about this size down. They ranged from the size
of an orange.
Yeah, size of an orange to the size of a quarter. These are materials, right?
Are they materials from a crash?
So that's allegedly, or there's a known crash. This is in the public domain rather than government control. So what I was looking at, or having the scientists look at, is isotopically and elementally. What are the elements that are in this? Are they engineered?
And what's the conclusion?
Well, I'm not. I'm going to leave it to the people that are doing it now, who have much better machines than I had.
Do you know any cliff notes?
Yeah, from what I understand, there's atomic layering. There are levels of it, like we do with graphene. We lay down these layers that are basically oriented at a certain degree. That's how you get the superconductor or something like that. If you take a piece of graphene and it's highly machined, so it's not doesn't deviate from that atomic layering, you can push it right through ice like a hot knife through butter. It's the weirdest feeling in the world, because you just take this piece of what feels like graphene and it goes right through butter, because it's a superconductor, and the heat from your hand melts the ice. So that is a metamaterial. It doesn't occur naturally. Humans created it, and it has special properties because of the way it's atomically layered. So if these materials are from somewhere else, then we suspect that they're going to be highly machined, that they're going to be created for special use. So my whole point is, our material science has not caught up with the physics that we understand for these field propulsion systems. I'm just telling you, believe me or not, but you'll hear more about it, that our material science in 1989 and today is our limiting factor. And as our material science gets better as humans, we know how these things work. Now, the fuel source, that's a whole nother conversation. But as far as creating these machines, that's what we're trying to do. That's why there is secrecy. We're trying to exploit the technology, because whoever exploits it first wins. It's a game changer. We don't want Russia to do it. We don't want China to do it. If we had a non-reactionary propulsion system, the world would look different instantaneously.
What is your perspective after the incident versus before the incident? Like, how much did it change the way you view the world and our place in the world?
For me, I never believed that we were alone. It's just me. I just look up and go, there's way too many stars up there for us to be
right.
After it, it makes it a little more clear to go, one, my questions are, where'd it come from? That's the biggest one. Of where'd it come from? What was it doing? And then I've asked, why me? I mean, why did I happen to be, because you can say wrong place, wrong time.
Right. Right place, right time.
Or right place, right time. For me, it was, I think there's more out there. And if I could get word out to anyone, it's like, especially the debunkers of, one, quit trying to debunk it, because it is what it is. There wasn't a system glitch. This was a real incident that happened. Number two is, let's open our aperture a little bit and start thinking outside of the box. If you go, you look at it and go, hey, it's this non-reactive propulsion. Well, it's because when we came up with propulsion, we the people long before us came up with a reactionary propulsion system, and that became our standard. Had we done something different where we developed non-reaction, we might look at something like a gasoline engine going, holy cow, how's that thing work? Right. We wouldn't have that idea. So, I think there's, if you look at it and go, people thought Einstein was kind of nuts, and we're still proving his theories today. And what we're learning is that he was right. And he was right. There was a time when the Earth was flat, except for some people in California. The Earth isn't flat; it's round.
It's not just people in California. They're all over the
There's
place.
not a nice wall. So when you look at that and you go, a lot of the stuff that we thought was true isn't true. It's totally been changed. So for me, I just say, I think let's get outside of the box and go, if we can develop a technology that, and I don't look at it from a military standpoint, because it would be a game changer from a military standpoint. Technology like that would be a game changer for mankind. Completely. I mean, it would literally, everything that we do, and we don't know exactly, you could, do you want that system in a car? People have trouble driving in 2 dimensions, let alone 3.
Right.
It's kind of like your joke last night. I mean, they can't even handle the vaping thing, let alone driving a car that goes up, down, and works in 3 dimensions.
Well, that was what they originally wanted helicopters to be. They wanted them to be flying cars.
Yeah, I've been out on the road. You see how people drive. And I always laugh because people think, well, we're 3-dimensional. Like, we know it's not the floor, but really humans are 2-dimensional people. And you learn that, especially when we would fight. If you can really work in the 3rd dimension, which is up, and you go, well, we are 3-dimensional. I go, no, if you look at like a tall building is, 1,700 feet high, the big ones. And you go, no, for an F-18 to do a split S, which is go from up here and just do a vertical 180-degree turn, so you're going this way and down here. It's like 2,500 feet. Mm-hmm. And that's tight. That's a tight turn for a jet. Unless you're running like vector thrust stuff, but everything has a cost. So you do some big Hayaka, you bleed off energy, there's a cost associated with it. That to a pilot, that's 3 dimensions. to most people on Earth, you go, I look at a hill, I don't want to walk up that thing.
Right.
And in an airplane, it's a totally different thing. So if we just open up that expanse, for what we're trying to do for technology and go, is there another way? Because we still build suckers and blowers, which is the jet engine. We just refine the internals, the turbines, to get them to be more efficient. Where I go, why don't you just put your efforts someplace else? Like I was talking to, there's a whole realm of physics that really doesn't get explained, and it's I was talking to Steve Justice about it. It's more into the magnetics type side that we don't spend a lot of time on. And I know he said when he was working at Skunk Works, he did something called IRAD, internal research and development money, that he would fund to try and look at some of these other technologies for propulsion. And he's now since retired, but really impressive to talk to him at the level that you can, which is, for us would be an unclassified level. But the stuff that goes on behind closed doors, there's reasons for it. Because if a technology like that got out where someone could rapidly reproduce it after all you've done, or they got it first, you think of the atomic bomb. Germans almost had it. We got it. Russians were working on it. We got it first. Changed the world. Literally changed the world when we detonated the first one. And I'm not going to get into the politics behind it, but now we had it, and now it was the race everyone else because they had to get on equal par because it's a destabilizing thing. And now, all of a sudden, if you develop a technology like this and you keep it to yourself, you've got something that no one else has, and it's a huge leap. I mean, it's a quantum leap. Do you share it because it's a mankind thing, or do you keep it for yourself? And that's right now. It's not for me to decide. I'm just Dave.
Well, it's fascinating that some other method of propulsion could have been established in some other place, and that we're experiencing, or that you've experienced it, and some other folks have experienced it in action. And I just think for us as people, as human beings in 2019, it's really easy to think that what we have now is so amazing, and that what we have now is the pinnacle of discovery. What we have now is, with our electricity and with our LED screens, and we are experiencing like the height of technology. When if you're some creature from some other planet that is got easy access to element 115 and some gravity propulsion system, you're looking at us like we're digging holes in the side of a mountain to protect ourselves from the rain. We're cave people.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do that here on Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at like a first world, like the United States,
sure,
or these the developed nations, and then you go to some of these other and go, people are still getting their water out of a hole in the ground with a bucket.
Right. Or people in the rainforest are living these indigenous lifestyles. Yeah.
So, take them some. Take them one of these flat screens down to one of these tribes that no one's ever seen, and go, hey, look, and start showing them pictures of themselves that you're shooting real time, or video that's feeding directly into it. They'll freak out.
They'll think it's magic.
Would you capture my soul?
Right.
So it's where we at, and what are we going to do, and what can we do?
Did it change the way you look at life? I mean, even though you knew that, or you had this feeling that we were not alone just from looking at the stars, but when you actually see the thing, like how, I would imagine that has got to really shift your perspective.
I don't know if it shifted my perspective, but it was more of it's a validation,
a confirmation.
You go, yeah, I've always like, yeah, all right, there's a lot of stars. And then you see something like this and go, well, maybe we're not, because that pushes you to the next point to go, if one lands in my front yard, then I'll be 100% sure that we are not alone because it's sitting in my front yard. But I got within a half mile of this thing, which is, people go, well, a half mile is pretty far away. Again, not when you're flying an airplane. Half mile is like really tight.
When they bring you in to have these conversations with high-level government officials, how long are these conversations?
So I went to I've talked to 3 different groups of people.
This is post the New York Times article. So the New York Times article comes out in 2017.
Yes.
And then our government.
The other pilot that was involved had been to DC multiple times. This is how I got in touch with Lou. She had called me and said, hey, I need to talk to you. So I called her and I said, what's going on? She says, hey, has anyone called you about the Tic Tac? And I said, no. She goes, I've been to the Pentagon like a half dozen times. and they'll take me in and anywhere from Starbucks to, inside of a vault. And she goes, and they'll talk to me about the story, and then they'll show me a picture of something. It goes to look like this. And then she gets pretty frustrated. Goes, we call it the Tic Tac because it looked like a Tic Tac. What part don't you get? I mean, go get a thing of Tic Tacs and look at it.
When they're saying, did it look like this? They're showing
or something
crafts that they have.
No, not pictures that they have, but like a video from someone else. Like they'd show the gimbal video. Hey, it looked like this. Okay. And it was no. So that's when I told her, I said, well, just tell this guy that you're talking to, just give my name and number. I go, I'll talk to him. It's not a big deal to me. And that started. So when I got asked, multiple times to go down and talk to people, one of them was supposed to be 20 minutes. And these are important people. Getting 20 minutes of some of these folks' time is like, that's a huge deal. So we went in thinking, okay, we're going to do the thing 20 minutes. And then we're in. And an hour and a half later, we came out. I mean, that's the interest of, and there were some, you get the group, folks that come in and out. There's a few that just sat there and were enamored by what we were saying. Like, you're joking. We're like, no, this is all real. I mean, these are pretty senior officials that are taking the time out of their day to take this serious, to go, maybe we do need to put a little emphasis on this. And if someone can just show up at will and do whatever it wants, and I'd probably at least pay attention.
Yeah, pay attention, but what could be done? I mean, what could they do? If you put yourself in the position of one of these high-level government officials, what do? Just spend more money on looking at them?
Oh, if you look at money, though, I mean, I know when the article came out and they talked about the ATIP program, that here you get funded $22 million over 5 years. So it's $4.4 million a year. And you go, everyone's freaking out. Oh, it's $22 million. I go, no, it wasn't $22 million a year. It was $4.4 million. That's not even in the rounding error for the United States. We just got approved it was $750 billion for the defense budget. $750 billion. If you took $100 million out of that, it's not even going to put a dent. And I go, why can't you? If you're only spending $4.4 million a year, and you can actually get some good work done, because you don't need a huge team. Because you figure, if you look at, I think what's the number, like 10, 15% of all these UFOs, like if you look at Project Blue Book, really remained unexplained. And you go, okay, so you can weed out, me flying over someone in a campfire, like my afterburners. So you go, no, that was Dave being Dave. So you can weed that stuff out. Now you go, now I'm really kind of concentrating the funds. The most important thing, and then I talked to the folks when we were talking, because we talked about funding, and I said, well, let me leave you with this. And I had got some pretty good stuff. I was talking to Chris Mellon, who's a former undersecretary and understands how the government works. There was where he gave me some really good feedback. And I talked to him, I said, look, I'm all for you guys funding a program. But what you need to do is fund a program that there's going to be oversight over. And when I say oversight, I mean, because what happens is you go, here's money, but we're going to distribute it in the government. So we're going to distribute it to these 3 different agencies across the United States government. Just call them agency A, B, and C. So you give it to them, and I'll go back to like the 9/11 stuff where we really had the answer, but all the agencies weren't talking to each other to put all the pieces together. And that's my fear, that you go, hey, we're going to take $100 million of taxpayer money. We're going to fund a program to actually seriously investigate this stuff and look at the technology. But there are 3 different entities working on their own and not talking to each other. So there's got to be a joint collaboration. We go, we're going to do it, but, Joe's going to be in charge, and you guys are all going to play nice in the sandbox together, because we want to get our money's worth, because people will raise the fraud, waste, and abuse flag that we're wasting money on something stupid.
Now, the gimbal video shows a different kind of thing.
Yes.
How many different kinds of things are you aware of?
Well, those are ours too.
Tic-tac,
if you look at the
gimbal.
Go Fast, it kind of looks like a Tic Tac. So you could say those 2 are the same. I think there's other stuff out there, and sometimes it's not that you got to look at where do you obtain the video. It's just like intelligence, and I'll use, because I know you got that picture of Pablo out there, and there was the guy, Tom Cruise made the movie about him. What's his name? Louisiana dude who was flying the drugs for Pablo in and out.
Barry Seal.
Hey, it was all great until Reagan posted that picture that they had the cameras inside the cargo plane, and then Pablo puts it together. The only place that picture came from is Barry Seal's airplane, and then now Barry Seal's a dead man. So you got to watch when you release, because you go, hey, we got this video, but it was taken someplace we probably weren't supposed to be. Or how did they get that video?
Right.
Like, I'll look, the video of the Tic Tac video, that thing first came out. It's kind of funny. The guy that was in my back seat had sent me an email. This is about probably 2008, so I was retired. And and he sent me this video. You say Skippers isn't familiar, and it was on strangeland.com. Not suitable for work. I'll just say that. But I look, and then next thing you know, it's on YouTube. So when I would tell this story to my friends, I'd send them the link to the YouTube video. And this is years before the New York Times article. And then when they did the unofficial official report, the video was taken down off of YouTube. And, it kind of puzzled me. Like, why'd you take the video down? And I told the guys when they did the unofficial official report, I said, what you really need to look at is how did this thing come off of a classified drive system on an aircraft carrier and end up on strangeland.com and YouTube? Because at the time, the videos were classified secret. And that's not because it was a UFO. It's the AT FLIR video. They did not want that released. So you'd see it on CNN. They blocked out all the performance stuff, what the airplane was actually doing. In this case, the one you see, it's 250 knots of autopilot, so it's not that big of a deal. But,
Jeremy, how many different types of vehicles are you aware of that have been reported?
Credible reports for decades, hundreds of different shapes. Even Lazar himself said he saw 9 different styles, all working off the same propulsion system. The Tic Tac shaped, vehicle, that goes back in history. Some people say cigar shaped. Big ships, small ships. They're all different kinds. I think it's important to state though there are other government-funded UFO programs. It's a misnomer actually that ATIP was the recipient of the $22 million. It was actually Harry Reid created a program called OSAP. OSAP was the sole beneficiary of that $22 million. New York Times got it wrong. And then what happened is ATIP was a different funded program to study military encounters with UFOs. OSAP was created because of Skinwalker Ranch, a government program to study UFOs and associated phenomenon. ATIP and OSAP communicated and shared information, but they were independently funded. So the $22 million was for OSAP, and then ATIP had its own sources, and then they did collaborate 2 UFO programs. There are more that I think we're going to learn about.
So the different shapes that Bob Lazar saw, there was 9 different shapes that he saw inside of the hangars.
Only one up close, yeah.
And none of them were like the Tic Tac.
Not specifically, however, that's not an uncommon. If you go back in history of like military sightings of craft going maybe over 20,000 miles an hour, the Tic Tac is a shape. They have triangles. They have ones that look like rectangles. The thing that is common with all of them is the non-reactionary propulsion system. I think even Commander Fravor said the thing noticed him, was words he first said to me, and kind of went towards him with its nose. But it could move in any direction, right? I mean, it could just move at will, however
it was. When we first saw it, it was just basically, it never turned. It was just going left, right, kind of doing this.
Shape probably doesn't matter.
And then it became aware because it turned and it actually mirrored what I was doing. When I was coming down, it came up. And, so it was obviously knew we were there. And I don't know if it was picking up, energy coming off the airplane or what. I do know that when they tried to lock it, it actively, it jammed a radar, made it pretty much useless. And, Chad was pretty good about kicking it over and grabbing that video. It's pretty wild.
It's a big deal to actively jam a radar of ours.
Yeah. It's, whenever someone tells you an awesome story, it's great to hear. But God, I wish I saw it myself. It's like this thing. It's like you're telling me, and I'm like, wow, I'm listening. I'm trying to imagine. I'm putting it in my head. I'm visualizing it. Damn, I wish I could see it.
Yeah, I said this to a guy where he's pretty prominent. I won't say who it was or what his position was. He's pretty prominent in the UFO community. I'm not really a UFO guy. And he starts quoting, like Jeremy can't quote it. So this is this event, that. And he keeps looking at me and goes, well, do you know about this event? I go, nope. And he goes, what about this event? I go, nope. He gets like 3 of them. I look at him and he goes, well, you're not a UFO guy. I go, no. But I chased one. Have you? And he goes, no. I go, I'm an expert.
You're an actual.
He kind of got deflated a little bit because he looked at me like, you suck.
Well, it's like people that are into baseball stats, but they've never played.
Yeah.
You got to get your hands dirty, get out in the field.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joe. Like, I wish I had seen it. I've been so curious about the propulsion system since Lazar, and I wish I could see something too.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I would give so much. I'd almost think about running for president just to win, just so I could get in and find out about UFOs.
Everybody's tried.
And then go, I quit, bitch.
Yeah, everybody tried though, man. Clinton tried. He tried to big time. That was his. He came in. He said, first thing Webster Hubbell. He said, I want to know 2 things: who killed JFK, and I want to know all about UFOs. and he was denied access. And he later said, it's not the first time I've been lied to or denied information after asking for it. Bill Clinton said that. Additionally, Jimmy Carter, he said before he was president, I'm going to find out.
Well, Jimmy Carter supposedly saw you.
He did. He said, I'm going to find out. I'm going to tell you. Never talked about it again afterwards, after he became president. Wonder what his briefing looked like. And then, so many presidents have tried because they're like us, man. They're curious. However, this information, from my understanding, which is an informed understanding, it's so compartmentalized.
Yeah. That makes sense. Well, listen, is there anything else?
Just one thing. I want to make sure to brief you on Storm because I still blame you for it a little bit. Can I do that?
My idea.
No.
My idea.
Can I just give you a quick breakdown? Okay, so check this out. Made a movie, Bob Lazar, Air 51 and Flying Saucers. Joe blows it up. I go on a show with Bob Lazar, which was awesome. Thanks for letting Bob tell everybody what happened.
My pleasure.
And then the world lit on fire. Now, from a sociological, pop culture standpoint, what happened on that day is huge, and I don't want it to be missed on anybody. So a kid watches your podcast, watches the movie, puts up this Facebook page, Storm Air 51. Oh my God, it's a big problem, right? So I ended up talking to the kid and all this and trying to help him navigate. Kid went left, he should have gone straight. Anyway, event went down. Rachel, Nevada, where Area 51 is where the access points go up. We all went out there, right? But really, Rachel, nobody wanted people to come. It's a town of 52 people, one business. The residents, I live in Pioneer Town, California, it's tiny. You don't want your whole town taken over by potentially dangerous millions of people that are signing up for this on Facebook, right? So it's this huge phenomenon that happened because of going on.
What happened?
So here's what actually happened, because the media has completely lied to you.
They said 150 people showed up.
Yeah, it's a total fabrication. I have the footage to prove it. We had an event I participated in an event in Hico, Nevada, which is safely 50 miles away from, Rachel, where they didn't want us. And on the fly, 3,000 plus, to me, it's a huge win. 3,000 plus people, even though they were scared to come because they were told to be scared to come out there, that it's going to be a riot. Okay. And they peacefully assembled and enjoyed this thing I had.
But what happened? There's nothing. They just got together, 3,000 people.
Yeah, but everybody came with the idea that they're curious about this. It engaged a whole new audience of people. We had Dave Foley talked. We had Paul Oakenfold. Some things.
People talked? Do you have microphones set up?
Yeah, we had I set it up. I brought in speakers. Right, I brought in speakers.
Dave, did you avoid this?
Yeah, I'm not, I'm a military guy. I'm not storming a government. I mean, that's about the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's like, hey, let's go. That's like, hey, let's all jump the White House fence. I'm like, are you whacking? That's the dumbest idea on the planet.
Yeah, I didn't understand the benefit of getting all those people together.
No, people were going. And so my point was, well, let's at least bring people who can talk about it and have a civilized, fun time and see what people want to do. So my point is, it's amazing anybody came out to begin with, and nobody went crazy.
So what is the 150 people that were reported? Where they
maybe at the gate itself to go see?
So that's probably would have happened if someone like you didn't come along and organize something else.
Yeah, I didn't organize it, but I definitely advocated for safety, and it worked, and it was a success.
So they just got together and talked. 3,000 people got together and talked.
Well, it was spread out all throughout. Like Rachel, the community didn't want people. There was an event there, though. In Hico, where I was the event with the stage and the fun stuff we all did. George Knapp was there as well.
How'd you promote this?
Well, they did the event. They promoted it because people were already coming.
Did you promote it on social media?
Well, sure. I said, if you're going to go somewhere, that's where I'm going to be, and it's going to be safe and sane. My point is this, you have so many people that are curious now, and don't underestimate what happened when someone watched your podcast and that happened. Boom, you've got all these new people who are interested in it, and I think that's important because this UFO phenomenon is real. You've got fighter pilots that engage them. It represents a non-reactionary propulsion system, and that's a physics that would change the world. So the more people that come together and say we're interested, the louder the voice we got. I think it's cool, and I have some alien Budweiser. Great.
Well, I don't know if there's really any benefit to people physically getting together, but I do think that there's a lot of benefit. Fun. I'm glad you had a good time. But I do think there's a lot of benefit to this discussion. And I really think there's a lot of benefit to hearing the stories from people like you, because that's the only thing that matters to me. When it's like, I need to know the person who's telling me the story isn't full of shit. So when I get it from someone like you, I really, really appreciate it. So That's it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for telling your story.
Thanks for having
Thanks for being you. Thank you, Jeremy, for setting this up, and thanks for your documentary on Bob Azar, which really like fucking turned me around.
Nice.
That was the one. All right, that's it. Bye, everybody.
Woo!
Hey, MFM, be on the list. Back attack, dude. Hey, yo, all right, today is an exciting day here at the booth at the Bomb Hall, which is presented by Pub Beer and Run Through a Wall. Smelling Salts. We got a special guest host today in studio, Jesse Bertner. How we doing?
What
So good to have you in here, Bertner. All the way 5 a.m. flight.
Yep, loving it. Love being here. Wouldn't miss it.
We were going to surprise Yosh, but we blew the surprise. We'll get into that a little bit.
I'm not a vegetarian.
You're not, yeah.
No,
So we got you S8 ribeye sub coming. So you're good. Okay. How we doing, Silk?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking, Chris.
Oh, man, sunglasses look great.
Yeah.
Thank you. For work time only.
Yep. How's the mall?
Feels good. Same kind of thing every day.
Yeah.
Just gonna wake up.
Looks phenomenal.
Party in the back, Amish in front.
That's exactly what I told the barber.
And the man of the hour, we got Mike Yoshida in studio. Yosh, how we doing?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for having me.
Man, we're psyched you're here. Ooh. For our listeners that don't know who you are, Mike Yoshida is one of the most published and iconic snowboard photographers in its history. He's got countless covers. He was staff photog over at Snowboarder magazine. He's an X Games gold medalist in photography. Yosh also has an infectiously positive attitude and keeps the vibe hilarious at all times, which you guys will experience here. It's going to be a really fun show. So let's get into it. But I think we dive into the hard-hitting topics right out of the gate. Hotmail address. What was your Hotmail email address? I heard it was really solid.
What is your Hotmail address?
It is, not what it is.
So I think it's discontinued by now, but it was meaty_moose@hotmail.com.
Let's get Dolly on that.
Yeah, let's go super. That's so good. Should we have homies cook while we're at it?
Yeah.
Too? Yeah. Homies cook. Yeah, that's fire. So yeah, can you walk us through that name real quick? I'm just curious.
Okay, so in high school, that was my nickname, was Moose Meat.
Moose Meat.
Yeah. After like,
You gotta explain that a little bit.
This might be too hot for TV.
Honestly, it's like, I don't know where it came from, but this guy Kobe Linden, you know Kobe from Alaska, Guru. He was really good at just giving people like random nicknames, and like a lot of the kids that I grew up with, we gave like animal nicknames. Like there was like Pork Face and Moose Meat and like all this just like random stuff. But one day Kobe just looked over at me and he was just like, Moose Meat. I was like, and it just stuck.
Mm.
And so originally I did want moosemeat.com or moosemeat@hotmail.com, but it was taken apparently. Mm-hmm. So I went for the Meaty Moose.
Meaty Moose, yeah, with underscore. That's good.
Yeah.
So Meaty Moose, you are AK Roots. Where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Homer, Alaska. It's about 5 hours south of Anchorage. Super small town, fishing town on the ocean. I don't know, population probably like 6,000 people. But yeah, it's like a mix of, when I was growing up, it's like a mix of hippie fisherman / redneck / a lot of like Russian influence, like Russian Orthodox. So they have their own village and stuff, and just a wild mix. But it's like mostly an artist community. It's like it's a really beautiful place, and it's like a lot of cool people and stuff happens out of there.
I was hearing that your father's a really interesting cat. How did you end up in Alaska?
Well, so it's kind of a long story, but my dad was in like whenever the Vietnam War was going on, he was enlisted in the NOAA service, which is like National Oceanographic Association or whatever. So he would get stationed on these boats, and like if he was on those boats traveling around, he didn't have to go to war. It was like considered a service. And so he got on these boats and traveled all over, and they did all these surveys, and he was like not the most like worthy seaman, and would just get like super seasick. But he just toughed it out, and one day they just ended up in Alaska, and he ended up on the Homer Spit, and it was just like a gravel road with like nothing there, and yeah, he just loved it. He was just like, I'm gonna move here. And from his roots, he grew up in LA, so he just wanted to get as far away from like the city as possible, you know. So he loves the outdoors and just like fell in love with Alaska.
Yeah, that's so rad. So my question to you is, how does somebody from Homer, Alaska, find snowboarding? Seeing as though correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no mountains, snowboard resorts close, I guess, right?
There's mountains,
but there's not. Yeah, chairlifts, I guess, chairlift access.
Well, I'll correct you. Folsom Mountain Rope Tow.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and that's
news to me.
Yeah, that's only open, I think Saturday, Sunday. It's just run by a ski club, probably 400 vertical feet. Cornice at the top, a gully you can build a hip, and then like a jump spot like halfway down the face. So, I mean, started snowboarding in the driveway, but I mean, if you
let's get into it. I want to get into snowboarding. Yeah.
So, I mean, I just like, I don't know, visually, I just fell in love with snowboarding, and I wanted to do it. And I had a lot of friends who were into skateboarding, but I just didn't live close enough to town. I was probably 7 miles from any sort of concrete, and so we were just up in the hills. And so I wanted to snowboard super bad, and I just begged my parents one Christmas, and they got me a snowboard, but unfortunately it was a black snow.
Mogul monster.
It was a mogul monster.
Yes.
And we're talking like all plastic, probably an inch thick, that was completely hollow, grooves in the bottom, no metal edges. So, I mean, right out of the gates, I'm like set up for failure, right? And just tried to ride it down the driveway, which was ice, and just like all over. And just like after, I don't know, like an hour, I was just like, yeah, snowboarding sucks. Like, I do not want it. It's really hard, and I have no idea how to do it, and it just doesn't work. So like, fast forward a couple more years, and I finally saved up for like my first metal edge snowboard. I was like not gonna give up because I could see how fun it was, and like a lot of my friends were doing it and like telling me like, yeah, this is fun. And so yeah, I finally got metal edge snowboard, and then I started going to rope tow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What was the first metal edge board?
I think it was a Maro, I think like A Pro or something. It was the one with the symmetrical Maro with the M and the W.
So like literally the first year of Maro, probably.
Yeah, and it was very like pointy, not twin tip, pointy tail, straight, or pointy nose, straight tail, like very like.
Did you make a trip into the big city for that?
You know what? I think they sold snowboards at a bike shop in town. Yeah. Okay. But it wasn't like no Gary King. Like, yeah. I mean, I would go up to Anchorage and just like drool over like some Gary, like, they had it all. They had like the Sim Switchblade, the Burton, Craig Kelly Mini that I could probably ride, and then like a crazy banana, and like they just had a lot of stuff, and I would just be like, someday, one of these days. So,
yeah, Craig Kelly signing autographs from Gary King's.
Really? Yeah, Gary King's is pretty dope.
What year was this? What year are we talking?
This is maybe 1990. Yeah, and I had a really good group of friends that liked to snowboard and that were like understood the culture and would be like, we'd go to the videos, like, thank goodness for the video store. I think it was Millie's Video, and they had every year they would have like the new MacDog film, the new standard film, and like we could go and rent them. So we had like a tie to the culture, and yeah, we just just trying to emulate, And it's just like, for us, there was not really there really wasn't a ski resort. I mean, Olson Mountain was so tiny. It was just one rope tow. So like, for us to find something similar to what was in the movies, it would be like, find a switchback and there's a snowbank and you just hike up and shape the snowbank out and just like launch. That's your jump. That's like the first
Isn't
jump.
that just so funny about Alaska? Like water everywhere, but not a drop to drink.
Yeah.
Like, huge mountains everywhere.
Yeah.
But like our stories are really similar. Like Cooley's story is similar. Like so many street riders coming out of Anchorage, and you're like, why?
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, we rode. These guys are riding Russian Jack and riding Hilltop, and like small little areas surrounded by gigantic mountains. Just the barrier to entry is such that it's hard to get up in those mountains.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like snowmobiling wasn't really an option. I mean, it's just unaffordable and the technology wasn't there. And then just the knowledge of like backcountry or like even like split boards didn't exist. So it's just like, yeah, there were huge mountains across the bay. There's like epic mountains, but like it's just hard to access. Like at that time, snowboarding was in its infancy, so it's just like kind of just try and get in where you fit in. But like we like found spots and like spots to build jumps, like by driving around and like finding drifted in spots and like just there is an occasional trip to Alyeska, but it was 5 hours away essentially, so on an icy road. So it's like that's quite a commitment for a family or anyone really. So.
Mm-hmm.
It is so interesting. It's like the epicenter. Like one day you go to Alaska, and then like your guys' Alaska experience is like hitting a snowbank out of a driveway. You're like straight up.
Yeah, you don't know how many times people are like, "You're from Alaska. You must just ride in helis and just big mountain. Like you're like Jeremy Jones, right?" And like, no, I was like riding in my driveway and just building jumps like at a small hill in front of my house. But
going Air Bud Golden Retriever on, or
probably just grabbing mute until I couldn't.
Stiffy?
No, shit.
So what was the arc of Yosh's rise to honing the skills? Where did you go from backyard boarding? Where did it evolve to?
Well, so I started being able to like link turns, and then like a lot of my friends were like pretty good and would like get more access to Alyeska than me and tell me about like just all the riders, like, and you would see stuff like you'd see like Jay Liska and like Richie Fowler, and kind of a proud Alaska moment to see that go down, but this is, I don't talk about this to anyone really, but so when I was a freshman in high school, I got busted for drinking, and my parents were super worried, as any parents should be, but they sent me away to school, like to like a boarding school, and my dad was so guilty. He was just like, oh, I don't want to send you to boarding school, but like, what if we send you to like a snowboard school? I was like, all right, yeah, I guess I could try and do that. And so they sent me to a school in Squaw Valley in Tahoe for a year, and dude, it was epic. Like this is I believe 92, 93 or somewhere around there. And yeah, just access, like I had a freaking season's pass, like access to like a big mountain and just like shredding, like, and like there's like, the school is weird. Like there's like bad kids from like all over, like, and like tons of like rich kids from California coming up, because it's in California. So yeah, it was just like an interesting time, but yeah, that's where I really like honed my skills, and that's where I really like learned about a lot of the culture, because there was magazines coming through, videos, like there was like a little TV room where we were just like, it was like TB2 and Project 6 on repeat, like nonstop, like, and
that's a lot of Pantera.
yeah.
A lot of Pantera.
A lot of Pantera.
That's the school Whitlake went to, right?
So that's a funny story, because so there's like 4 wings to the school. It's like freshmen are on the bottom, and then sophomores, and the juniors and seniors, and then of course there's like the girls' hallway that has like a motion sensor, so like dudes aren't going up there in like the middle of the night and stuff. But but the next room over, it was a boarding school, but it was definitely like a school for bad kids too. But it was like, I don't know, it was cool. It was awesome. I like totally like, I'm so grateful for the experience. But so the hallway I was in, like the next room over, like I meet this kid Scott, and he's this like tiny kid with this pointy nose and just like buzz cut, and I'm just like, what up? And like we became like best friends. And I was like, damn, dude, this kid's cool. And so we're shredding together a bunch, and then I'm like, damn, this kid's good. Like he's like hitting the gap jumps and like hitting all the rails and like, you know, like oversized jeans and just like dirty white hoodie, just like snowboard route through and through. But it was him and this other kid, Dave Irwin, I believe.
So sick.
Those 2 kids were like,
Goofy.
Was he goofy? Dude, he was like, I remember he was kind of like a Jamie Lynn type, like really squatty, like spin off the toes, like cab off the toes and stuff. And but yeah, Scotty was like just so sick, and like I ended up actually getting kicked out of that school because I got caught smoking weed. But I made it about 3/4 of the way through the year, and like I had plans on going back, but like it just didn't. I just wanted to be home. Like I didn't really like. I enjoyed the snowboarding aspect of it, but like I just wanted like my old school friends back, you know. And yeah, it was really interesting. There was like a landline there where you could call in, and I'd always call in and check in on Scotty. And I sometimes I wouldn't be able to talk to him. I'd talk to somebody else and, yeah, what's up with Scotty? He's like, oh, dude, he's just like, Santa Cruz just gave him a bullet. Or like, I'd hear all these like rumblings. And be like, oh, fuck, that's awesome. Maybe he'll make it. But yeah, it wasn't until like I was tripped out when like M3 went down and I saw like the ad, and it was like the lineup, you know, like Mikey LeBlanc, like Blaze Rosenthal, and like Scotty Whitlake, and I was like, hold up, like maybe this is a different Scotty. Is this the Scotty Whitlake? And I like looked, and it was like fully him. And then Revival came out, and I just lost my mind. I was like, damn, he did it. Like,
and how?
And yeah, yeah, and continued just to like do amazing stuff on a snowboard. So
Rad, like that's my guy. That's my guy.
Yeah, and honestly, I didn't really talk to him much until like way later when I went to Mount Hood, and I was just like, I'd see him around and just be like, I lost touch with him, but I was just like, he's not gonna remember me or whatever. And then like finally, I was like at a party in Portland, and I was like, yo, dude, you remember me? And he's like, Mike. He's like super stoked to see me, and like he's always been so like kind and just an awesome dude. We're gonna go super air horn for Whitlake, the real esteemed. That's so rad. What a cool story, man. That's so fun. So then you're in high school, and then at what point? Yeah, where'd you go from there? Yeah, so I mean, I came back to Homer and finished out my high school there, and that's when I just I don't know, snowboarding really took off for me. Like I just like kind of leveled up, and all my friends were like, what was it like? Like you made it out and snowboarded somewhere else.
Every time you went anywhere and came back to Alaska, it was like that.
Yeah.
Like whoever left just had to do the full like cultural download.
Yeah.
They were like, it was like getting code and then bringing it back to the mainframe, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was in the mix at like Squaw Valley at the time was like, it was a hub, you know, like Noah Selazny, like just like the Hatchets and just that cultural hub. And so like, yeah, I did definitely like download it to the homies, and it's like, this is what it was like. And I knew I like wanted to get out of Alaska immediately as soon as I like graduated. So I don't know, I was like once I graduated from high school, I got into school, just like applied to a bunch of different schools throughout like the Northwest. I just wanted to stay close to home, and it just made the most sense. And I didn't really want to go to school, but I was kind of forced into it by my parents. They were like, "This is what you're doing." Classic, like, strict Asian parents, just like, "You're gonna be a lawyer or a doctor. This is what you're doing."
Or did they really put that sort of specific?
No,
request?
not really, but it was definitely like in the back of my mind that like they were like, "You're destined to succeed."
So it wasn't just school; it was like school for greatness, kind of.
No, it was. I mean, I was kind of a fuck up kid, so just like they were just like, just do school, like
Yeah.
just do something.
That was like the same for me. you know?
Yeah,
And like we ended up in the same place, I think, for partially the same reasons.
yeah, for
Felt
sure,
like Alaska. You know?
for sure. Yeah, it was like no doubt, like Washington has like a lot of similarities to Alaska, so it's like you're dealing with like, but with just like not as much harshness of just like the cold and just like the darkness. Like that's one thing like people don't realize is like in the thick of winter in Alaska, when I was in high school or just school in general, like you show up at like in the dark, like 8 a.m. or whatever. You get out of school, the sun's already gone down. You basically like you might get like a little recess or some time off during the middle of the day to like get a little sunshine, but it's like it's gnarly. And like if you're not like acclimated to that or like have like systems in place to like deal with that, it can be a pretty, no pun intended, dark place, like for a lot of different reasons. So like I knew I had to get out, and like as soon as I had like got out, I was just like, it was like I ended up traveling a bunch when I was younger with my parents, and like as soon as you leave and come back, you're like it's like this. Like there's actually like sunshine and like things that like in the winter that like you don't have in Alaska. So but yeah, I ended up making it into Western Washington University, which is in Bellingham, Washington, and I gravitated towards that because I knew that there was snowboarding. I knew about Mount Baker, but I didn't really know I didn't know what it was like culturally and like how insane it is for like snowboarding. It was a little bit on the back of my mind. I was just like, I just want to go somewhere where there's a good mountain and like I have some friends that's like feels kind of like home. So that's the criteria.
Yeah, that's perfect. My question is, you guys both AK transplants. When did you guys meet?
Mount Hood.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when he did my trick switch, that's when we met. And I still got beat.
I actually did meet. You didn't want to?
Well, I
big time.
I actually didn't. No, I met you like 98 at the Aldergrove Skate Park.
Oh,
but actually, I probably didn't meet you. I was probably too shy because like Berner's a big deal.
Oh, is he a big dog?
He's a big dog.
Yeah.
But I remember you skating with Chris Bazalian.
Yeah,
because Bazalian lived in Bellingham, and Dre actually came down with for a little bit too.
Yeah,
and I would always skate with those guys. So.
I want to hear about this one-up situation.
So there's a guy just get his board on, someone that's not very good at front boards, not good at looking over the shoulder, kind of a blind Bellamy slider type guy.
Are you speaking in third person?
I am now.
Okay.
I've switched into the third person, and I might never get out. Help me! So, can you help me with this?
That's out of my pay range.
Yeah, okay.
Fix it post.
I'm just like doing some cheesy little front boards on a mailbox, and this steezy rider comes over, eyes it up, and drops its switch right in my face.
Wow. Which FB beat down right in your face.
Yep.
What was the move on that?
Well, for the record, I can't actually do like normal front boards. I can only do switch front boards.
But I didn't know that. But now hearing all this Whitlake stuff, Whitlake's kind of a switch front boarder,
Yeah.
Like try to think of a front board Whitlake's done like a normal one.
Mm-hmm. I can think of one Destroyer front board fakie on the Canyon Rim Rail. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, I'm also a goofy foot skater and regular foot.
Dude.
So
no, you're the other one.
Yeah, you're the opposite. No nuts. Don't take that back. Retract.
Take that back.
Edit that out.
McGruber would never heard that.
Come on, guys.
You're regs on a skateboard,
And
Goose
Goofy
on a snowboard.
Yeah.
Dude, Yoshi and I are on an alliance here. You're on you're on an island.
Okay.
We also have we got Ika Backstrom. We have UC Oxenden.
Yeah, I don't really have anyone except Travis Rice.
Fuck it. You know who else you got is I think you got Sage Kotzenberg too.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Wild card.
You know, we got Nicholas Mueller. We got
There's more regular putters, okay?
Yeah.
Well, you got Jed
Ika.
Anderson too.
Oh, I got Jed
That's a heavy
Anderson.
one.
That's actually maybe
He's actually like a pro skater, so
that's a nail in the coffin.
so I don't know. It's kind of a big deal. I don't know.
Which way does he fingerboard is the question. Like, that kind of could change everything.
Dude, everyone fingerboards right now.
That's true.
The
It is
great equalizer. No, that's not true. Left-handers would fingerboard goofy.
Yeah, that is. Yep. Yeah, we got to get to the bottom of this.
We do. Cancel everything.
Hot topics.
Yeah. Pause on your history, Alex.
Yeah. Let's get to the bottom of this. This is fingerboard discussion needs to be aired out right now.
Yeah, and you guys, it's nice to fingerboard Big Mike. All right, I digress. Let's get back into it here. So you guys met. You won up initially. It's established alpha male dominance right out of the gate.
Well, that was in my shred heyday. I wasn't trying to be a small shit snowboarder, but I was putting in some work. Riding Baker.
All right, we are here to interrupt your programming to talk about all things bomb hole for a hot second. I got to tell you about our sticker pack. Now, this thing comes bursting at the seams. We're talking over 50 stickers per pack. And I don't know if you're like me, I'm a sticker nerd. I slap stickers on everything. You give me a water bottle, boom, sticker. You give me a snowboard, I'm slapping stickers. I might take an hour on my sticker job. I love stickers. I'm sorry. But because of that, we wanted to make a sticker pack that was packed full of them. And it's only $15 for 50 stickers. And that's available at bombhole.com, which we are currently in the process of making a destination website. So be sure to bookmark it. We've been uploading all types of new content from all over the internet. All the latest and greatest snowboard videos you can find on our editor's pick section if you just scroll down a little bit. So check out bombhole.com for all your snowboard content needs. I recently, on Monday, uploaded a product review on the Capita Mercury. As of late, I've become a bit of a product nerd. It's been really fun testing all the different boards, what I like about them. So many people ask me what Capita they should get, so I figured I would just review the ones I ride and give my honest feedback. So you can find that at bombhole.com. Be sure to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube or listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts so you don't miss anything. And now back to your regular scheduled program.
Almost every day.
Dude, I got a guest question that I think fits into this timeline here from none other than the Haas King, Patrick McCarthy.
What up, Bomb Hole listeners? Hello, Brent Diesel in the Bomb Hole. How the hell are we doing? Heard Yoshida's coming into the booth today. I wanted to ask, where does your passion for cooking come from? I know when we first met, you were the cook, the line cook for the ski patrol at Mount Baker, and you've always been able to make some of the most amazing meals. So one, what is the first meal? What is your go-to meal to cook? And where did this passion stem from?
All right. Dude, thanks, McCarthy. Love that guy. He's the best. Yeah, I mean, cooking has always been something that I've, for some weird reason, had a passion for. And it's like, I think I got a lot of that actually from my mom, who's like an amazing cook. And she cooks like insane Japanese food. So, kind of learning to cook under her wing, I was always interested in like learning how to cook Japanese food. And then as far as like the Mount Baker thing, like when I'll get into like, I made it to college, right? And I just didn't want to be there. Like I was like basically like failed out within the first like 3 quarters because I just didn't want to be there, and I didn't know. I just wasn't taking classes that I wanted and wasn't interested in. So I got out of there, and then eventually went back to community college. I got my AA degree. That was like the band-aid to be like, get my parents off my back. And then I was like, yeah, I'm going to do my own thing. And the only way I I really fell in love with snowboarding and like kind of fell out of it because of it just didn't have enough money to do it. But
it's hard to get that ride from Bellingham sometimes too.
Yeah, I didn't have a car, so it's like
you don't have the homie who's just putting in the who's got the car and it's down.
For sure. And like, so I got like way into skateboarding. I was just like, I mean, we like, and it was pretty rough. Like Bellingham didn't have much. They didn't have a skate park. They didn't have the Bellingham skate park was like a curb that was put up on 2 cinder blocks. That was like at the bottom of High Street in like an abandoned parking lot, and that's what we used to call the Bellingham skate park and stuff. But I'm really rambling and taking the long story here. But so yeah, eventually like I fell back in love with snowboarding because I started living with some skaters that snowboarded and they had a car. Like my buddy Kevin Foss was like down to like drive me to the mountain. And yeah, he gave me a hand-me-down board and I had like some crappy outerwear and I would just like ride up with him.
Was it that camel outerwear?
No, this is way before.
Was it the Coors goggles?
No. No, not the Coors strap. No, I just had some crappy outerwear or whatever, but yeah, we like.
Yeah, I can give you a deal on outerwear, man.
Yeah, if you can give me a uniform, I'm really looking for some new gloves.
Yeah. You know, Pat actually.
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So I started riding Baker again, and like, sorry how it's, but like I straight up just poached tickets. I couldn't afford it. I would just sneak on the lift and ride as much as possible.
Allegedly, we should say.
Allegedly, yeah, they might actually still come at you.
Yeah, actually, I might be fucked, but I gotta be honest. And then, what's even more fucked is I had a buddy who worked the ticket window and used to sell me the $5 child ticket.
That's kind of
allegedly. At least I'm still paying money for something. But anyhow, yeah, that's how I really got back into snowboarding because there was a period of time just like between Alaska moving to Washington and getting established that I couldn't afford to do it, so skateboarding was the way. But after that, I realized I got like kind of, built a community at Baker a little bit. Had some friends and realized they're like, what's the best way for me to like get a season pass? I'm like really bummed on like having a poach and just like being all sketchy, and they're like, you should get a job there and kind of put you in touch with some people. And so I ended up getting, once I graduated from community college, I ended up getting a job cooking. And that long story or long answer to that story. Sorry, Pat. But that was like what refueled my passion for cooking, is getting into that kitchen.
So what exactly was your job? It said line. He said line cook for the ski patrol.
Well, I first started. So the first year I started was 99 2000 year, I think.
World record.
No, that 98 99.
Oh,
and that year, that was the year that I was going up a lot. And then I was just like, why wouldn't I want to work at Mount Baker after they just had the best season ever? World record snowfall. So, yeah, I got a job as just flipping burgers at White Salmon. And I got to tell you, like, if anybody's out there looking for a job, like at the ski area, if you're a young kid, just like that, you need a season pass or whatever, like the cook job is the way to go. Because I befriended the manager. We got on good terms and we just had it set up. He's like, why don't you just cook? Like, you like snowboarding. Why don't you just like have the mornings off? And then you can come in around like 10 o'clock. And like pretty much from like, 9 to 11 or 8 to 11 or whatever, it's like first tracks are done. You just go to work. So you get a lot of riding time, and like not to dog on lift offs or anything, but like you kind of get shafted a little bit. But
it's like the slime line of jobs.
A little bit. I mean, you got to get in where you fit in. There's not always those kitchen jobs. So, but yeah, I was just flipping burgers for the first year, and dude, it was so sick. Like some of the people I would run across, like some of the like legendary people that I got to cook burgers for, were so sick. I remember like cooking burgers for Noah Slaslow when he was like on his way out. Like kind of, he was riding an MLY board at the time.
Oh wow!
Like I was paying attention to all this stuff. Like,
what kind of burger did you want?
Do you want a quad stack?
Did he stack it up?
I gave him the quad stack. Yeah, wrapped it in the normal hamburger wrapper, so you give him the discount. And quad stack. I don't know, probably like a chicken burger or something.
Some crinkle cut fries with some silver spines on them.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that was like a highlight. Just being like a little close to that culture, and just like, because like it wasn't necessarily like the big dogs coming through. You wouldn't see like JP or Jeremy or like the really highly progressive guys. It was more like the older guys who were like, you'd see like Andy Hetzel or like, you know, Noah or yeah, all those old heads coming through. It was really sick. But the next year,
did you have anything to do with the brownies? So I ate a lot of the brownies.
No. There was a baker that did all the baking. Okay. I was straight.
What about the bread bowls?
I would make some occasional bread bowls, like a salmon chowder bread bowl.
Okay. Let's just go in and eat just salmon chowder bread bowl.
Lang, we're trying to shoot. Oh yeah, I gotta love the John Lang salmon chowder bread bowl. Love that guy. Yeah, so it was strictly like burgers, nachos, and bread bowls. But yeah, the next year I found out there's this other job. This is the epic job, and this is the job that not too many people get to do. But it's the employee cook job. And so that's the job where basically like at the very top of the mountain, it's Heather Meadows Lodge. And there's basically like a hotel up there where all the employees live. And there's a cook who will cook breakfast, like serve like a sack lunch, like a packable lunch, and then you cook dinner. And it's like the most epic job, because talk about like you get time off. You're working from 4 to like 7. You're cooking breakfast for everyone. You're grinding, but then you have from about 8 to 2, like a huge window of just like shredding. And then
that's the window.
That's the window. That's the window.
The whole
like,
day.
That's the whole day. Yeah, pretty much. Like the lifts close around 3, so like that's pretty much like you're shredding all day. And then you come back, you cook from like 3, and you're done around 8. So it's like a split shift. But yeah, that's when I really got to hone the skills for cooking, because you get like you're cooking all sorts of different meals, like and you get to customize things, and like I don't know, it's kind of a interesting job because you hold a lot of power. Like there's like all these employees that you're responsible for, you know. So and the split shift, or the shift is 3.5 days on, 3.5 days off. So I mean, you get to snowboard every single day for a long time if you want to. And I definitely took advantage of every single like first track, hiking into like mid station in chair 1, just like got a lot of first chairs, like. And it wasn't even about like filming, or like it was just about getting it with your homies, and just like we just had like, I mean, writing at Baker, you kind of have to have an agenda of like, all right, like this filled in, you know, you hit this, you have your sequence like, oh, I'm gonna hit gun sights first because like it's gonna be on track. And then
Be careful what you say on air here. Locals might be out for blood if you give away too much.
Yeah, you might have already crossed the line, buddy.
Well, that's a pretty obvious one. I mean, yeah, okay, I'll keep my mouth shut.
No, but like you get chair 6 right under the chair, first track.
Yeah,
you are heliboarding.
Essentially, yeah.
It's so freaking good, dude.
Yeah.
And if you're in that position, that's probably happened to you once a week.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes 3-4 times a week. And you like, the thing about riding a mountain that much, just consecutively, is you understand every single little piece of that mountain, and like every little roll, and like every single piece of terrain, to where like you can get so dialed in and honed in that you can just sense stuff without even like looking at it.
And you rode it the day before, and you rode it the day before that.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
you can even see a ghost of your previous track or whatever. And
yeah,
I'm going to land on the backside of my previous track that now has another 8 inches of snow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, I definitely like hone the skills, and then about what happened. You're just next thing you know, you're like 200 plus days on snow,
and then you're out there looking like Yosh Frankie on Toya out there, basically.
Yeah,
I don't know about that, but like,
and then at some point in here, you just discovered a Hasselblad in a dusty attic.
Hey, before we get into that, we got to hit a segment of the show right now called Run Through a Wall Trivia.
Welcome to Run Through a Wall Trivia.
Here's how we're going to do Run Through a Wall Trivia. So what the deal is here is, partner, you're going to count them down. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got about 10 questions, maybe 11.
Wait, do I have to do these two?
If you want, you don't have to. It's more mainly for Yosh. If Yosh gets it wrong, he's got to do a smelling salt.
I want to do it.
And so if he gets it right, you can do it.
Oh, we're like competing.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, that if you want to do one. I mean, you can do. Why don't you hit one right now?
Yeah, I need to.
You get no sense of smell, right?
Yeah, no, it's back.
It's back.
Yeah, it's back. Wait, I forgot.
You just pinch it
like that.
Yeah, and it'll break. It'll break and it'll turn red.
And then
squeeze it.
Put it in your eye.
Well, you can do that. It's not recommended. We do not recommend to try that at home. You can make your own choices, though.
What do I do with my hands?
Just pinch it. Okay. There you go. Oh, you went in. You went in. All right, so Yosh,
I appreciate that. I think you say that to everyone, though.
No, that like I like ease it up.
You went in.
I'm feeling like Lando now.
Dude, you gotta be careful with these things. This is like it can be a day ruiner if you don't do it.
Really?
No, it's not. It's a day.
It's like a little bit of wasabi.
Here we go. First question, and you count it down like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and if he doesn't answer in 5 seconds, I buzzer him. So here we go.
Nice! I get to add pressure.
You get to add pressure, so it's a clutch situation. Okay. First question: Homer, Alaska is the capital of the world for what type of fishing?
Halibut.
Oh shit!
He's good.
Booyah!
He's good.
He might be the best.
He's good. With my help, he could be the best. Ace Ventura, the guy on the totem pole. Okay. The focal length of the lens is called what on a camera?
5, 4.
Focal length of the lens.
3.
Zoom.
It's the f-stop. F-stop is the focal length of the lens.
Yosh, you dropped your f-stop.
All right. Okay, we got
Baby
one.
mole.
Here we go.
I haven't seen that baby mole face in a while.
Next question. What movie does Steve Carell refer to a body part as bags of sand?
5.
Yeah. Come on. What musician with 4 Grammys is originally from Homer, Alaska?
Joel.
Oh, damn. He's good.
Who has a better switch frontside 360? Mike Yoshida or Devin Walsh?
5.
Devin Walsh.
Should have saw that one.
Okay, this is an important one. What are the letters and numbers of the license plate in MacGruber that he's trying to remember?
It's 5, 4, K. 5, 3, K.
KBR 596.
It's close. It's KFBR 392. All right. Steve's rolling good now.
You need a couple more down there?
Okay, there you go. Okay, next question. What drink does Vicky order dressed up as MacGruber in the movie MacGruber?
That's the Tazo iced tea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit one for that.
Woo! No.
Take the tip out.
MacGruber never ordered. I'm all about the large Tazo tea. Okay.
Sorry. Take the tip back.
Sorry, not sorry. Actually, sorry. Okay. What is the name of the villain MacGruber is after?
That would be good.
That's correct. And I did this one because I don't think you'll get it, and I wasn't sure this is skunk insurance. So, what is the maximum f-stop?
Fairies. 32.
45. There's an F45.
Okay.
So,
Hit it.
My lens is 32.
Yep.
Wow, nice work, yo. Nice work.
Michael, great job.
I'm all about the large
They kind of get cold.
You know, Zim went to bald-face with MacGruber last year.
No.
Yeah.
Actual MacGruber?
Yeah.
What? That is insane.
Yeah. So.
Dude, I still don't know about that focal length thing.
You know what? The f-stop stuff I consulted Clavin on.
Okay.
So you can take it up with him.
And he will.
Yes.
Okay.
He is known for a blurry photo or two, though. So,
His f-stops.
wow. Speaking of f-stop, when did you pick up the old camera?
Wow. That those blasted me. Sorry.
You're good.
There you go.
Yeah. He's ready to go. I didn't hit one between.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Woo! All right, we're back. Back in action.
Oh, God.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
crazy. Nice. So I picked up a camera late 90, I think like maybe 97, 98 or something. I got a pretty bad ankle injury skateboarding, and yeah, I was just laid up. I was on crutches for a couple months. And then randomly my dad just mailed me a camera. He just like, cause he knew I was interested, but he sent me an actual like SLR that he like had and didn't use anymore. So yeah, I started using that camera, and my roommates at the time were like into shooting photos, and I was just kind of like following their lead, and I was like, damn, this is like pretty fun. And like Washington and Bellingham in particular, it's like a very beautiful area, and like
And here we go. First of all, gentlemen, hello.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up? Good to see you, my friend.
See.
What is the chain? What does that stand for?
Engage. This is my fightwear brand. Asheville Castro started this. He was one of the. I'll say this. He was one of the only guys who fought with me before I really like blew up. So when I was fighting in China and I lost to Alex, they stopped giving me fights. And I think at the time, I was the highest paid foreign fighter in China at the time. Probably not now anymore, but they stopped giving me fights. And I was like, look, I have 7 more fights on my contract. Can I at least just get 3? I just need 3 because money was running out, the money I had saved up. And then, yeah, I was down to my last one day, like $500. And Eugene was holding past me to see something was up. And I just said, bro, I'm about to be broke, this and that, right. They said, don't, just leave it with me. I get home, I think I was on the toilet, and he just goes, check your bank account. And I'm sitting there just like, start crying, and I call him. He's like, no, don't thank me, thank Ash, who started Engage. And I call Ash, I'm taking a shit, and I'm just like, thank you. Like, honestly, just in tears, because, I've been there, like, nothing, and had everything, and nothing again. So for me, yeah, he's always been a guy that's been in my corner. And me and Alex Volkanovski now, we've helped raise the brand, so we own part of the company. So yeah, I like to rep the set.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I think we Engage also was last Final 3 when they had the whole Reebok fiasco. It was Venom, Engage, and someone else. I can't remember who else. So we didn't get the gig, but it would have been nice though.
Oh, the UFC gig? Yeah.
Engage fight kits for the fighters. But now it's Venom fight kits.
Yeah, the whole fight kit thing is weird. I really preferred it when fighters could have sponsors.
Condom depot on the back of your shorts.
I don't like that. I mean, they should probably have some discretion.
I did like it though, and I do like the fact now. Like the last fight I had, Hunter hit me up way before any
gold gloves or anything. He says, Izzy, we're gonna do this for certain fighters. What design would you like on your shorts? And I was like, bet. And I hit up Curtis, who works with Engage, does a lot of the designs. I told him what I wanted, and then he just did some custom stuff, and I sent a few to Hunter, and then boom, I got my shorts, the Lightning. And I quite like that. I like expression. That's one thing I do miss about boxing or kickboxing is the expression on the Hong Kong, the armbands, the shorts. Like Jonathan Haggerty, like he has cool shorts with golden like bows on the side.
Yeah,
I like that. It's cool.
I do too.
Yeah,
I don't like everybody has to wear the same shit.
I think maybe the UFC at the time, they wanted to be taken seriously in a sense, so we had to like professional sports. But nah, I think we're all different independent contractors and we have different styles. So I'm glad now they brought out for certain fighters like O'Malley and his pink shorts, Bryce Mitchell his camel shorts.
Yeah,
let us express ourselves.
I like that, but I wish fighters had the ability to advertise.
Oh, big time. Yeah,
that's big. Sponsors on your shorts is a lot of money. Like Shaw was making more money from the sponsors than he was from his fight purse.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a way to bring it back, I'm sure. But even now, because they've got some, you get some kickbacks, but it's better if you can just plastic Condom Depot and get $100 on the back.
How much was Condom Depot
I
paying
don't even
people?
know, but I used to think it was funny. And the
It
fact
was
that
funny.
on the back of the shorts, I'm like, that's placement, advertising.
I just feel like, you know, if they didn't like some because it didn't represent the sport, like Condom Depot, like then just fucking, you know, have a list of ones that you agree to.
That's actually a good idea. Like, say, approved sponsors. Okay, these guys, or maybe they go through a check first.
Right.
You want to maybe advertise on the fighter shorts, you have to go through this rigorous check. What's your company? You know, what do you guys sell?
Right.
And then, pass it on the shorts, get some money.
I do like it when boxers wear cool shorts.
Yeah.
You know, they wear whatever the fuck they want. Like, I love it when Melvin Manhoef would wear those gladiator skirts.
Yeah, he was a badass. I like tassels, though. That's me. With my shorts, I always like tassels because when you kick, the way they shimmer, the way they look, and it just, makes for cool kicks.
Yeah. That's just one of the things about the UFC. Just they want everything to be uniform, organized.
But again, like now for certain fighters, they're changing it, which is good. But hopefully that trickles down.
I don't feel like anybody should be wearing shorts in grappling. I feel like the temptation for tights. Temptation for grabbing is just too much.
Yeah,
and it does happen.
Yeah, I've seen it. It happened to me even with what's his name, Brunson. In the Brunson, he grabbed my tights, and I was like, "Yo, that's 2 times you've done it now." So it is tempting, but I think tights would be the best way to fight. But again, some guys like have cool shorts, and if that's their style, that's their style. Because some people, I guess, maybe they're body type, maybe they got no ass. They don't want to be. I got something back there, but like I don't know, a guy like I don't know no names, but like wearing tights, you look like a fucking stick or something. Yeah,
you look a little flat.
Yeah,
that's
what it is. Though.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, there's a lot of room for expression. It's interesting to watch like all the different styles that people promote themselves as well. You know, like there's so many different ways now. And then there's guys like Alex who, he doesn't even speak English, and he's risen to the top just based on performance.
Well, even the fact that he doesn't speak English, that's also his superpower, charm.
Right. What do you think about that fight this week?
I can't wait. I just did the breakdown for it. We're about to drop it on YouTube now. I am picking in this fight Alex, because I just think the momentum behind him right now is so big. He's just got momentum. Look, I was the most active champion in UFC history. I think next to Alex Volkanovski as well. He was right up there with me, if not more than me. I think Alex now is on his way to being the most active champ in UFC history because he's already saved this year, I think, 2 or 3 cards alone. He's like stepped in and be like, Sharma. Just does it, jumps in.
And he fights fucked up. He fights injured. Apparently his knee was really fucked up in the first Yuri Prohaska fight.
Oh, wow.
You know when he stopped Yuri and then he said he did like a forward roll off the Yuri? He said he did that because he didn't trust standing on his right knee.
Oh, wow, momentum.
Yeah, his knee was fucked up. So he didn't, he was fucked up in training camp. And so when he stepped off of him, he just decided to roll forward instead of putting weight on his right knee.
That's smart. That's some parkour shit. But again, that's what you have to do. You look, when you get in the UFC, this is what I did as well. And he did it the right way. Fight as much as possible. Fight as much as possible so you can be in people's faces so they can see that guy just fought. That guy just fought. I just saw him fight last month. and you fight as much as you can, and you get that momentum behind you, and then you become champion. You're that guy, and then again, you just that momentum constantly in people's faces. You're getting posted here, and that's how you build a stock up. So I've done that, and he's doing it the right way as well. And I think if he keeps going, but I hope he retires, never getting defeated by anyone ever again.
Just you.
Hey,
and the way you did it too. Oh my God, that was one of the greatest celebrations of all time.
Hey, it just it's the story behind it. No matter what,
Yeah.
it's just the history. Because David even mentioned to me, my brother said, like, you're the only one I can actually stand with that guy. Like, no one's lasted more than 2 rounds or even a round with him. And I thought about it during the breakdown, like, yeah, you're right. And it's because I knew him. I've fought that guy so many times. And regardless of what happened, I lost 3 times and I finally won one. It was just the fact that I knew I could beat him. Every time I fought him, I was just like, I was beating him.
I thought you won the first one.
I felt so too. But then that's, the Chinese
the
judges.
kickboxing fight.
They gave it to him. And then the second fight in Brazil under the same company, then he gets me. But again, I was besting him. Had him on skates. He was fucking. And then he brought his spirit. You know what Jury said about the whole juju thing? Like that's real. That's real.
Yeah.
So the last time I fought him in Miami, look, he beats me. That's why I hate when people say, "Oh, is he scared? He's scared." It's like, bro, I ain't scared of shit. The guy beat me in the biggest arena on the planet, Madison Square Garden. Same way as the last time he beat me in Brazil in his hometown. I was beating his ass, had him hurt in the end of the first round, all that shit, took him down, and then he gets me in the last round. It's his spirit, his whatever, like ancestors or his people that are praying for him. Because I got prayer warriors as well. My mom and dad be fasting, and they have people like in the spirit praying for me. But like the way he carries himself, something about him, just he knows how to recover well. So I just knew I could get him. And then after that, he knocks me out in the biggest arena in the world, and I'm just like, let's do that shit again, Dana. Because I just knew I was like, I can get him. And then that camp, I went to a different place, and that was the one I kind of mentioned. I microdosed a little bit, or macrodosed a lot. And like I always say this, the shower is the most interesting place on the planet, I feel, because you have the element of water running over your body, stripped naked in your bare essentials. You kind of have this, if it's a white shower, like a void white space, I can create a lot in there. I can make a lot of things happen. And yeah, one time after one of my showers, I just wrote this thing in my mirror because I just had this premonition, like, this is where I get it done. No way. You can beat me 1 time, you can beat me 2 times, you might beat me 3 times. But I was like, nah, this guy's not going to beat me this time. And I just knew I had to get this done. And the way it happened as well, because first round I think I won, the second round I was winning, but then fucking leg kick, bro. You know what it is? You look at his foot. You look at this bit of his foot. It's like a hammer. You know, like the back of a hammer or a hammer. Like it is, because that's what he kicks you with as well. So he doesn't have to turn the hip over.
Right.
And then when he hits you with that, even because he's bone density, long legs, when he hits you with that, you just feel like, ooh, that's bad. And it's a different feeling. Because I've been kicked by kickboxers all my life, on the thigh, on the calf as well. But when he hits you with that bit, it's just the surface area is so small, but it travels and transfers through your whole calf, and you're like, oh, I can't put weight on this.
It's so interesting too how he keeps his body completely square, and he doesn't even really turn the hips.
Yeah,
so it's so sneaky.
He doesn't have to, because he's got so much bone density, so much whip from that little. And yeah, it's dangerous, and I think that's going to be a problem this weekend for Khalil. But I don't know why Chael says. Did you hear about what Chael said?
Yeah, Chael said he thinks Khalil's going to knock him out.
That's possible. But I just don't think it's possible, but I don't think he's going to get it done, because all it takes is one. From either side, but I just think Pereira right now has just got that momentum behind him and the frame, because he's going to just avoid the shots Khalil's throwing, because he just got the long frame and he'll get right out the way. And I don't think Khalil has the reach to mess with him like that, so he might have to get inside. But yeah, we'll see. This is why paper can't fight paper. They have to get in there and fight. So we'll find out.
It's very interesting because Khalil's so fast, and Khalil's had experience with high-level kickboxers when he knocked out Gokhan Saki. That was a big one.
Yeah,
that was a big one. And that was like early on where everybody's like, oh shit, Gokhan Saki's finally in the UFC. And then boom, Khalil just takes him out.
Yeah.
Khalil's fast. He hits fucking hard, and he throws like the thing that he did with Lionheart. He throws that off speed shit sometimes. He'll give you a little of this, hang, and then he jolts in on you. That off speed uppercut was nasty.
It's the looks.
Yeah.
Here, almost Prince Nassim-esque, but different. He's like looking, bang. But again, he's just violent. Like when he smells blood, he just goes in.
Yeah.
Like I said, he beats you like you owe him money or something.
Yeah.
He's on you.
He's on you.
Yeah. Very violent. But again, I think Khalil, for him to win this fight, he just has to believe in himself. And that sounds real cheesy, but believe in himself. Also, he's a southpaw. I didn't think about that.
Right.
I actually forgot about that till David mentioned it before. But he's a southpaw, so. But I'm sure Alex and his team know how to deal with it. But I understand how Alex deals with southpaws as well, because I can fight him both ways, and I know what when you give him that front leg and he knows he can get it, he gets more confident. But if you're a southpaw, he finds other ways to keep you at bay till he can get that leg. Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see, like right away, how Khalil deals with the distance and how Alex deals with the speed. Because the thing is, like, Alex can be hit, and Bruno Silva tagged him a few times. You took him out. I think the 85 thing was. I think the drain for him to make 85 was insanity. I think it was insane. He's still fucking big.
He's still cat.
Yeah.
But look, it only works until you get knocked out. And it's like, all right, bet, let's go to 205. And I said, look, all these 185ers should thank me, man. Honestly, thank me, because a lot of the top guys didn't have to fight him. He fought. Okay, who did he fight? Strickland. That was one of the only top guys he fought. Beat him, and then I think he got a shot at me next, pretty much. But yeah, fucking Rob. Triggers, all them, because it's not about just fighting him. Getting ready to fight him is a different thing. But I had to do it fucking 4 times, so I understand. I have a different.
What's different about getting ready to fight him?
For me, getting ready to fight him, you just know you're going to be in for a war. You know it's not going to be an easy fight. Same for him. He knows when he has to fight me. It's like, fuck, it's not an easy fight, because he knows what I can do to him. But for me as well, I was just like, fuck. Okay, let's go again. And again, it's not like, because I feel that way with certain people. But with him, it's just a different feeling, I guess. Because he beat me, that's another thing. And I was like, man, I gotta fucking face this demon again. All right, bet, let's face my demons. And then I get myself up to fight him. But it's just getting ready to fight him. It's just the hurdle. I think maybe just because of the history. That's why for me I felt that way, because of the history. Because to fight someone who's beaten you multiple times, it's like, and you know you can beat them in your heart. You just know. But again, that's the beauty of the story.
Right, you had come so close a couple of times.
Every time. So,
and then even in the first fight in the UFC, so close to the end of that first round. Like, you had him. If there was 30 seconds left in the fight, or in the round,
10 seconds left. But again, that's the beauty of the story, because then he waited till the 5th round, or go to the 5th round. He's just like, did this fucking juju, whatever thing, and then fucking, he just had this energy. And he came at me, and then my leg was compromised from the leg kick, because the perineal nerve or whatever, and I couldn't do anything. So, yeah, but look, I love that story for myself, and I'm happy. And people still go, oh, we need a 3rd one. I'm like, look, I do it again. I fucking knock him out. Oh, no, okay, no, it's 3-2. We go to best out of 7.
Right.
I'm not fighting for anyone else. I only have so much left in this game. I'm not going to spend this game fighting
one guy
exactly
over and over again.
I don't know how long left, but I just know I'm definitely on the other side of my career. So I want to get these fights out the way. And now I'm not champ anymore in the UFC. So I'm in this situation where, what do I do? I know I want to fight though, because I took 11 months off and I let my body heal and all that. And I felt great. So now I want to get back to being active. Not as active as I was in the beginning, maybe, but I want to be active. I still feel great from the last camp. Did some testing about 3 weeks ago. Found out where we were at. I was about where I was before this last fight, 4 weeks out. So it's like, okay, cool. We're still good. Let's build off that. So, yeah, I want to fight again.
How much of an effect did taking 11 months off have?
I think it was more good than bad. I know some people say ring rust or this and that. And I'm like, nah, I felt good in there. And it was only when I watched the fight back, I saw a couple of mistakes I made, even on the feet, where I was like, ooh, don't do that again. Just with my feet work, my exits. Even David said, you had sloppy exits. I was like, yeah, my bad. But, yeah, that, and then the moment at the end when I slipped, just the lapse, and I was just letting them know it was me tripping. Those kind of moments, maybe if I was as active, it wouldn't have happened, but who knows? We'll never know. But I am happy with how I performed. I was happy with the shape I came in. I came in really good shape. And what's his name? Bill. This guy, he did the numbers for me. He said, this is the most active I've been in any fight by far in my UFC career. He crunched the numbers up and said, my strike per minute rate or whatever, all you nerds figure it out. You can be your own. But yeah, Bill Smart, he's this guy who helps me now with my strength. He did the numbers and said, this is the most active you were. So we can do some things different. Put a little bit more gas in the tank, things like that, and then just stay active like that. It was good. And I had fun in there. I had fun just exchanging. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about that, like the gas in the tank thing, because there's a philosophy that Marv Marinovich and Nick Kurson, some of these guys have.
BJ Penn's coaches.
Yeah. So what they wanted BJ to do when BJ was in his prime, essentially the camp was entirely based around strength and conditioning. So it was all conditioning to give you this insane gas tank. Their philosophy is, you know how to fight. You've been fighting your whole life. You're not going to get better at fighting in 6 weeks. But what you can get is insane cardio if you only concentrate on that. And if they don't, their thought process is that is the most important thing. That is the thing that fails you the most in fights. That's the thing that keeps you from hitting the gas, keeps you from doing the things you want to do, keeps you from being able to scramble out of positions. But if you can, instead of all this fight-specific training, like put that aside and just give yourself the most fucking insane gas tank humanly possible and then fight. And then the margins, the times when you're going to need it. Like your skill level is already elite world championship skill level. It's not going to deteriorate because your cardio gets better in 6 to 8 weeks. But what you can do is give yourself this insane base of cardio. So in those moments when you need to hit the gas, you can.
Yeah.
And that's what they did for BJ when BJ was at his best.
Yeah, I think the best I saw BJ from watching him, especially live, he was training with them. UFC 107 and Diego Sanchez. He looked like a demon.
Exactly. Unbelievable gas tank and insane confidence.
Even his shape, like he was fucking abs, all that.
Yeah.
I agree, definitely. You can always sharpen the tools, keep it sharp. But again, or when you're in the camp, it's just about getting fit. And yeah, there's some things we can tweak. So that way we can keep that out, because when you get fatigued is when you lose your lapse in judgment. Your reflexes as well. Things like that just start to like go down.
Were you feeling fatigued in the last round with Trickers?
I don't think so. There was one point in the third round when me and him, we really put it on, and we kind of had this like low key agreement, like, okay, you're fucked, I'm fucked. Let's chill for a little bit. And then I think round 4 I came out like, cool, bam, 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 and I did that sprawl on him. But again, he's so stubborn because I sprawled on him. Like, I literally, he shot, I sprawled, and my hips hit the back of his head into the mat. Might have rocked him, I don't know. And then, what's his name? Mark Goddard's like, get up. And he's on one knee. And then when he was like, get up. And he finally decided to get up slowly. And I tried to attack him. He just threw. Well, not to try and hit me. He just threw just to stop my momentum, stop me from coming at him. And yeah, he's a guy that just strong will. Like, yeah, I can respect that.
Physically strong too.
Yeah. Not as strong as I thought it would be, probably because I felt strong as well. Like, I packed on some muscle for that fight.
Preparing for those kind of grueling exchanges?
Yeah, but even just for me, myself, I just wanted to feel strong. So me and my boy AB, we put on some muscle for that fight, and then having Matt actually make good food for me the first time ever, because I got this fall just whatever I wanted to eat. Uber Eats.
We were talking about that when we went to Terry Black's barbecue. Today.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing to eat right before a podcast. You're like,
So I got the coffee now. I'm like, yeah, let's go.
Out.
Well, honestly, for me, having those kind of, because I'm not 23 anymore, 24.
Right.
My body doesn't metabolize food and, the way it used to. So I have to think about it like Israel. Be smart. Understand your body's getting older. Well, I don't feel older. That's the thing. When I was young, I thought, 34, I'm done with this game. Then I'm like, I'm old. But that was when I was 24. But now that I'm here, I'm like, I can still squeeze a lot out of this. So we are. And the whole thing.
Did you ever use hyperbaric chamber?
Not yet. I don't know if we have that.
I did a whole series. When I first moved to Austin, I did the whole series because there's this protocol. I think it was an Israeli study that they did where they showed that it lengthens telomeres. You do like 60 sessions over 90 days. And, they measure your biological age by the length of your telomeres. It puts 20 years on you. Like it decreases your age of your telomeres.
Is
by
telomeres
20
like
years.
this DNA strand or something?
It's it. Well, it's yeah. I don't want to fuck this up. So what exactly are telomeres?
Layman terms.
The way you measure someone's biological age is the length of the telomeres, and through things like NMN.
I got it right. Yeah,
there it is. Telomeres are protein and DNA structures at the ends of the chromosomes that perform several important functions, including protecting DNA, preserving chromosomal integrity. Telomeres help maintain the structure and integrity of DNA during replication.
It's the bit at the ends, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And as you get older, they get shorter and they get weaker. And, so that's where
I know this. I think it's just I saw somewhere.
NAD shot, when people get NAD infusions, that helps that as well.
I've been seeing that lately.
Yeah.
Like Bieber, the Kardashians getting them.
So I get those.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
with
really,
Briggs.
You can definitely do it with Brigham.
Okay.
I use another company,
I see.
There's a lot of companies that do it.
Okay.
But
is it USADA approved or is it one of them?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
it's USADA approved. You know
I'll
about
see
that.
you later on, Bruce.
Yeah, but the thing that does it just as well, maybe even better, is hyperbaric chambers. And so hyperbaric chambers, you elevate it up to two it's like 2 atmospheres, so twice our atmosphere, and then you have oxygen. You wear an oxygen mask. You sit in it for an hour and a half.
Okay.
And dude, you come out of that, and you just woo, like what the fuck is going on? Like everything.
Every day for 6
I've been doing it a lot lately.
Okay.
Because I got one at the house, so I've been doing it quite a bit. But it's just a completely different way of recovering. I know I found out about it for recovery when Uriah Faber fought Jose Aldo.
The leg.
Yes, his leg was fucking brutalized.
I remember.
I saw Uriah was always ahead of me, and he was using hyperbaric chambers to help him recover. And so then I started looking into it, and then I found out about this Israeli study, and then I started seeing all the different ways that hyperbaric chambers can increase your recovery. And TJ Dillashaw did a lot of that as well, I think. But it makes a big impact. They always do it like when you go down to CPI in Mexico when they do stem cells. They give people hyperbaric chamber treatments as well.
Okay. I'd have to look into that. So if I wanted to do it, I'd maybe do it, say, twice a week or something.
Yeah, just something like that.
How long does the effect last for?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably depends on the individual.
Sure.
It just makes, anytime I have something wrong with me, I get in there, I just feel just better.
I bet you someone else, if they have one in Auckland now, they'll definitely hit me up and be like, hey.
I bet they do.
Yeah, I'd like to try that.
Yeah, I bet Auckland has it. It's time consuming. The whole experience is 2 hours because it has to get up to pressure and then it has to decompress, and you're in there for 90 minutes. Yeah. So it's like 15 minutes getting up to pressure and then 15 minutes of decompressing at the very end.
Yeah.
But that's a great way to recover as well.
Yeah.
I feel like especially as you get older, every edge you can get, sauna, cold plunge, hyperbaric, everything, every edge you can
red
get.
light therapy, all that. That's where I'm at now. That's where I was this last camp, and I feel like even the one before that, I just remember thinking like, how can I? It was actually using this thing. How can you make this camp better? And I'll always find something to do to make this camp better. The next one, so that's like the last 3 camps. So this one, I took it with the whole having breakfast, having the chef help me.
That was crazy that you used to train with no breakfast. That's so crazy.
So that was my way, I guess. Then I found out about intermittent fasting, and I realized I've been doing that shit for years.
Right.
I was just doing it by laziness or accident, but it actually helps though. Like, wake up, have 2 eggs, or maybe he'll make sometimes like something with chia seed, but normally eggs and a bacon piece or something, and then
something.
Yeah, something just to get the fuel. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even Jordy from Fight Dietitian, he told me, yeah, you should definitely be having breakfast, because he thought like, you're crazy training the way you do train. And so my morning sessions will be grueling, and then I'll go have breakfast. But I enjoyed it that way because I felt like more. One thing is, when I fight day, my body doesn't want to eat. He'll make me like a nice plate of something delicious, and my body is just like, man. So fight day, I still try and eat something, maybe at least an egg, because he'll have pancakes, eggs, whatever, bacon, an egg and a little bit of bacon, but my body just doesn't want to eat. But
you think if you force yourself to eat, that would be a good thing? No?
So I think DC said the same thing as one time. He said he likes to fight hungry, so that way he gets that edge. And I feel that way when it's fight day. But when it comes to training now, definitely like to have breakfast. I like the way it feels. I can, like now I've done it for a few months. I understand the benefits of a healthy breakfast before you have a grueling training session.
Yeah, it just gives you more gas.
Yeah.
Aljo said that when he fought Piotr Jan that he didn't eat
first or second one.
First. And he said he felt like shit.
Oh, the day of the fight?
Yeah.
Oh,
he
wow.
said, you know, I think the time of the fight got pushed back. I forget exactly what the reasoning was, or he just forgot to eat, or just wasn't feeling it because of the anxiety, fighting for the title, you know, the whole deal. And he just felt it in the fight. It just was wearing, especially with a guy like Aljo who cut so much weight.
Yeah.
You know, Aljo is he was so big for 35.
Yeah.
I remember running into him, he was like 176 pounds. I was like, what the fuck? How are you going to make 135? He's so big.
It looks good at 145 at UFC
Yes.
300. Yeah.
Yes. I'm bummed out that Mosbar Evloev fight fell out because
this weekend, right?
Yes, that's a very. I thought Aljo is strong at 145.
Why did that fight fall out? What happened?
Aljo got injured. He got injured and he thought he'd be able to work through it, but couldn't. Yeah. And there's a point of diminishing returns with these weight cutting dudes. And I think there'll
be something like they've got the whole thing at one with the hydration clause. The thing is, no matter what, people are always going to try to find a way.
Yeah.
They're always going to try to find a way to sneak past the hydration test or something that they can use to pass it. But I don't know how that works. I don't know how they test for it. It's never happened to me. But weight cutting, even when I started fighting, people used to tell me go down to 170 for you guys.
Oh my God.
Hell no.
How the fuck can you make 170?
Back when I was skinny, before like I got really brolic, I could make maybe 80 kgs. That's close to 170 because 170 is 77 kgs. But lowest I ever go to was 80 as a kickboxer. That was it. Yeah, 170, I'd die. I wouldn't even, because I've seen some of these weight cuts where guys
like Hamza.
Oh, bro.
Like when Hamza would make 170.
Evan Cyborg.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You see her when she was in the bath in the tub crying.
Yeah.
Oliveira when they go, they huddle around them. It's when you cut weight though. I'll say this thing for me: when I cut weight, it's a spiritual experience. Sometimes it's a weird experience because not just me. I've seen fighters who have not get delirious, but start saying things that they wouldn't normally say. Not even in a bad way, but just the way they talk.
Because you're close to death.
Yeah, you see the light.
Yeah, man. It's like you really are close to death.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds ridiculous to say that, and for someone who doesn't understand what fighters are going through, you go, "Oh, you're being hyperbolic," but not really. Not really. You really are close to death. If you keep going for a few more hours, you'll die.
Yeah. I've seen my weight cuts are normally pretty tame, not as bad because I think I'm perfect for 185. But the ones that I've seen guys lose a lot of weight the day off, and I see them how they are, and even when they go to the scale, you see their face just.
Yeah, you never look too destroyed.
I always come in underweight as well.
What do you normally weigh like the week of a fight?
Week of a fight. If I get to the fight location, say, if they're going to weigh me, if I'm say 198,
that's
200, yeah, that's easy.
That's not
I'm like, cool. That's normally what I'm at.
That's just a few hard sauna sessions.
Yeah, but even just the water loading, and then it's like my body knows. It's weird how my body does it. And my body's just like, it just knows. Okay, we're getting on the plane.
You've done it before.
It just knows. It's just like muscle memory. When I get to the fight location, my body's like, cool, we're doing this. And then the weight just starts to go.
Did you notice a difference when they didn't allow IVs versus when they did allow IVs?
You never use it.
You never used it?
I never use IVs. That's the thing. So
you never cut weight enough where you were so depleted that you need to get those bags in.
Fuck, I would like to.
They say that's the best way to rehydrate the brain.
Yeah, because it takes how many hours if you do it orally?
It takes a long time.
Yeah, to get your brain, and that's the
affects your chin.
You're trying to protect is your fucking mug and slushing around in your brain. Yeah, because what is it? Cerebral fluid. It's made of. Well, I'm guessing a lot of water.
There's
right?
a lot of water in there. Yeah, and the rehydration of the brain apparently is the slowest because the blood-brain barrier. Yeah. That's the slowest. You know, your bodies, your muscles rehydrate fairly quickly.
Yeah.
But still, it just never makes sense to me that a person is like literally on the verge of death 24 hours before a cage fight.
Let's go battle to the death. And you get head kicked in the fucking chin and yeah. I mean, look, I do love this game, and I think weight cuts is always going to be a part of it right now. But who knows? Like, because even though we have height differentials, are we going to start discriminating against that? Like, okay, we only have high classes. Is that the next?
No, that doesn't make any sense because you got guys like DC that, even though he was not even barely 6 feet tall, was a heavyweight champion, but he's a tank.
Yeah.
And he's the wrestling skills. I think that the way to do it really is to have more weight classes. I think when you have the big gaps, like 85 to 205 is 20 pounds. That's crazy. That's such a big-ass gap. And then, 205, if you want to start fighting heavyweight, and then you're dealing with guys like Francis, who's a natural 265, that's such a gap.
If you have the ones in between, okay, take that.
10 pounds.
165, 170, 175, 180, like that.
They could do that, but I think that's maybe a little too much. I think 10 pounds.
Yeah.
10 pounds is reasonable.
Yeah.
All the way up to 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, 205, and then maybe 225, and then heavyweight. You have more chance. The whole thing of 265 being the limit for heavyweight to me is crazy, too.
Because it's bigger boys out there.
Right.
Mark Hunt used to cut down to 265.
Yeah. Crazy.
Even Francis did as well. Yeah, if they did, I mean, they can just. I think they talked about doing it. They talked about doing it recently. Maybe last year, I think they talked about adding more weight classes, but then I never heard anything.
I know California was flirting with it.
Okay, maybe that's what I saw.
They should have it everywhere. There's too many gaps that are too wide. Like there's too many tweeners.
Yeah.
Too many guys that are too small to fight at 170, but they really can't make 55 healthy.
At least they took this shit out.
Yeah, they took finally.
Yeah,
finally.
Well, look, I always thought that's like a group chat, like decision. Just say, yo, this is a dumb rule. Let's take it out. Boom. But why does it take so long? Is it because the commission all over the United States or whatever have to get together or something?
I don't know. I don't understand how that seems like a common sense rule, and especially anybody who understands the power of elbows. Like this is not the most powerful elbow. It's just not. And so to deny that and to say that somehow or another that can't be blocked, well, that's crazy. You could do that just as easy as you can do that. You can block that elbow.
Facts.
Yeah, it doesn't. None of it makes any sense. There's a bunch of things that are unrealistic, in my opinion. One of them is not being able to up kick from a downward position when a guy's on top of you. So if a guy's on top of you and you're on your back, and the guy has a knee down, you can't up kick.
That's silly. Yeah, I get what you mean.
That's silly. That doesn't make any sense. I think you should be able to up kick when you are flat on your back and he's on his knees.
Yeah.
You should, because that's a real technique.
If you have rubber guard, like a flexible hips or whatever, you can just bring your leg and boom.
Yeah.
Like Anderson did that to someone. Who did he do that to? What's his name? Yushin Okami, I think. Yushin Okami. He got disqualified and not in the UFC.
Oh, was that in Rumble in the Rock?
Rumble, the yellow cage. Yeah, so that was a good knockout. But then they disqualified him.
Yeah. That technique, like if you are in a guy's guard and that guy can elbow you in the face, punch you in the face, why can't he kick you in the face? He should be able to lean back and up kick you, and it would make the guard way more effective.
Dangerous.
And it's also more real. Here it is.
This one,
Boom. Oh, shit.
That was a good knockout.
That's a beautiful knockout. That should be 100% legal.
Look at the hip dexterity.
Yeah.
Look at it, like the way he just brought that back. Boom.
Oh, like an axe kick. Like an axe kick from the outside.
You know what? You're right.
That's 100% a good technique.
Yeah.
It should be legal, and you should be avoiding that if you're on top.
Yeah.
Top is an advantageous position. Anything the guy that can do on bottom that is real for like a real fight should be allowed.
Yeah.
It's not like you're cemented in this position.
No.
Like the idea of like not allowing soccer kicks to a downed opponent, what I think about that is the cage. I think if you're pressed up against a cage and someone could stomp you or soccer kick you, there's nowhere to move.
Yeah, sure.
But if you're in an open space and there's a place to move, all those things should be legal because all those things are real techniques.
Facts.
But especially if a guy's on top of you. If a guy's on top of you, on his knees in your guard, and you could get a leg back and stomp him in the face, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a real technique. Should be 100% legal.
The one I like, soccer kicks, is just looks cool. But again, if you have someone pinned against the cage and they even kneeing them, was it one they go, okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
They allow it. Yeah.
I don't even know what the discretion of the referee is to allow it.
I think it's if they're pinned against the cage.
And he doesn't allow it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Which
but if you're in
makes
an open space, then
right.
it's like,
if you're in an open space.
So soccer kicks go.
Did you ever see the one where Roger Huerta fought in one and got one of the worst soccer kick KOs ever?
Maybe.
He fought some big Brazilian cat, and this dude soccer kicked him, and it was like, oh my God.
Like in the open space?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He had him rocked already,
Yeah.
and then he's down like this, and this dude just
I think the thing
leans
as well
back.
is the look of it for, I guess, the people who aren't really hardcore fans. If they see that, they're like, ooh, and then it goes back to human cockfighting. Yeah.
Okay, but if that's true, how about Irene Aldana? When she fought the spear, her whole face is cut open.
Oh, that was crazy.
Insane. They didn't stop the fight. At a point,
tough though.
So tough.
Yeah.
But so here's the Roger Huerta one. So Roger's hurt, and Roger shouldn't have been fighting at 170 anyway. And watch this.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. I mean that one.
I have seen this.
Yeah, bro. That one can
Huerta.
fucking kill you. That one can kill you. I mean, that dude had everything in that kick.
Yeah, he even held it for a little bit. Like, line it
Just
up.
really line it up.
Full fucking go.
Ooh, that's a rough one.
That is bad.
That's a rough one. But that's a real technique.
Legal.
Yeah, I mean,
you can do it in real life.
Yeah, that's the point. It's the sport of fighting. If it's a sport of fighting and you can't up kick a guy when you're in your guard because his knees on the ground, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, even the one you actually, was it maybe you at this fair you mentioned with the Barab fight? They stood them up somewhere at the end, and I was thinking like, yeah, why they stand them up?
Made no sense.
Yeah, you know, it was at the end.
I think Herb was alluding to they want more action. I don't know if he's getting pressure from someone to have more action, but one of the things that Herb said was if someone wants it, I think he was alluding to like some specific officials and executives, whoever. He's like, if they want it to look different, I wish they would tell me. Because like this is
Herb saying this to you. Oh,
no,
really?
no, not to me. He said it in an interview when he was being criticized for trying to get people to work and trying to stand people up.
So let me get this straight. He's saying maybe some officials or someone would be alluding
to the fact that they want it to look a specific way.
Pick up what you put it down.
You see if you can find his statement on it, because it was interesting the way he phrased it. The way he phrased it,
like cryptic.
Yes.
Okay.
You know,
he's trying not to put someone under the bus, but he's saying like, look, maybe someone's saying to him
exactly.
that.
I think they are, because he's always like, let's work. Sometimes when it doesn't even make any sense, like they're working. Like,
I know. I remember, and I was like, yeah, he's on top. He just got him down. He's actually trying to, beat him up.
Yeah.
Sean was defending well, but still saying, true. That'd be interesting though. That's when I say interesting, that's like shady.
Yeah, it's shady. But it's what we were talking about at lunch today too. Is that there's certain fighters they want to win because those fighters are more exciting. Yeah. And I'm a purist. I feel like there should be no stand-ups. Unless there's a violation or someone does something illegal, there should be no stand-ups. I think if a guy can take you down like Marab does and just beat you up and you can't do shit, and even if the audience is booing, that's the fight. If Sean wants to get up, he's got to get up. I don't think it should be you can just hold him on in your full guard and the referee just stands you up. Because that's such an advantage for the striker.
Oh, big time.
Be standing up again. And you already have the advantage of every round start standing up.
Yeah. And then you work so hard to get something to the ground and you go, okay, stand up.
Yeah.
I think, have I ever been in a position that they made me stand up? No, not on top. Or even on the bottom. I always get up. I find a way. That's the ego thing. Because again, look, I had to kill that to really be great at this game. Because I knew for a fact I couldn't beat some nerds in pajamas. So that was for me okay, humble yourself and learn how to grapple. And then I sucked at first and I got better. I never have shown too much of my grappling skills because they never really put me in a position to show as much as I need to. So for me, I was just like, cool, I can do a Derek Lewis, stand up, get up and just beat him up as much as I can. But yeah, that is suspect there. Someone is, I actually want to watch that. I'll watch it later on.
Let's see what the statement is. Did you find it?
I found that like Luke Thomas made a video and he said Herb called him after he read the video.
Interesting.
Luke Thomas, who's that again?
Luke Thomas, the journalist.
Okay.
MMA journalist.
I'm like reading the Chris caption. He said those instances, this might be it. I don't know if you saw her.
Oh, Luke. Oh, my bad. Ultimately, but not limited to, those instances where he had called for more work from Rob. What I cannot do today is speak on behalf of her. Ultimately, his opinions and beliefs are his own, and they are his to tell whenever he elects to do so. What I can do is speak on behalf of my views.
That's not it. There was an article where they had interviewed him.
And a statement from him himself.
Yes, it was a statement from Herb himself, and he was saying, if someone wants the fights to look different, I wish they would tell me.
Damn, that's suspect.
Yes.
That's a very. That's a way. The way again. That's cryptic.
Cryptic.
Yeah.
That means they're telling you, I want more action. Okay, here it goes. I've seen on social media, people have spoken about me calling the fighters for more action. That's what I've always done. I can tell you what I tell fighters during the rules briefing. I tell them anytime I'm going to interfere or any intervention, I'm going to talk to you first. Like if I'm going to stand you up, what I'm going to say first is I'm going to say, let's work. I usually clap at what I'm expecting from him is not busy. What I'm expecting from him is not busy work. I specify I'm looking for effort to finish the fight. So either you posture to where you can set up fight ending attacks or advance your position, effort to advance, because it's not as easy as just passing the guard, but effort to pass, effort to advance your position, effort to bring the fight to finish. That rule was put in place, standing fighters up, to make our sport look the way we want it to look. But he said something else. It was more.
If you go as a referee, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, if that's what he said, I trust your recollection of it. But if that's what he said, that's still very suspect. And that you don't want to get this game. This is one thing about the UFC, is as real as it gets, or MMA itself. This is what it is. But if you have that happening, then that's kind of seem a little bit like, not to take away like it's the WWE or anything.
It's not that, but you are influencing the course of the fight where a guy has control. And where a fighter...
And the referee is the guy officiating the fight. So if he's getting word from someone...
Right.
The way he said that, someone...
I think he was saying if someone wants me, if they want the fight to look different, I wish they would tell me.
That's what I'm saying. When you say someone, who's that someone?
I don't think the referee's job is to instruct a fighter to do anything other than follow the rules. And if you can hold a guy down, I'm the worst with this, because I think you should start in the same position you ended the last round. Because I think it's one fight. I think it's one fight. It's not 5 fights. So if an advantage for the striker is always standing up. So if a guy gets you down and has your back and the round ends, I think he should have the exact same position in the exact same place on the octagon floor when the next round starts. Because he earned that position, and you didn't earn the stand-up. So if you're standing up for a guy like you is a giant advantage.
Yeah, I'm biased. I'm going to be like, nah, fuck that.
Of course. Well, also the audience would be biased. The audience would be like, shut the fuck up, bro. You fucking
but again, it does make sense when it comes to pure fighting. Because even Pride had 10-minute rounds, the first round. That's cool. I'm saying, look, some things, like I'm glad they're taking out the way. But again, bring back tournaments. Just for one night. Let's see who's a real badass.
Like, that would be crazy.
I've done it in kickboxing. I've never done it in MMA. I've done it in boxing. I might bring back a tournament. So let's see who's really about this. Because you have to fight, get the adrenaline dump, and you go back and sit down for ages, and then eventually have to warm up again. I remember I've done it a few times. I've won a few of them. Well, it shows this.
Yeah,
like this.
Well, it's also built-in drama over the evening where people watch a guy fight once, and now he's going to fight a second time, and that was always wild about the early days of the UFC. Yeah. Watching those tournaments.
And Pride as well. That a lot. But yeah, that'd be fun. I think even for like, they did it once though.
Glory did it. Remember Last Man Standing? That was crazy. They fought 3 times that night.
The UFC did it once with the flyweight, the inaugural flyweight title. And I think it was Mighty Mouse and Ian McCall in the final. No, I got it wrong. They fucked up the decision because if it was meant to be a draw and they'd have one more round in Sydney, I think. Yeah, and they were meant to, but then they fucked up the decision. But that would be crazy though. They go, okay, cool. The judges have it this, that. It's a draw. We're going to one more round. After a crazy fight like that, that would have had the whole place just go.
Well, that's what Glory does.
Yeah.
Okay. One more round. And you see, look at the guy's face like, oh,
shit. Fuck. Yeah, I've had that too. But that's where this comes in.
Yeah.
Meaning you have to just like, cool, let's go. Get back in the corner.
Is that one of the most difficult things to like change your mindset in mid-fight? Like if something throws you off?
Mid-fight. Ooh.
Do you remember, what I'm bringing up specifically, do you remember Tim Kennedy and Yoel Romero?
Oh, get up.
Yeah. So
Tim
Kennedy,
Kennedy had
Yoel Romero fucked up. And then they put Yoel on the stool. They threw ice on the floor. And he kept sitting on the stool. And Big John's telling him to stand up, and he's still sitting down. And Tim Kennedy's walking around going, "What the fuck? This fight should be stopped." The fight should have been stopped. But then Yoel got up, and then he stopped him afterwards. But he had like a good solid 35 seconds extra recovery time, which when you're hurt is huge.
Ice on the floor as well.
Tim said it fucked with his head, and it was his mental weakness that he thought he was angry. They're robbing me. This is bullshit. I had him. I should have won. The fight should have been. The round started. The minute was up. It should have been. I could have got on him, and I could have finished him. And so in his head, he lost focus.
It does happen. Like I said, even with me pointing at the ground in that moment, any small lapse in judgment, you just need 30 minutes or 25 minutes of focus. So in that point, I can see how that would get to him. Yeah, that would get to him because you're like, what the fuck? They're about to screw me out of this
Exactly. And they did. And so then he's got to fight again while he's going, motherfucker, this should have already been over. So instead of concentrating completely on being in the present in the fight, you're thinking, I got fucked.
Anderson versus Bisping, when Anderson thought he won, was on the cage celebrating.
Right.
And then I think it was Herb or whoever, be like, yo, get down here, this and that, right.
Which could have been over if Anderson just followed up with one or two more shots. That would have been it. It's like we were talking about Jalen Turner and Renato Moicano. He drops him, has him fucked up, and then walks away like it's KO.
I literally went because I was front. I went to 300. I'm such a fan. I was there from the first fight. That's why I like to wear that as a bet on. I'm like, I was there. And I watched that, and I was just like, why? Yeah, 8 more seconds. He could have just done something and taken him out.
Renato's fucked up, too. He was hurt bad.
Yeah. What?
And Jalen can crack.
It's tough.
Oh, he's so big for 55 and so long.
I think he's also really talented as well. He's fast. He's smooth. Like when he fought Dan, you heard that shit.
Yeah.
So that kick, when I heard that, and Dan grabbed his waist, and then Dan had his neck at the end of the round as well. I lost my voice.
That's the one where Dan broke his arm, right?
Yeah,
and
just a scratch.
Dan's a savage.
Trust me.
I love watching him come back into the top 5 now. I love it. I love that he did that. I love it.
I love who he is as a person because, look, Dan, I see him every day, most days, and he's a guy that you don't know what to expect. Like, out of nowhere, boom, he just customized himself with all these tattoos.
Yeah, crazy.
That's badass.
Yeah, he just covered himself.
I think he's in Spain because you know Oscar Willis, the Mac Life reporter. He's fighting bare knuckle this weekend, I believe, or maybe next weekend in Spain. But Dan's gonna go there and corner him. I'm like, fucking
bare knuckle boxing or MMA?
No, boxing. That's not for me. I can fight. Like if I have to get to a fight, whatever, sure. But like for me, I'd rather not. I'll pass on that. But that's the kind of shit that Dan loves. Dan's like, yeah, let's do that shit. He wants to do that shit. He wants to be he just loves fighting.
Masvidal's got that whole MMA league where it's all bare knuckle MMA, which I like. Because it doesn't make sense to me that you don't cover your shins or your knees or your elbows, but you do cover your knuckles.
I just don't like the knuckles because you see, again, the loose knuckles still there. This can cause more damage, like cuts.
Yeah. Slices you open.
Exactly.
Guys get sliced up.
So if gloves, I guess they protect. Literally, the new gloves as well. I think I've only fought once in the new gloves now. I might give it maybe 1 or 2 more. But I'm like, the old gloves they didn't really protect. The wraps protect your hands, but the old gloves, it felt like rubber, like tire rubber. And I think they were just dangerous to hit with. If you hit someone with those, it's like, bang. These new gloves, they feel like a little bit of memory foam.
A little softer.
Softer. And I don't know about this whole curve thing. They don't really curve. I can still do that. And I try not to do that. I'm not, whatever, but still. I'll wait and see.
Bro, listen, man. The best gloves for sure are Trevor Whitman's.
Yeah.
The best gloves. He made the best gloves. They're the best MMA gloves of all time.
I've never seen them. I've got.
See if you can pull them up.
The Onyx, is that the Onyx one? Yeah, I've got the big ones, but I've never ever had
MMA gloves.
Yeah.
They curve. So it's curved, so your hand is in this position. So if you want to do this, you have to open them up. But it's still, you could do that for grappling. It's all the same. But they're in a curved position, and I think that would avoid so many eye pokes.
So many.
You haven't really been eye poked too many times.
Nah. Only time was in training. Really bad one was in training, but not even a fight. Nah. avoid that as much as I can.
I have another thought on that. Tell me
Yeah.
what you think of this. I
Yeah.
feel like they should cover the fingers. I feel like why with like a mitt
I
that
see what
goes
you
over
mean.
the top with like a round
boxing mitt,
surface.
like a
Yeah,
little
like
something
with
soft.
those little back glove mitts. Like that's Trevor Whitman's.
Okay.
That's the Onyx gloves. Those are the best gloves. Trevor Whitman's a fucking genius, man. He
Yeah.
makes incredible gear.
Has he ever brought this idea to?
Yeah, they were in negotiation, but I think Trevor went crazy and wanted like some ungodly amount of money. He wanted
Damn.
something, according to Dana. At least that's his version. I haven't
Okay, two
talked to
sides to every
Trina.
story.
Yeah. But regardless of all that, he makes the best gloves. They're the best MMA gloves of all time, bar none.
Yeah,
They're
I've
the
got
best.
the big ones, but I'll hit them up, see if I can get those ones, just to try them out.
It's
So,
also
yeah.
the best foam. Like he uses the most high tech foams, the most
Okay.
expensive foam. Like everything, and he makes them all by hand. Like Trevor stitches
I've seen
them
him.
together.
I've seen Stitch. He's passionate about it. But yeah, these new ones. So far at fighting with them, I still prefer the old ones.
I think they're more damaging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I get it.
I don't like to get hit, so maybe that's why I'm biased with it. But when I hit someone with those, I feel it causes more damage. And I mean, I can cause damage. I caused some damage on GDP with those ones, but I still want to try them maybe one more time just to feel them. But yeah,
They felt different.
Yeah, it felt different because I can definitely tell. Even the wraps, when I was squeezing my wraps into them, I was okay. Just took a while, but still got in. But I'm like, all right, cool, grab. I like to test the grip strength to make sure I can hold someone, but yeah, we'll see.
I don't know why the fingers have to be exposed because you never do this. There's no
Sure,
reason.
yeah.
There's no reason to have the fingers ever in this position. Every time you grip, you're gripping like this,
that, yeah.
or you're gripping like this.
Also, it will prevent joint manipulation.
Yeah.
Small joint manipulation. If you had it's almost like a webbing.
Yeah.
It just covers that.
Why can't you just have a thin piece of leather that goes over the fingers and then something that's curved around the top?
Like you said, like those bag mitts with the thumbnail.
Yes. So even if you get poked in the eye, you're getting poked by a large thing instead of a finger.
Yeah.
It goes all the way into your eye. And fingernails.
Yeah.
So the nails would be covered. Which is, even if you trim your fucking nails, that's still a hard surface that can scratch the shit out of your cornea.
And you got toes. I've seen people get kicked in the eye, even in training, and infected the eye as well.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Well,
but no, I mean that makes sense. I mean, I think people are scared of change. Right. Even with these new gloves, I think it's maybe that's why I'm trying to be like, let me give it one more shot. I'm not gonna say I'm against them. I just feel the other gloves were they had that thing on them.
Well, Mike Winkeljohn, he lost an eye.
Oh, that's right. Where's the shades?
Exactly.
Yeah, he
from
did.
holding pads from somebody. So he was holding pads and someone missed and caught his eye with their toenail.
I do that too if that happened to me. PTSD.
Yeah. Fuck, man. I think everybody should wear goggles if you're holding mitts. Just the possibility. Just that we know that it happened to one of the top trainers in the sport.
Yeah. It's not just a freak accident.
Right.
If it is grappling, I try to keep my nails like trim just because I don't want to. I've done it before by accident with someone that I think I collar tie, and then they did something and then and I go, oh, not on me, on them. It's happened to me as well. But I felt bad when I did it on a person. I had the skin on my nails, and I was like, yeah, my bad. So again, cut your nails. But still, that's not a bad idea. I would fuck with that.
I feel like it wouldn't affect the grappling at all.
Yeah.
And it definitely would help eye pokes, which are the biggest problem. Eye pokes are a giant problem, man. So many guys have gotten eye surgery now. I mean, Bilal's had 3 eye surgeries.
Yeah.
And remember when he got poked?
Oh, wait,
real
he did.
bad
Oh, that's the Leon one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Fuck, yeah, I can imagine. Hey, you can change the culture.
I feel like it should be done, and because I don't think it's bad. I don't see any negative to covering the fingers, and I see only positives.
Yeah.
And I don't think it would do. It's just real simple. Piece of leather here.
I get you. I get what you're saying.
Measure the fighter's hands. Because some guys have very long fingers, and because have short fingers. Measure the fighter's hands. Build a custom glove. That's not hard to do.
Same thing like having glove size. I'm sure someone will make it now. Or someone made that before?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody that's made that, but that should be the way they do it because that would eliminate an enormous number of.
That's a money-making scheme right now. If someone decides to make that and then put it out there as a prototype, be like, look, this actually works. Train with them, and then they go, I'm patenting that. Boom.
Well, the UFC does listen to me because I have all kinds of crazy ideas. I'm like, get rid of weight cutting, add more weight classes, change
no
the
stand-ups.
no stand-ups.
Fair enough.
Because also, like, I'm not interested in making the fight more exciting I'm
You're the
interested in
best.
what's the best,
Yeah.
what actually works. I'm a purist. I want
Yeah.
to see what is the actual effective technique. Like there's sometimes like when you see in jiu-jitsu tournaments where guys are doing something like they're in a 50-50 position. I'm like, this guy could punch you in the face, kick you in the face so easy. This is not a good self-defense position.
Yeah.
And you see it in
Or the leg
MMA
lock stuff.
where guys are accustomed to doing that, and they're literally face down, holding onto an ankle, and the dude just boom, boom.
One of my boys, Nate Law, he just fought in his, I think, third pro fight. The guy had a leg lock, and Nate posted this quote from Chael Sonnen after the fight about if a guy is holding onto your leg, just posture up and punch him in the face.
Yeah.
And that's what Nate did and won the fight. But yeah, I mean, the whole leg lock game, I know some stuff with X guard and whatnot, but I don't really fuck with it too much because I get scared because the commitment when I hold onto someone's leg.
Yeah.
And then you just exposed, unless I'm like a Craig Jones type who I just know.
As a wizard. Yeah. The thing about leg locks is you have so little time to react.
Yeah.
If you don't tap, there's such a brief, especially like an inside heel hook, there's such a brief amount of time you have before your shit is just blown to smithereens.
This is fine. Pop. And it's gone. Yeah.
Rips apart, and then you're fucked for 9 months.
Even me, if I'm rolling with people, if I don't trust that person, or if I just feel like, I'll just go, yeah, cool, tap, because ego's not worth it. I don't try and hold on to shit like that.
Especially the leg locks.
Yeah.
Do you have a hard time like that with like people trying to get a name for themselves training with you?
Yeah. So that's for me. Look, it's not even. If I go to a new gym, I pick and choose who I go with, and it's not like an ego thing because I don't want to get my ass whooped. It's just like I don't know you well enough that.
Right.
And sometimes you see people they salivate like, oh, this is my chance. This is I got my shot now. Even now, sometimes in grappling with some people in the jiu-jitsu class, they'll just lower belts. They'll be like, I'm good, thank you.
You know what I don't like? When I see a dude sitting out around and waiting while you're exhausted, and then they go, "Do you want to go?" Like, bitch, I watched you. I'll call him out. I watched you just sit down for 10 fucking minutes.
Oh, you get that as well.
Why didn't you just jump in?
Yeah.
Why weren't you just rolling right now? You want to roll fresh?
Yeah.
Is that what this is?
Yeah.
And you like call him out on you. See the look on
Oh
his face,
shit.
like,
Yeah.
no.
I just go, nah, I'm good, thank you. And I'll get someone that I actually trust. Because it's just. I know that feeling as well because I'm sure that someone will tap me or do something or I'll just let go, and then it's like that. I know when it's real and it's generally like good job, and another one when it's like they're like, yeah, I want to tell you about this.
Can't wait to get online.
Here we go. But again, that's the thing when I talk about ego. I had to kill that before I started training grappling because it was just I sucked.
Right.
You know? Like no, I get taps. One thing I definitely will get is a submission in the UFC before I'm done. I will choke someone out, like a guillotine or a rear naked. I like guillotines, but it's learning how to find the sweet spot for me. The sweet spot when I get it, and when I get it, it's not even a bulldog choke. I get really good at those. Somehow I can find the spot, and I just because I got the frame for it. The best person at our gym, Dan Hangman. That's his shit. He grabs your neck. You're going like it's like find a way out. You can't cool tap, but. Yeah, I like using guillotines though, especially on wrestlers, because it just lets them know, okay, this is always a threat. This is always a threat. But again, it's something I've been working on. Well, eventually, before I retire, you'll definitely see me get a submission.
Well, it's interesting because you're a specialist. You know, you're one of those guys that like you didn't come in with a full MMA experience. You didn't start as an amateur MMA fighter. You were a kickboxer. And so I remember when you and I first started talking online, where I reached out to you on Instagram.
Yeah.
And you were like, I'm going to wait a little while. I'm going to just do this right.
Yeah.
Which is, I thought was very intelligent. Because you could have just jumped in like many guys do. And then UFC throws you in with a wrestler. You get exposed. And now you're so far behind the curve. It takes a long time to build up your confidence and your momentum again because you got smothered in your first fight.
Yeah. That was 2015, I believe. I haven't sent a DM to Dana saying, just give me one shot. Just get me to the cage. I'll do the rest. And look, I would have, but I'm glad I took my time. And it was good for me just to fight different people from Ukraine, China, Brazil, all different types of places again. Experience different styles. And that way I felt confident enough when I got to the UFC. My first fight, shout out Rob Wilkinson. Good guy, good friend of mine now. And yeah, he tried to take me down constantly. And I was able to withstand that because of the work we did. And Andre Paulette, my wrestling coach, a lot of drills, just drills, wall work constantly,
What year did you start that? What year did you start grappling training?
I started in 2010. Well, I wanted to go into MMA straight away, but there was just so many kickboxing fights, and I kept on getting kickboxing fights that it was just too. Also, I like fighting kickboxing, so it was just like, oh, I'll just take this fight. But I was always grappling on the side, like low-key grappling on the side. And eventually, I think, I can't remember what year my first UFC MMA fight was. Would have been 2014 maybe, or 13, and then I started taking it more seriously. Like, I'm a purple belt now, but I'm a purple belt. I know I'm dangerous, but it's like, I'm not like, there's levels to belts.
Right.
You know? There's some purple belts, blue belts who can kick my ass, you know. But yeah, I do enjoy it though. I love grappling. I feel like a ninja cat when I'm grappling and I'm on that flow state. I just feel like it's fun to play with. But then again, I've only ever shown cases of brief, like again, who's one? Not just the Pereira fight in Madison Square Garden. Gastelum, I had a triangle on them. Tavares, I had a guillotine at the end of the round. Some other ones with the Kimura traps. But yeah, just no one's really put me in that position to make me have to like really use my offensive grappling. But again, when I get taken to the ground, I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna stand up.
If kickboxing was as big as MMA, do you think you've ever done MMA?
That's a good question. Fuck. Money wise, probably ego. Because I just knew a fucking nerd in pajamas could kick my ass. I can't have that. Well, honestly, it's just, I just know like some dude can beat me and he doesn't have to even throw a punch. And in the back of my mind, it's still, that's why sometimes when all these, boxers, like back in the day when it was UFC versus boxing or whatever, I was like, well, this is real fighting. Like, you want to see who the baddest person on the planet is? Fight.
Right.
No one's telling you can't use your weapons, but you want to take away all my weapons.
Right.
And that's why I don't think I'll ever box again, because I just think it's too limiting. Even kickboxing, I feel like it'd be really hard for me to, because it's too limiting. I do like aspects of grappling that I can use in a fight. But yeah, I like full-fledged fighting. I think it's a healthy ego. I just knew I have to really humble myself so I can learn how to fight these guys at their own game. So yeah, that's why.
I like how ONE FC has everything. They have grappling matches, they have kickboxing matches, they have Muay Thai matches, and they have MMA matches.
Yeah.
I think that is the way to go. And I really would wish the UFC, I know they're invested in this slap fighting shit, but instead of that, like, have a kickboxing league. And I think they don't think that people would get into kickboxing. I think they're wrong.
Yeah, they just did the one in Denver for ONE FC recently. Went well, and the fights are crazy.
Yes.
A lot of knockdowns, a lot of action-packed stuff. But if it was just marketed the right way, you know, with the UFC's marketing machine, easily it'd be one of the biggest.
Because
leagues.
everybody loves KOs. Everybody loves stand-up fights, and you're gonna
slap fighting.
There's a lot of KOs there. But you're gonna get real KOs because kids no one can grapple.
Yeah,
you can't grapple, so you're gonna get people that are forced to stand up, and you could then attract the greatest strikers in the world, like ONE FC is doing. They're getting all these Thai killers, these Rod Tangs, all these like elite Thai fighters, and they're all coming over, and they're fighting in the cage now. And I feel like there's an opportunity for that for a kickboxing league in America that would be hugely successful if, like, the UFC machine got behind it.
John Wayne Parr started that. I think he did.
Yeah, he did.
The cage. Yeah. I watched
Little Gloves.
I watched both fights with Brad Riddell. I think, or the first one with Brad Riddell. The second one, sorry, that was the one I watched at Cage Fighting. Great fight, crazy fight. Even though John lost, he just showed me who he is. But yeah, I think he did start Cage Muay Thai.
Yes,
that was his thing.
I think it was his thing.
He should have fucking trademarked that shit.
Yeah, well, Muay Thai with little gloves is different too, right? Because there's blocks you can't use. There's
just shielding, like the Dutch style. I remember with the big gloves, I always talked about it as well. I always felt my striking was better for MMA. I always felt it was better for MMA because I was like, nah, if you can just do this, you just block whatever I hit. It's just who's tough. Who's tougher.
Right.
But with the small glove, you can get around the guard. The hand traps are different. So I always just felt like, my striking would excel better than MMA. I wasn't as I'm tough, but I wasn't as just like
tough for no reason.
Yeah, thank you. Like I have to use my brain. You know what I mean? So I was just tough for no reason. Like boom, boom. Okay, you hit me, hit you. Yeah. that's not my style. I always felt I was slicker, the way I moved, the way I set traps, and that's why I like MMA striking better.
It's kind of crazy about the Dutch, right? Like, what is it about them that makes their style so savage? Because if you go back and you like watch like Ramon Deckers or Rob Kamen or Ernesto Hoost,
yeah.
Oh my God, there was some of the
culture.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think it's the culture of the style. Because I've seen some of the gym spars. That's how they.
I heard it's insane over there.
Yeah,
Khalil was talking about it.
Yeah,
Khalil was telling me he went
to
to train over there years back, and he's like, I can't fucking do this. Like, these guys are going hard every day
for $0.
Yeah, $0. Like, what do you get paid in glory? What do the best fighters get paid in glory? Like, what is like?
I wasn't getting paid that much.
What does Rico Verhoeven get paid to defend his heavyweight title?
I think he probably gets more than most. He's still in glory, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I kind of fell off them after they robbed me off the fucking belt. I was just like, yeah, whatever. Okay.
Yeah. The Jason Williams fight.
Yeah. After that, I
thought you won that fight too.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those things. Look, I'm glad things happen the way they have in my career because it always gives me an opportunity to come back or rise again and showcase my spirit, my fighting spirit, not just in the cage, but as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
So all the things that have happened to me in my career when it comes to losses or setbacks, I just go, cool. Let's see what I can do next.
Right.
Yeah. Like even look, the DDP fight, Strickland fight. What's another one? Well, Pereira, I got that back. Young one, I feel like that was a side quest. I'm just kind of like, man, that's cool. But I never hold on to them. I never hold on like I need to get this. It's like, nah, this is fine. If it does, like the Alex one, I was cool if that never happened. But then he decided to chase me, and I was like, cool, let's do it.
The Jan thing is a crazy situation, right? Because Jan goes to a split decision with Pereira. It's a great fight. It's a tough fight. He has that crazy fight with Ankalaev. It goes to a draw.
Yeah.
And then no one's talking about it.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about contenders in the light heavyweight division. Like, what about Jan Blachowicz?
Yeah.
Like, get him in now before he's too fucking old.
Yeah. I think he's already in his 40s.
Yeah.
Early 40s.
Yeah, I think he won the title that old. Like,
Yeah.
wasn't he like 39 or 40 when he won the title?
It was. I'm trying to think.
I just feel like he's being disrespected. Like he's just not getting the attention. Like if you look at his performances, the guy's not had a bad performance. Like there's not one fight that was boring. There's not one fight where he wasn't trying to win.
He's not a wrestler.
Right, he's fighting top contenders. He's fighting top guys. Yeah, he's a fucking animal. And he's out of the conversation. Like they're talking about Ankalaev fighting, like, oh, Alex is avoiding Ankalaev, so he takes Khalil. Ankalaev and Jan Blachowicz went to a fucking draw. Like, what about that? Like, what about him?
Yeah, maybe because he doesn't make as much money, so I don't really see him on there as much anymore.
What does it say?
Okay.
I was supposed to fight Rakic, but he got a shoulder injury.
Okay, he's hurt right now.
Oh, shoulder surgery. So that was January. So that was 10 months ago. Yeah, it must be. Well, that's about the amount of time, especially when you're dealing with shoulder injuries, man. Those fucking things take forever.
Yeah, go see what's his name, Briggs. But yeah, I'm glad I got some today. Thank you for that. I actually feel
stem
better.
Cells.
Yeah, not from the stem cells. I liked it from the drip I got earlier. But yeah, the stem cells, the ones I had in my ankle, yeah, they worked. I went to Mexico. Yeah,
it's a game changer.
Yeah,
it's a game changer.
Yeah.
And we're getting fucked here in America, where it's very difficult to get the same kind of treatment that you can get in Mexico and in Panama. What they can do here is much more limited. Hopefully in the future they'll release those limitations, but in America you're dealing with a lot of corruption because orthopedic surgeons, pharmaceutical drug companies, they're going to lose a lot of money if they have stem cell treatments because there's so many different things that it can fix.
Even Briggs was just talking about what he said on here, just going at them, and that went viral, which is good. I just told him, bro, put out a tweet and say, I would never, ever kill myself, ever. I think that's a smart thing to do. He just put that tweet. Look, because when you start fucking with those guys, pharmaceutical companies, they'll find anything.
Yeah, you get the same crash.
Whoopsie. Oh, how did that happen?
Yeah.
Fuck. There was one. What was the one for me? I put that tweet out one time because I kind of got a little paranoid. So I did this interview with Oscar Willis, right? And I started talking about the whole, this is when Epstein just got arrested. And I was saying like, well, Epstein just got arrested, right? And then Oscar goes, yeah, it's funny how the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case is getting more attention than that. And I'm like, crazy, isn't it? So this Epstein guy just sold kids or whatever, trafficked them to these rich oligarchs and whatnot. I was like, what happened to them? What happens to those people? Where's the list? And then I didn't think anything of it, but then it went viral, and then every year since it goes viral at least twice or three times. I'll see it just circulate again, and I'm just like, oh fuck. So then I went on Twitter. I would, and I was saying again, look, listen, I will never ever kill myself. I've never even come close. I mean, we all think about it sometimes. Like when I was working this job, you just have like a passing fleeting thought, like, oh, if I just jump over this bridge and hurt my leg, I don't have to work for the next 6 months because I hated my last job. But I would never, ever, ever, ever kill myself. I'm not built that way. And I've been there before when I think 2013, I realized, is this how people feel before they kill themselves? Like how sad they were. And I was like, man, that's sad. That just made me feel sad for those who actually go through with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I would never kill myself just in case.
Well, there's enough people commenting on the Epstein case that I don't think you have to worry. But the people that are in the position to actually know the people's names on the list, those people are probably in trouble.
Yeah.
Because that's a crazy piece of information to have.
And the fact is that
no one's been tried. No one's been brought. No one's been discussed. We know who went there. We know flight logs. No one talks about anything. There's no effort to prosecute. There's no effort. And then you have Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in jail for sex trafficking to who? To who? You have to have done it to someone, but there's no effort at all to uncover that.
Yeah. But I'm saying now this year, it's kind of crazy how this year started off with what's his name, Cat Williams. When Shannon shut up, he starts talking, spilling the tea, sipping the cognac.
Yeah.
And then now this whole P. Diddy thing.
Sometimes you have to tell Diddy no.
Oh, man. Bro.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Man.
Sean Diddy Combs' alleged list of accomplices to be revealed soon. The names will shock you. Attorney says, whoa.
I think he's going to sting, Eddie. I think he
has to sting.
Bro, I'll tell you one thing. God protects me. I'm so glad God protects me. Because, look, if I got invited to the white party, I'd have gone.
Especially if you didn't know.
Of course, no one knows. No one
right.
knows.
And you don't know, you're just a celebrity, and you know, oh, Jennifer Lopez is going to be there. Oh, Rick Ross is going to be there. Everyone's going to be there. That would be a cool place. I want to meet those people.
Facts. And I just want to be there having fun partying, but then they start to, apparently, they said they were using, I'm going to guess that's like ketamine, because they said horse tranquilizer. And they were putting people's drinks in the champagne and kept them all loose.
Yeah.
That's a secret. It's just us two, right?
Yeah.
After I knocked out Pereira in Miami, we went to Tootsie's the next night, and they were like, yo, P. Diddy wasn't here watching a fight last night. I was like, wait, word? Crazy. And I went and checked my DMs, and I was like, oh, shit, he hit me up. And he was talking about 2 months later, I want to do an interview or whatever. And I said, here's my manager's number. But cool. Nothing ever came off it. But again, that's why I say God be protecting me.
Right.
Because who knows? Like, you never know. Oh, yeah, we're having this party later on. Yeah, that's cool. All right, cool. And then they start to, like, you find some chick, you pull on you, and then, oh, how was that 15-year-old? Like, wait, what?
Right. And you're filmed. Yeah.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Apparently, allegedly. Cameras all over the house, and
100,000 bottles of baby oil.
Yeah. What?
Nobody's that ashy, bro. 1,000. But also, by the way, that's shit lube. Coconut oil is better. Fucking water-based lubricant. But baby oil is acidic as fuck. Johnson & Johnson's. Like, that's demonic, bro. Like, why would you use baby oil? Even if you're fucking dude. Nah.
Probably started out with it. That's all the bottles.
No, that's AI. That's gotta be AI. That's gotta be AI.
I don't know if it's AI. I think that's real. I think it was lube and baby oil. I think you had a variety of different substances.
Who counted that?
Look at that.
1,000.
Look at that.
1, 2, 3
Bro,
bottles of baby oil.
500
6 bottles of baby oil on the wall.
Imagine having 500 bottles. We need to go for a fucking Target run.
Oh, man. Oh, the fact that said it was fucking, what do you call it, Costco, and Costco goes, nah, we don't sell that shit.
What's this? The faced AR-15s? Interesting. What does that mean? Does that mean
they scratch the
serial numbers off?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a serious crime.
Yeah.
That's a serious crime.
But again, see, he's in cahoots with Epstein. And then...
Was he in cahoots with Epstein? Or was it just a similar type of an operation?
No, they were friends.
Really?
Yeah, because Epstein had a fucking, on Miami as well. That really private, rich estate in Miami. So they were all in cahoots as well. But again, I think he's going to sing.
Isn't it crazy? Like, that was always the conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat thing. Oh, there's a place where the elites go to fuck underage kids. Like, what?
What's his name? Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, he was right.
He was right.
He was right about a lot of things.
Almost everything.
Yeah, most.
About almost everything. Fuck with that one. But almost everything else, he was right. But you got to realize that that guy had been uncovering real conspiracies that the media had not covered for fucking decades. And he was literally having like a psychotic break because of it, because he's just drinking all the time and dealing with the stress.
How would you, even Kanye, imagine you trying to tell people something.
Right.
And then no one believes you and they call you crazy. I go crazy just trying to explain to people. Even I can imagine the frustration of trying to explain to someone, and you're like, no, this is really happening. And they're like, yeah, whatever, you're this and that. And I went down the rabbit hole in 2020. I'll tell you, I did. I had to. And for me, it was just like, I could see the fuckery. I could, look, this is the mark of the immigrant. That's right here. If you look at any immigrant, it's just like that little dot, a keloid. It's from a vaccine we all had as kids all over Africa. I can't remember what it was for. So I'm not opposed to vaccines. But when someone's trying to force you or coerce you or whatever into taking something that you're like, you know, something just doesn't feel right about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But again, I grew up in Nigeria. I know how corruption works.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm a law-abiding citizen. You know what I'm saying? I did my part. Whatever. But still, I just knew something was afoot. So I did my part. I played the game. Because it's all a game. I got offered different ways to play the game. But I was like, I'll find my own way. And I did. So, yeah, stay pure, which is good.
Yeah, this whole thing was just money. It was just, they were trying to convince everybody they needed a vaccine because they wanted to make enormous amounts of money, and they pulled it off.
And then now, with all the information that's come out, all the deaths, I saw that show, Die Suddenly or whatever.
Yeah.
And you see the blood clots from the same time that the vaccine got pushed. Excuse me. And then everyone just goes, oh, well, carry on my day. It's like, again, I'm frustrated in a sense, but I don't say anything like, we fucking told you.
Yes.
But then, I don't need an apology. No one needs an apology, but it's kind of like everyone just, oh, well, I guess that's that. And then carry on with your fucking life.
I was talking to a dude last night who's a veteran who was telling me that the hospital where these veterans get treated, they literally told him, we are not allowed to make a connection with any of these adverse side effects to the vaccine. Even ones that are listed as vaccine side effects, they're not allowed to make that connection because they mandated the vaccine.
Yeah.
And this is the real problem. The reason why all these corporations and all these people don't want to talk about it is because they mandated their employees to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
So they, even though there's no liability for the vaccine manufacturers because they're exempt, which is part of the problem why they fucking propose all these things anyway, but then you're not allowed to make the connection with the problem these people are having. And the fact that they got vaccinated 2-3 times, you're not even allowed to say that this might have been the cause of it. They're not even allowed to bring up that connection. So they have to just treat whatever the side effect of the vaccine is without talking at all about the vaccine and not give any connection to it.
Isn't that funny?
It's through the looking glass.
Yeah.
It's like we're living in the Matrix, man. It really is. It's like there's complete mind control. And the idea of mind control is like, no, mind control is not real. Of course it's
It
real.
happens. I've seen it. So many bots, bro. Like sometimes I move through life and I feel like, look, we are all born like as players in this game. But everyone gets kind of programmed through schooling or whatever, education system, society, and then they just become bots. And I can see it as well. Because when I was bringing it up and I'd say something, even people I really love and trust, sometimes they did instantly, let's call it Agent Smith syndrome. And they just like, no, actually this and that, right. I'm like,
you know why that is? Because they got vaccinated and they told people to get vaccinated, and they don't want to believe they made the bad decision, and they don't want to believe they coerced other people into making a bad decision. So they want to come up with all sorts of reasons why all these health problems and all these, and then the overall all-cause mortality increase, which is through the roof. In some age brackets, it's 40% increase in all-cause mortality, strokes, cancer, heart attacks. All these things have gone through the roof, and no one is making a connection.
Must be just, the food people are eating.
Yeah.
People just ignore it.
It's
Yeah.
just money.
Even some people like that did get it. They tell me they regret getting it.
Yeah,
So
most
many
people.
times I regret getting it, but I had to because if not, my job was gonna fire me. Then I had to. And the fucking gaslighting thing, our former fucking prime minister, she did. I don't believe we coerced anyone into getting it. I don't. You just. I'm like, bitch. You literally said if you don't get this, you can't go grocery shopping.
Yeah.
Can't go to restaurants. You can't do
work.
that. Can't work. So your
Yeah.
livelihood gone. But then we didn't. I don't think we forced anyone. We didn't force your hand. Like when people do, that's the ultimate form of gaslighting. You're just like in our face.
The pressure was incredible. The pressure was incredible. And, you know, I felt it in the weirdest way because I saw people lying about me on CNN. I was like, this is crazy.
Or the horse tranquilizer thing.
Was horse dewormer. They changed the color of my face. They made me look yellow and sick on television. I'm like, if you do that to me, and by the way, no one gave a fuck that I got better real quick. That was the craziest part about it. Isn't this supposed to be about recovering from a disease? Here you got a guy who's recovered in 3 days and is telling you all the shit he took, and you're lying.
You're still trying to like superimpose that sepia kind of filter over you. The one that got me. So, because we still traveled during 2020, I did 4 of those MIQ quarantines. The one where you go back to your own country and then you have to quarantine in a hotel for 2 weeks before you get let back into society. My coach usually did 9. A lot of those. He even told me Israel, that last one. Luckily, the last one, he was able to do it in his house, but then his family had to go live somewhere else for 2 weeks. He was just grateful he had it in his house. My last one, I remember I went outside for our fucking daily outside for 20 minutes or whatever. Sometimes we get shipped onto the playpen on the bus, like prisoners or whatever. And then I remember everyone was doing these circles, just walking in a circle. And I almost did a full circle one time. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And I went back into my room. I stayed in my room for the remaining 11 days because I just felt like this was too much. And then also the one that got me was third one. This lady had a kid in she may be paraplegic or whatever. She had a neurological disease. And then the kid had a seizure while the mom was having a smoke somewhere. The kid had a seizure. And one of the guys went and helped the mom with the kid. And the officer that helped the mom with the kid, they put him in quarantine for 3 days because he didn't have the correct PPE gear on. So that let me know this isn't about looking at people. It's about punishing this guy for disobeying the law because he didn't have it. So, someone's having a seizure. Hold up a minute. Let me go put on this fucking overall and take my gloves on.
Right. While this kid's dying.
Exactly.
Right.
So, and they punished him for that. So that let me know, like, okay, this is fuckery. This is a foot.
Well, I remember when Dan Hooker had fought over here, and then there was a picture of him being on the side of a fence looking at his daughter.
Oh, yeah.
It was heartbreaking. Couldn't see his daughter for like 2 weeks.
You usually have the same thing. He had a newborn at the time. So I have a picture of him with his wife and his son on the other side as well. And then you're separating families, all that kind of stuff. Look, I like my alone time. I might seem like a social butterfly, and I am. I can do both. But I love my alone time, and I like being inside. But when you have too much alone time, that's bad. I didn't like that because then you start to go in your head with all these other things. I mean, I didn't go crazy, but I was dancing on the edge.
There was a lot.
I enjoyed it.
People on Twitter lost their fucking mind because they were on Twitter all day long, locked in their house during quarantine for months and months at a time, just literally getting mentally ill, just reading Twitter and attacking people, and then blaming all these people that are unvaccinated on all the problems of the world.
They just put us against each other.
Yeah,
constantly.
I just hope people don't do that again. I hope people realize, like, hey, no one benefited from that. No one got better. It didn't help anybody survive. It was all bullshit.
I hope there's another lockdown. Well, yeah, just for like a month. I think, okay, look, every year, at least for 2 weeks, or even some places maybe a month, just, all right, shut everything down, everyone go. It was good. Like, you get to spend time with your family or the people you live with and realize, do I fuck with these people or do I not? And then also build relationships, end relationships, things like that. The whole world got better. The fucking ocean got cleaner. So I think it's good. Lockdown was good for that when it was okay. but not for extended periods like 6 months, whatever. That's
It's
crazy.
terrible for the economy. Even a lockdown for a month is terrible for the economy.
How so?
It takes a long time to recover.
Oh, sure.
When everything seizes and you're not getting any packages, and like right now there's a Teamsters and longshoremen strike in America, which means all the docks, all the shipments are coming in. No one's moving nothing. Everything's
still
locked
order
down.
Amazon for 2 weeks.
No.
Really?
Eventually, that's all going to lock down. Eventually, there's going to be nothing. If these guys keep going, it's going to cripple the economy. Right now, it's only been a couple of days, but the head of the longshoremen's union was talking about what effect it's going to have, and he basically say,
"Why are they doing it?
Because they want more money."
Okay.
They feel like they have a more valuable position than they're being compensated for, and this is the best way they can negotiate. Like, you guys need to understand how valuable we are to your society. You take us for granted.
Yeah.
You don't want to give us what's fair, and so we're going to fuck you.
Sure.
And they haven't had a lockdown like that since 1977. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a real one.
It's a real one.
Yeah.
It's a scary one, too, because they have an immense power, and they haven't flexed it before, and they're flexing it now. And they're flexing it like right before an election, which is that who knows what kind of effect that's going to have. Because if the economy tanks because of that, and they can blame Biden and Kamala Harris, it can get crazy.
Yeah, I will see. When did that start? Like a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
A couple days ago.
Oh, really?
I think it was October 1st.
Shit.
Yeah.
Interesting. I always like it, but look, I love America, but I like watching it from New Zealand. Like when I come here, I love the food, like the fucking, Shake Shack, just delicious. Like last night, took so long for this burger or something, Austin, to get to our hotel. But then when I got there, we just smashed like all these smash burgers. I ate 3 of them. So good. When I go back home, I eat clean, I get my buddy right again. But here, I love it. Even when Trump won, I was stuck here in San Diego for about 8 weeks. That's when I went to Atos Jiu-Jitsu, and I got really, really good at Jiu-Jitsu for a while. Me and my teammates, we just thought, like, when Trump wins, we need to have food for 4 days because it's going to be fucking crazy. Because from where we are in New Zealand, the camera only shows you this. So Trump wins, we're looking outside like, okay, safe, cool. Everyone's, nothing's really happening. You see, Trump flags on someone's lawn, Biden or whatever on someone's lawn still. It's fine. But then someone explained to me that even the Capitol riots, when in DC, they face the cameras this way. If you just turn the cameras this way, you'll see the rest of the street just normal. Mm-hmm. So from New Zealand, when we see what's happening here, it's just the biggest, craziest sitcom. And again, like I said, I love America, but I like watching it from New Zealand. Well, I do enjoy being here, but again, watching it from New Zealand, we have our own chaos to deal with, but this one is just juicy.
It's a different kind of chaos. The whole world's watching. That's what's different, because America's such a weird country that the whole world is watching when we have elections.
Even, look, Trump just got almost assassinated.
Twice.
What?
There was a second assassination attempt.
No.
Yeah, there was a guy who got caught with an AK-47. He was hiding in the bushes for 12 hours, got in a shootout with the Secret Service.
I missed all this.
Yeah, because they took it in and out of the news in like a heartbeat.
There was a shootout.
No, the Secret Service shot at him. He fled. I don't think he shot at the Secret Service. He fled, and then they caught him.
Was this before or after the... After. Okay, I see.
So this is a guy who's a real lunatic. He went over Ukraine to fight for the Ukraine forces. It's a crazy person.
Okay.
And this guy was somehow or another armed to the tits, even though it's illegal for him to be carrying a gun. He's a convicted felon. Yeah. And he almost assassinated Trump, but it was out of the news cycle in a couple of days.
I missed that completely. I didn't even know about that. This is news.
They gloss over it. They don't give a fuck.
But again, how do you gloss over that? The one with when he got shot and he just turned his ear.
Crazy.
There's so many things fucked up with that. You know why? I mean, I'm sure you've already talked about this with other people, but it's just the fact that it's just they apparently saw him on the roof for 9 minutes or something beforehand and just watched it. So many things that just go.
Everything's wrong with that.
Yeah.
Everything's wrong. It wasn't really Secret Service. A lot of those are Homeland Security.
The lady with the gun.
Fumbling with the gun. Full panic. Yeah, the whole thing was madness. And the fact that went out of the news cycle real quickly, too. Nobody cares about the fact they almost killed that guy.
Now it's about the debate.
Yeah. And they went right back to calling him a threat to democracy, a threat to our society. And like, hey, who was that kid? How did he die? What happened there? How did he get a hold of those detonators? How did his apartment get completely professionally scrubbed? When they went to that kid's house, there was no silverware. His house was professionally scrubbed.
And he lived by himself. Isn't he a teenager?
20 years old.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, he was in a BlackRock commercial.
BlackRock, the company.
Yeah, he was in a BlackRock commercial.
Okay.
And then, yeah, dude, there's so much to that story. And here's the thing. If he kills Trump and then they kill him, who knows? It's all lost. It's all in the wind.
Yeah.
Oh, lone shooter, crazy person. Unfortunately, got a hold of Trump. You know what we need to do? Take everyone's guns.
Yeah.
Because gun violence is a real problem in this country. You know, it's also a problem. Mind control. Like, what did you do to that kid? What drugs was he on? No toxicology examination. They burned his body in 10 days.
Really?
FBI took a hold of his
So they
body.
didn't bury him.
Oh, they fucking cremated his ass.
See, this is what I like. I just get the popcorn and just go, yeah.
It's nuts. It's a crazy, because he would have been Lee Harvey Oswald too. I mean, just like Lee Harvey Oswald allegedly shoots JFK. Jack Ruby walks up to him, bam, shoots him. He's dead. What happened? Who knows?
That's the whole magic bullet theory. Again, I've gone down the rabbit hole to a point where I saw that it might have been the driver.
Yeah.
No?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
so is that clip AI?
Yeah, that's bullshit. Multiple shooters for sure. Most likely people in the grassy knoll, and most likely probably somebody from where Oswald was as well. It might even been Oswald. Oswald might have taken a shot as well.
I saw this video. See, this thing, you can't trust shit these days.
No.
Bro, I swear next year, I think next year it'll be when it's like you have to really know what you're watching. I'll have to question everything. Because now it's fingers, text, I can kind of, oh, that's a bullshit. And also there's a little texture. There's a texture with the AI videos, and I'm like, that's AI.
For now. Yeah.
Next year, it's
better. Yeah, I got a piss. Let's take a leak real quick.
No worries. Yeah, I'll take a piss as well. Put it on my documentary. It's great. So what were we talking about before? Oh, we just put on the tangent about fucking chemtrails and shit. No, but I was just telling Jamie about my documentary. I said, like, he should watch it as well. I said, even if it wasn't about me, I'd still recommend it because it was a well-made, not so sporty films. Like, one of the best pictures I got sent was this lady knitting on a plane and then watching it. And I thought that was like an old lady, not her demographic watching it with me. She's watching me through the documentary knitting because it was something that it was different.
When did they start filming this?
They came on board 2018. We started talking, and then they came on board with their cameras. But Jeff Saint-Lev, who is my videographer, works with Zucker, literally does everything. But yeah, he had a lot of behind-the-scenes footage, and we just put it all together, talking about my kind of rise in this game, but also dealing with the pressures of all this, you know, because there's no book on how to be famous.
Right.
I had to learn this on my own. I had to learn this myself.
What was the most difficult part of it for you?
For me, I think people. I just didn't expect that. I knew I wanted to be. When you grow up, you think I want to be rich and famous. Like when the MTV Cribs era,
right? The
Pimp My Ride era. I thought, when I'm rich, I'm gonna have 7 cars, one for every day of the week. I'm gonna have this many houses. I have real estate now, different. But also, I only need 2 cars. Like, there's all these other stuff that comes through. Also, I'm not a car person like you. I just like all wheels. But I could probably.
Don't you have a McLaren though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But my best reaction when I wrapped it was, I love seeing little boys be like, when they see it, but now I put it back to black, and I'm gonna do something different to it later on with some airbrushing. Not me, my guy Matty Bro. But yeah, it was just people. Because even I've been in this documentary where they would just film me one day, and then these kids are like, they just drove by my house and, oh my God, and they beat the horn. And it kind of gave me a fright, and they came to my door. And then the camera was filming, so it's in the documentary. And I explained to them, oh, that's cool, let's take a photo. But then it got to a point where it'd be like 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and then it's opening up home because my house, my front door was accessible to the street. That was my first house I ever bought. Now, David lives there. That's his home. And I live in this fucking complex that has a gate and a code. So if you have to get to my front door, you have to be there. And yeah, just dealing with people was the main thing for me because I didn't expect the attention I was getting. I was expecting it, but I guess the variable of the unknown. So yeah, I just had to learn how to protect my energy and protect some boundaries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like today after lunch, I'd say yes to photos, but if I feel like, say I'm at the airport, if I say yes to, you've had this before, we say yes to one, and people are like, oh, he's taking photos, and it becomes like a zombie apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yo, I gotta go somewhere. So if I tell someone like, yo, I can't right now. If I say yes to you, I gotta say, oh, please, just one. And I'm like, it's not just one.
Right. You don't understand.
Yeah. And then I'm the asshole. But I love my fans, and I love people who actually support me. I try and make time for them, but then also I have to make time for me.
Yeah.
Because I've been there before where it's pretty much I'm just there, and then my turn. I'm like, bro, I'm not even having fun. I don't even have kids yet, but when I have kids, that's when I'm gonna be like,
yeah, my youngest daughter won't have it. She grabbed me and dragged me away.
Good.
Like when people try to take photographs, she hates it.
Good.
My middle daughter it doesn't bother her that much, but the youngest daughter, she gets fucking angry. Like they're stealing my daddy's attention from me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For me, if I go on a date or whatever, and someone sees me and tries to take a photo, I just go, I want her time right now. You have to ask her. But if I'm with my family, I just say no.
Especially when you're sitting down having dinner. That's crazy. When they come up to the table, like, come on, man, get the fuck out of
I
here.
think it's social awareness this day and age, and everyone. And you know what? It's funny. I can feel it coming once they see me because they look like they're about to pull out a gun.
Right.
That's what it feels like. Every time
Right.
they do it, I'm just like, and I say yes to most of it, but there's times I'll say no. So that would be, I say, the most difficult things was just dealing with people. But again, I do like people, but also I don't like some people. Some people just are so entitled. They just come up at you, and it's just like,
They feel like you owe them something because they know who you are.
I'm like, you're not even a fan. Sometimes it's this thing where they just see people taking photos. I want a photo too.
Right.
I'm like, you don't even know what I do. I'm like, oh, can I get one, please?
Yeah, who are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. You know why? I like it when someone doesn't genuinely know who I am. But when I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. I'm like, it's okay. My name's Israel because I got to meet them on a first name basis.
Right.
But one of the best ones and the best replies I gave one time was these 3 chicks and 2 guys that were just, oh my God, fan. And one of them was like, excuse me, but who are you? I was like,
it's always a girl.
Yeah. And then she came back again like 3 more times. So like, excuse me, but like, who are you? I don't even know who you are. I was like, bitch, I don't know who you are. And then her face was just like, and I just left it alone. But again, I prefer meeting people on a first name basis.
Right.
It makes me feel like I get to know you and you get to know me without some preconceived notion of what you've seen on TV or YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love when someone doesn't know who I am now.
Me
now
too.
It's nice. Now I can have a regular conversation with
Amen.
someone. Like, what do you do? Like, I'm a comedian. Oh, have you ever been on television?
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of times. Oh, I'll look out for you.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
No, I like those.
Yeah,
That
easy.
way it's just
Just
easy.
two
It's
people
real.
talking to each other.
Real.
I like what you said, protect your energy, because
Yeah.
that's really what it is. Because if you give up your energy to everyone, you will get lost.
Yeah.
You will get lost.
I learned that the week before the Robert Whittaker fight in Melbourne. So I had this epiphany, and then did the fight, did well, and again, you know how I told you after my UFC debut, it was all this attention and stimulus. And when I went home,
right,
and for like a month, I just felt sad. Nothing's wrong. I'm so fucking like I should be happy. I should be happy.
Right.
And that's when I started going to therapy. But then I learned through the techniques and tools I've got from there how to protect myself. So before the Rob fight, I felt the same thing again because my girl at the time had to drag me away from the after party because I hid in the after party. I hid in the toilet. I had a drink, and I'm Jesus Christ. Put all the seats down, just sat there, and she's like, "Where are you?" I'm like, I just sent her a text, and she's like, "Nah, I'm coming to grab you." So we went to go get ramen somewhere. And then at the hotel, before I flew out, I just put out something on my story saying, "Look, guys, I appreciate the love and all that. If you see me, you can come say what's up. If you come yelling at me, I'm just gonna walk away." It's the yelling thing, and I think that's learned behavior. Oh my God,
yeah,
Joe Rogan, same rhetoric. I'm a huge fan. I love you since this. I've watched you since this, and it's the same like bot responses.
Yeah,
NPC responses, and they're yelling. But if someone just comes up like, "Hey man, I'm a big fan. Do you mind if I take a pic?" Cool, let's go. And they make it quick. They're ready. They're not going, "Oh, what are you doing here?"
Right.
I'm just like, "Yo, don't hold me hostage. Let's just go. Like, take the picture." I like those. But if we have a genuine connection and I vibe with someone and we end up talking for like 5 minutes, even better. We can't try to facilitate that. But yes, when people come
and then they hang around and then they won't leave. Yeah.
And then just don't hold me hostage with your conversation.
Do you remember the first time you met a famous person?
You. I did something silly. You will remember this, and this is another one of those things. Like I can tell you not because we're boys, but I met you at UFC 192 when Dan fought Yair, and I met you backstage at the weigh-ins, and then I came to say what's up, and then I did fucking butt shit, bro. And I was like, bro, do you remember my friend Chris? He took a photo with you. I did a video, huh? And you're like, yeah, a lot of people do that. I get this. And then for the next like 5 hours, idiot. Why'd you say that? And I just felt cringe. Well, I got over it eventually, but again, it's one of those things that you learn. Yeah, certain things I learned. Even with Snoop one time at Staples Center, when it was a Staples Center, I ended up smoking with him. But then I filmed it. And then afterwards, I remember thinking, like, why did you do that? Like, you should have just enjoyed the fucking moment.
Right.
And I cringe at myself when I'm like, who doesn't want to fucking smoke with Snoop Dogg?
Right.
But why did I have to film it so I can show people? I don't even know. Did I post it? I did post it. Yeah, of course I posted it. But again, it's one of those things I learned now. So there's people I've met, places I've been now that I enjoyed the experience, and it is what it is. I don't need a photo.
Right.
It's in here. I've taken snapshots.
But you've had those experiences. That's where I give people grace when they're first meeting me. It's like, I get it. I remember the first time I met someone famous. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird feeling. You know,
you don't remember that one, do you?
I don't.
Good. Well, for the next 5 hours or to the next day, I think the fight's here the next day, I was just like, I kind of got over it. And I just think, and I told Chris when I went home, like, yeah, I told him about that, and I felt so stupid. It's like, well, I know now it's better because when I meet people I really appreciate, I don't geek out or whatnot. Even if it's so, I'm just like, yo, that's that person. I kind of birdwatch them. And if they recognize me, one of the coolest ones was Eminem in Saudi Arabia because everyone was trying to get a photo. And then my guy, Ike, security, just goes, hey, Israel, oh, yo, what's up? And he came and took a photo with me. And out of everyone, you let me take a photo with him. So I was like, yeah, I felt cool because it's Eminem, you know what I mean? So things like that I'll appreciate. And certain moments like that I appreciate. But I don't force it. I don't try to facilitate it. I just let it be. And if I get it, cool. I don't need it. That's the thing. You don't need to take a photo for everything. Just enjoy the moment.
Just enjoy the moment.
Enjoy the interaction. Enjoy the energy.
But I understand the weirdness of meeting someone famous because I do remember it. It's just it's an odd feeling. You don't know what to do. You feel weird. You say dumb things. You don't know why you're saying them, and then you're like, what did I just do?
I'm better now. The coolest one I think I had was Trump. What was this? Vegas at the fights. I haven't even. The clip was one of the UFC's thing. The documentaries. And someone was like, oh, yo, America's Last Hope, what's up? I dapped him up. And Dana's there just smiling. And then we're talking. We just dapping up and talking. And then he's like, I enjoyed your fight, this and that, right? And it wasn't weird because, again, I can understand, like, I'm meant to be here now.
Right.
So sometimes I get
belong.
Imposter syndrome. Sometimes it still creeps in. I don't know if you still get it.
Yeah.
It still creeps in, but I know how to identify it now.
Yeah.
And I go, right, I'm going to shut it down like any emotion. But yeah, that was one of the cooler ones I had where I was like, okay, I handled myself well. I wasn't an idiot. And many other ones. But yeah, the ones, and there will be more.
I used to get imposter syndrome so bad.
Yeah?
Where I meet people, I'm like, I can't believe you know who I am. I got to hide. You shouldn't know who I am.
Oh, yeah.
I know who you are. You should know me.
I just said, I felt that a little bit yesterday. But I went to the mothership. A little bit. But again, you watch it on YouTube all the time. Like, oh my God, me and my one's like, we're here. This is cool. And then only for a little bit, I realized I'm meant to be here because everyone's standing around me. I'm kind of having to hold court. But I kind of just want to shut up and just be like,
yeah,
this is cool.
Just enjoy.
Yeah, but everyone's around me, and I was just cool. And Ari was the man, bro. He's just he's a funny dude. So tall. I'm talking about kickboxing with him. And yeah, well, I'll probably head there tonight, see what's up. And I'll try and...
It's a fun place.
Not geek out so much.
Yeah.
Play cool.
Play cool.
Yeah.
That's a fun place. We have so many people roll through, too. It's so interesting. Like, all of a sudden, Jelly Roll's there.
Yeah.
You know?
No, you guys did it, man. You literally... I think it was Ron White that kind of started the idea, and then all of these guys just marched to Austin one by one.
Yeah, he came here before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And he was the one who put it in my head. Because, look, Ron was not fucking love it here. It's easy to travel. It's
I can
in
see
the middle
why.
of the country. It's a beautiful place. No traffic. People are nice.
I just came back from LA, so the contrast is definitely, you can see it.
Oh, it's so much better here, and it's better for comedy. It's just because it's the only club in the country that's owned by a comedian. So it's free. It's like you can be yourself. There's no executives or producers. Yeah, it's just me. I don't even have any partners.
So wait,
it's just me.
Excuse me. When you say that, you mean like, do people have to pay at other comedy clubs to perform there?
Only when you're very, very beginning, and it's corrupt comedy clubs. You have to pay for stage time. Yeah, that's not normal. That's something taking advantage of amateurs so they can make extra money, so they can justify open mic nights and stuff like that. But there's not a lot of clubs. Most clubs, you have amateur nights. They all should have it, but we have 2 nights. We have 2 nights open mic nights. So we just want to make it a real place where people can develop.
Yeah.
From the very beginning, you could do your first set on stage ever at the Mothership and eventually headline there someday.
I've seen it. Cam Patterson, some of these guys, they start there. Now they just
killing it. Yeah, hard work, just grinding. That kid's in that club every fucking night. He's traveling all over the place, all over town, doing different clubs, going on the road. He's making the most of the experience.
And for someone like me, just a fan of comedy in general, it's fun to see the process of them starting up. And man, because I used to listen to Kill Tony in my old job, just so I didn't go postal. Just like, sit there with my headphones in and the hoodie on just to hide it so they don't know I'm doing it. I'm just like, and then now to see where it's become, and then word on the street is they go coming up. Like, oh shit! So it's gonna be on there, and it's gonna be even bigger. You know what I mean? It's fun to see that, and I've seen a lot of comics like just grow, and then seeing their sets develop, all that kind of thing. And look, I know how hard it is now just watching that, because you think, I've made a joke before, I can do it. And seeing people bomb on Kill Tony after just 60 seconds, I just like, fuck all that. I'd fight in front of millions of people, but to stand in front of a crowd and try to make them laugh, just that,
It's a weird kind of rejection.
Thank you. That's what it is. It's like, shit, that didn't land. Escape. This shit. It's just like, nah, fuck this shit.
But you also see other people can do it, so you got to figure out a way to do it, and that's part of the challenge of it all. It's why it's so exciting to succeed.
Yeah, I'll leave that to you guys. The expert.
It's hard, but it's also fun. I mean, it's the most fun thing to do for a living, and you can do it forever. You don't have to rely on your body being fit enough to do it. Fighting is so unique because there's a small window. You have from 18 to maybe 38 if you're lucky, or you could be a Yoel Romero and compete like deep into your 40s. But he's the rarest of the rare. Or Bernard Hopkins, world championship level at 50, crazy. But those are the outliers. For most people, there's a small window.
Make the most of it.
And in MMA, that window is the smallest.
Yeah,
it's the smallest of all the combat sports.
That even make it to the top.
Yeah. God, think about how many guys have an amateur fight versus how many guys make it to just a world title fight. Just a fight for a world title. And forget about defending the world title. What you've done is like the rarest of the rarest of the rare, and then win it back again. It's so rare.
Yeah, I've seen people throughout the walks of life in terms of trained at that. I'm like, I think you're better than me, but they just never made it. They never got the experience or the exposure. Also, when the lights are on, they shut down. And they don't show up. I'm like, no, they want this. But again,
gym champions.
Yeah.
It's a real thing, man. The people that perform so well with no pressure, and then when that pressure's on, they're like 30% of what they are. You see them make mental mistakes. You see them rush in, and it's weird.
It takes skill to learn how to perform under the lights, but also you have to have that thing. Like you have to know you're that guy, or you have to have that belief in yourself. So again, I'm glad I've done it, and I'm glad I'm doing it. But now I'm just like, I just want to fight. I just want to fight, have fun. And again, it's weird. Like I just know that fucking gold belt always circles back around. I don't chase it, never have, and I knew it would always be there at some point. But yeah, it will. And in a moment, bro, if I'm not happy with what I've done in this game, what's gonna make me happy?
Right. How could you be? Right? Exactly. You think about how many times you defended the title, you won the title, you beat the greatest guys of your generation. How could you not be happy with what you've done already?
But I still feel great. And again, this is when fighters talk about I lost the belt, I felt this pressure lifted, whatever. I never felt that when I lost it in MSG. I was just like, I'm gonna fight this guy again. And I got it back. But then when I lost it, not to Strickland, whatever this last one was the only time when I was just like, I wasn't a champ, I guess. But when I this last fight was the first time I felt that, like, well, I still feel like I'm that guy because a lot of people still have that target on my back because I'm Israel Adesanya. But having to fight for the belt, having to fight with that thing, I don't know. This is the first time I've ever felt that where I'm like, meh, I'm good. So I'm just gonna see what happens, train, get better, and fight again at some point.
Just concentrate on the task instead of this whole thing of the titles. And
because I feel like when you have a title, there's all the spotlight on you. There still is a spotlight on me, but it's not the same thing. And now I get to enjoy a little bit more, almost freedom in a sense. Well, I've heard fighters talk about it heaps. So again, for me, I never felt it till recently. And I'm like, oh, I get what they mean now when they talk about the pressure. Pressure's still there, but it's not the same. And I'm like, cool. I get to just fight for me now. I get to have fun. Yeah, I want to try some crazy shit. Like, I actually want to fight and just do some. I want to go back to the way I used to fight when we didn't have so much on the line. Because it's not just about me, it's about the people that are around me that, you know, I have to, not have to, but, you know, like, if I do good, everybody eats. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So now that we still do good, we still eat. But it's like, fuck the belt. We'll just have fun. So I just want to go back to having fun. The way I used to fight when I was a young fucking schizo fritterer, who just did shit for fun. Like the fucking Tavares fight in the round one, I'm like, I'm going to try a Minari roll and see what that does. And I kind of missed it. But yeah, I'm going to bring that back. I kind of want to do that kind of shit again. Just because.
So do you think that, like, as the stakes are higher, the pressure is more, and it just restricts your creativity? It restricts your ability to just be loose?
It didn't at first. But the longer you defend the belt, it happened to Anderson as well. I saw it because I watched Anderson's rise. And I saw that even to the point where people wanted him to lose. Just because he was so great. Right. And then it's just that natural thing where people build you up because they want to tear you down.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt that happen to me as well. They're like, we just want to see him lose. And when it happened, they're like, yeah. And then when I won it again, they're like, yeah. And I lost it, they're like, yeah. So it's just natural. Yeah. It's natural way of, I don't know, the mob of humans or whatever, the fans. It's just how it is, the Coliseum.
Well, there's always a bunch of people that don't like that you've accomplished something they will never accomplish.
Oh, there's always them.
Yeah. And so they do want to watch you fall because it makes them feel better about their lack of success.
What did Dave say? Someone rejoices when a great man falls.
Yeah.
There's a great quote. Yeah,
the cowards.
The cowards, yeah. Yeah.
That's the truth.
Yeah, facts. I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've even felt it as well. Like, where you're just like, I wonder what would happen if he loses. Like, it'll just shake the whole landscape of things up. So you just wonder. Like, I felt it, I think, with Floyd. So I just wonder, not that I wanted him to lose, because I'm a big Floyd fan, but I was just like, what would happen if he lost this fight? Like, oh, shit. But that's what makes it exciting.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. You know. But, yeah, anyway, I'm just here now, and I'm just like, cool, let's have fun. Let's fight. Let's just get some good matchups. But, again, I'm in a spot now that we've got Rob comes up fighting. DDP and Sean are going to fight, and I can't think of who else.
Is DDP and Sean set in stone?
I think it's not set in stone, but it's what they're looking at. Yeah.
When is that supposed to take place?
Next year sometime, but I'm trying to get something in this year, so we'll see. There's already a few call-outs, here and there. But
like who?
The guy that just won in France, I forget his name. He won not the main event. Imanov. Yeah, he said something, and I'm like, we'll see. It'll be a good fight. It'll be fun. But again, what has he done? He beat Brandon Allen.
Mm-hmm.
And is that 5-round worthy? Because I'm never doing 3 rounds again. All my fights are probably going to be 5. If I ever do a 3-round again, fuck, let's go.
Would you want to? Because there's some 3-rounders that I feel like we got robbed. That it wasn't a 5-rounder, like Saryukian and Charles Oliveira. That was That was a good example of that.
That was
such a crazy fight
as well.
Oliveira almost caught him a couple times with submissions. Yeah, man, and lost a controversial decision, like very close decision. And then I feel like you give him 2 more rounds, who knows what would happen? Yeah. Another one was Hamzat and Kamaru.
Oh yeah.
That third round, Kamaru was coming on strong.
Off the couch as well.
Yeah, off the couch. 10 days. 10 days notice.
Crazy.
Fighting at 85,
Yeah.
170-pound champion, right off the title loss. And then, third round he wins, and you're like, God, what would have happened fourth and fifth?
Yeah, that's where some people come alive.
Yes, especially champions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't do 5, but again, I said 3. I just feel like I would fight like a bat out of hell. I just feel like it would be different. But again, it's not I do enjoy the time in the cage, or even training for 5-round fights. A lot of people train for 3 rounds fights, but they don't understand. Everyone wants to be champion, so you got to train for 5 rounds, and it's like, oh shit, you got to do this shit. You have 5 rounds of the spider circuit. Oh shit, that's where you find out the men from the boys. You separate. Yeah, I do like a 5-round fight, and also you don't get paid by the round, so sometimes fights end like that. So yeah, that's up to you. Yeah.
So, do you have a timeline of like when you would like to fight again? How many fights you would like to have? Because I know you're 35 now. How long do you think you're going to do this?
I don't know. Like I said, I thought I would be 34 and I'm done with this. I always just thought like, yeah, when I'm 34, I'm done. But then I'm here now and I feel great. So I'm like, let's see. 3 more years, who knows? Who knows? Fucking kid might come out of nowhere. I'm like, oh shit, I'm done with this game.
Is there any fights that like Strickland that you'd like to do again?
Oh yeah, Strickland and DDP. Strickland won definitely because that fight was not me. And again, I don't make excuses. It was just another Dave Chappelle quote. You have to realize when it's your time. He's such a fucking philosopher with it. He says something about like when it's your time, you have to know when it and be humble enough to know when it's someone else's. You know what I mean? That was just his week. That was just his and everything. So I just, his time, let him have it. But I definitely know what I can do. I took his best shots. And I just know, like, yeah, I can take this guy. I know what I can do. I'm not similar to the Pereira one where I was winning, but this one I definitely know what I can do with this guy. Yeah.
So was that one shot that cracked you in that first round that changed the whole momentum of that fight?
Yeah. Straight punches beat looping and linear punches. He caught me good. And in the moment, I remember thinking, like, oh shit, this nigga's hitting me. Oh shit, he's hitting me. And I went to Mark Gutter, like, you see the picture, like, I'm okay. Right. And then even he told me my next fight with DP's like, don't do that. Don't have to do that. You just have to find a way out. But he was hitting me, and I was thinking, like, oh shit, this is really happening. Fuck. And I had to fight out the position and just get back on him. But yeah.
How much damage did he do in that exchange?
In that exchange, not really much. Just the one shot. The one shot was the one that got me. But the rest was just kind of like, nothing really got through. It was just a lot of flurries, and it looked violent. But that's why I was able to look at Mark and be like, "Yeah, we're good." But yeah, gotta come back. See what happens with him and DDP. He could win, beat him, and
we almost won the first time.
Yeah, it was close.
It
was close.
Very close.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was a rough fight. Even at the end, it was just swinging on this.
They had nothing left in the tank. Like you see Strickland's like it was all arms.
Yeah.
There was nothing in the tank.
Yeah.
They emptied out.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens in that fight. And yeah, at the moment, I kind of like the feeling of not knowing, because sometimes people ask, who are you going to fight next? When are you going to fight again? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just chilling. So again, I'm just going to keep training, and sometimes short notice shit happens, you know what I mean? And it's like, well, I'm already in shape. Oh, let's go.
Right.
Yeah. But we'll see.
So stay ready.
Yeah, stay ready. Like I said, I've done the testing already, and I know where I'm at. After this, I'm going to go get some work in. And yeah, even on the road, I love this food there, but fuck. I know when I get home, I'm going to have to take all this off. And I know it will come off, because I've got, good nutritionists now and stuff. But yeah, I just try to stay ready.
You guys don't have barbecue in New Zealand?
We do. Oh, yeah.
You have like a Terry Black's in New Zealand?
Yeah, they have. Just even the food there, I think the quality is different, but also I try to stay off Uber Eats as much as possible. Now I have Matt cooking for me, so if I want something, I'll see something on the reels. Matt, can you please make this? He'll be like, yeah, cool, boom, and he'll just make it that night.
And you can make it in it.
Yeah, it can't. It'll be healthy. Well, right now I can stretch my legs a little bit, add some cheese, whatever. But yeah, I just stay ready. That's the main thing. Just stay ready.
Your camp, that city kickboxing gym, is what a fucking gym that is. Like, there's so many killers coming out of that. And Oldberg now on the rise.
Yeah.
God damn, that dude's good.
Yeah.
There's so many.
Yeah.
He's so tall and dangerous. There's so many good fighters coming out of there now.
Even recently, We had Cam, Aaron Toe, and then Navajo fought on the Contender Series. Navajo was the only one to get a contract. He got it with Hook, actually. I don't know if you saw that fight. I didn't. Yeah, Navajo Sterling. He knocked out the guy in the second round. So now he's in the UFC. He got a contract, and he's going to fight this year, I think in December. So he's already in camp for his next fight because he was kind of fresh coming off that fight. So, yeah, he's another guy that that's him, yeah. The guy in the red. Now, boom. They set him up. Boom. Boom. Out. The guy I fought was tough, too. Came strong in the first round, but Navajo was able to just put him away. Another King in the Ring champion as well. And he's 2-time King in the Ring champion. What weight is that at? Light heavyweight. Damn, that's a big fella. So he's a guy, my Miami fight with Pereira, he helped me a lot. Ben Johnston helped me a lot with the looks, you know. But yeah, he's just a fucking savant, the next level. Kickboxer, but knows how to grapple. He looks at shit, downloads it, drills it, and he's using it on you straight away or the next day. Just one of those guys. And he loves to fight. He's a guy who just stays in the gym, stays ready. Like I said, he's got a fight already locked in. Even Loss has got to fight Ozdemir. He's fighting Ozdemir in Macau. You know, what's his name? No Time. Yeah, Volkan. Today, yeah, Volkan Ozdemir. Yeah, that's a good fight. I like that for Carlos. Who else? Yeah, so I like the gym, the way it's growing, even on the local scene as well. You have a lot of guys who are just coming up in the local scene, and they're looking at us because of what we've done. No government funding, no backing from the sports, what do you call it, in New Zealand. They try to stifle us during COVID, you know, moving the goalposts, saying, oh, you can quarantine in the gym. Okay, now you can't quarantine in the gym. We're sneaking around trying to find places to train. They're following us with reporters, taking photos, putting us in the papers, making us look bad. We're disobeying the law. Think about your grandma, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, we've done it our own way, and I thought we're still one of the best gym, if not the best gym in the world. That's why I'm there. Only reason I'm in New Zealand is because of City Kickboxing. If not for that place, I definitely would still be there to see my family, but I would have probably moved all over the place. Like Melbourne, I definitely would have lived in Melbourne for a while. Like Melbourne, I love Melbourne, Australia. Canada somewhere. Melbourne's great. Yeah, Melbourne. I just like the culture, the food. Even here in Austin. Australia and New Zealand, these have such restrictive laws. Yeah. And the government has such control over people. And I didn't realize it until the pandemic. Yeah. And then I was like, Jesus Christ. That's why I got to play the game, Joe. Yeah, keep moving. I play the game as it says, like, it's almost egotistical in the sense the rules are there for a reason, and I am a law-abiding citizen. But sometimes there's certain things where I think, like, the laws doesn't apply to me. You know what I mean? That's why I don't follow politics. I only ever voted recently in New Zealand because of the fucking referendum. They were going to make marijuana legal. I was like, okay, that applies to me. I'll vote for that. So that, what do you call it? One policy voters or whatever. The other laws and stuff, I'm like, yeah, unless if it's something crazy, like someone decides, oh, we're going to tax the rich 50% of their money. And I'm like, oh, that applies to me. And I'll vote. So when I say the law doesn't apply to me, it's in the sense where, like, I don't really care about what their policies are, you know? So, yeah. That's how I live, and I'm able to travel a lot, which I'm grateful for. But yeah, if it wasn't for CKB, I definitely would have left NZ, or maybe traveled more, checked out Europe or shit like that. But right now, as I'm fighting, maybe after fighting, I will. You know, New Zealand is beautiful. Oh, it is beautiful spot to live. I like the pace. I do like the pace, and again, I like watching America and the rest of the world from New Zealand because it's just like this little corner of the world, just like chilling and just, oh yeah, Kiwi mate, g'day, you know, and then. Yeah, to see what happens to the rest of the world. And we still get a lot of things happening culturally that are relevant to the world. But yeah, I definitely want to travel after fighting. And I get to travel. Like, I'm in fucking Austin, Texas now, you know, talking to you. After this, I'm going to New York. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be somewhere else on the planet at some point. But yeah. What do you think you want to do when this is over? So I have a plan in place because I know me. I'm an adrenaline junkie, so I know I'll need something every, like maybe thrice a year, where I feel like I'm gonna die. So one of my plans is that's such a crazy thing to say. I get it. That's why I have a McLaren. And, I've never crashed it. Amen. But yeah. So for me, I skydived twice already in the last year. That was fun. So again, if I said, okay, I'm done fighting now, then okay, they're running with the bulls, cool. Let's do that, and I'll just train for that. And then when it's time to, I'll go to Spain or whatever and get ready for that, and then go run with the bulls. Cool, that's good. Yeah, that'll be fun. It's dangerous. You could die.
Yeah, but that's a dumb way to die.
Yeah, dumb ways to die. There's many fightings a dumb way to die too. It's glorious. Look, it's a glorious way. But
getting stomped to death by a bull is not a good way to die.
Yeah, I mean, what do I have? So that's another one. Okay, let's say I go to the outback, go learn, I don't know, to jump on a crocodile and save it from. I don't know. There'll be something. I'll find things. There's always something. I'll find something to do that will make me feel like my life is in danger.
So you feel like you're gonna need that forever?
Because if not, you just fall. So a lot of guys, they come back and fight again because they missed that. Oh, I was that guy. I was that guy. And those, especially who never made it to the pinnacle of what they wanted to do, then they still have that dissatisfaction, and they come back to try and reclaim that glory.
Yeah.
Do it for less money, and then they fall short. They become journeymen, become alcoholics, drug addicts, shit like that. So I don't want to. Also, who knows? My main thing though is definitely start a family. That's one thing I want to do after fighting. It'll happen. I don't go looking for that shit because when you do, you find the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I've made that mistake before. But I'm gonna make that mistake again. So I know it'll happen for me, and when it does, I'm gonna be a great dad.
You can't convince yourself that it's good. You gotta. It has to be good.
Oh yeah, facts. Oh no.
There's a lot of people that want a great relationship, so they talk themselves into one. And the next thing you know, you're with some girls going through your phone.
I go talking to one. That's the thing. So now I know I'm like, okay, bet.
You got talked into one.
Just when you fall in love, you just stupid. I'm such a lover as well. So stuff. But I learned my lesson, and again, it's one of those things you just have to go through. And I'm grateful for the experience. I'm grateful that I did because now I know exactly what not to do next time. So that's why I don't look. I'm single because I just enjoy myself. I enjoy not being responsible for someone else's emotional state. Especially as a fighter. Because you know this. Fighters when they have to deal with shit before a fight. Before the cost of fight, the shit I had to deal with. Woo! It was God. And I was quarantining at the gym as well. So that kind of stuff I don't want to deal with. I just want to focus on me.
There's a problem that girls, when they think that you are busy with something else and you don't care about, you're not paying attention to them, they're not your primary focus.
That'd be the center
they
of
get
your world.
very upset. I've seen guys where they're getting ready for a fight and their girl starts fights with them like as they're weighing in.
Okay, not that bad. She knew better, but still, it's just look. It's more about also don't try and compete with your husband or your boyfriend. For me, you lose. So, like, in a sense, like, this is what I do for a living. You don't have to try and compete. It's weird. Like, when someone tries to compete with their person or whatever.
It's nuts.
Yeah, this is meant to be a partnership.
Right. The intimate person in your life wants you to fail because they're competing with you. They want to get over on you.
The thing is, what's good for me is good for us. What's good for you is good for us.
Right.
If you're a team. So, again,
if you're a team,
I'm learning and I'm not looking because I think that ship sailed in the sense, like, when I look at someone like, say, even a corner with D. Devlin, that's fucking cool. I love that. He's still with him to this day. They've got how many kids together. That's cool. Regardless of what the state of their relationship is now, it's like, look, she was with him when he was no one, and she believed in him. That kind of stuff is rare these days. When I see it in other people, I'm just like,
right.
There's still love in the air, Joe. It's still
sometimes it works.
Yeah,
it can work, but boy, you gotta find the right person.
No, they gotta find you.
Yeah,
I'm not looking. Yeah, I'm not looking. I'm just chilling. I actually got on Hinge the other day just for fun in LA. I was like, let me see. I hate these apps. I don't use those. I try to get on Raya. They still have me on the fucking waiting list for fucking the last 2 years. I'm like,
that's hilarious.
But I went on Hinge in LA just to see what's up. But it's just funny. It's just funny to see the experience. A couple of interactions. It was cool. But I was like, this is what people do now. It felt like the questionnaire to get on Hinge. I thought it was gonna be like this thing, cool, put some pictures up. I'm like, am I trying to do an adoption or some shit? Because it's like, what is this and what is your primary focus? And I spent like 20 minutes doing the whole thing. So it's up now. I still have it on and off. So I'm like, that's Just for fun.
Cast
For the
the
lulz.
line out there for
Just
the lulz. Just for the lulz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
Well, it's, you have to protect your time. That's the problem. It's like you only, especially when you're doing something like fighting, there's the amount of time and dedication that's required to be at your very best is insane. And there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it, even in sports. If you're a basketball player, you have to play basketball, you have to practice, but there's a lot more free time.
Yeah.
A lot more free time. And it doesn't drain your body the way fight training does.
The consequences is different.
Right.
Like, bro, it's like after a game of rugby or whatever, cool. I don't know how the rackets work or whatever, even in basketball, football, soccer, but then you get to play the next day or not the next day, sometimes the next week. Fighting, it's not always like that. Also, you get hurt badly, and suspension 6 months, and you have to wait. And then if you're not strong mentally, I've seen people break.
Yeah,
I've seen them break, and it's just like, well, come on, man, you're better than this. So yeah, for me, fighting takes everything. It takes everything. And I've done well in this game, and sometimes in the beginning, I didn't give everything. So that's why now that I'm at this age, I'm like, yo, give everything. So that way when I'm done, I just know I did everything I could to be the best. And I was. And I'm proud of myself. So I'm still here, man. I'm still, like I said, I'm not fighting for, a belt or anything anymore. That'll come around when it does. But I'm just fighting just because I have a submission is more worthy to me than a third belt. Like, I'm gonna get that.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna get that. And I'm not gonna look for it. It's gonna present itself, and I'm gonna get it. And I'll be like, right, I'll take that off. Cool. Because I've done a lot of cool shit in this game. It's more like just the highlights, and I just know I can. So that's more worthy to me at the moment, and that's like a maybe ego thing or personal thing. But yeah, that's just me though.
Do you have a timeline on how much longer you want to fight for?
Like I said, right now I say 3 years, but I'll be 38.
That's probably the end.
Yeah.
Where guys can compete at the high. Like Jared Cannonier got to like 38, 39, started to fall off a little bit. And the last two fights he's lost.
And GSP just around there as well, 37 maybe.
When he fought Bisping?
Yeah. Well, who knows? That's what I'm saying. It's like I don't think I'm gonna fight at 40. I think that's on me. I'll be nah. Even for me as a person, I'm like, no, I'd rather be with something else. But 38 right now is in my head. Who knows? Fucking 36, 37. I'm just like, right, peace. I'm out. I'm spontaneous like that. But I think 38, 39. Let's see, 38. Let's see what happens first. But at the moment, I'm still here.
Do you have any thoughts of things to do other than things for adrenaline? Like to do with your time?
Apart from raising a family, production. I definitely want to have my own production company and do stuff like a couple of acting things, of course, because they've already come up and I turned them down because of this game. I was like, you have to give everything to this game. I don't want to spend 3 months somewhere filming,
right?
This kind of stuff. But definitely motion capture. Definitely want to do that. What's his name? The guy that did Andy Serkis, Planet of the Apes, Gollum, Caesar. He's one of the best at it, and I see the way he works and operates, and I know I can do that. I can learn. I'm very coachable. I can learn stuff like that. Voiceover work with some cartoons or animes or whatever, video games, motion capture stuff. I have my own ideas of things I want to bring to fruition. Well, I don't necessarily have the skills, even though I was doing computer graphic design for about 3 years. I knew how to make a red ball bounce in Maya, the 3D program. That was my biggest achievement in that. But I can partner up with someone on studio and just bring my ideas to life if they like it. Like, I'll learn how to write a script maybe so I can present it properly. Also, fuck, all this shit with AI, I might just be able to do it with AI in 2 years and be like, right. And if it hits, it hits. If it sucks, cool. Do it again. Drawing board. But yeah, a lot of things. I already have, again, shout out to my pops. My pops is a real OG because he helped me just triple and quadruple my money. Yeah, because if I didn't have him, I definitely would end up as one of those sad stories. I feel just because of who I am as a person, I feel like I would have ended up as one of those sad stories because of the trust I have in people. So I'm glad I have my dad around just to just make sure things are cool
There's always vampires, right? There's
They come
always
out.
vampires.
They do. It's just human nature.
Mhm.
It's human nature. I'm sure you have it as well on the way up, and even now, I'm sure you have it as well. But they come out the woodwork, and it's like, let me see. But then my dad's able to tell this is legit, this is shit. Or let me have a look at this first. He goes through every contract. I can read, but sometimes because I'm dyslexic, I read really slow, or I just lose focus and shit like that.
Especially contract shit. So that's very difficult to really
There's
absorb.
no pictures.
Right. You need an anime contract. Make me a fucking cartoon that explains what happens if everything goes wrong. With me crying, oh, no money, or me living in a palace with a bathtub filled with gold.
Yeah, but I just get like, unless it's something maybe fiction that entices me and I can really go deep. But I like reading comics and shit like that. But contract is just detailed. But there's one person on this planet I trust that wants the best for me is my father.
That's a great thing to have.
Amen. Because even I've said this, like guys like Habib, rest in peace to his pops. He had him in his corner. Michael Jordan, he had his dad in his corner, on the court. My dad is in my corner, but that's on the stuff that really matters outside the cage in life. Like when I talk about imposter syndrome, I'm like, how the fuck do I have this many houses?
Right.
I'm doing well, cool. I know I'm adulting, but that's because of my pops. And I learned the game through him, but the details of the game I still don't know yet. So after this, I'll have more, I guess, input in the sense that, okay, this and that, and this is what this means and that, with the property values and whatnot. I try not to get too much into it because right now all I can focus on is this, fighting, the main thing. If I don't have this, then yeah, I can definitely tap into all that kind of stuff. But now I'd rather just focus on this and let my dad handle it. So again, I'm grateful, I'm so grateful that he's around and he's the one that's helped me get to this point because a lot of people don't even have their dad in their lives, and I'm glad I do. Yeah.
Just overall, it seems like you're in a real good place.
I am. So yeah, I am. Look, this is life.
Yeah.
You know how it is, ups and downs, smiles and frowns. But right now, where I'm at, I'm in a good place, way better place. Because again, like people, the thing I did, I appreciated it after my last fight. People come up and be like, "Hey man, that was a great fight last fight. Oh, you did well." Thank you. But when people come, because I was at the buffet in Perth, and some guy came up to me just like, hard luck, mate. I was like, what? Like he wanted to feel sorry for me. I was like, nah, get your fucking shit off me. I'm like, I'm good. I'm like, bro, if you knew how much I made from this fight, you wouldn't even feel sorry for me. But it's that some people don't know how to react, so they come like,
well, they were rooting for you, and they feel bad. And
I know, but I like again, I don't fault them for it because they don't know what to say. But the ones that come up and like, bro, that was a mean fight, man. You almost had him, but that was a fucking good fight. I'm like, thank you. I felt good in that one. It's a different look on the same thing. It's like some look at it with like, yeah, some look at it with that. But I'm in a better place because again, this isn't everything. Fighting's not everything in my life. I've lost many times out of fighting, and I've come back. I've lost in fighting many times and I've come back. So for me right now, where I'm at in life, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the ride. And yeah, I look forward to the future.
There's a thought that some people have that in order to be at your best, it has to be everything. You have to live and die by your performances. And when your performance sucks, you have to suffer until you get a good one.
Nah, that's not for me. I've been there before. That's not for me. Everyone is different. And I understand that when it's like, because even when I was on top of the world, like number one and this and that, it never defined me. I never let it define me. I always knew I was Israel Adesanya before and after the belt. I'm still me. No matter what, they're still going to be trying to fight me because they want to have Israel Adesanya on their record. They want to fight me. They don't want to fight the champ. Like people will probably even pick a fight over me than DDP, or maybe not because probably easier fight they think. But still, like I'm me, and that's never ever going to change. That's never ever going to change as long as I stay true to me. Yeah. I look, if this game was going to change me, if money was going to change me, I would have done it ages ago, a lot of zeros ago. But I've always been this guy with or without money. You can ask anyone who really knows me; they'll tell you, "Oh yeah, That's the same dude I was dancing with back in the day. Still the same goofball, keeps the same energy. But now that I'm here, I have a lot more freedom to do things that I want to do than I'm grateful for. But yeah, I even look forward to seeing who I become next year, like who I evolve into next year. 'Cause again, I am me, but learning. These things I'm going to learn about myself. I'm sure you have this as well. Jamie has this. We all have this. We're just figuring out who we are. What are you now? 57? No way.
Yeah.
Yes. You're still learning.
You're never gonna stop. You never stop learning. When you do, you're gonna die.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, the life is an experience. It's a long, and people have like this number thing in their head. Oh, by 30, you should know this. Some people know. Some people don't learn until they're 40. Some people never learn.
I thought I was gonna be married with 2 kids at 23.
Wow. You could have been.
Yeah.
Did you zig when you could have zagged?
Yeah, I'm glad I zagged. I'm glad I zagged with that one. That was so long ago, and I'm soft, bro. I'm surprised I'm fucking great at this fighting shit. Like, I'm soft. Even, bro, you see some idiot try to step me out. You ever see that?
No, what happened?
This is 3 weeks ago. I had a great day at training morning. Went to the shop to get a pie, and I just thought, people were just showing love. I'm just, hey, what's up? So I'll take a picture. Cool. And then one guy just pulls up and goes, yo, Izzy, let's go 1 ounce. I'm like, dang. I thought, like, bro, this is stupid. I was like,
1 ounce. What is
so
that?
1 ounce in New Zealand slang, like 101, like 1 ounce. Let's go. And I was like, this is silly. Like, what the fuck? And I just started laughing, and I said, bro, I get paid millions for this. I'm not gonna whoop your ass for free. And then he kind of got angry, and he's stuck at the lights. It's green. People are honking, driving around him. And I'm laughing, walking away with my pies in my hand. And I remember just looking like, what the fuck? And I grabbed my car door and I went, and that pissed him off. Then he drove and then parked in front of my car. And I was like, okay. Took my watch off, and I told the guy, can you please call the cops? And I'm glad only one person actually decided to help.
I did see the video of that. I saw just a small clip of it. I didn't know exactly what was going on.
Just an idiot. But again, I'm glad this is the day and age of people just boom, cameras out.
Right.
Because everyone who was around, everyone got the cameras out. There was only one guy who used his phone to call the cops when I asked him, because I didn't want to hurt this guy. And this guy, I don't know if he was going through something or he was maybe cracked out or something. Because even the video that came out, it seemed like it was set up, because the guy kept on going, and I'm like, what are you trying to say? And I'm glad like I said, I'm soft. I have patience. And if I had a bad day, it might have been different. I like to say that because of freedom of thought. But also my friend, Falvake got killed by senseless street violence. Right. This is something that we've talked about even in the film. It was something that we all had to go through, because he got hit with a cower punch and then hit the ground, and then boom, he's in a coma for about 2 weeks, and then eventually they have to pull the plug. As I'm talking to this guy, at one point I go, bro, I don't know you. Like, whatever has happened, I don't fucking know you. I'm sorry. And he's like, yeah, talk to me nicely, bitch. I'm like, and I started getting angry, and then got to the point I spat at him. And now that was me, like, I hoped he did something. And then I'm like, right, I'm taking this guy out. But then when I spat at him, he just looked down and kept on talking. And I realized, you're not about this life. I'm not going to spend the next 10 minutes talking and to this
it just
guy.
elevates him in his mind.
Exactly. He took his shirt off at the end. I got in my car. I was driving off. He had his shirt off, flexing like, what, bitch, what? And I was like, this guy's cracked out.
Oh, he's crazy person.
So for me, again, that's why I say I'm soft. And I had to really hold myself back. I don't know. I'm sure no one tries you anymore, of course. They're fucking stupid to try you. But I was thinking no one would try me anymore, because back in the day, someone would try me. I'm like, bro.
People were trying Chuck Liddell in his prime, and he was a complete psychopath.
Trying to Dan Hooker. Yeah. Dan would not have the patience to have. Dan would fucking instantly demolish that guy. But again, I just don't want to do something, because if you breached the line, I was within range and within my rights to strike him, because I felt.
And like what happened with your friend, if you knock that guy out and he bounces his head off,
that was what was going through my head.
Yeah.
And also, we started this charity, Walk Without Fear, and I'm glad nothing happened. I'm glad I was patient, because now that video can be used, because we're trying to change the laws. Look, the guys that killed my friend, when we were in lockdown, they were on home detention, so they're free now. They're walking free. enjoying their life. And my friend is dead.
They didn't get convicted?
I think one of them did, but the rest of them, they had home detention. The ones that actually even helped, they got home detention, and I think for a year and a half. So 6 months of that home detention, we all did it together in lockdown. So what kind of punishment's that? You get to sit at home and watch Netflix, and my friend's daughter has to grow up without a father, you know, for nothing, just because ego, alcohol, drunk, this and that. So again, I'm glad I'm soft, and I don't like confrontation. But when it's time to get down, I will get down, and I've put it out enough. Like I want to protect my boundaries and shit like that, but I don't ever want to be put in this position where someone tries to set me up just so they can make money off me. But there will be a point if someone tries me enough that I will have to definitely defend myself. And there's no fucking referee in a street fight that's gonna drag me off a person. And that I see red, bro. Not that shit.
I see red, bro. Is the funniest shit.
Not that shit.
Bro,
Like,
that's your own blood.
yeah.
I see red. You should see clearly. That's a ridiculous thing.
Blood, yeah, so
I've never heard anybody say I see red and it worked out well.
But yeah, I'm glad it worked out well for me, and I spared a life that day, because if not, it would have been really bad, and then I might not be here.
Right.
I might be in a fucking cell somewhere.
They might try to make an example out of you.
They will.
Especially if you killed somebody.
Oh, I know these motherfuckers in NZ, like the bureaucrats, they don't like people like me. They don't like people like me who is outspoken,
right?
Who is not a quintessential Kiwi. You know what I mean? The guy that just keeps quiet and
follows the rules.
Just very humble. Like fake humility is something I've never been. Like I know humble is, or what it is for real, because I deal with that every day. Like I fucking spot Carlos Navajo. I just roll with Dan. I get humbled every fucking day. So I know what real humility is. But for me to try and like let the world know I'm humble just so I seem like I'm humble, that's that fake shit, and I'll never be that. And when I see it, I cringe. I know you.
Right.
It's like, nigga, I know you. We've done things. So when I see people do that, I'm like, just be real, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I try to keep it real as always. But again, like I said, I'm soft, but sometimes, you know.
It's a real challenge to be yourself with the kind of attention and pressure that you get.
The magnifying glass of the world. And I would never change. I'll never not express myself the way I always do. But sometimes the world is trying to put you in a box. Like, this is what you're meant to be. This is who you're meant to be. I'm like, no.
And it's always weak people that want to do that.
Bro, like, what was the one I put up the other day? Because I was there was a scene from a movie. I was getting my nails done. I was doing some drip tips. And then I put a clip next to it where Cam goes, well, I've been wearing pink my whole life. Niggas been saying I'm gay. Bro, if you think I'm gay, bring your mother around. Bring your sister around. I fucking love that. I was like, yes, because again, I don't care. It's never been an issue for me. I think people think because I never flexed my girlfriends or anything online, they're like, nah, definitely, this guy's sus. Also because I'm nice and I'm soft.
That makes you sus. That's hilarious. Being a nice person makes you sus.
Yeah, because I'm not a dickhead.
So silly.
But I can be a dickhead. I have been a dickhead in the past. But again, I was raised right. My family actually, you know, my mom and dad were raised me with good morals. And yeah, I treat people with respect and even if I don't get it back, it's like, cool, whatever. But yeah, people expect you to be this kind of, because you're like, when this, oh man, you're a lot different than I thought you would be in person. Oh, well, you're not trying to fight me, so no. You know what I mean?
Right.
People expect you to be some type of way, or, I thought, you know, hard. Yeah, or even an asshole.
Yeah.
And look, there's people you can find who'd be like, yeah, he's an asshole. And it's like, well, yeah.
But who are you?
Yeah, exactly. I was an asshole
to you.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
You're an asshole, so I had to be an asshole to get you the fuck away from me.
Facts.
Yeah,
and I'm fine with that now. That's because back in the day when I first came into the game, I always felt like I had to, with every fan, I had to put on the song and dance. Like, oh hey, how's it going? Yeah. But sometimes I might be at a 4 or 5 energy level. So if someone pulls up on me, I'm just like, yeah, cool, let's take a picture. But I don't have to ham it up.
Right.
To make them feel like this is a great experience. Oh, he's such a nice guy. It's like, bro, the day my cat died, I was pumping gas and the guy tried to maybe talk to his cousin on the phone. And I said no, and he's like, oh, all good. And I felt bad. And I was like, oh, give me the phone. And I'm there with the phone, pumping gas. And I went, bro, no phones. Get the fuck away. But I did that because I felt bad that I didn't talk to his cousin on the phone while I'm pumping gas. So what happened if something happened and boom? Or what? Because I wanted to talk to this guy's cousin on the phone because he saw me at a gas station while I'm pumping gas. So when I talk about protecting my boundaries, it's just about time and place and approach. Like, yeah, people know. And I've put that out enough where I feel like people do respect it now. But some people still think I hate fans or whatever. But I'm like, that's what you think. If that's what you got from my message, then cool. You think that. But it's about protecting my energy and protecting my boundaries. And
well, I don't think they'll ever understand what it's like to be a person like you.
Yeah. Yeah. Be in the spotlight.
Yeah. And so, again, they feel like you have this advantage, this privilege that no one else gets. So they think that you owe them something. Mm-hmm. You owe them your time.
Bro, I'm a fan. I pay for a pay-per-view.
Right.
You know, we're just talking shit.
Yeah.
The ones that is when it come, bro, I bet on your fight, eh? I'm like, yeah. Okay, multi. Because again, I put my life on this shit. Every time I step in there, I put my life on the line. But they will never understand that. They'll come and tell me like, yeah, bro, one time, this is years ago, in the club, and the guy showed me a betting slip. I was like, and? This after a Jan fight. He showed me a bet. I'm like, cool. Like, what do you expect me to do? Give you a refund?
Right.
Nah, fuck you. So I can't remember how I responded. Yeah.
Do you think I wasn't trying to win?
If you ain't got it like that, don't put your money up.
Right.
I only gamble with money that I'm gonna lose or I can afford to lose. But again, yeah, I'm fucking gambling with my life.